Chapter 1. My name is Gatai. It appears I have been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. A young boy with a buzz cut stood atop a small hill, his gaze piercing as he murmured, watching the diminishing silhouette of Goku in the distance. Gatai, what are you thinking about? At that moment, a fairy-like voice chimed from behind. The newcomer wore a light red cloth garment, her long braid trailing behind her, and her face radiated boundless joy. This girl was Xiao Qiao, the one who had invited Goku to defeat the nefarious duo, Silver Horn and Golden Horn. Xiao Qiao turned to gaze in the same direction as Gatai, where a small figure darted swiftly, leaping and bounding along the rugged mountain path, soon vanishing from sight. The arduous route, which would pose a challenge for an ordinary person, seemed but a series of effortless hops beneath Goku's feet, leaving Xiao Qiao with an indescribable sense of envy and gratitude. Gatai, shifting his thoughts, turned at the sound and met Xiao Qiao's gaze with eyes that no longer held the innocence of youth, but instead bore a depth of unspoken sorrow and an enigmatic conviction. Upon encountering the intensity within Gatai's eyes, Xiao Qiao momentarily lost her composure, feeling an inexplicable change in him, though she could not articulate why. After all, Xiao Qiao was merely 14, and although the threats posed by Silver Horn and Golden Horn had accelerated her maturation, she remained, fundamentally, a child. Soon enough, she brushed aside her feelings of confusion and smiled at Gatai, her eyes brimming with affection. Xiao Jia, I aspire to become a formidable martial artist. Gatai's gaze sharpened as he regarded Xiao Qiao, determination gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing Gatai's words, Xiao Qiao's expression shifted from joy to astonishment, confusion, and surprise. After a moment's pause, a smile broke across her face as she instinctively reached out to ruffle Gatai's buzz cut, saying, "Indeed, boys should harbor grand dreams, striving tirelessly to achieve them." Gatai shook his head, acutely aware that Xiao Qiao was merely placating him, not comprehending the depths of his intentions. He gently brushed her hand away and replied flatly, "Xiao Jia, I will be leaving the village tomorrow. I intend to traverse the world and seek out masters to learn martial arts." In his past life, Gatai was an adept practitioner of cultivation, possessing an abundance of esoteric knowledge. He understood that strengthening himself did not necessitate such a journey. He simplified his words for Xiao Qiao's understanding, knowing she would struggle to grasp the complexities of cultivation. Gatai's declaration struck Xiao Qiao like a thunderclap, leaving her astonished as she stared at him in disbelief. How could he have made such a resolute decision so swiftly and to embark on a journey across the world? The thought of a solitary child facing untold hardships was daunting. Xiao Qiao's reaction stemmed from her encounter with Goku, having heard how he traveled the world on foot, devoid of possessions, to hone his skills. Unconsciously, she equated Gatai's ambition of seeking out masters with Goku's journey, her heart stirred by the thought. Dumbfounded, Xiao Qiao found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to articulate that Gatai was unlike Goku. Goku was an accomplished martial artist, equipped to face any crisis, enabling him to traverse the world and enhance his training. In stark contrast, Gatai was merely a 10-year-old child, frail and unassuming, truly incomparable. Yet, the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unable to escape. It wasn't that she hesitated to speak, rather, she was unsure how to express her thoughts. She feared that casting doubt on Gatai's aspirations might extinguish his inner resolve, particularly after his recent loss. The cherished figure who had once guided him was none other than his grandfather, who had perished at the hands of Silver Horn and Golden Horn. The two exchanged glances, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Gatai perceived the turmoil within Xiao Qiao and spoke up. "Xiao Jia, let's return. I need to prepare for my departure tomorrow." With that, he turned and made his way back to the village, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh." Xiao Qiao's voice was somewhat wooden, yet she followed closely behind Gatai. Her gaze wandered vacantly toward his retreating figure, who moved with an effortless grace, seemingly melding with the very fabric of the world. Suddenly, she sensed a shift. The familiar silhouette before her no longer resembled that of a mere child. In her understanding, if the figure ahead was not that of a child, it bore the unique aura of a sage, reminiscent of Goku's own departing form, instilling in her a sense of singularity. Though Xiao Qiao had experienced a degree of growth, her 14-year-old heart remained quite innocent. She cast aside various fantastical thoughts and fixated on the idea of dissuading Gatai from leaving the village so hastily. She simply could not fathom how he could pursue training like Goku with nothing but his own frail body. Naturally, she would not impede Gatai's dreams. Rather, she hoped to present him with obstacles that would compel him to grow strong enough for the villagers to believe in his potential before he ventured forth. Gatai remained oblivious to Xiao Qiao's internal conflict, his spirit no longer that of a child. He understood well the kindness of the villagers and that they would not simply allow him to depart without concerns. He had no intention of leaving without a word, as such an act would demonstrate a lack of responsibility toward those who cared for him. Furthermore, it would leave a mark on his own resolve. Thus, he opted to subtly convey his intentions to Xiao Qiao, knowing she would not permit him to leave unchallenged. In due course, he would demonstrate his capabilities to gain the villagers' trust. Gatai was a transmigrator, originally named Chunjiang, an orphan from Earth who possessed a unique ability that enabled him to discern sound and comprehend the essence of things, a talent reminiscent of the six-eared macaque from Journey to the West. He had always been remarkably astute, and his greatest passion was the Dragon Ball anime. Initially, he was unaware of this ability until he encountered a cultivator who recognized his potential and urged him to become his disciple. Chun Jiang acquiesced, only to discover that this cultivator was far from extraordinary. He was a thief in the realm of cultivation, captivated solely by Chun Jiang's innate talent, hoping to cultivate an exceptional individual from his lineage. The thief explained that in the world of cultivation, thieves are not akin to petty criminals in the secular realm. They could pilfer treasures, secret manuals, and even the hearts of the most esteemed individuals. Those with formidable skills could steal treasures and manuals as easily as breathing, while the ability to win the hearts of distinguished women required a certain level of cultivation. The pinnacle of a thief's craft was to attain the ability to steal the heavens and replace the sun, thereby seizing control of the entire realm of cultivation. Chun Jiang was naturally skeptical of the thief's increasingly fanciful claims. However, he recognized the necessity for strength in the world of cultivation. Consequently, he dismissed any underestimation of the profession of the thief. Thus, Chun Jiang was brought into the realm of cultivation. Cultivation was an exceedingly profound discipline, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of its cultural evolution. To become the strongest, one had to master various techniques employed by practitioners. With a talent akin to that of the six-eared macaque, Chun Jiang learned at an astonishing pace. The thief, not wanting to squander Chun Jiang's potential, prioritized enhancing his cultivation before imparting the techniques of thievery, for strength was paramount in this world. After nearly a century of diligent effort, when Chun Jiang reached the later stage of the nascent soul, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge about the realm of cultivation and was finally taught the thief's techniques. However, an unfortunate incident soon transpired. An enemy sought vengeance, forcing the master and disciple to part ways in a desperate bid for survival, rendering their reunion nearly impossible. Chun Jiang wandered the cultivation realm alone, ultimately meeting his demise amidst battles with other practitioners. Thus, he perished before he could master the thief's techniques, and for reasons unknown, he found himself transmigrated, reborn as Gatai. In this new life, Gatai was also an orphan, adopted by an elderly martial artist, the very individual who had been summoned to confront Silverhorn and Goldenhorn before being tragically sealed away. After waiting for over 20 days without seeing his grandfather's return, Gatai's anxiety compelled him to search for answers. Upon discovering the grim truth, he was overwhelmed by despair and fell into a coma. For 7 days, he remained unconscious, during which the dormant spirit of Chun Jiang awakened, realizing he had been reborn and that his spiritual strength had reached the mid-stage of the golden core. However, he found that he no longer possessed the abilities akin to the six-eared macaque, or perhaps those abilities simply lay dormant within him. Based on memory, it remains uncertain whether he has truly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. Recollections indicate that this village is under threat. Although he possesses formidable spiritual power, he refrains from intervening to alleviate the village's crisis in order to ascertain his surroundings. Since Gatai is not a native of the village, when Jinjiao and Yinjiao return, they conceal him. Thus, Gatai's name is absent from the list that Jinjiao and Yinjiao call out. Subsequently, Gatai witnesses the appearance of little Goku and the ensuing developments, which confirm that he currently inhabits the period following the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in the Dragon Ball universe, during little Goku's global training journey. Strictly speaking, Gatai does not share a profound bond with the villagers, yet their kindness is undeniable. The villagers feel a sense of guilt over the passing of Gatai's grandfather and collectively decide to invite him to remain in the village, thus making him a new member of their community. The Qiao family willingly takes on the responsibility of caring for Gatai, which fosters a unique emotional connection between Qiao and him. With Jinjiao and Yinjiao subdued, the villagers' ire towards them has yet to dissipate. Both Jinjiao and Yinjiao are robust individuals, providing excellent free labor. The villagers gather together, utilizing a gourd to compel Jinjiao and Yinjiao to work. Naturally, the two villains harbor resentment, yet their lives are in the hands of others, rendering them unable to express their fury. Upon returning home, Gatai finds himself in Qiao's abode, though Qiao has yet to return. Gatai surmises that she is eagerly discussing his impending departure with her parents. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gatai's mind is consumed with contemplation. In his previous life, he had become a cultivator. Thus, despite his rebirth, he naturally perceives himself as a practitioner of the mystical arts. Rebirth necessitates a recommencement of cultivation, which has ingrained itself as a subconscious notion. Following his awakening, his spiritual strength has reached a level equivalent to the mid-stage of the golden core in his former life, rendering it exponentially more potent than that of an ordinary individual. It is precisely due to this formidable spiritual strength that Gatai perceives a type of energy in this realm that differs from the spiritual essence of his previous life. Nonetheless, there are similarities between the two. Gatai conjectures that this discrepancy arises from the existence of distinct worlds, each with its unique energies and laws manifesting. After all, the cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball universe diverge significantly from those of traditional cultivators. Merely acknowledging the peculiar energy suffusing the world, Gatai speculates that the cultivation techniques of his previous life may prove ineffective in this realm. He does not rush to experiment. Instead, he maintains a sense of calm. Regardless of the efficacy of his former cultivation methods, he is resolute in his determination to grow stronger. At present, his sole reliance is on his spiritual power. Having resolved to depart the village the following day, Gatai recognizes that achieving rapid strength is implausible. His only course of action is to master his current state, ensuring he possesses the ability to safeguard his life upon leaving. If the foundations of his previous life prove useless, then he must seize the opportunity to seek methods of enhancement. This is his optimal choice. Thus, time is of the essence for Gatai. He cannot afford to wait any longer. A robust spirit yields a correspondingly potent mental power, and Gatai's current state resembles that of the legendary psychics from his previous life. As a former cultivator, Gatai is exceedingly adept at wielding mental power. With a mere thought, his mental energy is summoned forth. He then concentrates this energy upon his body, using it to levitate himself into the air. Left, right, up, down. After a brief experiment, Gaty discovered that he could fly using his mental strength. He estimated that with the mental power equivalent to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, sustaining flight for half a day would pose no challenge. Consequently, the power to manipulate objects with mental force also appeared formidable. Thus, the ability to control objects with mental energy became one of Gaty's means of self-preservation at this stage. Next, Gaty began to delve into the comprehension of spatial dimensions. Rather than an understanding of space per se, it was more about mastering the wind and air. Mastery over spatial abilities requires profound cultivation. One must possess immense strength to counteract the constraints imposed by the world, to even lightly touch the essence of such forces. These are the powers of the loss. which are beyond his current grasp. Strangely, the peculiar abilities within the Dragon Ball universe seem to represent an initial manifestation of the heavenly laws, which are remarkably common. It is as if the very trajectories of these laws are imprinted upon various races. A phenomenon unseen in his past life. Of course, there are exceptions. In the realm of cultivation, various divine beasts possess unique capabilities, having been born with traces of the great Tao. However, these powers cannot be imparted. And in his previous existence, the distinction was merely between humans and demon cultivators. Unlike the clear divisions present in the Dragon Ball world, in the Dragon Ball universe, the special abilities of numerous races have become their signature skills. Once demonstrated, under personal experience, an overwhelming 80 of these techniques could potentially be learned. The crux of this phenomenon lies in the utilization of Qi, which appears to be the very essence of everything. Reflecting upon the multitude of races endowed with extraordinary powers, Gady felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps engaging with them could offer insights into the laws. Recollecting his thoughts, Gady was confident that with his current soul strength and the mental energy derived from it, mastering the wind and air would be a straightforward endeavor. With closed eyes, he focused intently and soon detected the presence of air. With a mere thought, a small pocket of air ahead was abruptly compressed. Bang! Under continuous compression, the small pocket of air exploded. Yet this was not the end. The explosion created a shockwave, naturally generating a gust of wind. Simultaneously, Gady's body began to float, as if propelled by the wind. Suddenly, a force of air coalesced, forming an invisible barrier. Gady's floating body collided with it gently. Opening his eyes, a fierce glint flashed within them that he raised his right hand, extending a finger into the void. A silvery light, sharp as a blade, emerged and shot rapidly towards the wall. Shoo! The wall was sliced open by the wind blade, creating a slender gash. This series of attempts was unceasing. His mental energy constantly monitored the surroundings. A method to reacquaint himself with the application of mental power. Not bad at all. The effects of controlling wind and air for offensive maneuvers were surprisingly effective. Gady felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing his handiwork. Tomorrow he would depart, uncertain if he would ever return. Such quaint villages abound on this earth, where generations live in seclusion, self-sufficient. When a place becomes unsuitable, relocation is inevitable, leading to the village's gradual decline, possibly even succumbing to the laws of nature. With battles raging on Earth and crises lurking everywhere, many places suffer significant casualties. During the time of the androids, Cell killed numerous individuals, and it is likely that a substantial portion could not be revived with Dragon Balls. In the Dragon Ball world, only individuals from large cities are consistently resurrected. It seems imperative to relocate the villagers to the city. That a sudden move would be unfeasible. It must be gradual. However, only by becoming stronger can one increase the odds of survival. Perhaps I should leave them something as a token of gratitude, Gady mused. He retrieved a stack of paper and began to write. That on the paper, he recorded the cultivation methods of the internal family Xingyi Quan from his past life, including the 3-body stance, 5-element fist, and 12 animal forms. Gady could not ascertain whether the internal arts and cultivation techniques from his past life could be practiced in this world. Nor did he have much time to experiment. Nonetheless, he believed that internal family boxing, focused on honing the body to unlock potential and enhance one's essence, would align well with this world's body refinement practices and should be feasible. Even if it did not succeed, the 5-element fist and 12 animal forms could still be employed as techniques, possessing considerable combat effectiveness. With diligent training, one could become an exceptional fighter. Gady's choice of Xingyi Quan stemmed from his belief that it was the most akin to lethal combat techniques. Thus, in the Dragon Ball world, possessing a certain level of combat strength was essential for survival. Creak. The door swung open, and Xiao Qiao's figure appeared in Gady's room, flanked by her parents, their expressions grave. Clearly, Xiao Qiao had informed them of Gady's impending departure. At that moment, Gady paused, standing to face the three, offering a slight smile. After a discussion, they could not persuade Gady, ultimately acquiescing. However, Xiao Qiao and her parents laid down a condition. Gady must spar with the notorious duo, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and if he remained unscathed for a minute, they would allow him to leave with peace of mind. Although currently restrained, Golden Horn and Silver Horn were regarded as formidable by the villagers. Their intent was to dissuade Gady from his decision, yet he agreed without hesitation, leaving the three astonished and questioning his sanity. Gady's determination rendered them speechless, and they could only wait for the outcome the following day. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qiao and her parents, Gady continued documenting the methods of Xingyi Quan. Finally, he recorded a renowned internal technique known as Dragon Might, Tiger Roar, and a celestial body refinement method called Dragon Tortoise's Breath. Having completed his notes, it was already deep into the night. Gady hastily tidied up before succumbing to slumber. Morning dawned, ushering in a new day. Typically, the villagers would be industriously laboring in the fields at this hour. But today was an exception as they remained idled. At the village entrance, the old village chief led a throng of villagers, with golden horn and silver horn standing nearby. At a procession of over 100 individuals had effectively cornered Xiao Qiao's family and Gady. Upon witnessing this, Gady realized that word of his departure had reached the entire village. Clearly, everyone was concerned for his well-being, and this thought touched him deeply. At that moment, Gady carried a small bundle containing several sets of spare clothing, which had once belonged to Xiao Qiao during her childhood. Although he felt an aversion to wearing girls' clothing, it was common for children in such a rural setting to wear garments without strict gender distinctions. Moreover, he did not wish to trouble the villagers, so he accepted the clothing. Across from him, the villagers regarded the four with a mix of curiosity, disbelief, and concern. Xiao Qiao and her parents had never faced such scrutiny. Feeling as if their very beings were laid bare under the collective gaze, causing a sense of unease that it is time, Gady murmured softly to himself. He then disregarded the villagers and pulled Xiao Qiao aside, producing the handwritten notes on Xingyi Quan from his pocket. Lowering his voice, he said, "Sister Qiao, this contains a set of techniques focused on refining the body, unlocking potential, and enhancing one's essence. You must train diligently to better protect the village in the future." Xiao Qiao, however, was unfamiliar with martial arts and held some resistance towards it. Her mindset was somewhat conservative. Being a girl, she inherently lacked enthusiasm for cultivating that. In her view, training would entail considerable hardship, and while she was not afraid of difficulty, she perceived such training as brutal and crude, something unbecoming of a girl. Thus, upon hearing Gady's words, she appeared bewildered. Unaware of Xiao Qiao's internal struggles, Gady continued to explain, "This set of techniques does not require intensive physical training. It is more about grasping the underlying principles. Your gender will not hinder your progress in any way." Gady's reassurance was not born from an understanding of Xiao Qiao's thoughts, but rather from his thoughtful consideration. Even in his past life, there were few women who practiced internal family boxing. This statement is merely intended to enable Xiao Qiao to better focus her thoughts on safeguarding the entire village. Jatai believes that, following the incident involving the two troublemakers, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, she has matured significantly. This is evident from her courageous venture into the outside world, disregarding danger in her quest to seek martial artists to alleviate the village's crisis. Now, all she requires is a platform, an opportunity. Although Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao are currently under our control, their hearts remain impure. Given the chance, they may well rebel in the future. Therefore, Sister Qiao, you must grow stronger. And when the time comes, you can destroy the gourd, ensuring that we need not fear them any longer. At this point, Jatai's tone grew somewhat serious. Upon hearing Jatai's words, Xiao Qiao reached out, and a profound sense of responsibility surged within her as she nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will train diligently." Hearing Xiao Qiao's declaration brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Jatai, who then cautioned her, "Remember, this set of martial arts must be preserved with utmost care, lest it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions." Subsequently, Jatai pondered for a moment before saying, "I hope to see Sister Qiao's presence at the World Martial Arts Championship 3 years from now." This remark left Xiao Qiao somewhat astonished. After speaking, Jatai ceased to elaborate further and turned towards the crowd gathered at the village entrance. Observing the silent group led by the village chief, he noted their taciturn demeanor. The glance at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao revealed their evident reluctance. It seemed that these two had yet to concede, unwilling to contribute even a modicum of effort for the village, constrained solely by their current predicament. Jatai bowed to the assembly and then picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Addressing the village chief, "Chief, I shall use this wooden stick as my weapon as long as I can strike them with it. I shall consider it a victory." The village chief stepped forward a few paces, his aged voice resonating. "Jatai, I respect your choice. Let the contest proceed as you wish." Upon hearing this, both Jatai and the others were taken aback. unable to fathom that the village chief would express such encouragement rather than dissuasion. His words were straightforward, surpassing 1,000 others in clarity. Jatai smiled knowingly, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, the village chief possesses a long-term perspective that surpasses that of others. The presence of each additional righteous and powerful individual in the world creates the potential to save more lives. Turning to face Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, Jatai boldly inquired, "Will you both come at me together, or what?" The audacity of his words was astonishing, even catching the village chief off guard momentarily. However, the chief's face soon broke into a joyous expression, for he believed Jatai was not one to act recklessly. On the contrary, such boldness suggested a profound wisdom and a talent for psychological tactics. His intent was clearly to provoke Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, knowing their pride would prevent them from attacking as a duo. Additionally, it was possible that Jatai genuinely possessed the strength to defeat them. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao felt a wave of anxiety, worrying for Jatai's safety. The moment Jatai's words fell, the veins on Jin Jiao's forehead bulged, feeling the sting of being underestimated, particularly given their current situation. All the pent-up frustration within him seemed on the verge of erupting. In a moment of fury, Yin Jiao attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by Jin Jiao. Comparatively, Jin Jiao exhibited greater cunning and restraint. Yet, he was still a formidable figure. The boy before him might indeed possess some genuine skill. After all, following the incident with Xiao Wukong, Jin Jiao had learned to be cautious and not to underestimate someone solely based on their age. "I shall take care of this," Jin Jiao declared, his eyes flashing with fierce determination at Jatai's dismissive attitude. "Brother, you?" Yin Jiao exclaimed, surprised that his elder brother would take matters into his own hands. Jin Jiao stepped forward, unsheathing the knife from his waist with a flourish. "Ah!" Gasps echoed from the crowd as Jin Jiao drew his blade. Was he truly intending to use his full strength from the outset? After all, Jatai is just a child. The crowd was in an uproar, clearly intimidated by Jin Jiao's display, voicing their concerns for Jatai's safety. "Jin Jiao, remember, this is a spar. If you dare to harm Jatai, I will ensure you meet your end within that gourd," the village chief bellowed in response. "You," Jin Jiao stammered, his frustration reaching a boiling point as he struggled to find words. Ultimately, he could only glare at Jatai. "Ya!" With a fierce shout, Jin Jiao lunged at Jatai. Having once been a bully, he was decisive and spoke little. His blade sliced through the air with lightning speed, aimed directly at Jatai's head, cutting through layers of atmosphere with astonishing velocity. Jatai's brow furrowed. He had anticipated that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would possess merely a combat power of a little over 10, rendering them insignificant. However, he was taken aback by their prowess, which rivaled that of seasoned martial arts masters from his past life. Previously, while observing from a distance, the true extent of their strength had eluded him. Now, experiencing it firsthand revealed how formidable that seemingly modest combat power truly was. Jatai vividly recalled the arrival of Raditz on Earth, who detected the combat power of a mere farmer to be 5, yet that combat power level was equivalent to the destructive capability of a handgun. Now, Jin Jiao's combat power, exceeding 10, was roughly 3 times that of a handgun's destructive force. Moreover, as Jin Jiao struck, the air around him seemed to be cut, hinting at a connection to martial mastery. Should his blade connect, it would likely yield a destructive power approaching 20, a force 4 times that of a handgun, sufficient to shatter a wall with ease. Jatai's mental acuity was exceptional. He perceived Jin Jiao's movements with clarity. Yet, instead of immediately seeking an opening to counterattack, he harnessed his mental energy to manipulate the air, constructing a barrier before him. Jin Jiao's blade suddenly encountered immense resistance mid-air, its speed significantly diminished. The further it descended, the more arduous it became, as an inexplicable force constrained his movements from all directions. In an instant, Jin Jiao was struck with alarm, yet he could not discern any action from Jatai. The mysterious ability that allowed Jatai to silently impede his attack was beyond what any mere human could possess, instilling fear within Jin Jiao. "What is happening?" someone in the crowd muttered, observing the stark contrast between Jin Jiao's initial ferocity and the subsequent sluggishness of his strike. The villagers could perceive the waning momentum of Jin Jiao's assault, yet they remained unaware of the reasons behind this shift, mistakenly believing he was merely holding back. Finally, when Jin Jiao's blade had exhausted its energy and Jatai's air barrier was shattered, A sudden rush of air surged forth, akin to floodwaters breaching a dam, sending dust swirling into the air. Jatai, buoyed by the gust, effortlessly retreated 2 steps, evading Jin Jiao's strike. In contrast, Jin Jiao, having swung his blade in vain, found his center of gravity compromised, unable to rein in his force, and his weapon struck the ground with a resounding impact, embedding half its length into the earth. Damn it! How could this happen? Jin Jiao seethed, feeling the sting of failure. He had poured all his strength into that blow, only to have it thwarted by Jatai's mysterious technique. The sensation of having completely missed his target was anything but pleasant. Gritting his teeth, he tried to yank his blade from the soil. Attack him quickly. Xiao Qiao's voice rang out from behind. Xiao Qiao, what are you doing? Her father scolded, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, upon hearing this. Xiao Qiao promptly fell silent, perplexed by her own actions. She did not wish for Jatai to be harmed, yet she had inadvertently urged him to seize the opportunity to win. Jatai, hearing her words, chose not to exploit the opening for an attack. Instead, he turned slightly to Xiao Qiao and reassured her, Sister Qiao, do not worry. I will not lose. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Your previous success was merely due to luck. Jin Jiao retorted, having extracted his blade and feeling defiant. Having suffered a setback, he approached his next strike with greater caution. While he still wielded considerable strength and speed, he remained wary, prepared to switch to a hand strike should his attack meet resistance. However, Jin Jiao underestimated Jatai's extraordinary ability. Once his attack became ensnared, he too found his retraction hindered, albeit to a lesser extent. Nonetheless, this sensation was deeply unsettling. Once more with this technique, I shall shatter it. Jin Jiao roared, launching a sweeping kick with his right leg. The power in his legs far surpassed that of his arms, and the force of his kick resonated through the air, sending a powerful gust toward Jatai. Jin Jiao's imposing stature made his sweeping kick akin to a mountain colliding with the earth. Jatai, recognizing the heightened intensity of this attack, refrained from taking chances. He was aware that he could not fully withstand it with an air barrier. Instead, he focused his mental energy on evading the oncoming onslaught, tracking the currents of air to avoid the strike. Jin Jiao, still dissatisfied, escalated his aggression, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that created a flurry of afterimages. The villagers watching were rendered utterly speechless, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle any gasps of astonishment. Lest Cathay be harmed, Cathay's body flowed like the wind, swaying unpredictably like a bamboo stalk. The legs of the golden horn brushed against the edges of Cathay's garments, creating the illusion that Cathay was intoxicated, while Golden Horn's attacks proved utterly ineffective. The spectacle resembled an adult toying with a child, comically absurd. A relentless barrage of strikes, whether with blade, fist, or kick, was deftly evaded by Cathay, leaving Golden Horn unable to even graze the hem of his clothing, a situation that filled him with profound trepidation. He pondered to himself, when did such skilled fighters become so commonplace? And why were they all mere children? What on earth was happening in this world? As Cathay deftly eluded Golden Horn's rapid assaults, the villagers began to understand. It was not that Golden Horn had been holding back, but rather that Cathay possessed remarkable skill. Naturally, they did not delve into the sudden collapse of Golden Horn's offensive. They simply attributed it to a martial artist's defensive technique. At that moment, frustration overwhelmed Golden Horn, as his inability to strike Cathay led him to act increasingly recklessly, losing all semblance of strategy in the battle. For him, suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of 2 children was an unbearable disgrace, one he could not accept. His mind now fixated solely on a frenzied desire to land a hit on Cathay. The mantra of Cathay, keep going, defeat him, resonated among the villagers, who had once viewed Cathay with skepticism but now fervently cheered him on. Their original intentions forgotten in the fervor of the moment, Golden Horn's patience had worn thin. It was the perfect time to strike. Cathay observed Golden Horn's state intently, realizing that his cautious approach had a rationale. As a mere child with limited physical prowess, his speed and strength would be constrained were he to initiate an attack. Only when Golden Horn became flustered would he lower his defenses, granting Cathay a greater opportunity to counter. Of course, had Cathay chosen to unleash his wind blade technique, he could have easily vanquished Golden Horn. Yet, being a child, he refrained from revealing such extraordinary abilities, fearing the villagers might blame him for not assisting them in their plight, which would be difficult to justify. Soon enough, Cathay identified a moment of vulnerability evading Golden Horn's downward slash and deftly maneuvering to his blind side. For the first time, he extended the wooden stick in his hand, placing it naturally against Golden Horn's waist. "You have lost," Cathay stated with an air of calm detachment. "What? How could this be?" Golden Horn gasped in disbelief. Unable to fathom that he had once again been bested by a child, suddenly, it seemed as if all strength had drained from his body. The blade clattered to the ground as he weakly sank to his knees, pounding the earth with his fists and weeping uncontrollably. This unexpected scene took everyone by surprise. None could have imagined that the fearsome Golden Horn would exhibit such vulnerability. The crowd couldn't help but express their astonishment. Silverhorn, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, rushed to his brother's side, intending to help him up, only to be enveloped by Golden Horn's desperate embrace as he sobbed inconsolably. The villagers, however, directed their attention to the triumphant Cathay. Marveling at the prowess of the mere 8-year-old boy who had proven so formidable at that moment, Xiao Qiao dashed over, grasping Cathay's hand in delight, exclaiming, "You won. That's incredible." Cathay smiled faintly, tilting his head to look at Xiao Qiao. "I told you, I would not lose." The village chief coughed lightly, drawing his gaze to the intertwined hands of Xiao Qiao and Cathay. Realizing the implication, Xiao Qiao quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Now that you have triumphed, pursue whatever you desire. Just remember, there are those here who care for you. This is your home." The chief spoke with a gentle tone. "Thank you, Chief." Cathay nodded appreciatively. "That I must take my leave now. Sister Qiao, everyone, farewell." With that, Cathay summoned his psychic energy, rising into the air amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers, and swiftly flew away without looking back. Having achieved his goal, he no longer worried about the villagers' opinions of him. His departure rendered any lingering grievances irrelevant. Cathay's actions were motivated by his desire to showcase his abilities before Xiao Qiao, hoping to strengthen her resolve in her own training. Only by growing stronger could one truly seize control of their destiny. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, witnessing Cathay's ascent, felt no surprise or envy. Instead, they were gripped by fear. Their singular focus had been to reclaim the gourd and restore their former glory. But suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of two children had dealt them a staggering blow, compelling them to reconsider their plans. After all, they had no assurance that other formidable children like Xiao Wukong and Cathay Wu-Nti emerge from the village, should their nefarious deeds be exposed. They could very well find themselves imprisoned within the gourd, facing dire consequences. As Cathay's silhouette shrank into the distance, ultimately vanishing from sight, the village chief assumed a commanding demeanor, instructing the villagers to return to their homes. Obediently, they complied, resuming their daily tasks. However, the impact of Xiao Wukong and Cathay's exploits lingered in their minds, fueling their conversations as they worked on a small hill. Xiao Qiao sat alone on a stone, gazing at the direction Cathay had departed, clutching the fist technique manual he had left behind. Since witnessing Cathay's ability to fly, she had been deeply moved, contemplating whether by diligently following the manual, she too could become as strong as Cathay and perhaps even soar through the skies. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from eating and resting, Cathay scarcely paused. He had traveled far from the village, spending the entirety of those 3 days in flight. To his astonishment, the landscape before him consisted solely of mountains and desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence, prompting him to marvel at the vastness of the earth within the Dragon Ball universe. A glimmer of relief mingled with confusion washed over him, as he noted the absence of the bandit-like figures that frequently appeared in the original story in the wild expanses of the Dragon Ball world. The law of the jungle was amplified, yet he had encountered no dangers thus far. Perhaps his method of flying had instilled a sense of deterrence, allowing him to avoid ambushes, thus saving considerable time. On the 4th day, after nearly a full day's flight, Cathay gradually descended. As he walked, he stumbled upon a vast, flat area nestled against the mountains and beside water, accompanied by a small grove of trees. Assessing the location, he deemed it a suitable temporary training ground. A smile graced his face as he found a spot against a tree and settled down. In the Dragon Ball universe, martial arts constituted the primary mode of cultivation. Babidi, in the original tale, had never exhibited his physical prowess, always engaging through mental manipulation. The parallels between this and the cultivation methods of his previous life were striking, akin to the distinction between magical and martial practitioners. The former focused on the cultivation of spiritual energy, while the latter honed their martial will. This perspective led Cathay to conclude that the magic within the Dragon Ball universe likely pertained to enhancing one's mental strength, while martial arts were likely about solidifying one's martial spirit. Given this understanding, it was inconceivable for Cathay to abandon his magical cultivation in favor of martial practice while possessing psychic abilities. Soon enough, Cathay calmed his mind, recalling the various cultivation techniques he had learned in his previous life, including internal martial arts. With a wealth of knowledge at his disposal, he quickly selected a dozen or so techniques of varying levels, all familiar to him from his past studies, making their re-examination feel second nature. Subsequently, Cathay resolved to first experiment with the magical techniques, channeling his psychic energy to fully sense the elemental forces of nature. Embarking on the practice of the first supreme magical technique, his formidable mental energy allowed him to perceive the diverse energies present in the world around him, with the assistance of mental fortitude. A portion of energy was mysteriously propelled by an unknown force, flowing into the body. Jatai found himself enveloped in the controlled energies of the surrounding world, which enhanced the environment, making his cultivation significantly more effective. Soon, he discovered that under conscious application of mental strength, this energy could accelerate its entry into his physical form, though it merely served to enrich him with the essence of the earthly energies without augmenting his physical strength. However, he found it impossible to assimilate this energy into his own life force through his cultivation techniques. Jatai sensed that his muscles were gradually absorbing this energy, yet the process was exceedingly slow. By the standards of combat prowess in this realm, it could hardly be said to increase his power by even 0.1 points. It merely offered the refreshing sensation of being nourished by pure air. Before long, Jatai abandoned this method of cultivation and began to experiment with a second technique, only to find it yielded similar results, albeit with a slightly lower level of efficacy and a more subdued sensation of nourishment from the earthly energies. He continued to explore over a dozen selected cultivation techniques and internal martial arts, yet none proved successful. Moreover, while attempting internal martial arts, he felt an inexplicable fatigue as if his own strength was being siphoned away. The initial stage of internal cultivation aims at refining essence into qi, drawing upon one's inherent energy, and requires rare resources and abundant herbs for significant progress, reinforcing the adage that knowledge is wealth. Nonetheless, Jatai felt the impact of internal martial arts was similarly feebled at this juncture. A flash of inspiration struck Jatai. He mused that perhaps he could harmonize the cultivation methods of his past with the martial practices of this world. However, he refrained from rushing into experimentation, as his primary inclination remained toward the path of spiritual cultivation. With two types of techniques having failed, he turned his attention to methods aimed at enhancing soul strength. Typically, soul strength is cultivated alongside one's own mastery and comprehension of the Tao. Of course, the methods for cultivating soul strength can only yield limited enhancement. They cannot expand indefinitely in the initial stages. They rely similarly on the nourishment of earthly energies. This time, Jatai selected several techniques of varying levels to try. However, he soon found himself vexed, for the methods aimed at enhancing soul strength proved to be even less effective than the previous ones, yielding no noticeable progress whatsoever. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of cultivating the techniques from his past life. Unless he encountered a miracle, he had no choice but to pursue the path of martial arts. Fortunately, he still possessed a mental acuity comparable to that of a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, which he regarded as a considerable advantage. Jatai understood that, being from two distinct worlds, the manifestations of the heavenly laws would differ, and thus, cultivation methods could not be universally applied at this moment. He remained undeterred, for he still had other resources at his disposal in his previous life. After encountering cultivation, he came to realize that the techniques of cultivators constituted a form of civilization. Succinctly termed cultivation civilization, akin to the technological civilizations of other life forms in the universe, having evolved over countless ages. Cultivators engage in various mainstream practices, including array techniques, alchemy, talismans, and the Golden Core path, alongside a plethora of auxiliary methods, forbidden arts, and celestial martial arts. Coincidentally, Jatai had been a cultivator in his former life, and under his master's guidance, he had learned a multitude of techniques. The plethora of cultivator techniques meant that even if his previous methods could not be practiced in this world, through persistent contemplation, he would surely discover viable alternatives. After all, both worlds could achieve strength through cultivation. While the methods might differ, the underlying principles were likely similar. If all else failed, he could rely on the Dragon Balls. In the realm of the Dragon Balls, they represented the miraculous, with the potential for virtually anything to become possible. However, to leverage the Dragon Balls, he first needed to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, he would lack the capacity to obtain them, and thus forfeit the opportunity to make wishes that at present. He had no other options but to temporarily focus on martial arts cultivation. While the Dragon Balls were indeed remarkable, every phenomenon adheres to certain laws, and utilizing them might entail unforeseen consequences that could hinder his future achievements. Yet, it was also possible that in this world, the existence of the Dragon Balls could serve as a unique opportunity to help him grasp the great Tao sooner. The Dragon Ball world places great emphasis on lineage. As an Earthling, he was uncertain whether he was a purebred Earthling. Nonetheless, he would assume he was a purebred Earthling for the time being. The lineage of a purebred Earthling inherently possesses lower potential, and with a weaker constitution, reckless cultivation could lead to hidden injuries. Thus, the prerequisite was to cultivate Qi. Once Qi was established, as long as one avoided extreme physical trials, significant issues would be unlikely. However, the question remained as to how many years it would take to cultivate Qi through conventional means. As Jatai contemplated his cultivation journey, he was reminded of the myriad obstacles he faced along the way. It was now time to attempt the method of body tempering. If this too proved futile, his situation would be dire. With this thought in mind, a bittersweet anticipation crossed his face, relaxing his body. Jatai took a moment to rest, readjusting his state before assuming the stance of the three-body form. Though he was a novice in the realm of martial arts, the essence of martial prowess was rooted in cultivation, and his extensive knowledge of training made grasping the profundity of the three-body form quite manageable. During his initial attempt, Jatai maximized the potential of the three-body form, achieving a state of complete unity. At that moment, he felt a unique power surging within him, as if his body were boiling from the inside out, with all his strength coalescing into a singular force, an effect that resonated throughout his entire being. His body began to undergo transformations under the influence of this power, with blood, muscles, and bones all gradually strengthening. However, this created a form of internal pressure, imposing a certain burden on his body, catalyzing it to reach its inherent limits. Jatai was acutely aware that while internal martial arts were practiced by ordinary humans on Earth, their potency paled in comparison to the techniques of cultivation, internal arts, or the path of warriors. Yet, the philosophy behind it was to excavate one's potential and elevate one's life essence. To unearth potential was akin to forcefully drawing forth inherent capabilities, undoubtedly accompanied by suffering. Once the potential was exhausted, the resultant power would be astonishingly great. Continuing down this path of relentless excavation could potentially lead to breaking through one's limits. Should he succeed, his life essence would naturally ascend, granting him strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals, elevating him to the status of a warrior, the common person, that would render him superhuman. Before long, Jatai experienced considerable pain. Nevertheless, with each moment of suffering, his body was fortified further that it's having an effect. He thought, elated by the condition of his body. After approximately 10 minutes, the intensity of his pain suddenly diminished. With his potential now tapped, his fatigued state called for greater nourishment, and Jatai felt the enriching essence of the earthly energies flowing into him. He distinctly sensed a newfound robustness in his physique. Jatai recognized this merely marked a breakthrough of his current physical strength's limits. With the true extremity still distant, to illustrate, a child might represent an unexploited state of potential. Capable of lifting 10 pounds. As they matured into their peak physical condition, they could lift 50 pounds. In that stage, internal martial arts could perfectly excavate their potential, ultimately enabling them to lift several hundred pounds. This would signify the true limit. If he were to persist with body tempering techniques, Jatai was confident that his progress would be rapid. However, in this world, reaching and surpassing one's limits represented a pivotal juncture. Therefore, Jatai resolved to first strengthen his body to the level of an adult before thoroughly utilizing body tempering techniques to extract the latent potential inherent in his Earthling lineage. This represented a compromise. As an Earthling, Jatai recognized that aside from humans, other humanoid races existed in this world. Thus, it became imperative to differentiate between pure and mixed Earthling lineages. He was uncertain whether his potential could rival that of characters such as Krillin or Yamcha. Therefore, he lacked the capital to gamble. Losing such a wager could lead to hidden injuries, with far-reaching implications for his future. It was unlikely he could reach the levels of Super Saiyan Goku or Vegeta. let alone surpass them. He merely sought to develop his potential to its utmost limit, enabling him to break through one barrier after another and ascend to greater heights. This appeared to be the most ideal cultivation approach given the current circumstances. This was merely the foundation of the internal martial arts from his past life. In the realm of cultivation, myriad celestial body tempering techniques awaited discovery. The emergence of celestial body tempering arts was closely tied to the rise of warriors. It is said that in ancient times, cultivators required a spiritual root to practice cultivation. The so-called spiritual root refers to one's sensitivity to the energies of heaven and earth. The stronger one becomes, the more effortlessly they are able to absorb the essence of heaven and earth through the cultivation techniques of immortality. At that time, the prevalent method of cultivation among practitioners relied on the advantages of spiritual roots, drawing in the celestial energies to refine the purest innate vitality, thereby achieving the foundational stage. Subsequently, through continuous accumulation, they would attain the golden core stage, progress to the yuan infant stage, and further ascend through subsequent levels. Gradually, the paths of alchemy, formations, and talismans emerged as additional methods of cultivation. By this period, the civilization of cultivators had reached a remarkably advanced stage. The realm of cultivation, too, was populated by ordinary individuals, mere mortals, and wandering practitioners. Each of these individuals harbored an aspiration to become a cultivator, to possess the power to overturn rivers and seas, obliterate stars, and achieve immortality. However, the condition of possessing spiritual roots limited over 80% of the populace. Those who were insensitive to the energies of heaven and earth were labeled as having no spiritual roots. They could only become wanderers of the world, with their highest attainment capped at the innate realm. The techniques they practiced were internal martial arts, with even the highest tier of these being merely described as the closest to true cultivation techniques. Later on, in a nation of mortals within the realm of cultivation, an individual pioneered a different path of practice known as martial arts. After years of development, the methodology of martial arts became well-defined. It encompassed the unblocking of all meridians, the will of martial arts, and the techniques of nature itself. Thus, martial artists rapidly rose to prominence, their numbers vastly exceeding those of cultivators. Their internal energy reached a sublime level, their close combat abilities became fearsome, and their souls were fortified by an indomitable will of martial arts, rendering them impervious to the soul attacks of cultivators. Their ultimate techniques were imbued with the profound principles of the universe, wielding boundless power. Consequently, the dominion of cultivators faced a formidable threat. It was only then that cultivators realized the necessity to bolster the advancement of their civilization. Possessing formidable souls, unparalleled spiritual awareness, and extraordinary deductive abilities, cultivators began to explore and refine the body cultivation techniques and martial arts of the immortal sections. The body cultivation techniques of the immortal sects integrated the theories of martial arts that hone the body, imbuing them with the essence of intention and the characteristics of the divine beasts of the cultivation realm, while also incorporating the traits of their own sex techniques. This approach improved the physical constitution of those without spiritual roots, facilitating an enhancement of their single attribute spiritual roots and significantly augmenting their physical strength. Thus, a tremendous boon was bestowed upon those who still yearned to become cultivators despite lacking spiritual roots. Suddenly, the number of cultivators surged dramatically. The martial arts of the immortal sects greatly expanded the offensive capabilities of cultivators, enabling them to coexist as formidable beings in both cultivation and martial arts. After engaging in a contest with martial artists, cultivators underwent a profound awakening, realizing that the path has no bounds. From that moment, various techniques of cultivation emerged from the hands of cultivators. The civilization of cultivation marked the beginning of its peak period. Thus, a new paradigm within the realm of cultivation began to take shape, characterized by continual friction between the two factions, promoting mutual advancement and the pursuit of enlightenment. Rumors circulated among martial artists that some were attempting to develop the concept of physical strength. They posited that physical power is also a form of energy, a fusion of strength, force, and chi, succinctly termed power chi. If one could master this and combine it with their internal energy from martial artists or true essence from cultivators, the resultant might would be inconceivable. However, such notions were swiftly quashed by cultivators before they could take root. The idea of power and chi bore significant resemblance to the cultivation methods found in the Dragon Ball universe, where chi exists within the body, growing stronger as the body itself strengthens. The mere fact that the body cultivation techniques of the immortal sects can enhance physical strength filled one with boundless imagination. Upon contemplating body cultivation techniques, excitement surged within. With a plan for cultivation in mind, preparations must be made. Gatai released himself from the three-body state and began to construct his dwelling, utilizing local materials. He resolved to build a wooden cottage. Employing his mental prowess, he swiftly gathered the necessary materials. The potential of mental energy is limitless, with its subtle control being one aspect, rendering the construction of the wooden cottage hardly a challenge. Once the cottage was completed, he crafted utensils for eating and sleeping from clay, accomplishing the task in half a day's time. Casting a glance at his handiwork, Gatai chuckled to himself. I suppose I must resemble a wild man now. Gurgle. Gatai's stomach emitted a sound, and he shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of helplessness. In his previous life, cultivators could effortlessly practice fasting, yet in this world, it seemed only deities, angels, and beings like the Omni King were exempt from the need for sustenance. Even Science, upon reaching divine realms, still experienced hunger. Casting his gaze toward the distant river, Gatai sighed again, knowing he would likely have to rely on fish as his main sustenance for a considerable time. After dining, it was already evening, and the setting sun painted the sky a deep crimson. Glancing at a pile of fish bones beside him, Gatai mused, "Thank goodness I'm not a scion. Otherwise, how much fish would I need to consume for each meal?" After a brief rest, Gatai calmed his mind and diligently recalled the cultivation knowledge he had mastered in his past life. He had now formulated a plan for his primary method of cultivation. Intending to engage in varied training throughout the day as night fell, he allocated time for contemplating other auxiliary methods of cultivation. Alchemy, whether this world possesses treasures akin to those from his past life, remained uncertain. Thus he set it aside for now. Talismans and secret techniques, much like alchemy, were unknown, temporarily disregarded. The martial arts of the immortal sects and the secret techniques of martial artists could be attempted after attaining chi. So he placed them on hold. As for intention. At this juncture, Gatai suddenly realized that certain intents could be adopted. The realm of sword and blade was postponed. The true essence of martial arts, coalescing into genuine form, much like Sun Wukong's Dragon Fist explosion, was applicable and thus set aside for later. The concepts of lifting light as if heavy and heavy as if light could also be adopted and placed aside. The technique of force application, utilizing a unique method of exertion to unleash multiplied attack power, could potentially be integrated with chi and was thus noted for adoption. Formation. The thought of formations invigorated Gatai, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. He had almost forgotten about formations entirely. There were numerous types: illusion formations, killing formations, spirit gathering formations, gravity formations, and many more. He briefly bypassed the principles of formations, which often pertain to the application of the energies of heaven and earth. Although the energies of this world may not resemble the spiritual chi of his past life, they are still energies that might prove useful. Gatai's excitement grew with each thought. Based on indications from the Dragon Ball universe, if a gravity formation could be successfully established, it would be immensely beneficial. Should a spirit gathering formation prove feasible, being enveloped in dense energies of heaven and earth would greatly benefit the body, potentially alleviating concerns about hidden injuries. Moreover, within formations, there exist specific arrays aimed at healing, such as the Revival Array and the Heavenly Spirit Array, which could be combined with various body cultivation techniques for unimaginable results. Gatai spoke animatedly about his ideas. Before long, Gatai resolved that the day after training, he would attempt the gravity formation along with healing arrays. Subsequently, he resumed contemplating the various techniques employed by cultivators, including the utilization of spiritual stones for cultivation, which he cataloged in his mind. However, spiritual stones may not exist in this world, so he set that aside for the moment. In summary, he categorized the methods of cultivators into three major classes: methods for enhancing cultivation, methods for elevating realms, and auxiliary secret techniques. Several hours later, Gatai finally finished organizing his thoughts, his eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations. Raising his gaze through the gaps in the wooden cottage, he beheld the stars hanging in the sky, and with a sigh, he murmured, "It's night, time for rest." The following day, the newly risen sun was exceptionally beautiful. Gatai's mental energy had also restored, and he sat cross-legged on the cliff's edge, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. His eyes gently closed, and he appeared tranquil and natural. Gatai emptied his mind, allowing his soul to attune itself to the world around him, to feel the sky, the earth, the warmth of sunlight, the caress of the wind, and the presence of sound. He endeavored to let his body subtly merge with the cosmos. A simple method for enhancing mental strength and fortifying his soul. Though the Dragon Ball universe and his previous life were two distinct realms, the existence of any world implies the presence of space, time, life, and power. Gatai maintained the philosophy of enlightenment at the forefront of his mind, recognizing that the cultivation of internal power is merely one aspect of a cultivator's journey. The fundamental essence lies in the laws themselves. While he could currently only practice martial arts, it would be a grave mistake to abandon the path of cultivation without exploration. In the Dragon Ball universe, the term cultivation technique seemed absent. Perhaps he could inadvertently create a method that temporarily enhances soul strength and mental power applicable within that realm. Moreover, Gatai harbored a bold conjecture. Should he persist in practicing body cultivation techniques, he would inevitably gravitate entirely towards the martial arts path, at which point his soul power would wholly transform into martial will, potentially leading to the vanishing of his mental prowess, should that occur. The marvelous applications of mental energy would become inaccessible, obstructing his comprehension of the laws. Thus, Gatai commenced his training in the internal martial arts from his previous life on Earth, as these techniques are of relatively lower rank. If he could harness the current strength of his soul and mental energy to touch upon the path of spatial understanding, even if he were to become unable to utilize his mental power thereafter, he would still reap immense rewards. Gatai cleared his mind, feeling as though he had transformed into a vessel capable of absorbing all, and unbeknownst to him, the energies of heaven and earth gradually flowed into his body, enhancing his physical constitution. This remarkable effect was also connected to Gatai's previous life. Having lived twice, he had cultivated for over a century in his past existence, and could easily achieve a state of harmony with the universe. The most beautiful moments of the early morning are always fleeting, and Gatai did not perceive the passage of time as his meditation came to an end. As he slowly opened his eyes, he sensed a subtle difference in his surroundings. It appeared that everything he had previously felt was under the dominion of his powerful mental energy, while he had indeed been able to perceive minute details under its command. It now seemed as if he had truly been reborn into this world, nourished by it, bearing an indelible mark upon him as a native of this earth, with his past life merely a fleeting dream. With a thought, he once again assessed his body and felt invigorated, akin to a newborn infant, brimming with vitality and devoid of any ailments. His spirit was uplifted, his gaze bright, and his entire being radiated a gentle aura of nature. Should anyone chance upon him, they might be irresistibly drawn to his presence, sparking a conversation. Gatai couldn't help but exclaim, "This feeling is exquisite." With the first phase of his training complete, Gatai seized the opportunity presented by his robust physical condition to embark upon strength training. The exercises were straightforward, comprising push-ups, frog jumps, squats, and the like. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he could not recklessly push his body to its limits. Firstly, his body had not yet fully developed, and secondly, his potential as a descendant of Earth was considerably low. Every movement he executed was meticulously planned, performing a prescribed number of repetitions until fatigue began to set in, followed by brief rests before proceeding to the next exercise. Even during these rests, he would keep his body engaged, twisting and moving, ensuring that he did not allow himself to relax completely, as this would be detrimental to his training. As noon approached, Gatai had cycled through his series of exercises 4 times. Over the course of several hours, he remained in motion, perspiration flowing freely. He then gradually relaxed his body, allowing it to recover naturally from fatigue. Following this, he entered another meditation session, activating his mental energy to gradually control the energies of heaven and earth to soothe his body, restoring it to an optimal state. If Gatai diligently focused on controlling the energies around him, his body would recover swiftly. However, this would lead to an excessive consumption of mental energy, though he had solidified his training methods. He recognized that unforeseen variables could arise in the future, making the conservation of mental energy paramount. After catching some fish to grill for sustenance and taking a brief respite, it was approximately 2 in the afternoon when Gatai began preparing for his afternoon training. He raised his head to gauge the position of the sun, feeling somewhat helpless without a clock, relying solely on its position to estimate the time. It seemed prudent to expedite his afternoon training. Before long, Gatai arrived at the tranquil waters of the deep lake, having previously scanned it with his mental energy to confirm the absence of any peculiar creatures, making it suitable for his current training regimen. As he activated his mental energy, his body gradually moved to the center of the lake, and upon withdrawing his mental presence, he allowed himself to sink naturally into the water, with conscious control. He descended deeper into the lake, which was only about 10 meters deep, quickly feeling the pressure of the water surrounding him. This pressure was manageable for his still developing body, and he had yet to reach the stage where water pressure would be employed to enhance his physicality. Furthermore, if he were to devise a gravity formation, he could utilize the pressure of the water to bolster his strength. Submerged in the lake, Gatai found himself unable to breathe. He called upon his mental energy to regulate his body's state underwater. Striving to prolong his time spent submerged, his choice to train in the lake stemmed from a desire to adjust his body's internal circulation that in his previous life, martial artists at the innate realm could remain submerged without sustenance for extended periods. Thanks to the physiological transformations associated with that stage, the innate realm represented the minimum threshold for cultivators, granting them access to the spiritual essence of the universe, allowing their bodies to absorb this essence for survival. Having been a part of the modern world in his past life, Gatai understood the composition of water and the presence of oxygen within it. His intention was to stimulate his body to absorb this oxygen, thereby improving his internal circulation and facilitating a state akin to the innate realm. Gatai's ultimate goal was to navigate the cosmos through gradual training, making this an indispensable step. In the Dragon Ball universe, there are many inexplicable aspects. Consider how remarkably powerful Super Saiyans are yet cannot survive in space. This raises questions. In the God and God arc, when Son Goku battled Beerus in the cosmos beyond Earth, he was in the state of Super Saiyan God and could breathe freely, a phenomenon closely tied to divine realms. Nonetheless, it is evident that methods for survival in space exist. The divine realm is one approach. While Gatai sought to explore an alternative method, possibly one that aligned closely with the principles of the former, presently, Gatai's body remained fragile. His strength was largely derived from the formidable power of his soul and mental energy. Thus, if he were to remain submerged naturally, he would surely succumb to drowning within 3 minutes. This proved true when he attempted to hold his breath, barely managing to last a minute before he could no longer endure. Having had little exposure to aquatic environments, his swimming abilities were lacking, compounded by his youthful age and insufficient physical strength. Surviving for just over a minute was commendable, as it paralleled the endurance of an average individual in his past life. Gatai understood that if he did not actively train, his ability to hold his breath in water would likely remain unchanged into adulthood. Emerging from the water for a breath, he prepared to submerge again. Instinctively holding his breath as his body began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, he activated his mental energy to closely monitor his physical condition, noticing that his body began to autonomously absorb the necessary components. However, the water's constraints hindered effective replenishment. The wonders of mental energy are boundless. At this juncture, it functioned like a super microscope, enabling Gatai to clearly observe the oxygen present in the water. That he manipulated the oxygen surrounding his body with his mental energy, consciously guiding it into himself, only to discover that his body responded, beginning to absorb it in a faint manner. This state was precarious, pushing Gatai to his limits without crossing into danger. Next, he allocated a portion of his mental energy to examine his body. Delving deep into his pores and cells, that he stimulated the connection between his cells and the external environment, with mental energy assisting in encouraging his pores and cells to absorb oxygen more rapidly from the water. This slight improvement alleviated his discomfort, but any relaxation would revert him to the state of near suffocation. At this moment, Gatai reminded himself that he was here to train in the lake, and training required a semblance of diligence. Yes, I shall endeavor to preserve my life while keeping my body in a state of extremity. Only then will I see results, he resolved internally. After an extended period, Gatai sensed a peculiar change within his body, a marvelous feeling indicating that his physique had indeed undergone minor enhancement. The connection between his body and the external world had become clearer, and he could perceive his body's eagerness for essential nutrients, akin to insatiable thirst. Gatai recognized that this sensation was far from perfect. The enhancement was facilitated by his mental energy and had not fully unlocked his body's potential in this regard. Strictly speaking, his body was not yet capable of absorbing oxygen underwater. However, he believed that through prolonged training in this manner, his body would eventually remember this state. With his thoughts collected, Gatai focused on his underwater training. Thus, he persevered in this method for nearly 3 hours, surfacing for air every 10 minutes or so to ease his body and prevent any latent injuries. After dinner, Gatai gazed at the pile of fish bones with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, his current mindset was primarily centered on training, and other concerns held little weight. Otherwise, he speculated that within a few days, he might find himself repulsed by the sight of fish after a brief rest. Gatai began to manipulate the gravity formation that in his previous life. The gravity formation was activated by spiritual stones. However, lacking spiritual stones in this life posed a significant challenge. Currently, he possessed neither means to absorb nor release the energies of heaven and earth, rendering him unable to substitute for the spiritual stones. Before one has cultivated their own energy, even if they were to achieve such a state, it would be impossible to maintain the aura externally for a duration akin to that witnessed in Dragon Ball Super. Nor could they generate a magnetic field that provides energy. Yet, Gatai did not lose heart. Conventional formations necessitate the arrangement of certain materials or substances imbued with various energies to alter the magnetic field of the world. For instance, a killing formation requires not only spirit stones, but also items related to destruction, with spirit stones supplying the necessary energy. Although there is currently nothing that can substitute for spirit stones, it is still feasible to slightly modify the magnetic field of a specific area. Such formations, relying solely on the arrangement of external objects, are considered rudimentary in the realm of cultivation. They can merely be classified as auxiliary formations. Advanced formations necessitate insights into the Tao and its corresponding profundities. Only those can be termed true formations, wielding unimaginable power. For Gatai at this moment, ordinary formations sufficed, as everything was still in its nascent stage. Requiring a step-by-step approach, finding a vacant space, Gatai gathered several towering stones, each about a meter high, arranging them according to the foundation of a gravity formation. As the last stone was placed, the gravity formation was finally completed. Suddenly, within the formation's confines, the magnetic field of the world shifted, causing the grass on the ground to be pressed down significantly. This was a tenfold gravity formation. Gatai, sensing with his mental energy, noted the absence of spirit stones providing energy. By merely rearranging ordinary materials to alter the magnetic field, the resulting gravity was only about 1.2 times that of Earth, a mere increase of 0.2 times. Although the enhancement of gravity was modest, Gatai's current physique might be well suited to endure it. The concept of increased gravity differs from that of added weight. Once gravity is augmented, every part of the body, both internally and externally, would experience constraints, including blood flow and the pressure on the nervous system. An increase of 0.2 times was already quite considerable. Gatai's understanding of ordinary gravity formations extended beyond this tenfold variant. He had mastered formations capable of producing up to 80 times the gravity. However, at the current stage on Earth, achieving a gravity formation exceeding 10 times that of normal was sufficient, especially considering that King Kai's planet only had tenfold gravity. By that time, he believed he would possess considerable combat strength, allowing him to traverse the cosmos, where gravity chambers abound. With the gravity formation taking shape, Gatai felt a surge of joy and relief within that. As long as the gravity formation proved effective, the potential for other formations would greatly increase. A glint of determination flickered in Gatai's eyes as he smacked his lips. Next, he would work on the gentle breeze formation. The gentle breeze formation, a rather elementary array, despite its name suggesting wind, primarily serves as a spirit-gathering healing formation. Its main purpose is to alleviate bodily fatigue, preventing hidden injuries after practitioners cultivate their body techniques, acting as a substitute for medicinal baths for martial artists. Presently, as a human on Earth, his bloodline potential was quite low, making a healing formation essential. As the saying goes, the body is the foundation of revolution. Well then, let us begin. With that, Gatai's eyes sparkled with determination. The gentle breeze formation, functioning as a spirit-gathering healing array, possesses dual effects, gathering spirit energy and healing, slightly more complex than the gravity formation. Although it is a low-level formation, setting it up without spirit stones still required some time. Similar to the gravity formation, Gatai spent a while locating several stones, each approximately a meter in size. With his mental energy at hand, quarrying and transporting these stones was not overly taxing. By now, evening had fallen. Utilizing the moonlight, Gatai took over an hour to properly arrange the stones required for the gentle breeze formation. He then fixed his gaze intently upon it, observing closely. It must succeed. It absolutely must, he silently urged himself. Within a few breaths, the gentle breeze formation began to exhibit changes, its spirit-gathering effect activated, causing the air currents above to swirl energetically, drawing in energy from the surrounding world. This swirling airflow was a direct result of the energy being absorbed from the environment. Gaddy immediately employed his mental energy, continuously monitoring the effects of the spirit-gathering process. His mental energy allowed him to finally control numerous elements. And as he sensed the gentle breeze formation gradually absorbing the energy of the world, a smile spread across his face. Gaddy had not anticipated that the effectiveness of the gravity formation would stand in stark contrast to that of the gentle breeze formation. While the gravity formation merely enhanced gravity by 0.2 times, the gentle breeze formation, despite lacking spirit stones, demonstrated a healing effect that surpassed that of the gravity formation by several multiples. Of course, had spirit stones been utilized to set up the gentle breeze formation, the effect would have been enhanced exponentially. This was the prowess of cultivators. Even a low-level formation was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. As the gentle breeze formation absorbed energy from the world to a certain extent, its healing effects became apparent. In the center of the array, a faint light began to coalesce, quickly forming a beam that shot towards the ground. Gaddy understood that such a weak effect was merely due to the ordinary materials used in the arrangement. Otherwise, the energy absorbed would have instantaneously converted into healing effects, depleting completely, achieving a delicate balance. At this point, the rate of energy absorption by the gentle breeze formation began to wane somewhat. Due to the absence of spirit stones, its energy absorption capacity and storage were considerably diminished. After observing the gentle breeze formation once more and noting its stability without any signs of collapse, Gaddy finally felt reassured. Rubbing his hands together, he slowly stepped into the formation, positioning himself within the beam of light. As his body was enveloped by the beam, the healing effects manifested immediately, bringing about an indescribable sensation of comfort as his soul, mental energy, and body were all nourished. The strength of his soul could be fortified by the energy of the world, which in turn nourished his body, while the body could also nurture the soul. These two aspects complemented each other, fostering mutual growth. As his soul's power was revitalized, it further accelerated the recovery of his mental energy. Though the gentle breeze formation was constructed with ordinary stones, for cultivators, its effects were significantly diminished. Nonetheless, it could be regarded as a stable and sustainable healing formation. Just for this reason, Gaddy felt quite satisfied. With this formation, he could gradually enhance his cultivation intensity, capable of healing all but the most severe hidden injuries. Additionally, it would allow him to further assess whether his bloodline was akin to that of Krillin. Yamcha, or Tien. Exiting the gentle breeze formation, he observed it continuing to operate autonomously, and then turned his gaze towards the gravity formation. His current state was excellent. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the gravity formation. At just 10 years of age, Gaddy's body remained frail. Upon entering, he immediately felt the weight of gravity pressing upon him from all directions, slowing his blood flow, increasing fatigue, and diminishing his agility and hearing. Sensing the burden on his body, Gaddy furrowed his brow and murmured, "It feels as if I am afflicted with some illness. My body is quite uncomfortable. It seems I must first adapt to this gravity." Gaddy felt helpless. After all, he was of earthly descent and could not recklessly push himself at this stage. With that, he began to move slowly within the gravity formation. Originally, Gaddy had not intended to commence his training within the gravity formation from the outset. And the reason was simple. Sun Wukong had suffered from a toxic heart ailment. This affliction had been widely circulated in his past life. Some said that Sun Wukong's condition resulted from excessive training in the gravity chamber during his youth, compounded by drinking the highly toxic ultra-divine water, which placed too great a burden on his body, leading to mutations. Others speculated that it was due to the overuse of the Kaioken technique, combined with the consumption of ultra-divine water. Regardless of the theory, Gaddy dared not take such risks at this stage. His goal was to allow his body to adapt to varying levels of gravity, akin to how Scions experience 10 times Earth's gravity from birth without suffering harm. Gaddy needed to ensure his body fully acclimated, much like a newborn scion on their home planet, before undertaking training under increased gravity. He did not intend to emulate Sun Wukong or Vegeta, who forced their latent potential through extreme gravity training. He lacked the same innate potential as a scion. An hour later, Gaddy found significant improvement in his movements within the gravity formation. His body had begun to adapt to the increased gravitational force. His physical state had also slightly improved, becoming less uncomfortable. After another hour, he no longer felt any discomfort. At this point, Gaddy started attempting some vigorous exercises to see how long his body could endure. However, after just 5 minutes, he came to a halt. During that brief period, he had performed merely a few dozen squats and push-ups, yet he was already overwhelmed by fatigue. This state was not what Gaddy desired. And he subsequently exited the gravity formation, casting a glance at the gravity formation before shifting his gaze toward his wooden cabin. An idea sparked in Gaddy's mind. He hurriedly dashed into the cabin and brought his wooden bed into the gravity formation. Cattle plans to sleep in the gravity formation for an extended period, adapting to the gravity in such a manner to enhance his physical constitution. Merely resting within the gravity formation suffices, as long as the sleeping area can maintain warmth. Thus it was accomplished in no time. Consequently, Cattle continued his simple training during the day, albeit with a slight increase in the intensity of his workouts each day. Through relentless practice, his physical strength naturally improved, and it was only natural to intensify the training based on his previous foundation. As evening approached, he would enter the gentle breeze formation to recuperate his body. Over the course of a month, Cattle adhered diligently to his training regimen, avoiding any undue strain on his body that could lead to hidden injuries. Each session in the gentle breeze formation required only about 3 hours for complete recovery, and he would conclude by using his mental energy to assess his body. Ensuring no residual injuries remained as night fell, Cattle would retreat to the gravity formation to sleep, enabling him to dedicate most of his time to acclimatizing to the gravity. Throughout this month, Cattle's physique continued to strengthen, becoming increasingly robust, and his strength grew considerably, all the while remaining unaware of any factors detrimental to his physical development, which was indeed a source of comfort. After a month of training, Cattle gained a general understanding of the healing effects of the gentle breeze formation, concluding that its therapeutic capabilities could address the limits of his physical condition. Ultimately, he deduced that his physical lineage was entirely incomparable to that of Clint and the other Earthlings. By the 3rd month, Cattle made groundbreaking progress in his underwater training. With the aid of mental energy, he partially unlocked his body's potential, allowing him to remain submerged for extended periods. Under the influence of mental energy, he could somewhat autonomously absorb oxygen from the water, bringing him closer to the physical condition akin to that of innate realms. In the 4th month, Cattle's body experienced another breakthrough, seemingly achieving complete development. Whenever his body lacked oxygen, it would instinctively draw in oxygen from the water, significantly prolonging his time underwater. Cattle conducted a small experiment, remaining submerged for an entire day without any adverse effects, though he understood there were limits to this endurance. After all, his lineage had its constraints, and exhaustion would eventually set in, simultaneously, with this enhancement. Cattle could distinctly perceive the nourishing energies of the universe invigorating his body, resulting in notable growth. He now stood approximately 1.4 meters tall. His strength had also increased significantly, as he could effortlessly lift over 100 kilograms with one hand. Such extraordinary results were truly astonishing. An under 11-year-old child exhibiting strength comparable to that of an adult. Additionally, his body's self-recovery capabilities had improved, though he still lagged behind Clint and the others. The existence of the gentle breeze formation alleviated his concerns. Thus, Cattle intensified his daytime training, pushing himself to the point of utter exhaustion after each session. By the 8th month, Cattle's physical strength matched that of the pinnacle masters of internal martial arts from his past life on Earth, each punch resonating through the air with a fierce energy. Throughout these 8 months, he refrained from partaking in high-intensity training within the gravity formation despite his enhanced physical strength, opting instead for a steady approach, waiting for his body to reach a stable level of strength before commencing gravity training. Finally, a year had passed since Cattle left the village, enduring the changing seasons unwaveringly, persisting in his training, and weathering the monotony of life in the wilderness. During this year, the simple training he regularly performed yielded diminishing returns. He had reached a height of 1.5 meters, and his adaptation to the gravity formation had sufficiently matured. It was time to engage in high-intensity training within the gravity formation. After a year of accumulation, on this day, with the sun shining brightly and the weather clear, Cattle found himself within the gravity formation. His face was drenched in sweat, and fatigue was evident in his body. Yet he persisted in his training. He repeated various exercises such as frog jumps, push-ups, and squats in a relentless cycle. This marked Cattle's first time confidently engaging in high-intensity training within the gravity formation. Such training penetrated deep into his flesh, proving to be painfully exhilarating, allowing Cattle to truly comprehend the arduous nature of his practice. Yet the results were substantial. Merely half a day's time had passed, and the familiar movements he had performed over the year brought him the exhilarating sensation of breaking through his limits. In that half day, Cattle experienced a significant breakthrough when he felt he could no longer continue. He persevered through gritted teeth, thereby unlocking his body's potential and noticeably increasing his strength. If this trend continued, Cattle anticipated that after 6 months of training, he could at least reach the level of the top 8 contenders prior to the first martial arts tournament attended by Little Yukong. By the end of the year, he might even be able to cultivate his energy. Cattle's excitement grew. Ever since he achieved remarkable breakthroughs in his underwater training, he had not returned to the lake. With the aid of mental energy, he was acutely aware of his body's condition and could effortlessly control it. Now, Cattle had begun to utilize the results of his underwater training effectively, gaining a considerable degree of freedom in controlling his muscles and pores. Living on Earth, his body was constantly nourished by the energies of the universe. Under the scrutiny of his mental energy, the amount of energy absorbed from the universe had significantly increased. However, this absorption of universal energy did not translate into the cultivation of energy. Rather, it maintained his health, balanced his metabolism, and rendered him impervious to ailments. As night approached, and the day's intense training concluded, Cattle began to consciously control his muscles and pores, striving to absorb the energies of the universe, allowing restorative energy to flow directly into his body and greatly enhancing his recovery effects. Previously, Cattle could only exert mental energy to forcefully control his body. Now, he was able to enhance absorption through physical means. The former could be likened to bathing his body in universal energy, allowing for gradual absorption, while the latter represented autonomous breathing and extraction, a stark contrast. A year passed, and as spring arrived, all things revived. In the second year of his training, after a month of practice, Cattle discovered that his initial expectations were perfect, yet reality proved to be quite cruel. Originally, he anticipated cultivating energy in the second year, but now it seemed utterly preposterous. The truth was, after a month, Cattle could hardly perceive any significant improvement. His body had achieved a healthy state through a year of accumulation, yet regardless of how he intensified his training, he felt no enhancement in his strength, let alone another breakthrough of his physical limits. After all, his lineage did not compare to Clint's, and he was reluctant to push beyond reasonable limits. Could it be that my body's potential is so weak? He had yet to cultivate energy. After some contemplation, Cattle felt a twinge of doubt. He clenched his fist tightly, sensing the explosive power within. His physical strength was now approximately 500 kilograms. Such power could be unleashed with a mere punch. And given time to gather strength, the force would be formidable. On Earth, such strength was beyond imagination. Breaking through a wall would be trivial, and he had not even cultivated energy yet. Perhaps this body simply could not cultivate energy. Cattle found it hard to believe. The lineage of Earthlings was far too inferior, and he could not compare himself to Clint and the others. It now seemed exceedingly challenging to fully unlock the potential of his Earthling lineage. Cattle analyzed this one by one. He then reflected. In the original Dragon Ball, after Satan's appearance, that level of power could deceive the entire population of Earth, being hailed as the strongest in the world. Perhaps Satan possessed strength similar to or even inferior to his current state. This clearly indicated the inferior nature of Earthling lineage. Therefore, it might be best not to develop such a lowly lineage. As long as he had other means and methods to elevate his life's essence, bypassing the development of Earthling lineage would pose no issue. Indeed, the original plan was to seek a compromise. Yes, it was time to formally employ the three-body technique. Resolutely, Cattle made a significant decision. All right, let's begin. With that, he adjusted his body and assumed the posture of the three-body technique. The three-body technique embodies the realm of wholeness and unity. Soon, Cattle felt an internal turbulence within his body, a sensation both painful and exhilarating, difficult to articulate. All his strength began to converge into a single point, coalescing firmly at the center of his body. Becoming increasingly dense, under such intense concentration, it felt as if a pliable pillar was extending through his body. This situation felt different from his first attempt at the three-body technique. When Cattle first tried the technique, his physical strength was far inferior to now, and at that age of 10, his bodily power was limited and could not be adequately condensed. At that time, he had already grasped the three-body technique to a perfect realm. The power within him felt as though it was directly extracted and squeezed from his potential, leading him to believe his body had been enhanced. Now, it felt as though a colossal mass of lead had been injected into him, rendering him unable to expel it. Should anyone attempt to push Gaddy's body, they would perceive it as if it were burdened by an immense weight, unyielding and steadfast. The three-body stance is akin to a standing meditation, representing the ultimate essence of this practice. After a considerable duration, this force solidifies, as if his entire being has been drained, yet this power condenses to its utmost limit, seeming so rigid that it could shatter at any moment. With each breath Gaddy takes, the subtle movements of his body evoke a force striving to break free, as if the latent potential of his Earthling lineage has been unleashed. Gaddy's body has undergone breakthroughs, enabling an enhanced connection to the energies of the external world, as though he is now in communion with it. In an instant, the amassed energy within seeks an outlet, releasing through various parts of his body. Unseen currents of energy swirl around him, forming gentle cyclones that flow ceaselessly, and the edges of his garments exhibit a natural flutter. Gaddy resembles a deflated balloon as the strength within him gradually dissipates, leading to a burgeoning sense of fatigue and mild soreness. In this state, Gaddy is well aware that this phenomenon is indicative of his innate potential being tapped. Now, his physique is robust, having reached a standard of strength that, through the refining process of the three-body stance, astonishingly liberates the latent potential of his earthly heritage. It is a cyclical process. As his potential is realized, his physical power inevitably escalates. However, the endeavor to unlock this potential demands considerable energy. Thus, the newly acquired strength is swiftly consumed. How could it be that so much potential remains untapped? So conspicuously, Gaddy finds it incredulous. With his mental fortitude and adept control over his body, he can roughly assess that his strength has increased by over 100 pounds, and the growth continues. This increase is remarkably balanced, with his fatigue not diminishing linearly, indicating that a significant portion of his potential remains dormant. Gaddy persists in the state of the three-body stance, enduring with his increasingly weary form. After half an hour, a peculiar sound resonates within him. In that moment, he feels as though he has shattered his limits, and his strength surges by 300 pounds. Yet, this power is soon released. Gaddy's mind teeters on the brink of frenzy. Surpassing one's limits in the Dragon Ball universe is of paramount importance. Once a limit is transcended, not only does one's strength soar, but ample room for further growth remains. Take, for instance, the Super Saiyan transformation. Upon achieving this state, one's power amplifies by 50-fold, and with diligent training and battle, further escalation occurs, leading to the conditions for ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Certainly, one cannot overlook the influence of Saiyan lineage, but even disregarding that, the results are formidable. In the original narrative, Son Goku, upon first transforming into a Super Saiyan, possessed a power level of less than 200 million, yet through training, he ascended to tens of billions, experiencing a dramatic increase prior to reaching Super Saiyan 2. Quickly, Gaddy deduces that this is just the beginning. Following this breach of physical limits, his strength continues to grow steadily, this time at an accelerated pace, with each increment nearing 20 pounds. After over an hour, the anomalous state within his body begins to wane, stabilizing at a certain level. At this juncture, the released energy is minimal, suggesting that the potential within has reached a threshold where it can no longer be drawn upon. After enduring extreme fatigue, his body commences self-recovery, greedily absorbing the energies of the universe. Furthermore, with Gaddy's body nearly in communion with the external world, his recovery rate surpasses the rate of energy consumption, rendering the effects of the three-body stance less apparent. His body is incessantly nourished by the energies of heaven and earth, and this automatic absorption is immutable, at least at this current stage, which Gaddy cannot alter, only suppress. Sensing this situation, Gaddy immediately endeavors to control his muscles and pores, striving to diminish the speed of recovery. Subsequently, he begins to feel a gradual resurgence of fatigue, and his strength is released once more. However, the trend of this strength's release has significantly diminished. Thus, Gaddy persists in practicing the three-body stance for another 2 hours. Noting that the release of his strength has stabilized without notable variation, that he concludes that the potential of his current state has been nearly fully tapped, and with continued long-term practice, he can gradually unlock more of it. The practice of the three-body stance differs from previous training. It does not demand continuous engagement throughout the day. The essence of the three-body stance lies in gathering strength within the body and striving to release it. Akin to carving a pathway that, once established, facilitates the guiding of one's potential to be released alongside it. Gaddy reflects, recognizing that his current state is the culmination of a year's worth of accumulation. Should he train again, the results would likely not match this experience. It may even yield less favorable outcomes than his initial attempt at the three-body stance. Internal martial arts inherently possess the ability to attune to the condition of the body, augmented by his mental prowess and adept self-control, allowing him to gauge precisely when to train. Moreover, internal martial arts are fundamentally progressive, yielding significant results only after years of diligent practice. This session of the three-body stance has been exceedingly refreshing, and the elation within Gaddy's heart surges, akin to a year's worth of emotional sediment being released. Upon re-entering the wind array, his body fervently engages in recovery, and the sensation is as sweet as falling into a pool of honey, prompting Gaddy to display a genuine, unrestrained smile for the first time since his rebirth. Once restored, he feels his body return to its pinnacle state, along with a noticeable increase in strength, filling him with exhilaration. His gaze shifts to the massive stones he had prepared for testing his strength, 3 in total, each larger than the last, the largest weighing at least 4,000 pounds. He strides towards them, and with each step, the stones appear increasingly fragile, akin to mere grains of sand. Is this an illusion? Gaddy muses, self-deprecatingly. Observing the stones, he harnesses the majority of his strength within the state of the three-body stance, then wraps his arms around the second stone. To his astonishment, what was once a Herculean effort to lift this stone, weighing over 2,000 pounds, is now accomplished with ease, nearly causing him to strain his back. What? Gaddy is momentarily speechless. He then swiftly moves with the stone in his arms, leaping effortlessly. The magnitude of his newfound strength is astounding. Setting down the stone, Gaddy chuckles. He shifts his focus to the third stone. Maintaining his peak state, crouching slightly, and steadily lifting it at this juncture, he finally feels a discernible weight in his arms, yet it remains manageable. After this simple test, Gaddy gains a clearer understanding of his physical prowess. Realizing his strength has escalated to approximately 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, comparable to a superhero in his former life, to further validate his progress, Gaddy delivers a powerful punch to the largest stone. The surface of the stone fractures, followed by a resounding crash as it shatters into countless pieces. Gazing at his handiwork, despite the surge of power within him, Gaddy remains composed. His curiosity piqued, he reflects on the fact that he has merely trained for a year, and this is his first formal practice of the three-body stance. How could he have achieved such progress, especially without feeling pain upon impact? The masters of internal martial arts from his previous life would likely not reach his current level of strength. Am I not human? Yet, that can't be right. He recalls a prior instance of overtraining which had left him with a minor injury, one that took several days of rest to recover. It cannot be attributed to lineage. What, then, is the cause? The gravity array only enhances gravitational force by 0.2 times. Even in his previous life, practitioners utilizing such gravity for training would not exhibit such terrifying results. Gaddy ponders, stroking his chin, his brow furrowing. After a prolonged moment, his gaze suddenly sharpens as he looks skyward, murmuring, could it be the manifestation of the laws of heaven? In the original narrative, when Raditz arrived on Earth, the first human he encountered possessed a power level of merely 5. A figure akin to the destructive capacity of a handgun. Little Goku, born with a power level of 2, was sent to Earth, and disregarding various circumstances, other infants with comparable power levels were dispatched to lesser planets for missions, showing a blatant disregard for their lives. This exemplifies an extraordinary acknowledgement of power levels. Upon analyzing this, Gaddy concludes that the so-called low-power planets are significantly weaker than he had initially perceived. The destructive capacity of a handgun is merely 2.5 times that of Goku's power at birth. Conversely, from the perspective of his previous life, one could imagine an infant possessing strength inferior by 2.5 times to that of a handgun. How terrifying that notion truly is. In Kai's soliloquy, the terrifying legacy of the Scion bloodline was palpably conveyed. Prior to the emergence of the Dragon Ball warriors, the mightiest force on Earth belonged to the Turtle Hermit, whose battle power peaked at a mere 139 points, barely reaching 200 at full throttle, enough to dominate the entire planet. However, as the Dragon Ball warriors evolved, their power escalated to unimaginable and extraordinary levels, capable of effortlessly obliterating entire planets, all while being mere mortals. As Katai pondered, an expression of incredulity washed over him at first glance. These latent circumstances appeared innocuous. Yet, upon delving deeper, the stark contrast between a mere 1 or 200 points of battle power and that of an ordinary individual became abundantly clear. Katai then recalled the realm of cultivation from his previous life, where even the most exalted immortals, having weathered the highest celestial tribulations, could not casually annihilate a planet. These beings were on the cusp of attaining the golden immortal status, and only the realms of deities could harbor the power to obliterate a world. Thus, the sole conclusion was that this phenomenon stemmed from the unique manifestation of the heavenly laws of this world. With this realization, Katai felt increasingly convinced of its veracity. The predominant method of cultivation in this realm revolved around the manipulation of qi, a practice that resonated throughout the entire cosmos. The cosmic laws amplified the effects of qi cultivation manifold, suggesting that the cultivation of qi was the only recognized method in this world. Consequently, traditional cultivation techniques were rendered ineffective. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Katai's emotions surged. He began to compare himself to the young Goku. Based on this line of reasoning, his current battle power should be somewhat akin to Goku's upon his emergence from the mountains. Judging solely by the offensive capabilities of his physique, he would not fall short by much. However, he lacked the understanding of martial arts in the corresponding realm, rendering Goku capable of easily besting him. Furthermore, his defensive capabilities paled in comparison due to his lineage. Reflecting on Goku's journey post-emergence and his relatively stagnant growth coupled with the swift acquisition of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, Katai mused. Then perhaps I should attempt to gather the qi within my body. The more Katai contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, nearly envisioning the potential that mastering qi could unlock, especially when combined with his burgeoning cultivation techniques. He anticipated a rapid ascension in power within a short span. Striving to calm his tumultuous spirit, Katai assumed a meditative posture, his hands forming a circular shape. He concentrated all his mental energy, pouring every ounce of focus into his body. Suddenly, he felt as though he had attained an intimate understanding of his own being, calculating the energy expenditure for each breath with ease. Under this perfect control, and adhering to the qi cultivation methods of the Dragon Ball universe, he could distinctly sense the latent power within him, power that was omnipresent. Every cell in his body was under his command, pulsating with vitality. Gather qi, Katai silently urged himself. Following this, his mental energy and mastery over his body began to extract the power within. While extraction was one aspect, maintaining control over the extracted energy was another challenge entirely. What he needed to do now was to consolidate the extracted energy between his palms and release it outward in the form of qi. Gradually, Katai sensed the rapid extraction of power from within his body. Under the command of his mental energy, he observed his cells trembling slightly, as if something was desperately striving to escape. Was this the sensation of qi being born? Katai reflected, attuned to his mental energy. He maintained this state for an extended period, and after a while, it seemed that an invisible essence began to seep from the cell walls, causing those cells to lose some of their former vitality. However, the cells that released this qi fell silent thereafter. As this phenomenon emerged, Katai felt a swelling discomfort in certain areas of his body that he pressed on, disregarding the negative sensations, and continued to actively draw upon the power within. Once the cells began to exhibit the release of qi, a chain reaction ensued, and soon, cells throughout his body followed suit, each releasing their own instance of qi. As a result, the sensation of swelling and discomfort intensified. Qi surged within him, his muscles bulging, veins protruding, as if he were on the brink of explosion. Despite the universal response throughout his body, the definitive characteristics of qi had yet to manifest. What, then, was this overwhelming force within him? Katai began to analyze further. Instinctively, he felt that the essence filling his body was indeed qi. Yet, it felt somewhat different from his understanding of qi in the Dragon Ball universe. Suddenly, a surge of power within him became uncontrollable, and he sensed a reversion of energy back into his cells. Quickly, Katai readjusted, attempting to extract the qi once more, but the quantity was no greater than the initial release from all his cells combined, no more, no less. Thus, he continued this endeavor for quite some time, unable to extract any more qi despite sensing that his cells remained vibrant and that there was still untapped energy within. Katai felt a profound sense of frustration. He resolved not to dwell on this, wishing instead to ascertain whether this energy truly was qi. With a determined heart, he willed the energy to move towards his palms. As he did so, he felt an immense force coalescing between them, alleviating some of the pain in his body. Though it simply transferred to his hands, which began to tremble slightly. Strangely, the sensation of pain in his hands was not nearly as intense. It was as if the discomfort in his body and that in his hands existed on entirely different planes. With his current physical strength, he could easily dismiss it, indeed, a rather fortunate circumstance. Gradually, Katai exerted tremendous effort to gather and compress the chi upon his palms. Now, controlling the chi there was less burdensome. It no longer dissipated at the slightest provocation to this moment. Katai felt a wave of familiarity. As if an internal force was adhering to his hands, he perceived that the nature of this force bore a resemblance to chi, yet it did not manifest in the same way as the energy blasts of the Dragon Ball warriors. Thus, he concluded, this is indeed chi. Perplexed by the absence of the anticipated manifestation, Katai wondered if it was due to insufficient chi accumulation. He could only attribute the lack of a more substantial release to his limited gathering of chi. However, his earlier attempts to gather more had proven futile, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Regardless, he decided to give it one more try. With a glance at his palms, he extended his arms, palms facing forward, slightly cupping them. Release, he mentally commanded, striving to unleash the power gathered in his palms, channeling his mental energy to separate it from his hands. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a fierce gust of energy surged forth, creating a small crater in the ground approximately 1 meter in diameter. Upon witnessing his handiwork, Katai felt a twinge of embarrassment. The attack he had unleashed was evidently a feeble manifestation of gathered chi, resulting in a mere gust of wind. It was abundantly clear that his accumulation of chi was insufficient. The effectiveness of this attack was disappointingly weak, even less formidable than the strength of his muscles. Katai grimaced, feeling quite humiliated. Through this endeavor, Katai had confirmed the potential for him to cultivate chi with his current physical prowess. Yet, the realization that gathering chi had been such a struggle, coupled with the inability to amass more, left him puzzled. Perhaps it was a matter of lacking sufficient physical strength or chi reserves. The prolonged time required to gather chi for the first time could be justified. However, the inability to draw forth additional chi was a perplexing conundrum. Katai fell deep into contemplation, grasping at the threads of understanding that might lead him to the crux of the issue. Once he unraveled the key to this mystery, mastering chi would become a simple task. Suddenly, a sense of alarm coursed through Katai as he noticed a presence behind him. Having resided in this territory for over a year without encountering another soul, he had grown accustomed to living in what felt like his own private domain. Where he devoted himself to training, his vigilance waning. Upon sensing someone nearby, Katai swiftly turned to face the newcomer, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. A figure perched on a distant branch caught his attention, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized merely 3 meters away from him. This speed was ghostly, shocking Katai to his core. The newcomer sported a crane hat, a goat-like beard, sunglasses, and a green crane school martial arts uniform. In the Dragon Ball universe, there were many Earthlings with such distinctive attire and striking appearances. Indeed, any true Dragon Ball aficionado could easily name that individual based on their characteristics. For instance, Sun Wukong, with his wild, explosive hair, and Krillin, with his bald head, devoid of any hair or nose. Upon encountering the striking attire and distinctive features of the newcomer, Jatai realized the identity of this individual. He was the Crane Hermit. Presently on Earth, the Crane Hermit stands as an extraordinary master, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the current stage of existence. Jatai's reaction upon seeing the Crane Hermit was somewhat intense, provoking a knowing smile from the latter. However, the smile on the Crane Hermit's face sent a shiver down Jatai's spine, instilling a sense of fear within him. The Crane Hermit was not a benevolent figure. Although his demeanor differed from that of the merciless assassin Tao Bai Bai, he was undeniably a formidable master, capable of taking lives without consequence. Despite the smile he wore, it could very well conceal a deadly intent. Should his mood swing unfavorably, Jatai would find himself in dire straits. Unlike pure martial artists, Jatai's lineage did not compare to that of little Wukong, nor did he share the latter's thrill upon encountering a master. As a time traveler, his primary concern was to safeguard his own life, to diligently cultivate and grow stronger, and to alter his fate. The reason behind the Crane Hermit's presence here was of little concern to Jatai. His life was at stake. Jatai's fear was not a reflection of cowardice, but rather a consequence of his current weakness, akin to an ant. Furthermore, Jatai's perspective as a cultivator prioritized the path of spiritual cultivation, lacking the resilient martial will that a warrior possesses. "You there, young one, your expression suggests you recognize me," the Crane Hermit inquired with a smile. his brows slightly furrowing as he continued, "It appears you harbor some fear of me." With this remark, his countenance grew somewhat menacing. Jatai, sensing the change in the crane hermit's expression, felt as though death itself had set its sights on him, a chill creeping down his spine. No, I must remain composed. The crane hermit may not necessarily intend to kill me. There's no need to frighten myself. He made a concerted effort to dispel his anxiety, silently reassuring himself while contemplating an escape plan. Subsequently, Jatai moved his lips, his throat slightly parched, forcing an awkward smile as he stammered. "Oh no, how could a mere child like me possibly know you? Esteemed elder, your sudden appearance startled me. That's all. My name is Chinchiang. And I am an orphan, having lived here for some time. Today marks my first encounter with an outsider, which naturally makes me a bit nervous," Jatai hurriedly explained, randomly using his past life's name while justifying his nervousness at seeing another person. To the crane hermit, Jatai's explanation seemed plausible. The elder then glanced around, noticing the crude wooden hut and the accumulation of fish bones nearby, the surroundings clearly indicating that someone had lived there for an extended period. "It seems you speak the truth," the crane hermit remarked softly, his gaze lingering on the numerous boulders scattered about, finding their presence rather peculiar. However, Jatai sensed that the crane hermit was merely humoring him, as his own mental acuity allowed him to perceive the lingering doubts within the elder's mind. Upon closer inspection, Jatai noticed that the crane hermit's gaze was fixated behind him. Alarm bells rang in Jatai's mind. Could it be that the Qifeng formation has been discovered? With this thought, he feigned scratching his neck, subtly glancing behind him to show his relief. He found that the healing beam at the center of the Qifeng formation was not visible during the day. Yet, the crane hermit had already cultivated his energy, and its potency was considerable. Could he perhaps sense something? "What are you doing?" the crane hermit asked as he slowly approached Jatai, his eyes still fixed behind him. The elder's movements were deliberate, but to Jatai, it felt like the Grim Reaper was drawing near. In that moment, he was at a loss for how to explain himself. Jatai struggled to maintain his composure, his mind racing. Suddenly, he realized that the crane hermit's gaze was not entirely on what lay behind him. The secret of the formation must remain undiscovered. Thus, his focus was, "Yes, I was attempting to gather energy and direct it towards the ground, causing some degree of damage to the surface. The crane hermit must have seen me practicing from a distance, uncertain whether I had full control of my energy, prompting his closer inspection. Esteemed elder, I believe you must have noticed that I am in the midst of my training. These massive stones are merely tools for my cultivation," Jatai fabricated, seeking to divert the crane hermit's attention. "Indeed, I can see that," the crane hermit replied with a chuckle. "Though you are still quite young, your physique suggests you possess considerable strength." He then studied the battered ground for a couple of seconds before turning back to Jatai, his tone darkening. My insight is quite keen. Wouldn't you agree, young one? Upon hearing this, Jatai felt a wave of unease wash over him, realizing that the crane hermit seemed intent on complicating his situation. Yet, he remained oblivious to where he had gone awry. "I am genuinely curious. How is it that you practice? You appear no older than 10, and even if I misjudge, at most you are 13. How is it that a mere child of 13 possesses strength rivaling that of King Kappa and his ilk?" the crane hermit queried, his tone nonchalant but laced with an undertone of suspicion. Jatai, endowed with formidable mental prowess, sensed the crane hermit's probing nature. If the elder were to glean any information he sought, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Upon hearing the crane hermit question him so, Jatai felt a sense of relief wash over him. His deep understanding of the Dragon Ball world served as a significant advantage. In a moment of inspiration, Jatai quickly asked, "Esteemed elder, have you heard of Master Roshi?" He refrained from labeling Master Roshi as the god of martial arts, knowing that the crane hermit and Roshi were bitter rivals, unable to coexist. Upon hearing the name of Master Roshi, the crane hermit clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly before he swiftly regained his composure. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized Jatai, speaking in a monotone. "What does that have to do with him?" Though the crane hermit feigned indifference, the connection to Master Roshi provided a plausible explanation, causing the elder's demeanor to relax somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Jatai continued, "From a young age, I have held a passion for martial arts, yet I struggled to grasp its essence. Eventually, I learned of Master Roshi and embarked on a quest to find him. After much hardship, I discovered him on a remote island, but he did not take me as his disciple. At this juncture, Jatai deliberately displayed a look of regret, stealing a glance at the crane hermit's reaction. The elder remained impassive, arms crossed, seemingly engrossed in the tale as if it were an ancient scripture. However, This aloofness only heightened Jatai's discomfort, as he felt the crane hermit was brewing some nefarious plot. Unbeknownst to Jatai, the crane hermit had already seen through his deception, merely concealing his awareness with great skill, having lived for centuries, shrewd and calculating, oblivious to the fact that he had already revealed inconsistencies. Jatai continued weaving his tale of how Master Rashi had guided him. Enough? Suddenly, the crane hermit bellowed, prompting Jatai to fall silent. The elder's gaze turned icy, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he regarded Jatai. Young one, your story is quite convincing, but I assure you, I do not believe it. Upon hearing the crane hermit's words and witnessing his expression, Jatai realized that the elder had never believed him from the outset. All the questions posed were laden with ulterior motives. While Jatai had kept his secrets close to his chest, and the elder's patience had worn thin, simultaneously, Jatai had been observing the crane hermit and noted that he had already retreated several meters. Instead of advancing immediately, the crane hermit approached slowly, inquiring, "Tell me, young one, how have you trained? Who is your master? If you wish to know, old man, you must first enlighten me on how I slipped up. And then I shall share my training methods with you." At that moment, Jatai felt no panic. He seemed to have acclimated to the pressure exerted by the crane hermit, all while continuing to retreat slowly. Maintaining a significant distance, having faced death once, he feared it no longer. Should he meet his demise today, he would harbor no regrets. Jatai was merely stalling for time and deceiving the crane hermit. Seeking a means of escape, his greatest asset lay in his mental acuity, adept in its application, and equipped with various offensive techniques that afforded him a measure of self-preservation that I in the original text. It seems that crane hermit does not possess the ability to maneuver through the air. His ultimate escape using mental power is a significant tactic of Jatai. He is convinced that crane hermit currently lags behind turtle hermit and is unable to accurately sense others' energy. Crane hermit paused, taken aback, and did not respond immediately. He found it peculiar that Jatai was behaving so differently now, showing little fear of him. Subsequently, in reaction to Gatai's flippant remarks, crane hermit displayed a sense of anger. After all, he is one of the strongest beings on Earth. Being referred to as an old man by a mere child was infuriating. Moreover, crane hermit's level of mental cultivation was incomparable to that of turtle hermit. You are quite cunning, young one, attempting to deceive me again. However, I do not mind divulging some details. Crane hermit scoffed. He continued, I can reveal your flaws, but if you do not share your cultivation methods with me, I will not hesitate to end your life. Oh, is that so? Do you truly not wish to learn how I cultivate? Do you not aspire to surpass Turtle Hermit, the so-called god of martial arts? Gatai replied with an air of nonchalance, though he had already mobilized his mental power to maintain control over a certain range, preventing a sudden attack from his opponent. Gatai's words hinted at some information. Aiming to place Crane Hermit in a dilemma while buying himself time to devise a strategy at this moment, Crane Hermit indeed hesitated, as Gatai had accurately discerned his inner thoughts. He harbored deep resentment towards Turtle Hermit and yearned to surpass him. If Gatai truly possessed an incredible cultivation method, then the ambitions in his heart would be entirely achievable. So, you genuinely know me and possess a deep understanding of my character. It is truly unbelievable that a mere child from the mountains could be aware of so much. Crane Hermit mused, his interest in Gatai rekindled, to the point where he hesitated to kill him. Gatai smirked slightly. I know far more than you can imagine. Are you familiar with the cosmic overlord Frisia? Do you know about the Science? You know? Before Gatai could finish, Crane Hermit waved his hand, interrupting him. Enough? My patience has worn thin. Speaking of such nonsensical matters that I cannot comprehend, it seems you truly have no intention of revealing anything. I care deeply about your cultivation methods, but what of it? I have waited for many years, and I still have ample time to seek other means of becoming stronger. Upon hearing this from Crane Hermit, Gatai realized that the latter had indeed set his mind on killing him. Regardless of whether he could obtain the information he sought, Crane Hermit was not short on time. He possessed a long lifespan. With a faint sigh, Gatai understood that this time he was indeed facing a life-and-death situation, and he immediately steeled himself for defense. Well then, I have decided to end your life. Before I do, I will reveal to you where your flaws lie. Crane Hermit said nonchalantly. With a mocking expression, he added, the moment you detected my presence was your greatest vulnerability. Now that I have said my piece, I shall proceed to end your life. Even though you are but a child, since you refuse to speak, take your secrets with you to the grave. Upon hearing these words, Gatai finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. He was merely a child, without the ability to harness energy. While Crane Hermit was a formidable master, an insurmountable gulf separated the two. The very fact that he could perceive such a powerful expert was astonishing in itself. Although Crane Hermit's martial arts prowess did not quite match Turtle Hermit's, it was still formidable. They as a top-tier figure on Earth. How could he be easily detected? From that moment, Crane Hermit had grown interested in Gatai. Initially curious about how he had discovered him. As their conversation progressed, it became clear that he was intrigued by Gatai's solitary cultivation and the remarkable achievements he had attained at such a young age. As for the fabricated stories Gatai concocted regarding Turtle Hermit, mentioning him was merely an attempt to make Crane Hermit believe that his accomplishments were solely due to Turtle Hermit. However, Crane Hermit was far too familiar with Turtle Hermit to be deceived. What he did not realize was that Gatai's ability to detect him was entirely reliant on his mental power. Once Crane Hermit finished speaking, he swiftly moved, his speed nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, and appeared before Gatai in an instant. His right hand extended naturally, fingers straight as if they were sharp blades. Gatai had no doubt about the destructive power of this attack. If struck, he would undoubtedly be pierced through, leaving him chilled to the core. The moment Crane Hermit moved, Gatai sensed it, his mental power allowing him to capture Crane Hermit's movements. In an instant, Gatai began to evade, but his own weakness and Crane Hermit's incredible speed meant that he only managed to visibly dodge when Crane Hermit was already upon him. Relying solely on his physical reflexes would have been insufficient to escape Crane Hermit's onslaught. Thus, his mental power propelled his body into motion, allowing him to evade effectively given his current physical capabilities. As a result, in a moment of underestimation, Crane Hermit's attack merely grazed Gatai's chest. Yet even so, the force of the blow tore through the fabric of his clothing. That moment, Gatai's heart was anything but tranquil. He was not afraid. Rather, he was in shock. The martial prowess of Crane Hermit was genuinely terrifying, at least from Gatai's perspective. After all, he was not well versed in martial arts. Everything he perceived was captured through his mental power. Just moments ago, Gatai noticed that Crane Hermit's movements were soundless, not disturbing the air or creating any wind. It was as if his actions were hastened by some unseen force, appearing utterly natural. It felt as though, despite the apparent slowness of the movements, evasion was impossible. Of course, Gatai's mental power enabled him to track Crane Hermit's attack trajectory. Without it, he would have been oblivious to how he met his demise, possibly remaining in a state of paralysis for 3 seconds even upon realizing his impending death. This is dire. It is unlike what I had imagined. The laws of the Dragon Ball world amplify martial arts to an extraordinary degree compared to the past. A casual strike from someone like Crane Hermit possesses such terrifying potency, and if he were to fight seriously, it would be unimaginable. Should Crane Hermit unleash his Kamehameha or energy wave, the power would undoubtedly be magnified, capable of obliterating a building or even a small mountain with ease. At that point, I would truly be unable to withstand it. Gatai's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Had Crane Hermit been even slightly more serious, he would have undoubtedly been killed in an instant. In contrast to Gatai's astonishment, Crane Hermit was equally taken aback. He could sense just how weak Gatai truly was, comparable at most to King Kai. Even against such a tier of individuals, he could handle them with ease. Yet, Gatai had managed to evade him. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent filled Crane Hermit. This child must not be allowed to live. If he possessed such skills now, how formidable would he become if he honed his cultivation? Moreover, a grudge had already been formed. The clever boy would undoubtedly not be easily deceived. Should he fail to eliminate him now, it would be his own life at stake in the future. After Crane Hermit's failed strike, Gatai retreated to a safe distance. Before he could catch his breath, Crane Hermit launched another attack. This was quite different from the portrayal in the original text. Gatai noted that Crane Hermit quickly resumed his assault, feeling somewhat perplexed. In the original narrative, although Crane Hermit was powerful, he was not an evil man and typically refrained from lethal force. Moreover, he would not attack without pause, demonstrating a decisive nature. Gatai could only conclude that Crane Hermit was indeed a brother of the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, while simultaneously lamenting that the original work and reality were two entirely different entities. As anticipated, the power of Crane Hermit's second attack had indeed increased. Fortunately, Gatai had foreseen this and utilized his mental power to construct an air barrier, restraining Crane Hermit's onslaught. Furthermore, Gatai began to prepare for offensive abilities. Knowing that Crane Hermit was now earnest, and he could not afford to be careless, Gatai applied air pressure to every inch of Crane Hermit's body, significantly restricting his movements, allowing him to evade once more. However, Having lived for hundreds of years, Crane Hermit was rich in combat experience. Once he became serious, his strength was truly terrifying. Although Gatai's abilities were enigmatic and not immediately perceptible, Crane Hermit was indeed a true martial arts master who had cultivated energy. And with a slight shift of his body, it was as though every part of him exuded an attacking force, effortlessly dispelling the constraints placed upon him, without granting Gatai a moment to gather his thoughts. Crane Hermit executed a sudden whip kick, his right leg transforming into a blur as it struck toward Gatai's head. Gatai raised his hands, and as he moved, the air appeared to be sliced and compressed. Soon, two inexplicable wind blades manifested from thin air, rushing to meet Crane Hermit's leg. The wind blades were easily shattered, and in the next moment, the heel of Crane Hermit's leg impacted Gatai's raised arms. On Gatai's arms, his mental power had concentrated into a dense air barrier. Alas, the compressed air barrier was still insufficient to withstand the might of the kick. With a resounding crash, the air barrier shattered. As it broke apart, a fierce gust of wind erupted, akin to a layer of razor-sharp wings, severing nearby trees that in the end, Gatai's arms were struck. Fortunately, the force was greatly diminished, preventing them from breaking, yet the pain was excruciating. Although his bones were unbroken, he was certain there were fractures. As the force of the impact sent him hurtling through the air, Gatai quietly extended his mental prowess to encompass an area of over 100 meters. Under immense control, the atmosphere seemed to shift dramatically, inexplicably stirring up a tempest. In an instant, hundreds of gleaming silver wind blades manifested within this radius. The Crane Immortal, witnessing his two previous assaults thwarted by a mere child employing such an enigmatic method, was left utterly astonished. The second assault had drawn upon all his strength, yet it had proven insufficient to vanquish Gatai. Did this imply that Gatai, despite his tender age, could now contend with formidable beings such as himself? Faced with the sudden emergence of these wind blades, the Crane Immortal momentarily abandoned his attack on Gatai. The blades, conjured seemingly out of thin air, were perplexing, leaving him unable to ascertain their destructive potential. These wind blades, forged from condensed air, shimmered with a silvery hue, resembling true weapons. The sunlight's rays only heightened their chilling essence, leaving no doubt regarding their sharpness, though this perspective was one only an ordinary person might hold. While Gatai's mental strength was considerable, it paled in comparison to that of genuine superhumans from his past life. Such extraordinary individuals possessed a heightened mental acuity as a fundamental trait, a benchmark that Gatai had reached. However, their true terror lay in their innate ability to grasp the subtle traces of the Tao from the moment they awakened, allowing them to intertwine this understanding with their supernatural abilities. It was only through this infusion of the Tao that their powers could manifest exponentially. In his previous life, the vast majority of cultivators focused solely on enhancing their spiritual essence, emphasizing strength and relying on their fortitude to harness greater power swiftly. Very few, Gatai included, had even begun to grasp the faintest hint of the Tao's essence. The wind blades he had generated were forcibly condensed through his mental energy, devoid of any special Taoic infusion. Had these blades been imbued with the Tao, their potency would have been significantly amplified, and their solidity would have improved immensely, rendering them far less susceptible to destruction. It was akin to comparing an ordinary bronze sword to a finely crafted steel blade forged through advanced modern techniques. The bronze sword represented the wind blades forged by Gatai's sheer mental force, while the steel blades symbolized the outcome of a Tao-infused creation, not only sharp but also resilient to trials. Thus, Gatai was acutely aware that the wind blades would not pose a lethal threat to the Crane Immortal, and the secrets of the formation must not be revealed to others. Consequently, he had conjured such an abundance of wind blades, intending to dismantle the foundation of the formation while simultaneously launching a relentless barrage against the Crane Immortal, all to buy himself precious time for escape. Conversely, the Crane Immortal, now in a frenzied state, faced the impending onslaught of wind blades and was compelled to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Gatai. His eyes widened with intensity, his body slightly hunched, fists clenched tightly, and his aura surged dramatically. Standing as immovable as a mountain, with a low, thunderous roar, a sudden transformation ensued. The Crane Immortal's muscles bulged with newfound vigor, and he appeared 3 times larger, his emaciated form morphing into that of a robust and formidable warrior. Berserk state, exclaimed Gatai in astonishment. In this moment, the Crane Immortal had truly unleashed his full potential, and Gatai could hardly fathom that he, once so insignificant, had forced the Crane Immortal into such a state. Although the Crane Immortal's current form was terrifying, it came at a significant cost that a further delay could potentially afford Gatai a substantial opportunity for escape. Quickly regaining his composure, Gatai recognized this as a chance he must seize. Attack. Without hesitation, he commanded a portion of the wind blades to relentlessly assault the Crane Immortal from all directions. Bang! Bang! The furious fists of the Crane Immortal crashed down upon the incoming wind blades, shattering them with brute force. However, the sheer number of blades was overwhelming. Despite their modest power, their speed was their primary attribute. Each blade could be regarded as an attack from an adversary closely matched to the Crane Immortal in skill. Consequently, many wind blades still found their mark upon the Crane Immortal. In his current state, the Crane Immortal enjoyed a considerable enhancement in all aspects. Thus, he easily evaded critical strikes, sustaining only superficial wounds across his back and legs, as the blades merely grazed his skin, leaving behind streaks of crimson akin to painted watercolors. As anticipated, this created a formidable barrier against the Crane Immortal. Simultaneously, another segment of wind blades swiftly dismantled a substantial portion of the foundational elements of the gravity formation and the gentle breeze formation. While complete destruction was unattainable, it obscured the original layout, making it nearly impossible to reconstruct without exceptional memory. An unlikely feat for the Crane Immortal unless he had meticulously memorized every detail beforehand. Yet, the wind blades tasked with dismantling the formation did not shatter. Instead, they reversed course, redirecting their assault at the Crane Immortal. This shift resulted in an overwhelming number of blades converging upon him, enveloping him entirely. With no other recourse, the Crane Immortal could only curl his body into a tight ball, bracing himself against the onslaught. Observing this, Gaddy smirked, a hint of derision gracing his features. His mental energy was abundant, allowing him to continuously manifest wind blades. Maintaining this for another 2 hours posed no challenge. Even if he could not slay the Crane Immortal, he could certainly delay him. Once the Crane Immortal exited his berserk state, weakened and suffering after effects, the chances of escape would become nearly certain, even presenting an opportunity to defeat him. The Crane Immortal, too, felt a sense of urgency. He was not fully adept at managing this berserk state. The immense physical toll it exacted made it difficult to control, resulting in significant discomfort afterward. Thus, he had never committed to rigorous training in this state, believing it to be a flawed method of enhancement. Now, having been provoked into such a state, he lamented the decision too late. Though he had not sustained fatal injuries, his dignity had been trampled by Gaddy. Who was he, after all, one of the world's elite warriors, reduced to such a pitiful plight today? Enraged, he resembled a frenzied lion, vowing to tear Gaddy limb from limb. With another furious roar, the Crane Immortal unleashed a surge of energy that manifested as a faint white aura emanating from his body. Gaddy sensed the Crane Immortal's momentum reaching a breaking point, as if on the verge of explosion. This is bad, he thought, realizing the imminent threat posed by the Crane Immortal's next move and hastily retreating. Yet, it was too late. The Crane Immortal's body trembled violently, and a wave of force erupted from within, obliterating all the wind blades in its path. The violent force rippled across a vast area, sending debris flying and obscuring Gaddy's vision, lifting his body off the ground and rendering him unable to regain control. Cave wave. Upon hearing this phrase, Gaddy felt a tightening in his chest, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Almost immediately, a searing pain shot through his right shoulder as it was pierced, the agony dimming his vision as if life itself were ebbing away. This grievous injury was unprecedented since his rebirth, striking him unexpectedly and rendering him momentarily unconscious. In the moments that followed, calm returned to the area. The Crane Immortal knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, having been forced back into his normal state. Utterly exhausted. After about a minute, he regained some semblance of composure, his breathing stabilizing. During this interval, Gaddy's awareness flickered back to life, a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. However, the sharp pain in his right shoulder elicited a muffled groan. The Crane Immortal, noticing the stirring, glanced at the prostrate Gaddy in disbelief that he's not dead yet. Humph. What does it matter? You're only half alive now. With a casual remark, the Crane Immortal gradually rose to his feet and approached Gaddy. At that moment, Gaddy remained motionless, devoid of any action, yet his mental acuity allowed him to discern that the Crane Immortal was not in optimal condition. Gaddy understood that he could no longer engage in a proper battle. In his current state, escape was impossible. Even if he could fly, he would not evade the Crane Immortal's second cave wave attack. His sole reliance rested on his mental prowess, and at that moment, he desperately scoured his mind for methods of soul attack. In his previous life, Gaddy had studied orthodox techniques for soul-based assaults but had never practiced them, knowing that even with the techniques, mastery remained elusive in the present realm of Dragon Ball. The efficacy of the soul attack techniques from my previous life remains uncertain. Given the current circumstances, time is of the essence, and I must swiftly identify a method of soul assault that is unequivocally effective. A myriad of thoughts flashes through my mind, and ultimately, the technique of soul shock emerges in my consciousness. This technique entails a final assault on the enemy by igniting one's own soul, a gamble that risks mutual destruction. Additionally, a variant known as mental shock, derived from soul shock, shares a similar application. In my past existence within the realm of cultivation, soul attack techniques were exceedingly rare and precious. Therefore, some individuals innovated the soul shock and mental shock techniques, both of which eschew traditional cultivation characteristics in favor of directly engaging with the essence of the soul and mental energy. They involve sacrificing a portion of one's own soul or mental strength to strike at the opponent. The soul and mental energy are inherently personal, akin to one's own hand. Should one muster the resolve, one could sever it without hesitation. Thus, the soul shock and mental shock techniques can be executed with relative ease. Devoid of complex cultivation practices, despite being reborn in the Dragon Ball universe, I possess the soul and mental strength equivalent to the mid-stage of Golden Core cultivation, which aligns perfectly with my current capabilities. Consequently, I am confident in my ability to utilize mental shock against Master Rashi. As I attune my mental senses, I perceive Master Rashi drawing near. At that moment, I open my eyes, filled with fury. Fixating intently on him, Master Rashi's visage is twisted in malice, his foot pressing down on my right shoulder. No wonder you're still alive. It appears my aim was slightly off, failing to strike a fatal blow. My wound, now underfoot, sends searing pain coursing through me, leaving me to cry out helplessly. The sensation of having one's life held in another's grasp is truly unbearable. Master Rashi continues to apply pressure, twisting his toes into the wound, causing my body to tremble and my breath to quicken. My instincts urge me to move, yet doing so only exacerbates the agony. My apologies for causing you discomfort. This is your final opportunity. Reveal your cultivation method, and I shall grant you a swift end. Master Rashi regards me with a smug satisfaction, reminiscent of those despised traitors of the past. Seeing you in such torment, I shall afford you a moment of respite. With that, he lifts his foot, granting me a slight reprieve. Behold my mercy. You ought to be grateful. Now, speak of your cultivation method. A faint, albeit strained smile flickers across my face, my eyes betraying a sense of contempt laced with mockery. Observing my reaction, Master Rashi's expression darkens once more. His voice sharp. It appears you are a stubborn one. Very well, then, you shall meet your demise. With that, he extends a finger, a sphere of yellow energy coalescing at its tip, growing ever larger. I can distinctly sense the terrifying power it harbors. Is this the essence? My smile blossoms into a brighter grin. Previously, I endured a powerful attack from Master Rashi, teetering on the brink of life and death, my body and mind acutely focused. In that state, something within me stirred, as if my very cells had been awakened. Now, having sustained injuries, the latent energy within me surges forth, initiating a self-repair process. However, the severity of my wounds and my insufficient strength render this healing process rather feeble. Yet, I also grasp the formidable nature of the energy within this world. It emanates from the body itself, endowed with a remarkable capacity for self-repair. This stands in stark contrast to my previous existence, where various techniques existed, some oriented towards healing, indeed potent. However, the more aggressive and overpowering elemental techniques did not possess any self-repairing qualities, merely offering minor restorative effects through the absorption of earthly energies during cultivation. Initially perplexed by the gradual restoration of my body, I now comprehend fully. The stimulation from Master Rashi has enabled my body to generate energy autonomously, allowing me to wield it as well. Thus, I conclude that once I master this energy, I shall no longer fear the existence of hidden injuries, enabling me to soar to new heights. As I gaze upon the surging power at Master Rashi's fingertip, I softly utter, "Thank you." Without waiting for his response, I ignite a tenth of my mental strength. This act, though seemingly minor, feels akin to severing a finger, painful nonetheless. The combustion of my mental energy unleashes a formidable force, imperceptibly infiltrating Master Rashi's mind. Though he senses something amiss, his prior encounters with extraordinary abilities leave him bewildered, unable to discern the true nature of my attack. In an instant, Master Rashi is gripped by excruciating pain. As if pierced by needles, the gathered energy dissipating in an instant, the agony imprints itself upon his very soul, a torment beyond words. Clutching his head, he collapses to the ground, utterly drained of strength. His eyes bloodshot, as if his head were on the verge of bursting. Soon, he lacks the will to resist, merely extending a finger toward me. Mumbling indistinctly before losing consciousness, I exert effort to regain my composure. Using my mental energy to rise to my feet, relieved to confirm that Master Rashi has not perished, despite his mercilessness, I remain alive, and I am reluctant to alter the course of the original narrative significantly. Especially given the unpredictable nature of the Cell Saga. In my view, human ingenuity can make even the gods tremble. For instance, the pinnacle of cultivation civilization in my previous life was a testament to humanity's intellectual prowess, birthing unimaginable strength. Hence, it is paramount that I endure through the Cell Saga, which is why I opted to expend a fraction of my mental strength in this confrontation. Otherwise, Master Rashi would undoubtedly have met his end at the hands of my mental shock. Whether he emerges from this ordeal as a fool is beyond my concern. Master Rashi remains alive for the time being, and lingering here poses risks. I must depart swiftly. Casting one last glance at the fallen Master Rashi and the two formations I have dismantled, I wear a mask of resignation as I summon my mental energy to elevate myself into the air, hastily making my exit. In my desperate bid for survival, I fly with all my might. Seeking refuge in the rugged terrain where human presence is scarce. I maintain a high altitude, facilitating my search for a suitable location. After several hours, dusk descends, and the after effects of expending my mental energy become increasingly pronounced. My body, already injured, strains under the exertion of continued flight. At that moment, I behold a peculiar landscape. 5 towering mountains rise like fingers pointing toward the heavens, arranged in a circular formation that encloses a hidden valley. Each mountain's face meets another, resembling arms reaching out to form a bridge in midair. While the terrain may not be perilous, the height of the mountains shrouds the area in dense mist, providing ample concealment. I assess the scene before me, instinctively deeming this place a suitable refuge. With that thought, I soar toward the 5 mountains as twilight approaches, the forest environment transforming in tandem with the rising mist. Effectively cloaking my presence. As I near the mountains, I discover their unique characteristics. From above, I hear the distinctive cries of pterosaurs, and as I peer through the fog, I witness several of these creatures darting toward the base of the mountains with remarkable speed. Akin to fighter jets, with a flap of their wings, they retract them, propelling themselves forward like missiles, their massive bodies colliding with the air, producing a thunderous sound. In awe of this sight, I reflect on the formidable nature of the pterosaurs. The realization that their lineage surpasses my own prompts me to shake my head in disbelief. After these creatures pass, they do not re-emerge. As I draw nearer, I discern that at each mountain's base lies a cavern. These pterosaurs are in fact nesting there. To my surprise, I have stumbled upon a pterosaur nesting ground. This development is fortuitous, as their combat prowess is indeed formidable, and Master Rashi would never suspect that I would seek refuge in such a treacherous locale. Gatai analyzed the situation. At present, he felt exceedingly weak and was severely injured, rendering him no match for the pterosaur. Caution was indeed warranted. Immediately, he lowered his altitude, endeavoring to evade the pterosaur and veering toward a concealed direction. Before long, Gatai discovered a relatively low-lying area, characterized by the extension of mountain ridges, where the upper regions were shrouded in mist, making it unlikely for the pterosaur to detect him. With a sudden thud, Gatai seemed to expend his last ounce of strength, akin to a marathon runner taking the final victorious stride, collapsing onto the ground. It was then that he carefully examined his wounds. A slender circular hole marred his right shoulder, evidently inflicted by a piercing attack. Fortunately, the mastery of the explosive energy by the crane hermit was not particularly adept, and in such a state, his control over energy was significantly diminished. Otherwise, Gatai would have been reduced to ashes. After half a day, although his injuries had not healed, the pain had lessened. The mountain ridges extended over a vast area, comparable to several football fields. Here, provided there was ample sustenance, long-term cultivation could be a viable option. Gatai surveyed his surroundings, nurturing the thought of temporarily taking refuge. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and he was uncertain if he could recover it. Thus, the immediate priority was to tend to his wounds. Resolutely dismissing other thoughts, Gatai momentarily refrained from utilizing his mental energy, forcing himself to rise and make his way to the base of the mountain ridge, with one hand pressed against his injury. He staggered forward, his movement sluggish. To his relief, he discovered that the base also contained a cave. Its modest size posed no issue. Upon closer inspection, he found that the cave was indeed present, and being a human rather than a hulking pterosaur. It would suffice to shield him from the elements, leaving him somewhat satisfied. Leaning against the rocky wall, Gatai relaxed his body, attentively sensing the condition within. Overwhelmed by fatigue, his body strived to absorb external energy to alleviate his exhaustion, and the previously untapped energy began to mobilize spontaneously to facilitate the healing of his wounds. However, this method of self-repair had its drawbacks. It was entirely spontaneous, and the effectiveness paled in comparison to the convenience of techniques that could actively channel energy for healing in his past life. Nonetheless, Gatai, having lived 2 lives, possessed a profound reservoir of knowledge. His innate energy not only fortified him but also endowed him with healing abilities, a fact well known among practitioners in his previous existence. Although he had yet to develop a viable technique within the Dragon Ball universe, Gatai could still enhance his control over his own energy. Through careful introspection, Gatai gained insights into the manipulation and application of energy. He then actively stimulated the generation of energy within his body, simultaneously employing his spontaneous healing method, channeling a significant amount of energy toward his wounds. However, he soon realized that the energy within him was insufficient. The healing process was progressing far too slowly. Gatai quickly identified the issue. Despite his ability to manipulate energy, he had not yet undergone true growth that he surmised that even if he could mobilize all the energy within him, he would be unable to release it in the form of a shockwave. This was reminiscent of the original narrative, where Goku and Krillin first learned to control energy, with Krillin merely managing to create a small bubble of energy in his hand. Moreover, during the Majin Buu saga, Videl had sufficient physical strength, and under Gohan's guidance, she learned to harness energy. At that time, her ability was limited to levitating herself without the capacity to unleash energy in the form of a shockwave. Indeed, it appeared that the cultivation of energy in the Dragon Ball universe unfolded in 3 distinct stages. The first stage involved reinforcing the body, allowing the energy within to grow to a perceivable level. The second stage entailed sensing the energy within the body and mobilizing it. Energy was an enigmatic force, and at this phase, it could be utilized for basic actions, such as flight. The third stage focused on enhancing the comprehension of energy and allowing it to flourish, enabling the practitioner to launch external attacks in the form of energy blast. At this point, the energy within the body would be sufficiently robust, allowing for self-healing even after sustaining injuries. Gatai methodically analyzed each stage. As he reflected, Gatai discerned the root of his predicament. However, at present, he was alone, lacking sufficient energy, the magical beans, or any healing devices, and ensconced deep within the mountains that in such a setting, he could only rely on his body's natural healing capabilities. For that, ample energy was essential, which could only be acquired from external sources. Next, Gatai surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find something to satiate his hunger. Nourishment was fundamental for replenishing energy, which in turn facilitated self-healing. Before long, Gatai realized that there was scarcely anything edible in the vicinity. Upon making this discovery, he felt a surge of anxiety. Given his current condition, surviving in such an environment was tantamount to digging his own grave. Very well, I shall rest here tonight, and wait until tomorrow that if my injuries show signs of improvement and my mental energy can recover, I will seek another location or venture out in search of food. Gatai murmured to himself, his tone tinged with melancholy. Subsequently, Gatai relaxed his body and closed his eyes, settling into a quiet rest. As for his injuries, he had previously tapped into his potential, enhancing his capacity to absorb the energies of the world, allowing his body to rely entirely on its innate self-repair mechanisms. In the depths of the mountain, the night was tranquil, devoid of any disruptive sounds. Tick-tock, tick-tock, water. Hearing the dripping sound, Gatai felt a pang of thirst. Awakened by the noise, he opened his eyes wide. Next, Gatai focused intently on locating the source of the dripping sound. After several minutes of silence, he heard no further disturbances. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Tick-tock. Just as Gatai began to doubt himself, the sound of dripping water echoed once more. It's back. Gatai was convinced this time that it was real, not a mere auditory illusion. He held his breath, concentrating intently to listen again. After approximately another 10 minutes, Gatai finally heard the sound of dripping water for the third time. It must be over there. The glint of determination sparkled in Gatai's eyes as he, disregarding the pain in his body, urgently rolled over and moved toward the source of the sound. Arriving at the opposite side of the cave, he pressed his ear against the rocky wall, straining to listen. Minutes passed before he once again heard the sound of dripping water. This time, he was able to ascertain its origin. The droplets emanated from within the cave's rocky interior. Extending his hand, he began striking the rock wall vigorously and soon discovered a section that was quite thin, roughly the size of a palm. With a bit of effort, a crack appeared in that area, releasing a peculiar and enchanting fragrance. What is this? It smells delightful. Gatai felt a sense of intrigue, sensing that he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Without further hesitation, he applied more force, breaking through the section of rock to create a small opening. As the hole formed, a milky white liquid began to flow out, and with it, the alluring aroma intensified, invigorating Gatai with every breath he took. Just the scent alone was enough to invigorate my spirit. It must surely be a precious substance. Suppressing his excitement, Gatai had no qualms about the nature of the milky liquid and eagerly began to consume it directly from the opening. After several mouthfuls, he smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Centennial stalactite essence. This is a rare treasure. Although this substance was of little consequence in the realm of cultivation, after a century of accumulation, its efficacy for martial practitioners seeking to enhance internal energy was invaluable. Now, amidst the Dragon Ball universe, where cultivation was intricately linked to the body, Gatai found himself in a vulnerable state, making this heavenly treasure all the more crucial for his development. I've struck gold. It seems there is plenty of this stalactite essence here, enough to last me quite some time, Gatai exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance with joy. Then, he began to drink heartily. And before long, he felt satiated. The energy from the stalactite essence coursed through his body, bringing with it a wave of warmth. Soon after, Gatai sealed the hole once more, preparing to refine the energy within. Since mastering the manipulation of energy, Gatai had been able to control his body with remarkable precision without relying on mental energy. His cells rapidly absorbed the energy, facilitating recovery and enhancing his physical capabilities. As his body grew stronger, the nourishment to his soul became increasingly evident, and Gatai's mental state improved significantly. The cultivation methods within the Dragon Ball universe were indeed fascinating, emphasizing the physical form and energy. In his previous life, techniques were essential for absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, as well as the energies of rare treasures, refining them for personal enhancement. The ultimate goal of cultivation was to fortify the physical body. Although the world of Dragon Ball may not necessarily contain the existence of martial arts techniques, its inhabitants have mastered the art of bodily control, enabling them to fundamentally absorb the energy they require, thus strengthening every cell within their being and elevating their physical form. The two concepts are inherently linked, yet the latter is more comprehensive. Perhaps this is why martial arts techniques are ostensibly absent in the Dragon Ball universe. The inhabitants have no need for them, as everything hinges upon their own physical capabilities. In due course, Gatai noticed a significant recovery in his mental energy. As the clock struck midnight, he resolved to take a day off the following day. Time gradually slipped away during the first watch, and Gatai had already spent a year beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, so named by him. Since discovering the properties of stalactite liquid, Gatai had entered a rapid period of growth in his cultivation. Following his last injury, the stalactite liquid, while not a substitute for sustenance, had remarkably enhanced his recovery the next day. Despite a 10% reduction in his total mental energy, its potency remained formidable. With sufficient mental energy, finding food in any corner of the world would be a trivial pursuit. After a month, Gatai had re-established both the gravity array and the healing array on the Five-Finger Mountain. The gravity array still exerted tenfold the gravitational force, albeit over a reduced area. Nevertheless, the gravitational effects had been slightly amplified, reaching 1.6 times that of Earth's gravity. This enhancement was a result of Gatai's persistent contemplation and experimentation. With the stalactite liquid in hand and a mastery of ki, he initially employed the liquid to forcibly augment his bodily strength with the aim of increasing his internal ki reserves. As days passed, he diligently sought better control over his ki, and by the second month, he was capable of launching ki blasts, albeit with somewhat less power than Goku's initial Kamehameha. This was due to Gatai's ki blasts being purely generated and released, while the Kamehameha, created by Master Roshi, possessed remarkable propulsion and sustained power. Having grasped the concept of ki, it began to mature within him, alleviating any concerns regarding latent injuries in his body. During the third month, each training session left him utterly exhausted. He pushed himself to the brink of collapse, entering a phase of transcendence in his training. Within that month, in conjunction with the stalactite liquid and the healing array, Gatai broke through his limits thrice. The growth resulting from these three breakthroughs was substantial. In terms of ki levels alone, he had reached the fighting prowess equivalent to Goku's debut at the World Martial Arts Tournament. By the third month, Gatai had fully adapted to the current gravity array. In the fourth month, he began high-intensity training within the gravity array, quickly acclimating and practicing the three-body technique, unlocking his physical potential at an accelerated pace. In the fifth month, however, the effects of the gravity array diminished significantly, prompting another adjustment. After some contemplation, Gatai concluded that the original gravity array was no longer viable and directly implemented a 20-fold gravity array. Due to material constraints, the resultant effect only manifested as twice Earth's gravity. The fifth and sixth months were spent undergoing a 2-month acclimatization period for the new 2-fold gravity. By the seventh month, he engaged in high-intensity training within the new gravity array, further developing his physical potential through the three-body technique. The 8th month and the 9th month through to the 12th month, Gatai maintained this rigorous cycle, consistently pushing his limits in training, adapting to the gravity array, and ultimately practicing the three-body technique within its confines. A full year had elapsed, and Gatai had calibrated the gravity array to exert 3.6 times that of Earth's gravity. Now, the three-body technique had also been mastered within this intensified gravity. Thus, Gatai concluded his grueling second year of training in the outside world. At this juncture, his focus on physical refinement signified an end. For the potential of Earthlings was inherently limited. High-intensity training to elicit bodily potential was the least effective method. Thus, it became imperative to discover the correct cultivation approach. Only through identifying the right path could one experience exponential growth. To articulate differently, the astute earn through intellect, while the Na'vi expend their life force in pursuit of gain. Consequently, Gatai recognized the necessity for a profound transformation in his training methodology. In the time to come, he would prioritize enhancing the intensity of his ki, with the gravity array serving as a supplementary tool for prolonged practice of the three-body technique. Having mastered ki, Gatai's understanding of its cultivation had reached considerable heights. But first, he sought to ascertain his current level of prowess. Gatai licked his lips, excitement bubbling within him. Gazing upward at the dense shroud of clouds, a confident smile graced his lips, after a year of vigilance against the wyverns. The moment had finally arrived to gauge their true strength. With that thought, Gatai ascended into the air, relying not on mental energy, but on the ki within him, employing the flight technique he had comprehended. He swiftly navigated through the layers of clouds, soon arriving at the wyverns' territory. The wyverns immediately detected Gatai's presence, screeching in alarm. As the cacophony escalated, more wyverns converged, totaling 13. Their eyes glowed red, jaws agape, drool uncontrollably seeping forth. To them, Gatai was merely prey. If you wish to hunt me, let us see what you are truly capable of. Gatai felt no fear in response to the wyverns' ferocity. Rather, they appeared as mere gestures in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his heart had begun to transform, becoming more resilient. With his growth and understanding of Earth during this period, he now stood as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Earth's hierarchy. Even should he encounter Master Rashi or Tao Pai Pai again, he would be more than capable of managing the situation, and escaping would be a trivial matter. This was the moment Gatai truly began his metamorphosis from an ant to an eagle. Boom! One wyvern, driven by insatiable hunger, launched itself into the air, flapping its wings furiously before hurtling towards Gatai like a cannonball, its massive maw revealing razor-sharp teeth. Gatai remained unfazed, propelling himself forward to meet the oncoming beast. Closing the distance to zero in an instant. He felt the pressure of air as the wyvern dived towards him, but Gatai had experienced significant growth. Such pressure no longer fazed him. With a focused gaze, Gatai extended a hand and pressed it against the wyvern's snout. Bang! The massive creature's momentum was abruptly halted by Gatai's touch, its body transitioning from extreme motion to complete stillness, causing a surge of air to ripple around them. The wyvern's snout, directly impacted, generated immense force, leading to tears streaming from its eyes in pain. Gatai smiled slightly, raising his other hand into a fist and striking with lightning speed towards its head. Bang! The wyvern felt an overwhelming force, its entire body uncontrollably sent flying away, ultimately crashing into a mountain ridge. The impact left a network of cracks across the ridge, threatening to fracture. The remaining wyverns seemed undeterred, as another charged from Gatai's flank. Though he did not use mental energy to fly, his mental acuity allowed him to easily perceive his surroundings without turning in a swift motion. Gatai sidestepped, and as the wyvern brushed past, he seized its tail, channeling power into it before hurling it towards the previous wyvern he had struck. Crack! Crash! The mountain ridge endured another brutal collision, finally shattering. At this moment, the other wyverns appeared to hesitate, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Gatai. With a chorus of frightened cries, they scattered in all directions. Ha! Gatai exhaled, relieved that they had fled. This territory now belonged to him. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Unable to fully assess his true strength, casting a glance at the two wyverns below, still howling in agony from their injuries, he descended slowly before them. Instantly, the wyverns exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Disregarding their wounds as they flapped their wings frantically, colliding with the mountainside multiple times in their panic, the species of the Dragon Ball world truly were remarkable, seemingly endowed with a higher intelligence. Their expressions remarkably human-like. The sight of the pterosaur elicited an amused expression from Gatai. With just a year remaining until the grandest martial arts tournament in the world, he realized that he had less than a year left to refine his skills. Gazing up at the sky, his face was awash with anticipation. Upon returning to his designated area, Gatai took a moment to recalibrate his state and began to enter a state of energy gathering. Now capable of harnessing his chi, he effortlessly concentrated a formidable force between his palms. The energy coalesced, intensifying and transforming into a brilliant blue orb of light. Gatai withheld the release of this energy, gathering every ounce while continuously drawing more from within his body until exhaustion began to take its toll. His internal reserves were nearly depleted, and the orb of light between his palms radiated with an overwhelming intensity, threatening to burst forth uncontrollably. Yet, he urged himself to persist, for enduring this trial would catalyze a profound transformation within his very cells, enabling him to generate even greater amounts of Qi. As he continued to hold on, his cells strained against the extraction of energy. In this state of deprivation, his body craved nourishment, instinctively drawing energy from the external world. However, each time he regained a modicum of strength, Gatai siphoned it away once more. This relentless cycle prevented his body from recovering. What he was doing was essentially squeezing every last drop of potential from his cells, pushing the limits of his own capabilities. Soon, beads of sweat cascaded down his body, drenching him and weighing him down. All the while he struggled to maintain control over the gathering chi and prevent its release. The dual demands of the situation became increasingly arduous. I can't take it any longer, he thought, and despite a final effort, he realized he could endure no more, lest he risk losing control of the situation. In response to his predicament, Gatai thrust his palms skyward, unleashing the gathered chi as a shockwave that surged upward with the ferocity of thunder. The shockwave persisted for several seconds before he collapsed, utterly spent. Gatai gasped for air, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his face reflecting profound fatigue. Utterly defeated. Once more, he declared, immediately attempting to gather chi again. This time, however, his internal reserves were significantly diminished, resulting in only a few scattered points of energy coalescing in his hands. Gradually, these points merged into a singular new entity, expanding slowly. Yet, he could hardly endure for long. Soon, he found himself drained, his body collapsing. Remarkably, at the moment of his fall, the scant chi he had gathered instinctively flowed back into his body. This revelation invigorated Gatai, who wasted no time in rushing to a healing array. Striving to recuperate as much as possible, he did not allow his chi to return to its optimal state, emerging from the array after only an hour. Though his internal reserves were not plentiful, they were sufficient for him to manage. After assessing his body, he made a rough judgment and proceeded to gather chi once more. This time, he adopted a seated posture, recalling the martial artist's ideal of unifying all meridians. Envisioning the golden aura enveloping a Super Saiyan, and the distinctive white energy shield surrounding Krillin and his companions from the Dragon Ball series during their cosmic adventures. To Gatai, all three states bore striking similarities. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe seemed to have perfected the art of unifying their meridians. Their practice of chi was tantamount to cultivating their bodies, and achieving this unification appeared to be a natural progression. As long as the total amount of chi reached a certain threshold, perhaps this was a manifestation of the laws of the Dragon Ball world. As he pondered, Gatai admired the extraordinary nature of this universe. Long ago, he had trained underwater, significantly enhancing his connection to the external world and improving his control over his body. He believed that the innate physical state of a warrior might indeed resemble the unification of all meridians. Presently, he was confident that, apart from Sun Wukong, no one could rival his control over his body. If successful, this newfound method would allow him to retract chi effortlessly into his body rather than expelling it outward, thereby not only refining his chi but also facilitating a swift recovery of his physical form. The more he contemplated it, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that he had stumbled upon a remarkably effective training technique. one that could be employed indefinitely. As he continued to gather chi, Gatti soon felt the familiar sensation of extraction coursing through his body. He began to utilize his chi in conjunction with his mental strength, orchestrating a harmonious flow of energy from various parts of his body. Initially, he did not extract the majority of his chi. He aimed to test the viability of this method, under the combined influence of his body and mental prowess. He successfully managed a small amount of chi, soon perceiving a shimmering aura emerging from his back, reminiscent of starlight. Success, he thought with a surge of excitement. His next task was to control this dissipating energy, preventing it from escaping, which necessitated the inward consolidation of chi. For Gatti, this was a simple endeavor, given his formidable control over both body and mental faculties. However, to his dismay, when he attempted to retract his chi, the energy that had escaped into the external environment remained uncontained, while the chi still residing within him was effectively managed. In his fervent attempts at inward consolidation, he sensed a compressive force gathering within his cells, as the chi that had filled each cell was inexplicably constricted, retreating to the corners of their original spaces. This liberation created ample room for the storage of additional chi. Simultaneously, in this state of intense inward consolidation, his body feverishly absorbed the energy of the surrounding environment to replenish the cell's needs. Upon entry, this energy was once again subjected to compression, culminating in a harmonious integration that elevated the total amount of chi. Gatti had contemplated this state long ago, though he had yet to master chi at that time. However, it was not precisely what he sought in the present. As a descendant of Earth, his potential was inherently limited. Based on the original narrative, the maximum potential of Earthlings was approximately 1,000 battle points. Thus, he aimed to strive toward this goal, seeking to unearth as much of his latent potential as possible, ultimately exhausting his inherent capacity to achieve the 1,000-point threshold. Only then could he surpass his limits, allowing for greater and swifter growth. If he disregarded all else in pursuit of immediate power, he risked entombing his potential as an Earthling. The stronger he became, the more challenging it would be to reach the boundaries of his limits. Despite this setback, Gatti remained undeterred. At the very least, he had discovered a stable method for unearthing his potential. Reorienting his thoughts, Gatti resumed his training, this time extracting a significantly greater volume of chi from his body, with the experience of his previous attempt. This process unfolded seamlessly, and the energy that dissipated into the external environment multiplied. He did not forcefully release this chi, but instead adopted a gradual approach, all the while attempting to retract it into his body. Thus, an ethereal aura resembling starlight emanated from Gatti's form, and as the energy points accumulated, they began to mirror the particle-like energy cycles witnessed when Sun Wukong and Vegeta achieved divine states in Dragon Ball Super. After a brief period, Gatti subtly quickened his pace, and the particle-like energy transformed into a thread-like flow, rendering his external chi movement akin to that of Super Saiyan Blue, exuding an aura of sanctity. In this state, Gatti felt a sense of tranquility as he gradually extracted the chi from within, subsequently pressing his body to foster the emergence of even more energy. This method would not incite the same overwhelming commotion as before. Meanwhile, as he diligently practiced, his every action had captured the attention of the celestial realm. Previously, during his prolonged chi-gathering session, he had unwittingly provided the heavens ample opportunity to sense his presence. It was not that the deities themselves detected him, but rather that specialized instruments in the celestial palace monitored earthly activities. When these instruments reacted, the deities were alerted, primarily due to Gatti's unfamiliar energy signature. As a newly emerged master, he had abruptly acquired formidable abilities, ones that could potentially unleash great calamity upon Earth. In the face of unfamiliar energies, the celestial realm naturally remains vigilant to prevent any unforeseen changes. During the third watch of the night, whether it be the esteemed Karen on Karen Tower or the divine beings of the heavens, they were all stirred by the sudden growth of Gatti. Atop Karen Tower, the sage Karen was indulging in a deep slumber when he was suddenly roused by a disturbance in the water basin beside him, where the water inexplicably rippled. In that moment, it seemed as though Karen sensed something. A carp leaped and swiftly approached the basin. Within the water, the image of Gatti was reflected, diligently cultivating beneath the five-finger mountain. Meow, aha. Karen yawned, stretching lazily and rubbing his bleary eyes before finally directing his gaze towards the reflection. Oh, how surprising to see him here. Karen was taken aback. His astonishment stemmed from the memory of a year prior when the Crane Hermit had sought to eliminate Gatti on Earth. The Crane Hermit, the Turtle Hermit, and the mercenary Tao Pai Pai were among the earliest subjects of scrutiny in the original Dragon Ball lore, while the turtle hermit was a noble martial artist. The crane hermit and Tao Pai Pai were a different matter altogether. The crane hermit, when provoked, might resort to violence, though such incidents were rare. Tao Pai Pai, a killer by nature, was capricious, with the decision to kill hinging on a mere whim. Thus, whenever these three engaged in wrongdoing, the water basin atop Karen Tower would respond. A year ago, when the crane hermit battled Gatai, Karen had taken note, lamenting yet another impending death on Earth, only to be astonished that Gatai had miraculously survived. Through the water basin, Karen had gleaned some understanding of Gatai's method of attack, which was simply a display of supernatural abilities. Even so, Karen held little hope for Gatai. He could discern that Gatai's combat prowess was vastly inferior to that of the crane hermit, who was undeniably formidable. The disparity in their strengths led Karen to believe that Gatai's demise was inevitable. However, in the end, Gatai employed an unknown technique that allowed him to escape death, incapacitating the crane hermit without taking his life. Karen felt a sense of relief regarding Gatai's actions, as it indicated that Gatai was indeed a kind-hearted individual. Although the crane hermit had initiated aggression, the fact that both had emerged alive was perhaps the best outcome. Moreover, the crane hermit had made contributions to Earth's martial arts through the crane school, and his previous acts of violence were often a result of provocation. Thus, Karen no longer grappled with the question of whether the crane hermit deserved punishment. Allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. In the aftermath, Karen had attempted to use the water basin to predict Gatai's future, but for reasons unknown, the basin remained unresponsive. Naturally, Gatai was oblivious to these occurrences. Perhaps, for him, the best outcome was that his secrets remained concealed. Unexpectedly, 1 year later, Gatai's rapid growth in power had reached a level warranting celestial oversight that I never imagined that within a year you could achieve such remarkable progress. Truly an extraordinary talent. I hope you remain vigilant and refrain from unnecessary violence, Karen mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Gatai's development, having come to regard him as a benevolent and righteous martial artist. Just as Karen was about to succumb to slumber once more, the voice of a divine being suddenly echoed in his ears. Startled, Karen straightened his posture and respectfully addressed the air. Divine One. You are aware of this, I presume. This surge of energy is alarmingly sudden. It has never manifested before. What is your perspective? The inquiry from the divine being resonated in Karen's ears, maintaining a smile that seemed inherent to his visage. Karen replied, Divine One, rest assured, I have taken note of this individual. A year ago, he clashed with the crane hermit, managing to incapacitate him without causing any harm to his life, which clearly indicates his benevolence. 1 year ago, the divine being exclaimed, astonishment mingled with curiosity. If he could defeat the crane hermit a year ago, why has he only now drawn the attention of the celestial realm? Oh, Divine One. It is not as you surmised. A year prior, he was still quite weak. However, he possesses remarkable aptitude for cultivation and has been training in solitude within the mountains. The only distinguishing factor is his ability to execute mental attacks, which allowed him to catch the crane hermit off guard. Ultimately, he left without taking the hermit's life, Karen clarified, aware of the divine being's misunderstanding. Very well, I hope your assessment holds true. The divine being expressed satisfaction with Karen's response, indicating that Karen had been diligent in his duties. The atmosphere then grew solemn as the divine being continued. Recently, I have sensed that great events are imminent. Thus, I entrust you with the task of keeping a close watch on matters concerning Earth. As days turned into weeks, Gatai remained immersed in his training. Each day, he pushed the limits of his energy and potential, engaging in the three-body technique within a gravity chamber. 2 months passed, and Gatai's cultivation progressed steadily. By the 5th month, his mastery continued to advance, albeit at a slightly diminished pace. In the 6th and 7th months, Gatai made slight adjustments to his training regimen, increasing the gravity of the chamber from 3.6 times to 4.2 times that of Earth's gravity. Additionally, he established another gravity chamber with an intensity of 5 times Earth's gravity. When practicing the three-body technique, he would immerse himself in the gravity chamber he had fully adapted to. And during the night, he would train in the newly configured 5 times gravity chamber. This approach enabled Gatai to accelerate his training process. Once he noticed a stagnation in his progress within the lower gravity chamber, he could promptly transition to the higher gravity chamber that he had already acclimated to, allowing for a gradual and systematic progression. By the 9th month of his 3rd year, Gatai had reached a point where his body could endure rigorous training in the 5 times gravity chamber. However, Upon reaching this level, he paused. After 9 months of diligent training, the results were significant. He had engaged in 4.2 times gravity training, and while he had adapted to 5 times gravity, he had not yet delved deeply into that level of training. Throughout these 9 months, he had focused intently on cultivating his energy. Although he had not yet mastered the effective recapture of energy released externally, he estimated that his combat power was around 300 units. With energy cultivation still in its nascent stage, thus factoring in some margin for error, his overall combat power was likely in the vicinity of 150 units, a satisfactory assessment, indeed. Gattai internally evaluated his combat capabilities. Pleased with the projection. As long as he continued to adapt to training under 10 times the gravity, it would signal the awakening of his latent potential. At that time, with the 3-body technique, he might very well transcend the inherent potential of Earthlings and achieve a monumental leap in strength. With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, it was high time to refine his martial arts skills. Gattai understood the essence of martial arts training and recognized that comprehension of martial principles was indispensable. The Dragon Ball universe is particularly insightful in its teachings about transcending limits, sensing energy control, and martial arts mastery. Breaking through limitations requires patience, while mastering energy control is relatively straightforward through diligent practice. Gattai had developed a vague understanding of energy sensing. Yet martial arts remained the most crucial element. A glimmer of determination shone in Gattai's eyes. He firmly believed that possessing mental fortitude would greatly enhance his understanding of martial arts. The Dragon Ball universe offers an intriguing perspective on energy sensing. Often deemed extraordinary. It allows one to detect the locations and strengths of individuals from great distances, as well as discern their moral alignment. As one progresses further, even energies beyond Earth can be sensed. And this ability operates spontaneously, unlike the active engagement required by practitioners of cultivation. Gattai couldn't help but admire this remarkable capability. In the following days, Gattai endeavored to cultivate his energy sensing skills, but ultimately faced failure. Reluctantly, he chose to temporarily abandon this pursuit, opting instead for alternative methods. Meanwhile, Goku in the celestial realm trained against his puppet and learned the art of energy sensing. Others could sense energy, although the specific methods remained elusive. Potentially due to the lower inherent potential of Earth's inhabitants, which made strength enhancement more challenging. To become stronger, one must cultivate in other areas, and elevating one's martial arts level might be one viable path. Enhancing the combat prowess of Earthlings is no simple feat. Thus, the strength of one's mastery over Chi is unlikely to be formidable. However, as one ascends the martial arts hierarchy, a superior grasp of Chi becomes attainable. And through the crucible of battle, one may even brush against the ability to sense Qi. In the original text, it is noted that the warriors from Dragon Ball have trained in the realm of the heavens. Perhaps they underwent similar training to that of little Goku, which enabled them to learn how to sense Chi. I yearn to elevate my cultivation, a seemingly straightforward ambition, yet my understanding of martial arts remains limited. It appears that the time has come to embark on my journey, to refine my martial skills through the World Martial Arts Tournament. After much contemplation, Gattai made his decision. He carefully preserved the stalactite essence and prepared all necessary provisions. Feeling a twinge of reluctance as he cast a final glance at Wuzishin before departing, Gattai chose not to fly, as the World Martial Arts Tournament would commence in May, allowing him several months to traverse on foot. This would afford him the opportunity to attune himself to nature, possibly benefiting his martial journey. As he traversed the mountains, each step revealed the arduousness of the path, fortifying his spirit. Passing through the forests, he immersed himself in the vitality and mysteries of nature, relishing the nourishing embrace of the earth, which lifted his spirits. Climbing over towering mountains also served as a form of physical training. Occasionally, when crossing a brook, Gattai would sit cross-legged to engage in contemplation, and at times he would gaze skyward, allowing his heart to commune with the heavens. Gradually, Gattai's demeanor evolved into an ethereal presence, embodying the paradox of an ordinary man who conceals extraordinary prowess. Evoking an enigmatic aura, when pursued by ferocious beasts, he reveled in the thrill of being hunted, embracing danger as a means to unleash his latent potential. In the end, those vicious creatures found themselves deprived of a meal. Utterly exhausted, while Gattai turned the tables on them, discovering immense joy in the chase. This state of mind brought forth a myriad of benefits. Gattai diligently seized every moment for training, recognizing that a balanced approach to relaxation would foster future growth, or perhaps even enhance his cultivation through alternative means. Engaging in playful antics with monkeys and racing alongside cheetahs, each encounter became a form of training for Gatai. His methods were well-founded within the realm of internal martial arts, particularly in Xing Yi Quan, which encompasses the 5-element fist and the 12 animal forms, all imbued with the principles of the 5 elements. While the concept of the 5 elements may not universally apply in this world, many similarities undoubtedly exist. Beneath a cascading waterfall, Gatai stood amidst the tumultuous currents, steadfast against the onslaught of water. He swung his fists, acutely aware of the resistance encountered while executing these counterintuitive movements. Adapting to such obstacles deepened his understanding of force, allowing him to merge with the water itself. With a powerful punch, he sent forth a spray of droplets, yet his fist encountered resistance, becoming somewhat unsteady. As days turned into 3, Gatai remained in this area, marking the first time he lingered in one place for over half a day since departing from Wuzhishan. Each day, he engaged in rigorous training. And within those 3 days, Gatai grasped certain insights. His control over striking force became increasingly precise. A slight miscalculation could mean the difference between a hit and a fatal blow. The waist proved to be the most influential factor in generating power, serving as the fulcrum for force delivery. By the 4th and 5th days, Gatai gradually unraveled the profound intricacies of delivering force with the swiftness of lightning. On the 6th day, he adopted the San Ti Sure stance, a standing meditation form. Once anchored in this posture, his body's power coalesced into a singular force, much like a central axis. A single pull could mobilize his entire being. It is no wonder internal martial arts emphasize standing meditation. It not only strengthens the lower body but also fortifies waist power, allowing one to comprehend the nuances of force transfer, thereby eliminating the need for a build-up during combat. With a single motion, one can unleash power to subdue an opponent. This understanding resonated with Gatai, as he recalled the teachings of little Goku and Son Gohan, who often spoke of the excess movements that hindered their attacks. This fundamental principle was crucial for them to harness their latent physical potential and produce remarkable outcomes. Having attained this insight, Gatai stood beneath a tree, feeling remarkably at ease. A single leaf drifted down, and as he sensed its descent, he refrained from preparing himself or accumulating excessive force. Utilizing his waist as a fulcrum, he struck with precision. The air stirred in response to his punch. Yet the disturbance was so minimal that the leaf was not displaced but rather adhered to his fist. Yet not quite perfect, he mused. The power behind this punch was undoubtedly adequate and cohesive. However, from my perspective on force control, the leaf should have been obliterated. Yet, it remained intact, affixed to my fist. Could it be that the air displaced by my punch was not entirely neutralized? I recall the first time Master Roshi attacked me, and the profound realm he inhabited. Recognizing the issue, Gatai persisted. Thus, after 10 days in this region, he finally mastered the ability to unleash a powerful attack instantaneously, devoid of any audible wind, while also concealing and then explosively releasing his strength upon contact with the target. Once more, Gatai struck at the leaf, this time without the sound of rushing air, executing the motion with natural fluidity, as if gently brushing against the leaf. Yet, in that fleeting moment, at the furthest reach of his punch, the air erupted, and the leaf was reduced to mere dust. His revelations brought Gatai immense satisfaction. Over the course of 10 days, he conducted an experiment comparing normal attacks to those delivered with explosive force. The latter proved to be 2.5 times more potent than the former. Is this the elevation of martial arts mastery? It feels rather peculiar, akin to a technique of force application. This marked Gatai's first genuine exploration of martial arts, testing its principles. The direct application of physical strength in this manner offered a stark contrast to the energy-based attacks favored by practitioners of his previous life. An exhilarating experience that filled him with anticipation. Content with his newfound strength, Gatai set aside any lingering doubts. Recognizing that there remained ample room for improvement in his explosive attacks, a strong intuition surged within him. Following this instinct, he resumed his contemplation, immersing himself in the water, attuned to the ripples and currents. A month later, Gatai succeeded in his endeavor, discovering the method of power layering. This technique, reminiscent of the unceasing force of a waterfall, now enabled him to unleash triple the strength. He dubbed this approach tenfold strength. Though labeled as such, it was merely a name chosen for its allure, and he speculated that it could eventually evolve into 100-fold strength. Throughout this period of contemplation, Gatai's greatest achievement was mastering the control of his own power. Furthermore, his command over Qi reached a level of remarkable perfection. The path of martial cultivation necessitates more than solitary effort. It requires the crucible of battle to yield substantial rewards. With his spirit renewed, Gatai gauged the passage of time and quickened his pace. After all, he was unaware of the whereabouts of Papaya Island and needed to reach the city to inquire about it. His attire, tattered and worn from battles with Master Rashi, was in dire need of replacement. In terms of physical capability, Gatai had already attained a formidable level by Earth's current standards. He sought to emulate little Goku, traveling on foot and even attempting to traverse the ocean by swimming. Apart from the time spent eating and resting, he remained in constant motion. As time slipped by, Gatai encountered numerous small villages, each populated by kind-hearted souls who, upon seeing his ragged appearance, generously offered him food and clothing. Gatai felt immense gratitude for their kindness. Thus, he concluded his wilderness sojourn, savoring the delights of human cuisine and the warmth of community. During his journey, Gatai stumbled upon a band of robbers raiding a village. Stepping forth, he valiantly defended the villagers, earning their heartfelt appreciation. In return, they presented him with various gifts, though Gatai humbly accepted only a watch, some food, and a portion of the loot the bandits had seized. With money in hand, the path ahead became clearer. Upon arriving in a bustling metropolis, after some inquiries, it became apparent to him that he was still quite distant from Papaya Island. Subsequently, Gatai utilized the funds he had scraped together to secure transportation, ultimately arriving at Papaya Island a month in advance. The island was on the brink of hosting a martial arts tournament, resulting in a significant influx of visitors, all of whom were fervently preparing for the event. Some martial artists, like Gatai, had already made their way to Papaya Island ahead of time, with a month to spare. It was a tad premature. Life in the city was not akin to the wilderness, as one required money for sustenance and accommodation. He decided to seek employment, prioritizing food and lodging. Gatai began to strategize his preparations prior to the commencement of the tournament. As anticipated, Gatai did not demand a salary, only provisions for meals and lodging, and swiftly secured a job delivering milk. The proprietor was more than willing, albeit secretly labeling Gatai a fool. Gatai, however, paid no mind. He was alone, ensuring his own sustenance, with aspirations centered on martial arts. The delivery of milk typically occurred in the early morning, and on his first day, after completing his rounds, Gatai found himself with nothing to do. While wandering, he stumbled upon several martial arts schools on Papaya Island, which sparked within him the desire to challenge one. Gatai approached a place called Elite Martial Arts School and, without hesitation, kicked the door down with a resounding crash. Inside, over 50 individuals clad in white training uniforms adorned with the word elite embroidered on their chests turned to witness the intrusion. Recognizing Gatai's hostile intentions, the practitioners were taken aback by his youth. However, sensing a disturbance, they disregarded any decorum and rushed to teach Gatai a lesson. Despite lacking the ability to sense others' chi, Gatai could easily discern their weakness, which was leagues beneath his own prowess. He refrained from employing his psychic energy, sealing it away to fully rely on his physical agility. Gatai swiftly evaded their attacks, realizing they were far from formidable, their strength inferior to that of peak internal martial artists from his previous life. Nonetheless, Gatai gleaned some insights. Engaging in close combat was an experience he had never encountered before, and amidst the chaos, he inevitably endured some unnoticed strikes. He estimated their combat capabilities to be below 10. A stark contrast to his own, leading him to believe he could effortlessly evade their blows. However, the reality proved otherwise. Gatai soon discovered that, in addition to physical prowess, both conscious and unconscious awareness were critical in close combat. During the earlier melee, he had failed to register an incoming attack, not even catching a glimpse of the assailant, resulting in him being struck squarely, though his robust physique prevented any serious injury. Encouraged by his resilience, Gatai became increasingly focused. Fortunately, he adapted swiftly, soon being able to sense the presence of others nearby and vaguely perceive incoming attacks. Thus, he emphasized evasion, abstaining from offensive maneuvers, aiming to hone his perceptual acuity. As he acclimated, he noticed his attackers growing fatigued, their strikes losing potency. In this state, Gatai closed his eyes, a gesture that incited outrage among the martial artists, perceiving it as an affront. Initially exhausted, they were suddenly revitalized. Fueled by indignation, for Gatai, the absence of visual cues meant he had to rely solely on his heightened sensory awareness. Consequently, his evasion capabilities diminished, and he soon found himself struck multiple times. The sight of Gatai being hit reinvigorated the assailants, who launched a frenzied assault against him. Yet, this phase was short-lived. Gatai quickly adapted once more, his rapid adjustment attributed to their lack of skill and his superior physique. Once fully acclimated, Gatai lost patience and began to retaliate. Skillfully moderating his force, within a minute, he had dispatched each of his attackers, who now lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Just as Gatai was about to depart in utter disappointment, the master of the dojo intervened. "Young man, are you about to leave?" spoke the dojo master, a slender middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform. Upon his appearance, the remaining disciples rallied, finding renewed strength behind their master's presence. "Are you the master?" Gatai inquired, perplexed. "I am Niecheng, the master of this dojo," he replied, his countenance dark and foreboding as he regarded Gatai. Gatai offered a slight smile in response, asserting, "If you wish to keep me here, it will depend on your abilities." With that, he closed his eyes again, bracing himself for the master's attack. "You insolent brat, do not underestimate me." Niecheng, taken aback by Gatai's audacity, felt deeply insulted. Having run the dojo for many years, he was well respected on Papaya Island. To be humiliated by a mere youth had left him fuming with rage, stripping him of any semblance of a martial artist's composure. However, one could hardly blame him. After all, Gatai was the one challenging norms and provoking ire. Regardless, Niecheng unleashed his pin-up fury, launching an assault on Gatai. His slight frame was surprisingly agile, and he moved with remarkable speed, showcasing a level of skill that, while lacking in chi cultivation, was still quite formidable. In an instant, he appeared before Gatai, prompting admiration from his disciples. A powerful left hook landed squarely on Gatai's face, sending him flying into a nearby stone pillar with a resounding crash. Crash! Gatai's robust physique nearly shattered the pillar upon impact. "Remarkable. I couldn't sense that at all," he mused. Despite being struck, his heart swelled with joy. The fact that he had been hit without employing his psychic energy indicated to him that his training was insufficient, and he needed to press on. Rising to his feet as if unscathed, Gatai stood once more before Niecheng, eyes now open. You can take a hit," Niecheng remarked, astonished at Gatai's resilience. "As I mentioned, to keep me here, that level of attack is insufficient," Gatai replied, his tone laced with disdain. "Die, you insolent fool." Niecheng, enraged, struck again with renewed vigor. Gatai narrowed his eyes, realizing he could not fully discern the trajectory of Niecheng's movements with his naked eye. However, even with his eyes open, he could still anticipate the master's attacks and evade them with ease. During his combat with Crane Immortal, Gatai had been able to capture even the swiftest of movements with his psychic energy. Yet, at that time, his physical inadequacies had prevented him from dodging in time, forcing reliance on his psychic energy alone. In the original narrative, during the prestigious martial arts tournament on Papaya Island, Tian Shinhan had executed a move so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, defeating his rotund opponent. That moment, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha had all articulated precisely how Tian Shinhan had triumphed over his adversary. Thus, it stood to reason that martial artists of Goku's caliber, Master Roshi, and Tian Shinhan could similarly perceive their opponent's movements with the precision of psychic energy during combat. Now, Gatai likened his situation to watching a bullet racing toward him, aware of its intended target, yet unable to discern its spinning trajectory. In that moment, Gatai recalled how Goku and Krillin had trained under Master Roshi, performing tasks such as delivering milk and digging with their hands. These exercises had not only strengthened their bodies, but also sharpened their intellect, vision, and spirit. Therefore, in battle, if the eyes can see, the heart can perceive, and the body can feel, it suggested a need for the integration of vision, heart, and body. Was this the essence of true martial arts? While evading Niecheng's relentless onslaught, Gatai chanted to himself, "The eyes must see, the heart must perceive, and the body must feel." Gradually, as he faced Niecheng's tempestuous barrage, Gatai began to harmonize his heart, eyes, and body into a singular entity. Suddenly, it appeared that Gatai had entered a state of heightened concentration, capturing Niecheng's attacks with utmost clarity. Each of Niecheng's strikes was distinctly visible. The speed of his fists and their magnitude were unmistakable, no longer mere shadows, no longer evaded through mere anticipation. However, something felt amiss. Despite the clarity with which Gatai perceived Niecheng's movements, the latter's speed remained impressively swift. If Gatai were relying on mental acuity to track Niecheng's actions, they should have seemed as slow as a tortoise. It seemed that the fusion of heart, eye, and body was still lacking. Or perhaps the absence of an equally formidable opponent limited the enhancement of his abilities. Before long, Gaddy recognized his shortcomings. As he speculated, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been evading Niacheng's attacks for 5 or 6 minutes, during which Niacheng had only managed to strike him once, after which he had failed to land another blow. Meanwhile, the numerous disciples surrounding them, who had initially cheered confidently for their master, were now nervously sweating and worried for him. In stark contrast, Niacheng found himself increasingly exhausted, feeling a deep sense of shame with so many disciples watching. His resentment towards Gaddy grew, teeth clenched in frustration. With a furious roar, Niacheng seemed to push himself to his limits, launching a powerful kick aimed at Gaddy's waist, while Gaddy remained lost in his own insights. Upon realizing he could no longer progress, he promptly closed his eyes, initiating a training regimen to enhance his bodily sensitivity and the ability to perceive the energy of others. Fortune smiled upon Niacheng at that moment. His kick connected precisely as Gaddy had shut his eyes, causing Gaddy to miss the initial cue of being struck. Although Niacheng could not compete with Gaddy as the master of the dojo, he still possessed considerable strength, thus recovering some semblance of dignity through sheer luck. Instantly, numerous disciples of Niacheng erupted into cheers, applauding fervently. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly silenced when Gaddy, once again unscathed, stood up as if nothing had happened. "Come on, continue. I can still take it," Gaddy stated with an expressionless face, as if he were the one wronged, unabashedly. You. Niacheng was now utterly infuriated by Gaddy, his speech faltering. With a resounding thud, the pressure of rage overwhelmed Niacheng, causing him to faint. Observing this, Gaddy felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He sensed that if Niacheng had persisted a little longer, allowing him to adapt with closed eyes, he would have improved his perception of energy. With no opponent left, he had no choice but to depart. The apprentices of the dojo, having witnessed Gaddy's prowess, dared not intervene. Eager to continue, Gaddy swiftly made his way to another dojo. The master of the second dojo possessed a strength comparable to Niacheng's, and there, Gaddy achieved his desires, effortlessly evading the master's attacks even with his eyes closed, ultimately exhausting him to the point of fainting. Over the course of a single day, Gaddy challenged all 7 dojos on Papaya Island, significantly enhancing his ability to sense energy, though he still had yet to fully grasp the technique. Were it not for the absence of other dojos or stronger opponents on Papaya Island, Gaddy would have continued his challenges, though he had not completely mastered the art of sensing energy. He had made substantial progress and believed that during the upcoming martial arts tournament, he would undoubtedly gain much if he encountered an opponent of similar strength. Filled with joy, Gaddy felt that his day had been fulfilling. He then took a leisurely stroll before returning to his residence. Unbeknownst to him, tales of his solitary challenge against all the dojos on Papaya Island began to spread among martial artists, leading to a significant loss of disciples for those dojos due to the provocation. A day later, Gaddy's exploits became known to a quarter of the island's populace. 2 days later, nearly half the inhabitants were aware of Gaddy's single-handed challenge against the 7 major dojos. 5 days later, his feats were embellished into legend, with whispers of a remarkable martial arts master on Papaya Island who could defeat the masters of the 7 dojos without lifting a finger, merely relying on his extraordinary agility. On the 6th day, while delivering milk, Gaddy overheard conversations regarding someone challenging the 7 dojos. However, he paid little attention and continued his deliveries. Upon completing his final delivery, as he pondered whether to head straight home or pursue other activities, he hesitated and overheard a conversation. "Hey, did you hear? There's a young martial arts master who can defeat the masters of the 7 dojos without even striking a blow." "What? Defeating opponents without lifting a finger? Who are you trying to fool? Let me tell you, a friend of mine is a disciple from one of those dojos, and he told me in person that this young master possesses an extraordinary ability, effortlessly evading every attack, ultimately exhausting the 7 masters. Moreover, that master is incredibly resilient. He was thrown against a wall, which collapsed, yet he emerged unscathed." "Come on now, you're making this sound even more absurd. You just said he evades every attack. So how could he end up being thrown against the wall? Cut it out. You don't believe me? I already know who that master is, and you won't believe it when I tell you." Before they could finish, Gaddy lost interest and walked away, rubbing his nose, a strange glimmer in his eyes. How did I become famous? On his way back, Gaddy continued training his ability to sense energy by brushing past the people he encountered. However, the results were minimal. Aside from detecting their weakness, he sensed little else. Upon returning to the milk shop, he discovered the entrance crowded with people, bustling and clamoring about something. Out of curiosity, Gaddy leaned in closer. As he approached, he heard a familiar voice, the owner of the milk shop. "Listen up, everyone. The master is about to return. If each of you buys a bottle of milk, I'll reveal what the master likes and dislikes, increasing your chances of being accepted as a disciple." At that moment, the milk shop owner raised his voice, nearly drowning out the crowd. Surprised, Gaddy found this unexpected display from his boss intriguing when he sought employment. The owner had been cold and aloof, speaking only in terse sentences. Who would have thought he possessed such charisma and vocal prowess? Wait, did I just hear accepting disciples? Could it be that these people are here to seek a master? Gaddy furrowed his brows and mumbled to himself. As the milk shop owner's words settled, the crowd visibly stirred, seemingly inspired by his announcement, and began eagerly purchasing milk. With his superhuman physique, Gaddy effortlessly navigated through the throng of ordinary people. Entering the inner circle, those he pushed aside remained momentarily stunned, only to find themselves trapped outside as the crowd surged. When they regained their senses, they could only shout in frustration, inciting the ire of the majority, who turned to glare at them. The instigator, sensing the shift in mood, suppressed his anger and slinked away in defeat. Gaddy pushed past layer after layer of people, eventually noticing a pattern. The outer layer consisted of ordinary citizens, while deeper within, he spotted numerous individuals clad in martial arts attire, albeit unmarked by any particular dojo, likely wearing their personal training garb. Make way. The master has returned. Clear a path for the master to accept disciples. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted Gaddy and began to shout with excitement, rallying others to part the crowd. Upon hearing the announcement of the master's return, the crowd quieted down and turned their attention toward Gaddy, parting to create a pathway. With the passage cleared, Gaddy found it much easier to move forward, and remarkably, no one attempted to obstruct him or push forward again. He felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. Accompanied by a newfound respect, they willingly opened a path. In that moment, Gaddy became increasingly convinced that these individuals had indeed come seeking him as their master. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. How did they know him? It seemed he had only recently arrived on Papaya Island, so how could so many recognize him? Baffled, Gaddy pondered the situation, yet there was little he could do at this point. Gaddy, you finally returned. At that moment, the milk shop owner approached him with a sycophantic demeanor, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. Who would have thought that at such a young age, you would be a martial artist? You truly are an enigma. You have witnessed the current situation today. They are all coming for you. I may have spoken a bit too harshly earlier and took advantage of you. If you decline, they might never return to purchase milk again. Papaya Island is not vast, and this matter will soon spread throughout the entire island. At that point, my store may be forced to close down. I still have a family to support, so I implore you to assist me. The owner of the milk shop spoke in a single breath, perhaps uttering more words in that moment than he typically would in an entire day. Breathing slightly heavily, he gazed at Cateye with hopeful eyes, pleading for his help. Upon hearing this, Cateye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The milk shop owner was truly adept at spinning tales, capable of turning black into white. The trouble he found himself in was of his own making, yet Cateye realized that it was not entirely unrelated to him. Had he not gone to challenge the dojo, this predicament would not have arisen. Reflecting on this, Cateye felt a twinge of compassion. Moreover, he had no choice but to intervene to resolve such a situation. Otherwise, he would be unable to participate in the upcoming Grand Martial Arts tournament with peace of mind. Cateye stepped forward, positioning himself on the steps of the shop's entrance, then raised his arms and gently waved. To his surprise, the crowd fell eerily silent. Cateye, who had always been a solitary figure, had never faced such a scene before, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he prepared to say something. At that moment, someone in the crowd inexplicably began to cheer. Master, how imposing. Master, how mighty. With this outburst, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, their bright eyes fixated on Cateye. Master, take me as your disciple. I do not seek to match your strength. I only wish to learn your techniques. This was spoken by one clad in martial attire, possessing a somewhat sharp and monkey-like visage. A person who clearly seemed to flatter those in power. He had witnessed Cateye's skills firsthand, which had even caused the dojo owner to faint from exhaustion. And suddenly, Cateye's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that there would be individuals among the crowd with such audacity to flatter him. He had truly underestimated their fervor for martial arts. He then realized that his earlier confrontation was indeed somewhat connected to him. If he had not sought out the dojo, this situation would not have occurred. Cat-Eye waved his hand once more, urging the crowd to quiet down. He then spoke. I am well aware of your talents. Even if you were to strike with your eyes closed, you would not land a blow. Thus, I shall not take you as my disciples. Upon hearing this, the martial artists' faces turned crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. While I shall not take you as my disciples, some of you should recognize my physical prowess. I have consumed milk since childhood, especially from this very shop. As he continued. Cat-Eye glanced at the expressions of the crowd and found them utterly captivated. Showing no sign of finding his words insipid. You are all familiar with milk, are you not? It is rich in nutrients beneficial to the body, enhancing one's physique, that if you consistently purchase 2 bottles a day from this shop, over time, your bodies will grow stronger. As Cat-Eye uttered this, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, he soon found solace in the fact that the crowd was nodding in agreement, clearly endorsing his words. The intelligence of these individuals was truly concerning. Cat-Eye was filled with exasperation, realizing why, in the later chapters of the original tale, the character Satan had managed to deceive everyone so easily. He could not help but admire the creator of the original story. What was once a world brimming with the spirit of martial arts had been infused with comical elements, rendering it all the more intriguing. Now, he found himself reborn into such a world, astonished to witness the existence of such individuals. The milk shop owner, hearing Cat-Eye's words, wore an odd expression, yet he could not help but give Cat-Eye a thumbs up. And there is more, Cat-Eye began, but then hesitated. At that moment, the crowd leaned in, hanging on his every word. In their minds, the master's words were golden advice, akin to a sacred decree. Some even believed that Cat-Eye might reveal the secrets of his techniques for them to comprehend and master, perhaps allowing them to formally become his disciples. Soon, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would commence, where they would encounter various masters from around the world, all far surpassing their abilities. They could then choose to apprentice under them, provided those masters agreed, presenting an opportunity for them. Cat-Eye felt unable to utter any more insipid remarks. This statement was simply a reflection of his conscience, grounded in undeniable truth. Having concluded his speech, Cat-Eye entered the milk shop, choosing no longer to engage with the crowd. After such an ordeal, his head was beginning to ache. He needed a moment of quiet. At that point, the throng began to disperse. Nonetheless, many among them purchased 2 bottles of milk, leaving with satisfied expressions. Now, Cat-Eye had become a figure of renown, his presence well known, and he frequently appeared in the public eye. Despite having declared that he would not take any disciples, many still approached him daily, clinging to a glimmer of hope and shamelessly requesting to be taken under his wing. In light of this, Cat-Eye decided to apply a simple disguise, donning a baseball cap, before heading out to deliver milk. Each time he finished a delivery, he quickened his pace, ensuring that those wishing to apprentice could not catch up, thus eventually giving up. However, many stubbornly lingered at the entrance of the milk shop, waiting for him. Yet, Cat-Eye was far superior, easily carving a path for himself and evading their grasp. Days later, the fervor for apprenticeship gradually subsided. Following this incident, the milk shop's business indeed improved significantly. The owner often wore a smile and became much more talkative, showing a marked transformation. Furthermore, flyers were plastered throughout the streets, proclaiming that to become stronger, milk is the first step, featuring Cat-Eye's likeness prominently. Thus, 10 days later, Cat-Eye set out to deliver milk, only to feel as though someone was persistently following him. Could it be that someone else wished to become his disciple? These individuals were relentless. Cat-Eye shook his head in resignation. He quickened his delivery pace, hoping to shed the persistent follower. However, to his astonishment, the feeling of being tracked remained unyielding. Using his mental acuity, Cat-Eye scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a young man, around 17 or 18 years old, with naturally curly hair and a somewhat oversized head, giving him a foolish appearance. Cat-Eye swore he had never seen anyone so conspicuously odd. This person maintained a certain distance behind him. Something felt off. This individual's physical condition seemed superior to that of others, allowing him to keep pace. A sudden idea struck Cat-Eye, and he smiled lightly. He decided to lead the way toward an uninhabited area, increasing his speed slightly, while keenly sensing the follower's movements. Unsurprisingly, the young man kept up with him. Cat-Eye then accelerated again, pushing himself to what he deemed the limits of an ordinary person's endurance. Yet, remarkably, the young man still managed to follow, albeit with a slight increase in distance. After 20 minutes, the gap widened a bit more, but this time it was not Cat-Eye's intention to create space. Rather, the pursuer's stamina was beginning to wane. 20 minutes was impressive, and Cat-Eye decided to toy with him a bit. He was taken aback by the follower's endurance and resolved to impart some knowledge on proper training methods, hoping to guide him towards some achievement. Katai arrived at a secluded spot and halted. Seeing that Katai had ceased moving, the young man rested for a moment before suddenly dashing forward, his large head nearly colliding with Katai's nose. He glanced at Katai from side to side before suddenly stepping back a meter and exclaiming loudly, "Indeed, it is the master. Please take me as your disciple." This fellow seemed a bit oblivious. Katai shrugged in exasperation. "What is your name?" he casually inquired. My name is Satan. Katai was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Satan from the original tale. Initially, Katai had considered teaching him some proper training theories to help him cultivate independently, ultimately guiding him to ascend Karen Tower. If successful, Earth would gain another true martial artist, at which point he might reconsider taking him as a disciple. However, upon hearing his name, Katai's thoughts shifted slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Satan once more. To his surprise, Satan's physique was remarkably strong. Even with deliberate attempts, Katai could not shake him off. It seemed he was not a pure-blooded Earthling, perhaps sharing some lineage with Krillin and others. Upon reflecting on the future, it dawned on him that aside from Krillin and his companions, Satan was the only other formidable human on Earth, which led to such contemplations. Katai performed feats before Satan that were utterly unattainable by ordinary individuals, showcasing his martial prowess in an attempt to instill a sense of awe in Satan, thereby seeking his acknowledgement as a master. Initially, Satan was filled with excitement at witnessing Katai's immense strength, fantasizing about his own potential to become a master. However, in the end, when Katai declined to take Satan as his disciple, it was not surprising that Satan dismissed it as mere trickery. Katai refrained from engaging in a debate with Satan, fully aware that Satan understood the authenticity of his displayed strength, and he surmised that even if it were mere illusion, Satan would still be captivated. Ultimately, Katai imparted some encouraging words, urging Satan to diligently pursue his training. He also informed him that should he one day emerge as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it would signify the arrival of their destined master-disciple bond. Following this, Katai chose to disregard Satan entirely. Being young and possessing a sense of pride, Satan perceived Katai's refusal to accept him as a disciple as an affront, leading him to abandon any thoughts of apprenticeship, after which he vanished from sight. Katai, unperturbed by this, understood that not accepting Satan as a disciple was simply a means to preserve the narrative of the original work. Though Satan was a minor character, his significance in the Dragon Ball universe was profound, and the time to alter his fate had not yet arrived. Regardless of Satan's current sentiments, Katai was resolute. He had taken a liking to him. Should their paths cross again in the future, there would be no room for reluctance on Satan's part. Katai mused with a smile, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Already formulating ideas on how to train Satan, he imagined that in the future, Dilly would take immense pride in having a truly powerful father. The ensuing days were tranquil, and at last, Katai awaited the commencement of registration for the martial arts tournament. Since participants hailed from across the globe, the registration period spanned 2 days, allowing ample time for competitors to arrive without missing the opportunity to sign up. With the tournament looming just 2 days away, Katai felt an exhilarating impatience, eager to register immediately, especially since he had certain matters on his mind that he wished to address promptly. Subsequently, he resigned from his current job, although he had initially declined a salary. His employer, possessing a sense of integrity, rewarded him with a sum of money due to the flourishing business during his tenure, which Katai accepted gratefully. Today, Papaya Island found itself under the global spotlight, the reason being the impending World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe had grown increasingly ignorant of martial arts as time progressed and no longer produced individuals comparable to Krillin, their fervor for martial arts remained unfathomable. This was perhaps the last redeeming quality of the increasingly oblivious Earthlings within the Dragon Ball world. It was conceivable that this situation could eventually change. Katai pondered the future of Satan. This minor character, who possessed unparalleled charisma, coupled with a commendable lineage, he felt no sense of helplessness regarding the state of Earthlings to come. Early on, Katai registered for the tournament, then leaned against a nearby wall, observing the contestants arriving from all corners of the world. Initially, the competitors were all human, or more accurately, they possessed human forms. However, some bore appearances that were rather unflattering, with various hairstyles and skin tones that resembled certain extraterrestrial beings. The primary distinction lay in their demonstrated combat abilities. In the original narrative, Frisia also had numerous subordinates who closely resembled humans, yet each possessed a power level exceeding 1,000. Gradually, Jedi began to notice larger individuals and anthropomorphic beings with animalistic features among the contestants, and even some competitors who were entirely beast-like. Most astonishing of all was a crocodile contestant, who bore no resemblance to a human whatsoever yet could articulate speech. Intrigued, Jatai found himself gazing at the creature. Unexpectedly, the crocodile contestant seemed to sense Jatai's scrutiny. Was it the innate instinct of a predator? Jatai noted that the crocodile had recognized his gaze, its expression shifting to one of mild curiosity. At that moment, the crocodile turned its attention toward Jatai, exhibiting a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Approaching Jatai, it brandished its fists before him and, in a lowered voice, said, "Hey, kid, are you curious about me?" With that, it delivered a punch that left a dent in the wall Jatai had been leaning against. Adding ominously, curiosity can be fatal, you know. With a menacing glare, the crocodile departed, leaving Jatai unfazed. To onlookers, it seemed as though Jatai had been rendered speechless, evoking sympathy from the crowd. Resigned, Jatai could only shake his head. As he witnessed the unique phenomenon of anthropomorphic beings in the Dragon Ball universe, he found it no longer remarkable. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted a familiar figure among the long line of contestants waiting to register. There was a young woman, serene in appearance, clad in a white martial arts uniform. Even so, her attire could not conceal her graceful curves. Her expression bore a hint of coldness, yet it also conveyed anticipation, creating a somewhat awkward juxtaposition. Eventually, Jatai's gaze settled upon her eyes, large and familiar, stirring a sense of recognition within him. Due to the commotion caused by the crocodile's provocation, the attention of the crowd shifted to Jatai, prompting the young woman to glance in his direction. Their eyes met, and in that instant, she seemed to be touched by some unseen force, standing motionless. "Excuse me, contestant, may I have your name?" the registrar urged, prompting the young woman to hastily respond. She stammered, as though startled from a reverie. My name is Chiao. Could you please assist me with the registration? Chiao, could it truly be her? Jatai's body quivered slightly, his mind racing with questions. As he stood there, transfixed, the young woman gradually approached him. Even before she arrived, a natural fragrance wafted toward Jatai, bringing him back to reality, prompting him to straighten his posture. When Jatai departed from the village, he was merely 10 years old, but through diligent training, his growth had been remarkable. He had matured rapidly, now standing at 1.6 meters at the age of 14. The two stood facing each other, nearly equal in height. Though Chiao was slightly taller by half a head, they appeared akin to a couple, both feeling a sense of bashfulness. "Chiao, is that you?" At last. It was Jatai who shattered the silence. Upon hearing his voice, Chiao visibly flinched. Those simple words held profound significance, for in this world, there was only one person who addressed her in such a manner, and that was Jatai. Recognizing her emotional response, Jatai was finally convinced that the woman before him was indeed the Chiao he had known. Little Chiao was 4 years his senior, and 3 years had passed since their last encounter. She was now nearly 18. The saying that women change dramatically as they age held true, as Jatai was astonished by how much little Chiao had transformed in just 3 years. "Jatai, it truly is you." Chiao's voice rang clear and melodious, and as she spoke, tears began to cascade from her eyes. Without hesitation, she leaped into Jatai's embrace, revealing her vulnerable side in that moment. Onlookers interpreted their interaction in various ways. Some viewed them as a couple and nodded in approval, while others jeered and whistled, creating an awkward atmosphere. It was only when disturbed by the crowd's antics that they realized the potential for embarrassment, for their bond was more akin to that of siblings than romantic partners. "Jatai, it is wonderful to see you again," Chiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, though it was overshadowed by her excitement. Seeing the young woman weep before him, Jatai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unsure how to console her. Scanning the crowd, he noticed many eyes fixated upon them, prompting him to grasp Chiao's hand and swiftly lead her away. Since gaining renown on Papaya Island, Jatai had found it increasingly convenient to navigate situations, and his luck had proven remarkably fortuitous. Upon learning of his participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, someone had approached him, offering free accommodation near the event. The place was not only spacious and comfortable, but also boasted dedicated training facilities, akin to a luxurious villa. Now, Jatai led Chiao toward his new abode, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation, undisturbed by anyone or any prying eyes. Through their discourse, Jatai learned that Xiao Qiao had completely mastered the essence of the Santee style, and had also integrated the techniques of the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist. However, the latter still held the profound Tao within its movements, which Xiao Qiao had yet to grasp, as 3 years was still a relatively short time. Strictly speaking, it was already astonishing that Xiao Qiao had attained such a deep understanding of the Santee style in just 3 years. In his previous life, Jatai had learned that an ordinary person would require at least a decade to perfect the Santee style. Yet Xiao Qiao had accomplished this feat in merely 3 years. Regardless of whether Xiao Qiao possessed a natural talent for martial arts or whether the manifestation of the laws of the Dragon Ball world played a role, it was of little consequence to Jatai. After all, his initial intent in imparting the internal martial arts was to test Xiao Qiao if she could gain insight within 3 years, for whatever reason. Jatai would have means to expedite her growth. Xiao Qiao's mastery of the essence of the Santee style exceeded Jatai's expectations, thus paving the way for smoother progress in the future. By the way, Sister Qiao, how is everyone in the village? Jatai inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao gently nodded and replied, "Everyone is living well, and they all miss you dearly, eagerly hoping for your return. They consider you family. Is that so?" Jatai responded, his eyes glistening with emotion, reflecting on the kindness of the villagers. He felt a pang of guilt, fearing he might disappoint their expectations, as there remained much for him to accomplish. "Sister Qiao, what about the 2 rascals, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao?" Jatai suddenly recalled his earlier admonitions, his tone turning urgent. I remember now. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten." Xiao Qiao's expression shifted, her voice imbued with surprise. "What?" Jatai, slightly taken aback, asked in confusion. "A year and a half ago, one night, I had a dream," Xiao Qiao said, her demeanor becoming somewhat perplexed, as if she were about to recount something extraordinary. "Since your departure, the village chief entrusted me with the management of the gourd. I still recall that day vividly. It was when I unexpectedly grasped the essence of the Santee style. I was training as usual, but after comprehending its essence, I experienced an astonishing surge in my physical strength that I continued to practice late into the night, and eventually, fatigue overtook me." Upon hearing this, Jatai's eyes widened in disbelief at the notion that Xiao Qiao had mastered the essence of the Santee style in just a year and a half. It seemed clear that she indeed possessed some innate talent for martial arts. That night, I dreamed of a figure named King Yinluo, with a round face and big ears. His appearance terrified me in the dream. He claimed that the gourd belonged to him and that it had been inadvertently left behind, and he wanted it back. To express his gratitude for my safeguarding the gourd, he offered to impart martial arts techniques as compensation. In that dream, I underwent a month-long practical training session. You won't believe it, but the next day, I discovered that the gourd had truly vanished. I searched everywhere, but to no avail. Initially, I thought that without the gourd, the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would become uncontrollable. However, unexpectedly, they provoked me, and I forgot my fear and rushed to teach them a lesson. Ultimately, I realized that my practical combat experience had significantly improved, and I could feel my physical strength was much greater than the day before. I easily defeated them. As Xiao Qiao recounted her experience, her large eyes widened once more, as if she had encountered something unfathomable. Theatrically mimicking horror to tease Jatai. Jatai, though astonished, found it plausible. Firstly, King Yinluo's physique and Xiao Qiao's dream aligned with the original description. Secondly, the gourd's ability to ensnare individuals simply by failing to provide a name bore a striking resemblance to King Yinluo's Book of Life and Death, suggesting a capacity to govern the cosmic order. Thus, Sister Qiao has indeed received guidance from a deity, and, beyond her normal training in the Santee style, to enhance her physicality, has undergone additional enhancements from the divine. Jatai thought, feeling an impulse to unleash his fists upon the world. The Dragon Ball universe was indeed a wondrous realm, especially when divine beings were involved. If Sister Qiao's body had been transformed through some extraordinary method by a deity, it was conceivable that her potential was even greater than that of Krillin and the others. The more Jatai pondered, the more exhilarated he became, finding his thoughts increasingly reasonable. "Quickly, Sister Qiao, allow me to see how well you've comprehended the Santee style," Jatai urged, a mix of anticipation and urgency in his voice. At his prompting, Xiao Qiao's interest was piqued, and she nodded with a smile. The two then proceeded to the training ground. This was Jatai's first visit to this location, and upon arrival, he was struck by the array of equipment available, an abundance of fitness apparatuses, essentially everything one might need for training, including advanced machines that quantified training data scientifically for optimal results. To an ordinary person, these fitness tools would be akin to a sanctuary for martial arts training. Yet for Jiatai and Xiao Qiao, they appeared rather mundane and ineffective, prompting them to merely glance around before redirecting their attention. At that moment, Xiao Qiao took her position in the center of the training area, gathered her focus, and assumed the San Ti-style stance. Jiatai then observed that Xiao Qiao was currently embodying the state of the San Ti-style's unity of three, which indeed confirmed her mastery of its essence. Witnessing this firsthand dispelled any remaining doubts Jiatai harbored. Next, Jiatai encouraged Xiao Qiao to demonstrate her skills in combat against him. Firstly, Xiao Qiao's combat prowess was noteworthy, and engaging in battle might enhance Jiatai's sensitivity to energy. Secondly, it would allow him to assess the extent of Xiao Qiao's growth and her current physical potential. However, as time passed, Jiatai's disappointment grew. Xiao Qiao's strikes were markedly unrefined, her physical stamina was quickly depleted, and her movements were overly abundant. While her fighting ability surpassed that of many martial arts school leaders, her combat technique remained at a similar level, failing to exert any real pressure on Jiatai or provide him the necessary training and energy sensitivity. Conversely, Xiao Qiao became increasingly alarmed. Throughout their exchange, she had managed to inflict no substantial harm on Jiatai. Her every attack effortlessly deflected or evaded, and her occasional counterattacks only served to further disorient her. Was King Yanluo not a deity? How exactly did he guide Sister Qiao? Why was there no trace of martial arts in her strikes? Was it merely to help her overcome the fear of combat, simply training her experience? Jiatai found himself filled with questions that it appeared that her abilities were nearing the threshold of 100 points. Gradually, unable to watch any longer, Jiatai called a halt to their sparring and began to instruct Xiao Qiao. With the martial arts tournament approaching, his guidance was somewhat of a last-minute effort. Yet Xiao Qiao's capacity for comprehension was indeed commendable. After 3 hours, she began to grasp some essential concepts. They resumed their sparring, and Xiao Qiao's understanding deepened, allowing her to better control her strength and execute strikes with the swiftness of lightning. As Xiao Qiao progressed, Jiatai increased the intensity of his attacks, providing her with a measure of pressure to foster growth in adversity. Lacking spiritual energy, Xiao Qiao could only rely on the physical training effects manifested by the laws of this world to master her body. A complete mastery would take time, and she was but a hair's breadth away. Their exchanges were of a friendly nature, lacking the fierce intensity and life-and-death urgency of a true arena confrontation. Despite this, Jiatai felt a sense of satisfaction at her current level of mastery. Given Sister Qiao's current capabilities, she should have no trouble reaching the top 8, provided she did not encounter Tian Xinhan, and in the final rounds, where all participants were formidable, she would surely be able to fully harness her skills and respond with the swiftness of lightning. The following day, the two returned to the venue of the martial arts tournament. Why haven't they arrived yet? We've been waiting for half the day. Xiao Qiao pouted slightly, displaying her dissatisfaction. The previous day, Jiatai had informed Xiao Qiao that the legendary Turtle Sage, along with his disciple and the young Goku, would be attending. Given Goku's kindness towards her, Xiao Qiao was naturally eager to meet him. While the other attendees were esteemed martial artists revered by Jiatai, not to mention the intriguing individuals accompanying the Turtle Sage. Thus, Xiao Qiao's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to wish to witness the event firsthand. Although the original story indicated that the Turtle Sage and his entourage would arrive just before the registration deadline, Jiatai opted to arrive early for the sake of prudence. In response, Gatti offered an awkward smile, casting a reassuring glance. As fate would have it, just like in the original tale, Master Rashi and his companions arrived quite late, and upon catching sight of them, Gatti finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He was uncertain how he would explain things if they failed to show up. "Look, they are coming," Gatti exclaimed, concealing a hint of excitement as he pointed towards the approaching group. "Isn't that blue-haired girl exceptionally beautiful?" He chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao shot Gatti a disapproving glare and followed his gaze. Her brows arched as she beheld Bulma, adorned in youthful casual attire, her shoulder-length blue hair framing her face, eyes shimmering in shades of blue and violet, and skin radiant as if kissed by dew. A veritable maiden of charm. A flicker of envy crept into Xiao Qiao's eyes, coming from humble beginnings. She had grown up healthy and had been introduced to martial arts. She was indeed in the bloom of youth, possessing a lovely appearance. While her complexion was decent, it paled in comparison to the modern city girls, her only shortcoming being the lack of a dewy glow, a luxury difficult to attain in the seclusion of the mountains. Xiao Qiao's expression was wholly discerned by Gatti, who then explained, "Bulma hails from an affluent family, an extraordinarily wealthy one at that. Furthermore, she is a remarkably brilliant scientist, far surpassing many of the esteemed scientists on Earth. As Xiao Qiao listened, her initial disdain for Bulma, whom she thought relied solely on family wealth, swiftly transformed into astonishment. Although she had not been exposed to much of the world, she had an inkling of the capabilities of those in positions of authority. The notion that someone so young could achieve such scientific prowess, eclipsing even the so-called authoritative figures, was beyond her comprehension. Nevertheless, Xiao Qiao was still a girl, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "You seem to know her quite well. Do you have feelings for her?" "And no, not at all," Gaddy stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Unsure of how to respond, he quickly added, "That bald fellow is Krillin, Master Roshi's prized disciple." Before long, Gaddy introduced Xiao Qiao to each member of the group, elaborating on their strengths. "Hey, where's Goku? Didn't you say he would come?" Xiao Qiao questioned, scanning the area for Sun Wukong. "Don't worry, he'll definitely show up. Let's just wait here," Gaddy replied confidently. Moments later, Master Roshi and his entourage meandered closer, their keen martial artist instincts allowing them to notice Gaddy and Xiao Qiao's unwavering gazes with a discerning eye. Master Roshi quickly perceived that neither Gaddy nor Xiao Qiao were ordinary individuals. Both possessed considerable strength. However, this time, he refrained from indulging in any inappropriate behavior upon encountering a beautiful girl, perhaps due to Xiao Qiao's traditional attire, which did not resemble the flamboyant styles of city-dwelling maidens. He soon diverted his gaze. Although Krillin also recognized Gaddy and Xiao Qiao's exceptional nature, his attention swiftly shifted to Xiao Qiao. He found her to embody a natural beauty, her gentle and kind smile starkly contrasting with Bulma and Launch. Krillin had seldom experienced a girl looking at him with such interest, and he couldn't help but feel drawn to her. "They must be participants in the martial arts tournament," Master Roshi remarked quietly. "Hey, Krillin, what are you staring at?" Launch suddenly playfully smacked the top of Krillin's bald head. "Honestly, Krillin, you've really learned the ways of that lecherous old man." "Fixating on beautiful girls," Bulma added, hands on her hips, casting a disapproving glare at both Master Roshi and Krillin. Krillin, nursing his head in pain, whimpered in protest. "Stop dawdling and sign up already. I don't have time to waste with you two." Launch suddenly seemed to lose her patience, shouting as she produced two guns from seemingly nowhere, pressing them against Master Roshi and Krillin's heads to urge them onward. Gaddy was unfazed. He was already accustomed to Launch's temperament, and with her golden locks, her mood was understandably irritable. Xiao Qiao, however, covered her mouth, stifling a giggle at the scene. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's soft laughter, Krillin's face flushed, and he awkwardly chuckled in response. At that moment, Xiao Qiao found the group quite amusing. Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts, was dubbed a lecherous old man by Bulma, and his beloved disciple was endearingly quirky. The two girls, one fiery and the other audacious, showed no respect for the two strong men. Yet they seemed to coexist harmoniously, without a hint of anger. After registering for the tournament, Master Roshi confirmed that Sun Wukong had yet to sign up, and they began to wait. Gaddy calculated the time and scanned the surroundings, soon spotting Master Shin approaching with his disciples. Seeing that Master Shun was neither deceased nor senile, Gaddy felt a wave of relief. He was still not a match for Master Shin, nor could he contend with Tianjin Fan. And he wondered if Master Shun would recognize him, but if he did, given his temperament, there was no telling how he might react. Gaddy then took Xiao Qiao's hand and approached Master Roshi. "Greetings, Master," he began. "You know me?" Master Roshi pointed at himself, looking puzzled. "Of course, I don't know you. You are the elusive god of martial arts." Gaddy shook his head slightly and continued. "I know Sun Wukong. He once aided me and saved my village. And he mentioned you. Oh, is that so?" Master Roshi seemed to understand. "This is my sister, Xiao Qiao. She wished to witness the legendary god of martial arts, which is why she came to participate in this grand tournament." Gaddy introduced her. With this introduction, Master Roshi felt a swell of pride, seizing the opportunity to boast to Bulma and Launch, as if to assert his esteemed status as the god of martial arts and to remind them not to disrespect the legends revered by many. However, Bulma and Launch offered no quarter, merely retorting with lecherous old man, leaving Master Roshi feeling rather embarrassed. As their conversation progressed, Master Shin arrived, and Gaddy instinctively pulled Xiao Qiao to stand beside Master Roshi, hoping that if he were recognized, Master Shin might believe he was affiliated with the esteemed master. As expected, Master Roshi and Master Shun began to bicker fiercely. After a flurry of insults, Master Shin's gaze fell upon Gaddy, a familiar feeling washing over him. Gaddy had grown taller, and his appearance had altered slightly. making it challenging for Master Shin to recognize him at first. The more he looked, however, the more familiar Gaddy appeared, stirring an unsettling sense of recognition that compelled him to recollect. Suddenly, Master Shin's pupils constricted, and a flash of hatred ignited in his eyes. He recalled the disgrace he had endured, fully remembering the humiliation. Despite having previously doubted Gaddy's training methods, seeing him alongside Master Rashi stirred his curiosity. Could it be that what that boy claimed was true? Did this lecherous old man's disciple possess the power to best him? No, it could not be true. Master Shin trembled slightly, his fist clenched tightly. Are you considering making a move? Gaddy asked, his demeanor vigilant. Others merely interpreted Master Shin's agitation as directed at Master Rashi. Master. Tianjin Fan noticed Master Shin's emotions seemed heightened and called out softly. Hearing his disciple, Master Shin made an effort to calm himself. He refrained from lashing out immediately, mindful that revealing his thoughts would lead to embarrassment before Master Rashi. If his past were to come to light, it would be disastrous. Moreover, since Master Rashi had not broached the subject as an insult, it was likely he remained unaware of the incident. This martial arts tournament's champion will be my disciple. They will knock your disciples off the stage one by one. You might as well concede early. If you struggle on, I cannot guarantee they won't be left crippled or worse. Master Shin glared at Master Rashi and shot a menacing glance at Gaddy before departing with his disciples. It seems we have encountered formidable opponents, Master Rashi remarked, adjusting his sunglasses, his tone laden with gravity. Are they really that powerful? Krillin inquired, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. I don't think so. I will personally defeat him, Gaddy asserted confidently. After undergoing rigorous training, Yamcha exuded confidence. You must also believe in yourselves, but be wary, for Ahe's disciples may harbor ulterior motives. Exercise caution during your encounters, the turtle hermit advised. Understood. Everyone nodded gravely, including Gatai and Xiao Qiao. Hurry, Puer, transform into Wukong's likeness and assist him in registration. At that moment, an idea struck Yamcha, prompting him to call out excitedly, wait, Wukong has arrived. Lanchi crossed her arms, her demeanor icy as she gazed ahead. Upon Wukong's arrival, the turtle hermit discreetly slipped away to register son Wukong, while also quietly revealing his identity as Long Wukong. You troublesome fellow, you never make things easy. Bulma fumed. Subsequently, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction regarding son Wukong's tardiness. However, Wukong remained oblivious, solely focused on explaining his desires, leaving everyone astonished by his audacious journey around the globe. Wukong! Xiao Qiao exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to face him. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Xiao Qiao's unfamiliar face. Wukong, this guy is not only taller than me but even attracts the attention of girls. Could she possibly be connected to him? How infuriating. Krillin thought, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, his dissatisfaction evident. Is this girl Wukong's girlfriend? Yamcha speculated, observing Xiao Qiao's animated expression. Who are you? Sun Wukong's blunt question immediately stunned everyone present except Gatai. After all, they had seen her so excited, yet he did not recognize her. Unfazed, Xiao Qiao replied, I am Qiao, the one you helped defeat the golden and silver horns, saving the entire village. Oh, I remember now, but you've changed. You've become much prettier and taller, Sun Wukong remarked, sounding as naive as a child. Fool, have you really lost your wits during training? Of course, people grow over 3 years. Bulma's forehead twitched with irritation as she interjected. But I don't feel any different, Sun Wukong mumbled, glancing at himself, seemingly unchanged. His words left everyone feeling awkward, their concern for his intellect palpable. Noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Gadai suggested. Everyone must be tired after arriving for the martial arts tournament and likely hasn't found accommodation yet. Why not stay at my place? It's free. Who is this? A new disciple of Master Wutian? Sun Wukong inquired, turning his gaze toward Gatai. I am Gatai's sister, but you've never met me before since he was tea around back then. Xiao Qiao explained with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. Sun Wukong nodded, still somewhat dazed. He then extended his hand to Gatai in a gesture of goodwill. Let us agree on that. We will stay together during the tournament. Xiao Qiao declared resolutely, I'm so hungry. I want to feast. Sun Wukong, having traveled a long way, felt exhausted, and his first thought was of food. Everything else paled in comparison. I'm feeling a bit peckish too. Krillin and Yamcha shared the same sentiment, relishing the prospect of free food. Why is everyone so obsessed with eating? Bulma and Lanchi remarked. Free food is splendid. It saves a considerable amount of money. Thought the turtle hermit at that moment. Soon, the group arrived at Gatai's residence and indulged in a hearty meal, which Gatai had prepared with Sun Wukong's immense appetite in mind. However, Xiao Qiao was taken aback. She had never witnessed anyone consume so much in one sitting. After the meal, night fell, and everyone engaged in their own activities or conversed to unwind, while Gatai mysteriously vanished. In another part of the villa, Gatai conversed with a middle-aged stranger. The man, surnamed Du, was the provider of Gatai's accommodation, a successful businessman eyeing the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament for profit. Lacking deep knowledge of martial arts, he viewed Gatai, renowned on Papaya Island, as far superior to the martial artists he typically encountered. Thus, he approached Gatai, offering him benefits in exchange for insights into the tournament competitors' strengths and weaknesses to set up betting schemes. As the World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence, the two engaged in final discussions. Gatai, having some knowledge of the competitors' abilities and aware of certain plot points from the original story, revealed their strengths to aid Du in establishing odds. Gatai felt no moral conflict in this, as he had overheard others discussing betting as the tournament approached, merely following the trend. Having acquired valuable information from Gatai, Du took his leave. Just as Gatai was about to rejoin the others, he noticed a shadow lurking in a concealed corner. Is that the Crane Hermit? It seems he couldn't resist. However, with the Turtle Hermit and the others nearby, he won't find an opportunity to strike. Gatai smirked, unfazed. The Crane Hermit had learned of Sun Wukong's slaying of his brother, Tao Bai, and had now set his sights on Gatai, even though it was still early in the evening. Compared to the humiliation he had suffered, this incident provoked him even more. Gatai walked leisurely, his mental acuity constantly monitoring the situation. In the shadows, the figure clad in black was indeed the Crane Hermit, who, seeing Gatai alone, felt elated at the prospect of a perfect opportunity to strike. He prepared to ambush. Gatai unexpectedly halted and glanced toward the Crane Hermit's hiding spot. That fleeting glance caused the Crane Hermit's assault to cease, and the concealed area returned to tranquility as Gatai nonchalantly departed as if nothing had transpired. Once Gatai had left, the Crane Hermit dared to slightly reveal himself, astonished that this brat had grown so perceptive in such a short span. In merely 2 years, not only had Gatai become significantly stronger, but his sensitivity to energy had also improved considerably. How had he trained so rapidly? Earlier that day, upon recognizing Gatai, the Crane Hermit had noted his considerable growth. Yet, he remained confident, believing Gatai's progress was insufficient for someone of his caliber. Although Gatai possessed supernatural abilities, they would be ineffective if the opponent remained unaware. However, Gatai's recent actions indicated a transformation beyond mere physical strength. True mastery required understanding high-intensity combat. In such scenarios, discernment relied heavily on sensing the opponent's energy, or one could easily fall victim to a lethal strike. Of course, the sensitivity to energy here did not equate to the heightened perception seen in the Scion Saga and beyond. It merely allowed for sensing an opponent's presence within the confines of the World Martial Arts Tournament, without reaching the level of rapid movement based solely on energy perception. Sun Wukong and the Turtle Hermit had been able to engage in high-speed combat during the first World Martial Arts Tournament thanks to the Turtle Hermit's effective guidance. Where Wukong underwent months of training that enhanced his physical abilities, mental acuity, and reflexes. In the original story, during the second World Martial Arts Tournament, martial artists like the Turtle Hermit, Sun Wukong, and Tianjin Fan had developed a high level of energy sensitivity. Unaware of the significant advancements that would follow, this gradual progression was influenced by the inherent limitations of human potential, which made it easier to master energy perception over time. It was not until the Third World Martial Arts Tournament that true mastery of rapid movement based solely on energy perception was attained. As a time traveler, Gatai understood the extraordinary nature of energy sensitivity. Thus, through conscious and proactive training, he had developed at an astonishing pace. It seems I must wait a while longer. It would be best to strike when night falls and tranquility reigns. The hour was still early, and he hesitated to take action. Thus the Crane Hermit departed with a heavy heart. Gatai was acutely aware that the Crane Hermit would not relent easily. Hence, he resolved not to sleep that night, opting instead to meditate and cultivate his mental prowess, allowing himself to bask in the energies of the universe. This approach would enable him to remain awake while ensuring he was in peak condition for the following day. Regrettably, Gatai could not share these matters with others and had to bear the burden silently. Surprisingly, the night passed peacefully, with the Crane Hermit making no further attempts against him. Could it be that the Crane Hermit had given up? Impossible! Gatai immediately dismissed this notion. After pondering for a moment, he could not ascertain the reason and chose to let it go, then joined his companions as they ventured out to participate in the preliminaries of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. At the venue of the tournament, all the contestants were prepared. Outside, A multitude of spectators was in high spirits, eagerly shouting for the competition to commence, their anticipation palpable. Soon enough, the preliminaries began in earnest. With numerous participants, meaning it would take a while before Gattery's turn arrived. For the moment, the matches were occupied by mere amateurs. Suddenly, Gattery sensed two distinct auras of murderous intent directed at him, causing him to furrow his brow and glance aside. Tianjin Fan, Crane Hermit. At that moment, Gattery noticed that both Tianjin Fan and the Crane Hermit were glaring at him with lethal intent, and it became clear to him why the Crane Hermit had refrained from acting the previous night. It seemed that Tianjin Fan had detected the Crane Hermit's abnormality and intervened. Although Tianjin Fan had not fully embraced the righteous path, he still held great respect for his master, the Crane Hermit. It was only natural for a disciple to defend his teacher. Gattery pondered whether the Crane Hermit had disclosed the circumstances to Tianjin Fan. If the Crane Hermit were to learn that his disciple had been slain by Sun Wukong, it was uncertain how he would cope under such dual blows. Gattery felt a tightening in his chest. If the Crane Hermit were pushed to desperation, he would not adhere to any rules, and that would indeed present a significant dilemma. Tell me your name. At that moment, Tianjin Fan approached. My true name is Gattery, he replied, casting a glance at Tianjin Fan, still harboring admiration for this Dragon Ball warrior. Knowing that he would never shy away when Earth was in peril, were it not for Tianjin Fan's future contributions to Earth, Gattery would have dismissed him entirely. I am Tianjin Fan, a disciple of the Crane Hermit. Remember it well, Tianjin Fan remarked casually, shooting Gattery a fierce glare before walking away. Gattery, what have you done to provoke that guy? Krillin inquired as he approached. I'm not sure. Perhaps he mistook me for a disciple of Master Roshi and wants to trample the turtle school completely. Gattery fabricated a reasonably plausible excuse. Upon hearing this, Krillin ground his teeth in frustration. That guy is truly insufferable. All right, Krillin, don't let him get to you. We still have a match to focus on, so don't take it lightly and risk elimination. Gattery redirected the conversation. I won't, Krillin replied dismissively. The preliminaries progressed smoothly, and after half a day, everyone easily secured their places in the first round. Following a lunch break, they resumed for the afternoon's elimination matches. By the afternoon, the number of competitors had dwindled, and the remaining participants gathered in the same martial arts hall, no longer separated. Thus, Gattery spotted Tianjin Fan preparing for his match. Tianjin Fan's opponent, just as in the original story, was a rotund sumo wrestler, another amateur. While this did not reveal Tianjin Fan's true prowess, it would be an opportunity to observe his techniques. Gattery contemplated this. The hefty sumo wrestler charged fiercely at Tianjin Fan, his massive frame causing the arena to tremble. Tianjin Fan assumed a stance reminiscent of a crane, signaling that he was about to strike. Gattery focused his mental energy, striving to sense the unfolding events. In an instant, Tianjin Fan dispatched the sumo wrestler, who fell to the ground, incapacitated. That was too swift. I barely caught a glimpse. Gattery's forehead beaded with sweat. This one do. I need to find a worthy opponent before the top 8. However, such choices were beyond his control. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, fortune smiled upon him once more as he heard the call for the next match. One of the selected numbers belonged to Gappa Wong, who was now on stage, and the other was his own. Excellent. Here comes an opportunity to gain experience, Gattery exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. He dashed onto the stage, flashing a grin at Gappa Wong, fully aware of his formidable technique, the 8-hand fist, renowned for its speed and the illusions it created, appearing as though he wielded 8 arms. Gappa Wong surpassed the previous martial arts hall masters by several tiers. Given that this was the preliminaries, Gattery could not afford to approach it nonchalantly. A careless mistake could see him thrown from the platform. Yet, he had not cultivated chi and was considerably weaker than Gattery. Thus, he planned to rely on his robust physique, adopting a stance inspired by the 3-body technique for stability. This would ensure his safety. Gattery would not underestimate Gappa Wong. He quickly resolved to use this opportunity to hone his sensitivity to chi and secure his place among the top 8. Upon seeing his opponent was quite young, Gappa Wong's eyes brimmed with disdain. You're unfortunate to encounter me, kid. I will eliminate you swiftly, he proclaimed confidently. Your rambling is excessive. My patience is limited, so make your move. Gattery retorted with a mocking tone. Gattery's words incensed Gappa Wong, who immediately adopted an aggressive stance, entering a combat-ready state, his fighting spirit locking onto Gattery. Truly a seasoned martial artist. He adjusted to battle mode in an instant. Although Gappa Wong had not cultivated chi, his combat awareness was commendable and worthy of Gattery's respect. Ha! Gappa Wong shouted as he lunged forward, his hands spread wide, slicing through the air to minimize resistance and strike with maximum speed. Gaddy's gaze sharpened. Gappa Wong truly exemplified the older generation of martial artists. His entire fighting style centered on speed. From Gaddy's perspective, Gappa Wong had reached the pinnacle of ordinary human capability. Should he advance further, a significant mental transformation would occur, allowing him to perceive chi. Upon closer examination, Gaddy realized that Gappa Wong's attack speed was precisely at the threshold he could adapt to. He then closed his eyes, aiming to enhance his adaptation further. After dozens of exchanges, Gaddy successfully countered Gappa Wong's strikes. Feeling astonished internally at the young man's exceptional talent, he had retracted his earlier underestimation of Gaddy. However, witnessing Gaddy fight with closed eyes was intolerable for him. "Damn it, this guy. Underestimate me, and you will regret it," Gappa Wong bellowed, subsequently accelerating his assault. In an instant, Gaddy found himself at a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! Gaddy had yet to fully adapt to fighting with his eyes closed when he was struck several times, and the relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon him. What was Gaddy doing, fighting Gappa Wong with his eyes shut? After all, Gappa Wong was a former champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Observing Gaddy's closed eyes, Yamcha and Krillin were both incredulous. Only Sun Wukong remained silent, carefully watching the unfolding events. If he can't handle this guy, he is unworthy of the turtle school, Tianjin Fan scoffed. Viewing Gappa Wong as beneath his consideration, Master Roshi and the others held no fondness for Tianjin Fan, dismissing his words as irrelevant. Wait, Gaddy seems to have some ulterior motive. Master Roshi, ever the perceptive elder, quickly discerned the anomaly. The unrelenting onslaught meant that once hit, subsequent strikes were nearly impossible to evade. Gappa Wong's martial arts were indeed formidable. Gaddy experienced firsthand the terrifying nature of Gappa Wong's strikes. Despite the blows landing on him, their force was not overwhelmingly strong. Having perfected the three-body technique, Gaddy's stance was solid and his body resilient, allowing him to absorb the impacts with ease. Isn't that the young master from Papaya Island? His greatest strength lies in his agility. They say he can exhaust his opponents to the point of collapse. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "What young master? Everyone here is a martial arts master. You clearly lack insight if you can't see that kid is being bombarded." Swiftly, the praises for Jatai were met with a voice that admonished him, causing another voice to fade into silence. How peculiar it is that Jatai, who could effortlessly vanquish his opponent, chooses to act thus. Sun Wukong observed for a while, unable to discern the underlying principle, and scratched his head in confusion. The more Gappa Wong fought, the more alarmed he became. Throughout the match, Jatai had not launched a single offensive. Despite Gappa Wong's relentless attacks landing squarely upon him, he remained steadfast upon the platform. Suddenly, Gappa Wong's rapid assault came to an abrupt end. His final punch, delivered with a fierce intensity, struck Jatai squarely in the chest, sending Gappa Wong reeling backward, maintaining a safe distance. Refreshingly invigorated by the stimulus of the encounter, Jatai felt a heightened sense of energy and crisis. He sensed his awareness of energy steadily improving, and he felt a genuine thrill, as the conscious training and forced development of his energy perception yielded results far surpassing the effects of battling opponents of equal caliber. It seemed that Gappa Wong was preparing to unleash the eight-handed fist. Observing the slightly fatigued Gappa Wong, Jatai surmised that his ultimate technique was imminent. "Kid, I retract my earlier underestimation of you. Next, I shall employ my ultimate move to defeat you," Gappa Wong declared, his eyes glinting with determination as he began to gather his breath and prepare for the eight-handed fist. "Bring it on." Jatai's gaze was filled with boundless enjoyment. Relishing the thrill of battle, he felt a surge of excitement, foreseeing that if he could withstand the eight-handed fist, his perception of energy might reach the level of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan at this stage. Gappa Wong gradually adjusted his physical state. The eight-handed fist was immensely taxing on one's stamina. Not only was the attack speed rapid, but the power was formidable, with successive strikes bearing a stacking effect. Once hit, an opponent would be sent flying like a sandbag, leaving no room for reversal. He was certain that even Jatai's resilient physique could not endure the relentless assault of the eight-handed fist. "Yah!" Gappa Wong let out a bizarre cry, his muscles swelling slightly, and then his arms seemed to transform into eight, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Jatai, now equally invigorated, inadvertently shouted and charged forward to meet the onslaught. In an instant, the distance between them shrank to nearly zero. "I've sensed it. It appears I cannot evade. If I cannot dodge, then I shall block," Jatai swiftly concluded. In that moment, Jatai merged his heart, mind, and body as one. fueled by a surge of passion to engage Gapa Wang in combat. This approach, to a certain extent, relinquished the element of initiative, surrendering the battle to instinct. It was akin to two individuals in a frenzied brawl. Driven solely by the desire to win, oblivious to injuries or the chaos of their techniques. In this face-off, Jatai did not close his eyes. He had been tirelessly working to deepen his energy perception, and he felt that he had nearly reached a critical point. Further progression would require a significant outburst of both body and spirit. Jatai and Gapa Wang threw punches, their fists moving with astonishing speed, colliding with each strike. Never before had anyone managed to withstand the eight-handed fist directly. Now, Jatai shattered the myth of Gapa Wang's invincible eight-handed fist. I see it clearly. Is this the breakthrough of mental limits? Jatai silently shouted within, in a manner only he could hear and comprehend. This time, Jatai's experience was utterly distinct from the past. He could now perceive his opponent's presence with clarity, sensing the subtle fluctuations in Gapa Wang's attacks. Where the moment of fluctuation represented an opportunity to counter. It's almost time, Jatai murmured softly. Now, his eyes sharpened as he detected the minuscule opening in Gapa Wang's attack, the moment when the eight-handed fist's power was at its weakest. With a sudden burst of speed, Jatai struck like lightning, grasping Gapa Wang's hands firmly and, using his own immense strength, pivoted and hurled Gapa Wang out of the ring. Thus, Jatai triumphed in this round. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Qiao had also defeated her opponent, having successfully grasped the essence of lightning-fast strikes through this battle. As the competitors dwindled, the final 8 emerged. The ultimate 8 contenders were Master Rashi, Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jatai, Xiao Qiao, and Jiaozi. Alas, I have been defeated. How frustrating, cried a competitor resembling a wolf, filled with lament. Jatai recognized that the contestant was none other than the werewolf from the original tale. With Jatai and Xiao Qiao's involvement, the original narrative had been altered. He had been eliminated by Krillin. The werewolf shot a fierce glare at Master Rashi, his eyes ablaze with fury. Master Rashi found it strange. He had been defeated by Krillin, so why did the werewolf harbor such animosity toward him? The werewolf was acutely aware that he had lost his chance to be among the top 8. His aspirations for this tournament dashed after 3 years of effort. Consumed by hatred, he failed to realize that he had not even entered the top 8, reflecting on his former status as the champion of the martial arts tournament. Having been eliminated, he need not worry about disqualification. In his rage, the werewolf lost his sanity. With a furious cry, he lunged at Master Rashi. This moment, Master Rashi appeared somewhat restrained, apprehensive of being disqualified for excessive retaliation. Skillfully evading the attack, he furrowed his brow and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Contestant werewolf, please adhere to the tournament rules. You have been eliminated, and it is imperative that you do not disrupt the event." The host hurriedly interjected, microphone in hand, admonishing the werewolf. "No, I must kill this guy." The werewolf gritted his teeth, his visage contorted with rage, exposing his fangs. Master Rashi sensed that the situation was amiss and quickly addressed the werewolf. "What grudge do you hold against me that compels you to kill me? Are you oblivious to your own deeds? You have destroyed my entire life as happiness," the werewolf accused, believing Master Rashi was feigning ignorance, continuing to hurl insults. As the confrontation escalated, the werewolf's body tensed, preparing to pounce once more. "Wait, Mr. Werewolf." Jatai swiftly stepped between him and Master Rashi. "Stand aside. This is none of your business," the werewolf retorted. Upon hearing this, Jatai realized that the werewolf was exhibiting a measure of restraint. He wasn't indiscriminately attacking everyone in sight. "Mr. Werewolf, perhaps you should recount the events that led to this. After all, you know that Master Rashi is quite elderly. He may have genuinely forgotten," Jatai suggested with a hint of amusement. Hearing Jatai's words, Master Rashi's expression soured. He felt Jatai's comment lacked respect. However, he did not dwell on this issue, recognizing that it was time to clarify the matter. Gradually, the werewolf began to see the merit in Jatai's words and calmed down. He then recounted how, during the last martial arts tournament, he had been transformed into a wolf after Master Rashi destroyed the moon, rendering him unable to revert to human form. With the situation now clear, Master Rashi summoned Krillin and employed hypnosis to revert the werewolf back to his original form, thus resolving the issue satisfactorily. Though the matter had been settled, Jatai felt a sense of unrest within. He observed that Master Rashi's method of hypnosis was somewhat peculiar. Unlike Jatai's understanding of hypnosis, which relied solely on mental power and other means, Master Rashi's technique directly employed his internal energy, creating a wave akin to spiritual power to induce hypnosis. This approach intrigued Jatai. He contemplated that reverse engineering this technique might evolve into a method for directly cultivating spiritual power. As the preliminary rounds concluded, the remaining 8 contestants began their preparations for the afternoon's first match of the quarterfinals and the subsequent match schedule. Jatai had to temporarily set aside his inquiry into the hypnosis technique and focus on preparing for the quarterfinals. During the drawing of lots, Jatai remained vigilant, knowing that Jiaozi possessed super abilities. Currently, his situation was precarious, successfully redirecting Tianjin Fan's initial target onto himself. That it was quite possible that the first match would pit him against Tianjin Fan. No, the primary objective is to learn martial arts. Battling others is one thing, but facing Tianjin Fan would undoubtedly result in a brutal defeat, Jatai mused inwardly. The first draw was made by Master Rashi, and Jatai extended his mental energy to observe the box from which Master Rashi was drawing, while also keeping a close watch on Jiaozi's actions. The first person to draw did not exhibit any unusual behavior. The second participant is Yumucha, and the dumpling remains motionless. Even under the influence of Gatai's psychic abilities, no anomalies are detected, and Yumucha has not been assigned to the same group as Master Rashi. It seems that Tenjin has indeed set his first target on me. Gatai muses with a faint sigh. The third draw is his own, and as Gatai draws, he concentrates his psychic energy, keenly vigilant to avoid any oversight. Soon, he senses an elusive force interfering with his draw. However, this psychic energy is not particularly potent. A smile graces Gatai's lips. Filled with confidence, he then retaliates with his own psychic force, successfully repelling the dumpling's influence. Thus, Gatai proceeds to draw as if guided by fate, ultimately finding himself assigned to Master Rashi's group. It appears he will conserve energy and not have to interfere with Tenjin-Hin's draw. Gatai looks at the number in his hand with a sense of satisfaction. The dumpling suddenly feels something amiss and emits a note of doubt. What is it, dumpling? Tenjin-Hin inquires. The dumpling gazes at Tenjin-Hin with an innocent expression, eyes brimming with grievance, feeling as though he has failed due to external interference. He then points towards Gatai. Tenjin-Hin furrows his brows, observing Gatai's retreating figure. What abilities does Gatai possess that could incite such ire from Master Rashi and disrupt the dumpling's psychic powers? After drawing his number, Gatai turns to Tenjin-Hin, waving the number in front of him as if signaling something intentionally, only to discard it carelessly like refuse. Tenjin-Hin naturally understands that his ploy to have the dumpling interfere has been uncovered. At this moment, the host announces Gatai's name as part of Master Rashi's group. That old dragon, Master Rashi, was the champion of the last tournament and possesses formidable strength. It seems Gatai has little chance of overcoming him. If he can't hold out until the finals, then I will miss my opportunity to fight him, Tenjin-Hin muses, feeling a sense of foreboding as he begins to contemplate alternative strategies. It appears he must devise a way to keep Gatai in the competition until the martial arts tournament concludes so he can confront him personally. Master Rashi, however, finds it peculiar that Gatai has drawn a number in his group yet has not once regarded him with any seriousness, instead indicating his number towards Tenjin-Hin and the dumpling. What could possibly be the reason for this? Master Rashi crosses his arms in contemplation. Soon, the match order for the quarterfinals and their opponents is revealed. The first match pits Tenjin-Hin against Yumucha. Originally intended to face Gatai, but reluctantly, Tenjin-Hin shifts his focus to Yumucha, with whom he has had ongoing disputes. The second match is Krillin against the dumpling. The third match is Master Rashi against Gatai. And the fourth is Little Chiao against Sun Yukong. Yumucha has always harbored resentment towards Tenjin-Hin, and as they are the first match, he cannot contain his eagerness to taunt Tenjin-Hin, ultimately provoking him to the point of rage. Each quarterfinal match in the martial arts tournament draws significant attention, as only these Elite 8 competitors can showcase their skills without reservation before ordinary spectators. In the afternoon, before the first match begins, a considerable crowd gathers in anticipation. The first match features Tenjin-Hin against Yumucha. Both are brimming with confidence in their capabilities. However, Yumucha is utterly unaware of the formidable nature of Tenjin-Hin, oblivious to the fact that Tenjin-Hin has not regarded him as a serious threat from the outset, not unleashing his full strength. Soon, Yumucha realizes the extent of Tenjin-Hin's prowess, finding that his attacks fail to inflict any significant damage. Reluctantly, he resorts to his own enhanced version of the Wolf Fang Fist, a technique derived from the instincts and agility of wolves, which demands great energy. Yumucha attempts to incorporate it into his martial arts, yet it lacks true substance. Tenjin-Hin, however, uses his internal energy to fortify his defenses, easily countering the attack. In the end, Tenjin-Hin emerges victorious, leaving Yumucha unconscious and with a severed leg. Indeed, the foremost martial arts tournament serves as an excellent platform for advancing one's skills. Gatai observes this match. Although it is decisively one-sided, he gains valuable insights. Tinjinhan deftly manipulates his energy, balancing between drawing and releasing it, enhancing his defensive capabilities to withstand Yumucha's aerial assault. Gatai's eyes light up. He has yet to experiment with such an application of energy. It resembles the Golden Bell Shield, but it also represents a form of explosive energy. Compared to a complete state of explosion, Gatai feels he has discovered a new approach to combat, one that allows him to wield energy as if it were internal or spiritual power, freely utilizing it in battle. Moreover, there is the essence of Yumucha's Wolf Fang Fist and Master Rashi's hypnosis technique, witnessing the profound truths of martial arts through Yumucha's technique. Gatai realizes that many principles observed in his previous life can be applied in this realm. If Master Rashi's hypnosis can be developed into a method for cultivating psychic energy, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Gatai. After his victory, Tinjinhan pays no heed to the criticisms directed at him. His focus narrows solely onto Gatai, an intense killing intent surging forth. Oh dear, does Tinjinhan harbor a grudge against Gatai? Master Rashi can't help but feel concerned for Gatai. Gatai, little Chiao, having watched the match between Tinjinhan and Yumucha, realizes just how powerful a person can become, exceeding her wildest expectations. Yet, the hostility in Tinjinhan's gaze towards Gatai is palpable, so much so that even little Chiao senses an overwhelming pressure akin to death. Despite her belief that Gatai may not have the chance to confront Tinjinhan due to the presence of other strong competitors, she worries that such a malevolent individual may seek an opportunity to harm Gatai. Although Gatai has never mentioned any animosity towards Tinjinhan, little Chiao refrains from imposing additional pressure on him, trusting that he has his own plans. Rest assured, Sister Chiao, I will be fine, Gatai reassures her. During the tournament, all participants who reach the quarterfinals enjoy complimentary meals, although any additional dishes must be paid for. Sun Wukong and the others watch the matches, their nerves taut. Eating is a form of enjoyment, and finding relaxation through food is a valid choice. The next round of matches will take place the following morning, and after dining, the group returns to their lodgings. Gatai privately seeks out Master Rashi, hoping to learn the hypnosis technique. It is then that Master Rashi realizes that his true identity has been uncovered by Gatai. However, Master Rashi declines the request, although Gatai is not his disciple. He has grown fond of him over the past few days, considering him one of his own. Furthermore, Master Rashi maintains an elder's demeanor, advising Gatai not to become fixated on others' martial skills, but instead to strive for self-improvement. Thus, Master Rashi resolutely refuses to teach Gatai the hypnosis technique. Ultimately, in a last-ditch effort, Gatai requests Master Rashi to hypnotize him, wishing to experience the technique firsthand in order to decipher it. Reluctantly, Master Rashi agrees. Nevertheless, Gatai channels his psychic energy, meticulously observing the method by which Master Rashi executes the hypnosis. Soon, he learns it with ease, astonishing Master Rashi that he himself remains unhypnotized, having mastered the hypnosis technique. Gatai does not rush to apply it. The cultivation of psychic energy cannot be hurried. He understands that evolving hypnosis into a technique for psychic energy will require prolonged contemplation. At present, he is more intrigued by Tinjinhan's method of manipulating energy and subsequently secludes himself for focused training. Gatai possesses a refined control over his psychic energy and a commendable mastery over his physical form, having already learned to command the energy within his body effectively. His next objective is to gather this energy throughout his body, augmenting his combat prowess. Energy serves as a manifestation of internal or spiritual power. Mobilizing energy equates to mobilizing internal or spiritual force. Gatai reflects inwardly, channeling the energy within his body. He finds it quite easy to gather a small amount of energy. The next step is to put it into practice. Gatai rises, adopting a combat stance. He then subtly adjusts the energy within, throwing a punch that a distinctive sensation arises as Gatai perceives the energy enveloping his arm and fist. Bestowing an incredible capability similar to internal or spiritual power, it automatically enhances his punching speed, strength, and various other attributes. In his past life as a cultivator, Gatai was dedicated to the principles of the heavenly way. Recognizing that the existence of all things is a manifestation of these principles, and the energy within himself mirrors this truth. In simpler terms, everyone understands that enhancing one's internal or spiritual energy will amplify their abilities in various aspects, such as employing internal energy to perform lightness techniques or using spiritual energy to execute special moves. Ultimately, The effects of lightness techniques and special moves are a reflection of the trajectories of the heavenly principles inherent in the energy itself. Thus, both internal energy and spiritual power are profound entities, indeed recognized by all as significant sources of strength. Consequently, few have delved into their analysis. Gattai discovered that employing energy in such a manner was not particularly challenging. However, during this era on Earth, no one had attempted such a feat. Gattai did not believe that the original text lacked individuals who had unearthed this method. Otherwise, how could the cosmic saga exhibit such overwhelming destructive force? Was it possible that this approach demanded an excessive expenditure of energy? No. He could completely regulate the amount of energy utilized, rendering the consumption minimal. And it synergized powerfully with physical strength to enhance his attack potency. Gattai pondered, ultimately attributing his conclusions to 2 points. First, the uniqueness of the training methods in the Dragon Ball universe, where the body and energy evolved in tandem, leading them to perceive pure energy attacks as superior to conventional strikes. Earthling's energy was not formidable enough for extensive consumption, and energy usage was reserved for ultimate techniques, employed sparingly. Second, they lacked the very concept of such methods, which explained the absence of practitioners. Only upon reaching the cosmic narrative did they experience substantial growth. Gradually discerning the intricacies, alongside a significant increase in energy reserves sufficient for prolonged utilization, resulting in unparalleled destructive capabilities. Subsequently, Gattai embarked on various experiments, relentlessly throwing punches and executing kicks, each strike unleashing a formidable explosive effect. His speed surged, and his leaps soared higher. Suddenly, an idea struck him: to envelop his entire body with energy to enhance his overall capabilities. To his astonishment, he found himself encased in energy, adopting a framework like wrapping. For instance, Gattai leaned against a wall, striking a pose, while someone sketched the outline of his form upon the wall. Though his physical abilities nearly doubled, the energy consumption was considerable, and Gattai had yet to devise a method to recycle the energy on his body's surface back into his core for a sustainable cycle. Nonetheless, this could serve as a trump card. Should Tien Shinhan and Master Rashi insist on silencing him, he could escape unnoticed. The following day witnessed the second match of the quarterfinals, where, as in the original narrative, Krillin emerged victorious. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's revelation of having killed Tao Pai Pai came to light, inflicting deep humiliation upon Master Rashi, who, having learned of his brother's demise, was struck with immense grief. Gattai, feeling helpless, did not wish to alter the storyline too drastically and could only observe the unfolding events. Next came Gattai's bout against Master Rashi, marking the most significant test yet. Gattai was eager, for this was his first genuine encounter as a martial artist, engaging a master in combat. In truth, Gattai had not formally studied any martial arts or combat techniques. He had solely focused on enhancing his innate strength. Thus, facing the revered god of martial arts, Master Rashi, he felt considerable pressure. As the announcer called for the fighters, they ascended the ring. Gattai regarded Master Rashi with a mix of excitement and nerves but quickly attuned himself to the situation. Transforming his apprehension into exhilaration, to achieve greater success in battle, one must relish the experience. Drawing inspiration from Sun Wukong's growth, Gattai imposed upon himself the task of embracing the joy that combat could offer. Engaging in battle would not only refine his techniques and awareness, but also facilitate breakthroughs. Master Rashi, embodying the essence of martial expertise, stood with an effortless poise that left Gattai sensing no vulnerabilities. Their combat prowess was comparable, yet Master Rashi's mastery of martial arts rendered him inscrutable to Gattai. No vulnerabilities. I refuse to believe it. Mastery stems from the mental realm, bolstered by my formidable soul strength and mental acuity. I doubt you remain so composed against an equally matched opponent. Gattai mused inwardly. With his thoughts crystallizing, Gattai suddenly unleashed his physical power, moving with a swiftness that left no room for extraneous motions. Akin to lightning, his figure seemed to vanish, only to reappear before Master Rashi. Gattai's initial strike immediately captured the attention of Rashi, Tien Shinhan, Sun Wukong, and Master Crane. Only these few could perceive the intricacies of Gattai's rapid explosion of energy, a spontaneous manifestation devoid of any prior build-up or preparation. However, recognizing and executing such feats are distinctly different, and their understanding of the phenomenon was still limited. Nevertheless, at their current level, they could discern Gattai's actions, prompting all but Sun Wukong to refrain from further inquiry. Master Rashi, taken aback, had always regarded Gattai as amicable, his demeanor exuding an air of ease that belied any notion of strength. Little did he know that Gatai's elevated mental state was the source of this perception. Rashi had intended to engage Gatai in earnest combat to impart wisdom, but Gatai's sudden assault revealed an extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. Rashi recognized that Gatai's movements did not rely on sheer physical strength for rapid mobility. Rather, he had integrated principles of martial philosophy into his technique. It seems I underestimated you, Rashi thought. Steeling himself with vigilance, he positioned his hands strategically, preparing for both offense and defense, with a resounding impact. Gatai and Master Rashi clashed with a forceful exchange. However, Gatai adeptly controlled his strength, managing to halt his momentum without excessive movement to Rashi. It felt as if Gatai merely tapped his fist against Rashi's. Yet that slight contact contained an unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, Gatai vanished once more, reappearing at Rashi's side, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes. Rashi quickly defended himself, embodying the title of God of martial arts. His combat techniques were astoundingly intricate, and his control over force was masterful. While Rashi had not yet attained the lightning-fast speed that characterized Gatai's movements, his centuries of experience endowed him with profound mastery over his physical capabilities and combat skills. He could wield precisely the right amount of force to avoid leaving openings or causing fatal harm. Having honed his craft over countless years to reach its zenith, the distinction lay in Gatai's ability to adjust the intensity of his strikes without limit. Even when exerting his full strength, he could effortlessly modulate his energy. In contrast, Rashi could only harness up to 60% of his total power with similar finesse. Although this may seem a significant disparity, it did not imply that Gatai could easily triumph over Rashi. Numerous techniques, such as the art of neutralizing force, were crucial, even when at a disadvantage in raw strength. One could still swiftly counter if they could dissipate excessive force and withstand their opponent's pressure. As the exchange continued, Rashi grew increasingly astonished. Gatai showed no signs of fatigue, remaining completely composed. Perhaps Gatai understands me well and seeks to compel me to unleash my full potential, Rashi mused with a subtle sigh. Ultimately, Rashi shifted his defensive stance, launching into an extraordinarily intricate offensive. He evaded Gatai's strikes with fluidity, employing a series of grappling techniques that utilized every part of his body as a weapon. Rashi had initially believed that he would redeem his honor by defeating Gatai with the culmination of his years of training. Yet, he was further surprised to find that Gatai, like him, could perceive his movements with remarkable clarity and execute precise control over his body, rendering every part a weapon against his foe. What an astonishing combat awareness! What a profound understanding of martial arts! Could this truly be a mere 13-year-old? Rashi marveled in awe. Wow, Gatai is incredible. It's utterly inconceivable. Krillin and Sun Wukong watched in rapture, unable to contain their admiration. Tin Shinhan, observing closely, furrowed his brow, astonished by Gatai's depth. Is this truly your full strength? He murmured, his interest in Gatai intensifying as he anticipated the possibility of facing him in the arena. Gatai, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes as she witnessed Gatai's prowess. Gatai, you are remarkable, achieving such feats at such a young age, Rashi commended, giving Gatai a thumbs up. Gatai responded with a radiant smile, acknowledging Rashi's praise. Yet, just then, Rashi's form vanished, reappearing behind Gatai. Gatai, being well acquainted with Rashi, understood that despite his age, Rashi's intentions were always rooted in the well-being of his disciples. In the perception of Gatai, Master Rashi would go to great lengths to defeat his disciples at least once. In order to prevent them from becoming overly arrogant and straying onto the path of evil, he also believed that Master Rashi held a certain admiration for him, viewing Gatai as a righteous martial artist and treating him as if he were a disciple. From the beginning of the battle, or rather, from the quarterfinals, regardless of whether he was personally involved in the match, he had been striving to hone his sensitivity to ki. Thus, he was constantly aware of Master Rashi's movements. Even if he were to be careless, he had already comprehended the art of swift strikes, akin to lightning, enabling him to effectively defend himself. Be careful, Xiao Xiao's worried voice echoed from outside the arena. Here, Gatai quickly sensed Master Rashi's position, and his figure vanished in an instant. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of their fierce exchanges. Master Rashi, delighted to find that Gatai was not being careless, realized that Gatai possessed a strong inner resolve, accurately positioning himself and maintaining focus on the competition, devoid of arrogance or impatience. Gadai's fist struck Master Rashi's back, sending him flying toward the edge of the arena. How is this possible? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that the esteemed Jackie Chan was about to lose? At that moment, Sun Wukong also leaped onto the wall in front of him, eye in his eyes. Jatai's previous movement was astonishingly swift, as if he had suddenly vanished without a trace, moving without any hindrance, his speed surpassing that of Jackie Chan. Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement, recognizing Jatai as a formidable opponent. Jatai, however, refrained from launching a follow-up attack, granting Master Roshi some respite. Meanwhile, Master Roshi remained in shock, feeling as though he had completely lost track of Jatai's movements, reaching a point where he could no longer see him. Then he suddenly felt a powerful blow land on him, struggling to comprehend how Jatai had achieved such a feat. At this moment, a satisfied smile spread across Jatai's face. During his earlier movement, he had exerted nearly all his strength, utilizing ki to enhance his speed significantly, yielding impressive results. Good job, Jatai, Xiao Xiao cheered from the sidelines, as if sensing that victory was within Jatai's grasp. Yet, it was not so simple. Master Roshi still had his signature techniques, the afterimage fist and the world-shaking palm, both of which Jatai doubted he could withstand. He silently pondered. After a few breaths, Master Roshi stood up, only to realize he was precariously close to the edge of the arena, letting out a startled yelp as he jumped back. That was close. Thank goodness I didn't fall, he said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Gradually, Master Roshi regained his composure and scrutinized Jatai. This young man. How much more power does he still conceal? Master Roshi wondered internally. I must ensure this boy faces some adversity, he murmured softly, before swiftly darting around the arena. Master Roshi's movements became unpredictable, weaving left and right. Suddenly, he split into 2, then 4, and then 8 figures, encircling Jatai in no time. Afterimage fist, Jatai soon noticed that Master Roshi's presence had become indistinct, no longer as clear as before, leaving him astonished. This might be an opportunity to further refine his sensitivity to ki. With that thought, Jatai's body, eyes, and heart merged into a singular focus. Master Roshi suddenly realized that Jatai's state was quite profound, as if he had melded with the very essence of nature, appearing serene and unbroken. Jatai seemed to remain still, yet it felt as if he was always within reach. If that is the case, then let us try this. At that moment, the 8 Master Roses began to spin rapidly, each performing identical movements, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. I can't feel them at all, Jatai thought, sensing impending danger. Simultaneously, the 8 spinning Master Roses suddenly converged, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Jatai. Pain shot through Jatai's body as he was struck dozens of times in an instant. His form bruised and battered. Though he endured numerous blows, Jatai found he could still withstand the onslaught, and with each attack, his sensitivity to ki improved further. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could fully recover, Master Roshi struck him again, inflicting more damage. Jatai staggered, nearly collapsing. Master Roshi had resolved to ensure Jatai faced some hardship, without granting him a moment's respite. The third wave of attacks bombarded Jatai. Bang, bang, bang. This time, however, Jatai managed to deflect a few punches. This guy is astonishing, adapting to the afterimage fist so quickly. No, it's not that he sees it. He senses it. Master Roshi quickly recognized this, elevating his assessment of Jatai once more to the same time. He was filled with disbelief. He had thought Sun Wukong's talent was already extraordinary, yet Jatai seemed even more formidable. Master Roshi's astonishment stemmed from his long life, having lived for hundreds of years. His ki had not seen significant enhancement, and he was highly familiar with its manipulation. After taking on Sun Wukong and Krillin as disciples, he had to disguise himself as Jackie Chan to defeat them as a means of education. However, he never anticipated that Sun Wukong and Krillin would grow at such an astounding rate, nearly surpassing him. For many years, Master Roshi had not engaged in high-intensity battles to defeat Sun Wukong. He had exerted tremendous effort and relied on luck. But through years of experience and his battle with Wukong, his control over ki had surged dramatically. He sensed that his ability to perceive ki could still improve significantly, though that lay in an unfamiliar realm he hardly understood. Could it be that he has begun to touch upon that level? If so, his martial arts talent would undoubtedly surpass Wukong's by tenfold or more. Master Roshi was deeply shaken. What an era this is. Ever since encountering Wukong, extraordinary talents have emerged one after another. Am I, the god of martial arts, to be rendered obsolete? Master Roshi could hardly believe it. Let us see if you can withstand this. Master Rashi could not ascertain whether Jatai had truly reached a more profound level, so he resolved to test it. Subsequently, Master Rashi seemed to shed his previous demeanor, abandoning the grace expected of a martial arts deity. Attacking Jatai with a frenzied intensity, as a result, Jatai's sensitivity to ki deepened even further, and he managed to deflect a few of Master Rashi's attacks with each engagement. However, his body was deteriorating rapidly due to the injuries sustained. Gradually, Jatai felt his body trembling, as if his very soul were ablaze, something within him yearning to break free. Finally, as Master Rashi unleashed his 10th assault utilizing the afterimage fist, Jatai experienced a sudden epiphany. Breaking through the final barrier of ki perception. At that moment, it was as if the lights of the world had been illuminated, the cacophony of the arena fading into insignificance, leaving an overwhelming stillness in the atmosphere. Instantly, he sensed countless bright points of light in his mind. Most of these were dim, flickering like stars, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing, while a few shone slightly brighter than starlight. In this state of perception, he not only sensed various intensities of starlight, but also discerned the differentiation in strength among them. This was the essence of ki's potency, which he had finally grasped. A smile spread across Jatai's face. Overwhelmed by fatigue from Master Rashi's relentless assaults, Jatai finally succumbed and collapsed. At that moment, the host, Yi, began counting down the seconds. The countdown held significance. In such competitions, fallen contestants were granted an opportunity to rise again. Though being counted down to 10 would result in a loss, the overall time allowed was at least a minute. Jatai had intentionally left himself some breathing room, seeking to make use of the time to attempt what he had worked tirelessly to achieve, the sensitivity to ki. He could not be eliminated so easily. Secretly, he rapidly mobilized the ki within his body to heal himself. With his current mastery over ki, he could easily channel it to actively mend his injuries. Though restoring his body to peak condition was impossible. As the host reached 10, just before the final count, Jatai stood up. Applause erupted from both within and outside the arena. I have seen through your techniques. Bring it on, was Jatai's first declaration upon rising. Master Rashi squinted his eyes, then smiled slightly. As you wish. With that, Master Rashi unleashed the afterimage fist once more, but this time with a distinct difference. As he attacked, he left afterimages surrounding Jatai, each strike creating a unique afterimage, making them nearly impossible to distinguish. In order to fend off Master Rashi's onslaught, Jatai did not have the opportunity to eliminate the surplus afterimages, which, it seemed, would not vanish immediately. Ultimately, Master Rashi, utilizing his remarkable speed, positioned himself amidst these excess phantoms, mimicking their every movement. Then, unexpectedly, he disengaged from the afterimages to launch a surprise attack on Jatai. Jatai, sensing the situation with acute clarity, stood his ground, awaiting the impending strike from Master Rashi. In response to Rashi's aggressive advances, Jatai merely executed a simple block, effortlessly discerning his opponent's location without shifting his body. His defensive actions flowed like water, stirring not a speck of dust. Moreover, he was acutely aware of every minute gesture made by Master Rashi. It dawned on Jatai just how terrifying the mastery of sensing energy could be. It felt as if he had eyes at the back of his head, completely aware of the actions of those behind him, reminiscent of how Bobo in the original tale sensed Sun Wukong's subtle movements. Evidently, this epitomized the serene stillness of the sky and the lightning-fast swiftness of mastery. Previously, employing the tri-body technique for rapid strikes was merely a clever trick, a technique of exertion rather than an insight into the realm of mastery. The understanding of energy sensing represented a significant elevation on a spiritual level, yet there remained much to explore for its perfect application in combat. As Jatai pondered deeply, he identified numerous issues. Mastering energy sensing was not as straightforward as merely being able to perceive it. It appears you have grasped the concept. Congratulations, Master Rashi remarked with a smile, his eyes glimmering with joy. This is largely thanks to the guidance of my predecessors. Jatai humbly replied. Very well. I shall now employ my ultimate technique, Master Rashi warned Jatai. Universal, Jatai thought, sensing imminent danger. He feared he could not withstand this move, and his only chance was to interrupt it. Upon hearing Master Rashi's incantation, Jatai realized he was about to unleash the universal shocking palm, a martial art of extraordinary caliber that transformed energy into high-voltage currents, seemingly without a foolproof method of countering it. As demonstrated in the original story, where such countermeasures relied on overwhelming power, sparks of electricity crackled to life on Master Rashi's palm. They quickly intensified as he separated his hand, Gatai immediately launched an attack, attempting to preempt the technique. However, at that moment, he could only muster the strength he had previously displayed against Master Rashi, knowing full well he was at a disadvantage. Master Rashi, having anticipated this, leapt high into the air, evading Gatai's assault. Yeah! Suddenly, Gatai's body sprang upward without any preparatory force, his fist raised to strike. Shocking palm. Master Rashi uttered the words with remarkable speed, showing no signs of pausing. What? That old man is toying with me, Gatai thought, realizing that Master Rashi was deliberately baiting him, aware that Gatai's movements could sometimes be unimaginably swift. Thus, when he executed this ultimate technique, he prepared to evade Gatai's surprise attack before fully completing the incantation. In truth, Gatai was also acting with intention. Master Rashi could not afford to lose. If he did, who would guide Tianjin Fan back to the righteous path? Among those present, only Sun Wukong possessed the unwavering spirit of righteousness. And while Tianjin Fan might be influenced by their battle, only Master Rashi was truly qualified to persuade him. Yet, Gatai could not guarantee that without Master Rashi's intervention, Tianjin Fan would inevitably return to the right path. Therefore, Gatai opted to allow himself to lose, but in a manner that would not be obvious. Otherwise, it would be a humiliation to Master Rashi. More importantly, Gatai wished to experience the universal shocking palm, as this energy transformation might provide him with unforeseen benefits. As Master Rashi completed the final word of his incantation, his ultimate technique descended upon Gatai with the force of thunder. The intense current pierced every inch of Gatai's body, causing it to spasm uncontrollably. Although his consciousness remained intact, he fought against the overwhelming force, eager to discover if there truly was no means to counter this technique. Soon enough, Gatai realized that with his current level of mastery, he indeed could not break free from its grasp. Thus, he was injured by the universal shocking palm, his body rendered incapable of recovery for a brief moment, leading to his defeat against Master Rashi amidst the announcer's count. Though Gatai had been vanquished by Master Rashi, he bore no regrets. His participation in the martial arts tournament was driven by the desire to learn about martial arts, focusing on combat techniques, energy applications, and various styles of boxing. Now, having fully grasped the art of energy sensing, he could easily absorb the martial knowledge possessed by the Dragon Ball warriors at this stage. Present, Gatai had learned combat techniques from Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong, Master Rashi, and Krillin through energy sensing, mastering the authentic turtle-style Kamehameha, the afterimage fist, and the Dodon Ray. However, he had yet to master the Kamehameha cannon, merely gaining some insight into it, while the universal shocking palm lacked even a complete formula. After all, the transformation of energy properties differed significantly from mere ultimate techniques, not easily acquired. Though learning and applying were two distinct matters, the ability to learn remained the fundamental prerequisite, regardless of how his future cultivation might progress. As long as he maintained precise control over his abilities, employing this martial knowledge in combat would not require excessive effort. Furthermore, Gatai was not inherently a combative individual. He consistently set his sights on the path of spiritual cultivation, acquiring martial knowledge from others solely for self-defense and to ensure a solid foundation should he ever need to rely solely on martial arts. With Gatai's defeat, Xiao Qiao also proved no match for Sun Wukong, being eliminated by him. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, Gatai had advised Sun Wukong to provide guidance to Xiao Qiao during the battle. As a result, Xiao Qiao made significant progress, her body pushed to the brink, gradually touching upon the essence of energy. Although it was a one-sided match, both fighters enjoyed themselves immensely. Following the first round of eliminations in the quarterfinals, only 4 competitors remained: Sun Wukong, Master Rashi, Tianjin Fan, and Krillin. They then proceeded to compete against one another, ultimately leading to Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong advancing to the finals of this martial arts tournament. However, during this period, Master Rashi faced Tianjin Fan, much like in the original tale, voluntarily conceding and urging Tianjin Fan to return to the righteous path. In the final showdown, Crane Hermit also resorted to underhanded tactics, only to be blasted away by Master Rashi's Kamehameha, leaving Tianjin Fan deeply disillusioned with Crane Hermit and deciding to expel him from the Crane School. The match between Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong was unprecedented, a spectacle of extraordinary combat that left the audience in awe, igniting their fervor to a fever pitch. In the end, Sun Wukong lost, and Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. The audience celebrated Tianjin Fan's victory with their most passionate cheers, expressing their gratitude for the unforgettable experience brought to them by both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. Touched by the enthusiastic crowd, Tianjin Fan emerged from his gloom, stepping into a world filled with light that a conversation with Master Rashi before parting allowed him to fully comprehend the true essence of the martial path. Thus, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi embraced the righteous path, forging friendships with Master Rashi, Gatai, and Xiao Qiao. In a surprising turn of events, the blonde-haired launch confessed her feelings to Tianjin Fan, leaving everyone astounded, as they had not anticipated such a side from her. After the tournament concluded, Gatai departed with Xiao Qiao. However, they did not truly leave. Instead, they temporarily resided in a villa. Gatai was aware that Dambalin would come, and if he were to kill Krillin, Sun Wukong would stop at nothing to seek revenge, which would lead him to Yachirobe, ultimately bringing him to Korin Tower. At Korin Tower, it was highly likely that Yachirobe would waste the Senzu Beans, which were crucial for the Dragon Ball warriors and essential for Gatai's survival. Thus, Gatai needed to prevent this from happening. With his ability to sense energy, he could track the situation. Previously, Gatai had inquired about the location of Korin Tower from Master Rashi, but he too could not provide precise details. Gatai had also asked Sun Wukong about its whereabouts, but Sun Wukong, being somewhat single-minded, could not articulate a description. Out of desperation, Gatai resorted to this plan. Before Dambalin's arrival, Gatai guided Xiao Qiao in sensing the energy within her body, teaching her the instant transmission technique. Additionally, Gatai and the middle-aged man with the surname Du entered into a mutually beneficial arrangement, with Gatai's sole request being a sum of money to purchase some fish and universal glue for storage. Gatai intended to trade these fish with Korin for Senzu Beans, while also needing some glue for his own USAS. Gatai proceeded with his plans. Master Rashi and his companions gathered together to enjoy a meal before commencing their respective training. During the meal, Sun Wukong appeared unsettled, as if sensing something dreadful. Everyone else felt perplexed. Soon after, Sun Wukong rushed outside in a state of concern, returning to the tournament venue, where they discovered Krillin's lifeless body. Master Rashi gazed at Krillin's lifeless form, initially in disbelief. Quickly, he could sense no trace of Krillin's breathing and felt no remnant of the powerful aura that had once surrounded him. Master Rashi confirmed that Krillin had indeed perished. The astonishing ability of Sun Wukong to perceive that something was amiss with Krillin was remarkable. At that moment, Master Rashi had a realization that no, this ability bore a resemblance to. He then recalled the stark contrast between the coldness enveloping Krillin now and the vitality he had in life. Furthermore, he remembered when Gatai engaged in combat with him. The ability to counter the afterimage fist did not rely solely on sight, or perhaps not at all on sight. As martial artists reach a certain level of mastery, they develop an acute awareness of their surroundings. Initially, this perception arises from physical strength and enhanced capabilities, manifesting through bodily reactions, vision, hearing, and other senses. Ordinary fighters, like the masters of martial arts schools, and those more formidable, such as King Gappa, possess such perceptual abilities at a certain level of cultivation. This allows them to contend against 10 or even 100 opponents. Moreover, those who cultivate their energy are even more attuned to their surroundings. The more proficient they become in controlling their own energy, the sharper this perception becomes. They can elevate this initial awareness to discern the subtle energies that opponents may harbor. When an opponent strikes with tremendous speed, this heightened perception can mitigate the limitations of mere visual recognition, enabling them to engage in intense battles. Master Rashi himself had not possessed a strong sense of energy perception until he fought alongside Sun Wukong, which propelled him beyond his former self and refined his mastery over his physical power and energy. Gradually, as Sun Wukong and Krillin evolved, Master Rashi began to sense that they had surpassed him, which was why he could faintly detect the intensification of their energies. Thus, Master Rashi understood well the essence of the aura emanating from powerful individuals, fluctuating between presence and absence. This led him to deduce that Gatai's ability to counter the afterimage fist stemmed from an unimaginably high level of energy perception, allowing him to intuitively discern his position, thus easily thwarting the afterimage fist. Similarly, Sun Wukong's ability to sense Krillin's demise indicated that he, like Gatai, had attained an extraordinary level of energy perception. Master Rashi pondered this, concluding that it was the only explanation that made sense. Indeed, Sun Wukong's mastery over energy had reached profound depths. However, he had yet to fully grasp the nuances of energy perception, lacking just a fraction. Though this fraction was minimal, it was worlds apart from complete understanding. Otherwise, he would not have faced setbacks in the heavenly realm. It seemed that both Sun Wukong and Gatai had surpassed him in martial arts. reaching exceedingly high realms. Master Rashi mused internally, but soon redirected his thoughts. Now was not the time for such reflections. Krillin's death was suspicious and perhaps heralded unusual events. Subsequently, Master Rashi began to inquire into the circumstances surrounding the incident. Upon learning that the culprit sought the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong was immediately compelled to pursue vengeance for Krillin. Gatai sensed the arrival of Dambalin, refraining from intervening, feeling a sense of helplessness. Soon after, Gatai detected the absence of Krillin's aura and noted the shift in Sun Wukong's energy, prompting him to initiate his own plan. However, while tracking Sun Wukong, Gatai encountered the returning Master Shin. Master Shin had suffered dual blows. He had been sent flying by Master Rashi's Kamehameha, and with the judgments rendered against Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, a series of unfortunate events had befallen him in a short span, rendering him unable to endure any further misfortune. Yet, since Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Master Rashi were together, he had no opportunity to strike. Thus, he turned his sights on Gatai, who was not associated with Master Rashi, which suited his intentions perfectly. Old Crane. I have no time for idle chatter. You best step aside. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to send you to meet Yama, Gatai stated with a stern expression. Gatai, I will kill you, Master Shin retorted fiercely, unleashing his full power in an assault against Gatai. Gatai found Master Shin's actions to be rather tedious. Even when his combat power was merely 150, he had deemed Master Shin inconsequential, let alone now. Previously, Gatai had refrained from provoking Master Shin out of respect for Tianjin Fan, as he could not best Tianjin Fan and did not wish to alter the original storyline. Now, however, Gatai had grasped the essence of energy perception, learned numerous techniques, and experienced growth in his own cultivation through battle. His combat power now hovered around 170, surpassing his former self, and this was without relying on luck or employing his hundredfold strength techniques to amplify his attacks. Gatai was intent on tracking Sun Wukong to execute his plan to save the Sins of Beings. If he were delayed, he feared he might lose control. Moreover, Master Shin's current utility was virtually nil. In the future, his presence would no longer impact the original storyline. Therefore, if Master Shin overstepped, Gatai would not hesitate to take lethal action. Never mind, it's better not to kill him, Gatai concluded after some contemplation. After all, Master Shin had been a mentor to Tianjin Fan. Without his guidance or taking Tianjin Fan as his disciple, it was likely that Tianjin Fan would not exist within the Dragon Ball universe. Observing Master Shin rushing toward him, Gatai focused his energy, cycling it within his body, causing his muscles to swell as he stood firm, bracing against Master Shin's fist. Unsurprisingly, Master Shin's punch struck Gatai as if hitting steel, inflicting no damage whatsoever, and Gatai did not budge an inch. Master Shin's eyes widened in shock, astonished by Gatai's rapid growth. For Tianjin Fan's sake, I shall spare your life, Gatai remarked nonchalantly. Then, to Master Shin's astonishment, Gatai gently blew on his fist before delivering a powerful blow to Master Shin's abdomen. Instantly, Master Shin fell unconscious, his face frozen in disbelief. After dealing with Master Shin, Gatai noted how swiftly Sun Wukong's location was shifting. It seems Wukong has taken to the flying nimbus, Gatai speculated. Sister Qiao, have you learned the skydance technique? Gatai turned to Xiao Qiao and inquired. Xiao Qiao bit her lip, feeling somewhat shy. Although she sensed energy, her control was insufficient, preventing her from mastering the skydance technique. She then glanced at Master Shin and asked, "What should we do with him?" "Forget about him. He won't die," Gatai replied, casting a glance at Xiao Qiao, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Sister Qiao, let me carry you as we fly." Xiao Qiao exclaimed, startled, her face reddening. However, she made no objections, quietly placing her hands on Gatai's shoulders. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Qiao had not questioned Gatai's intentions. She found him increasingly mysterious, yet this enigmatic presence provided her with a profound sense of security, prompting her to acquiesce to his lead. As Xiao Qiao's hands rested upon him, Gatai felt as if he had been jolted, his thoughts momentarily scattered, feeling quite awkward, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. Gatai carefully embraced Xiao Qiao and activated the skydance technique, ascending into the sky. Gatai's speed of flight was quite impressive, yet it still paled in comparison to the nimbus. He swiftly employed his mental energy to aid his flight, significantly enhancing his speed. "Sister Qiao, have you heard of Karen Tower?" Gatai asked, turning his head to inquire. Xiao Qiao relished the sensation of flying. The ability to soar through the skies without external assistance was a notion she had never entertained. When she first witnessed Gatai ascending, she harbored a small yearning, and today, as she experienced it, the sensation was exquisite. In this intimate moment with Gatai, Her previously flushed cheeks began to cool. It seemed Xiao Qiao had yet to regain her composure. After several breaths, she noticed Gatai looking at her. She blinked, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong?" Gatai's eyes glimmered mischievously as he intended to tease her. "Sister Qiao, you are truly beautiful. You." Xiao Qiao initially intended to chastise him for his levity. But the words faltered on her lips, and she instead inquired, "Really? Hee." Gatai did not provide a direct response, merely smiling. In response, Xiao Qiao immediately frowned, her expression turning cold as she turned her face away. Ignoring Gatai, "Sister Qiao, do you know of Karen Tower?" Gatai swiftly changed the subject, asking once more, "Karen Tower? What a peculiar name." Xiao Qiao's words revealed her utter ignorance of Kalinta, prompting Gatai to explain it to her. Kalinta is a legendary sanctuary of martial arts, towering high, beyond imagination, accessible only through one's own relentless efforts. Its pinnacle resides in a mortal known as Master Karen. Those who ascend to the summit will receive guidance from Master Karen, resulting in remarkable progress in their cultivation. Immortal. What do they look like? Gatai, have you seen him? At that moment, Xiao Qiao found Gatai's words somewhat captivating and immediately inquired further. "Hee, I have not encountered him either. However, I believe that if Sister Qiao were to meet him, she would undoubtedly be astonished." Gatai replied with a smile. "Is that so? Why do you say that?" Xiao Qiao appeared somewhat perplexed. Are we heading to Kalinta? Xiao Qiao soon realized. "Yes, indeed, Sister Qiao. Are you happy?" "Quite happy," Xiao Qiao replied casually. Upon hearing this, Gatai understood that Xiao Qiao did not genuinely possess a heartfelt desire for martial arts practice. Her accomplishments were deeply intertwined with her aspiration to protect her village and her dreams. Gatai refrained from saying more, recognizing the need to subtly guide Xiao Qiao towards finding a reason to persist in her martial pursuits. This was the era of the great demon Piccolo. And now that he was following Sun Wukong, he would surely encounter Piccolo. Thus, Gatai made a firm decision. After a considerable time, Gatai sensed that Sun Wukong had come to a halt, and his energy was rapidly diminishing. Additionally, there existed another malevolent presence nearby, which was weaker than Sun Wukong at his peak. This ominous aura likely belonged to Dambalin, indicating that Sun Wukong would soon confront Yakalope. Gatai contemplated this in his mind. Subsequently, he quickened his pace, which also hastened the depletion of his own energy. He then made some adjustments. His speed remained manageable, and he consciously allocated part of his mental energy to assist his body in accelerating the absorption of the world's energy, thus bringing the consumption and recovery of his energy into a near balance. As time passed, Sun Wukong's energy dwindled to a critically low level, almost beyond Gatai's perception. Reluctantly, Gatai noted Sun Wukong's current position and mentally estimated the distance. Approximately half an hour later, Gatai descended into a forest. Xiao Qiao assumed they had arrived at Kalinta and fell silent, following Gatai without a word. Relying on his memorized coordinates, Gatai searched diligently, and after an hour, he found Sun Wukong, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, battered and unconscious on the ground, Xiao Qiao gasped in alarm. Her eyes filled with concern and hurriedly rushed over. "Sister Qiao, do not worry. Sun Wukong is not dead yet," Gatai said slowly, standing by. Gatai had sensed a faint trace of life remaining in Sun Wukong, prompting his words, and he marveled at the scion's extraordinary vitality. "Gatai, hurry and save him. Why are you just standing there?" Xiao Qiao expressed her frustration towards Gatai. "Sister Qiao, do you understand why I have been following Sun Wukong all this way?" Gatai refrained from aiding Sun Wukong but instead posed this question. "What are you hesitating for? He is on the brink of death. Wukong is my benefactor. He saved the entire village. If we do not save him, he will die." Xiao Qiao could not absorb Gatai's words. Shouting at him, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Witnessing Xiao Qiao's distress, Gatai felt a pang in his heart. Yet, he still did not attend to Sun Wukong. Knowing that he would not perish, he forcibly steadied Xiao Qiao, saying, "Sister Qiao, calm down. Sun Wukong will not die. He has a unique constitution, and you must allow him to recover gradually. This will enhance his strength." Gatai's words had no effect. Xiao Qiao continued to weep, anxious and desperately trying to break free from Gatai's grip, yet unable to escape his hold. "Oh, you know how Sun Wukong was injured." Gatai raised his voice slightly, and at this, Xiao Qiao calmed down a bit. Sun Wukong was wounded by a formidable demon. That demon killed his closest friend, Krillin, just a few hours ago. Enraged, Sun Wukong sought vengeance, which led him to chase after the demon, Gatai explained, softening his tone. Xiao Qiao found Gatai's words hard to believe, as she had been with him all this time and could not fathom how he knew about Krillin's demise. Yet, witnessing Sun Wukong's grievous condition left her questioning how Gatai could possibly know. Gatai continued, Sister Qiao, this world is truly wondrous, beyond your imagination. When a martial artist reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can. Gatai paused, shifting the topic. Sister Qiao, the reasons are complex and cannot be easily articulated. It all pertains to martial arts. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will understand. What you need to grasp now is that a powerful demon has emerged in this world, one who is ruthless and will mercilessly annihilate all of humanity on Earth. At this moment, Xiao Qiao had composed herself, no longer crying, and listened intently to Gatai, feeling a potent sensation stirring within her, though she could not fully comprehend it. Gatai continued softly, this demon is immensely powerful. At present, there is no one on Earth, nor any weapon, capable of vanquishing him. What should we do? Xiao Qiao asked weakly, her eyes glistening with tears. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Qiao began to believe Gatai's words. Which was the response Gatai had hoped to elicit. Gatai's gaze sharpened as he declared, the only solution is to grow stronger, to elevate your cultivation beyond that of the demon, so that you may slay him and protect the people of Earth and your loved ones. For the sake of the Earth, to safeguard your dear ones. To grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes widened, her lips whispering the words. At last, she comprehended the intense feeling within her. It was the desire to become stronger. Then, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she gazed earnestly at Gatai and declared, you are right, Gatai. I must become stronger. We all must grow stronger. Witnessing Xiao Qiao's resolute expression, Gatai finally exhaled a sigh of relief within. Xiao Qiao now genuinely yearned to strengthen herself. What you said earlier was true. Sun Wukong will not die. He will gradually recover. Xiao Qiao inquired once more. Sister Qiao, trust me. Do not doubt me. I will explain everything to you in due time. Gatai replied, his tone tinged with exhaustion, burdened by countless secrets. If he were alone, these secrets would remain buried deep within him, untouched by any external disturbance. Yet now, with Xiao Qiao by his side, he found himself at a loss as to how to share these secrets with her. Realizing how painful it is to keep a secret. I believe you. Gatai. Xiao Qiao nodded affirmatively. Gatai reciprocated the gesture, then took Xiao Qiao's hand, leading her away to a nearby hideout, where they could observe Sun Wukong while resting. As night fell, the forest lay shrouded in silence and desolation, with their thoughts weighing heavily on them. The night felt interminably long and arduous. Although Xiao Qiao chose to trust Gatai, the sight of Sun Wukong lying there without aid gnawed at her heart. Throughout the night, she nearly rushed to his side several times, only to be pulled back by Gatai. Each time, she refrained from resisting, striving to maintain her composure. The following day dawned, with sunlight filtering through the sparse leaves, casting a warm glow that dispelled the negativity of the previous night. Xiao Qiao's restless heart began to find some solace. Gatai and Xiao Qiao had vigilantly watched over the night without sleep. Gatai fared better, while Xiao Qiao appeared weary. Upon noticing some movement from Sun Wukong, Xiao Qiao suddenly relaxed, unable to hold herself up any longer, and collapsed into Gatai's arms, falling asleep. That moment, Gatai utilized his mental energy to manipulate the air, constructing a barrier that muted the sounds around them, ensuring Sun Wukong would remain unaware of their presence. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong felt ravenous and began searching for food. Gatai had sensed another presence in the forest long before, likely that of Yakilob. In Gatai's perception, the distance between Yakilob and Sun Wukong was rapidly diminishing, and he anticipated their imminent encounter. Glancing at Xiao Qiao, nestled in his embrace, Gatai smiled slightly. After several hours, Xiao Qiao awakened, and her first instinct was to check if Sun Wukong was still present. Upon discovering that he was no longer in his original spot, nor could she find him anywhere else, she remained silent, her eyes, akin to sparkling water, fixated on Gatai. Gatai chuckled, you must be hungry. Have something to eat, and afterward, I will take you to find Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Gatai retrieved some food from the universal adhesive he had sent. No rush, take your time, he comforted. Throughout this half-day, Gatai sensed three distinct energies descending upon the forest, indicating that Sun Wukong had already engaged in battle with Piccolo Daimao, and furthermore, Sun Wukong had sustained serious injuries. Next, after eating, their destination would be Karen Tower, Gatai thought to himself. After their meal, Gatai and Xiao Qiao departed, soon spotting the weary and injured Sun Wukong alongside the portly Yakilob in the distance. Although Sun Wukong appeared hurt and dispirited, he was still able to speak, which reassured Xiao Qiao. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the latest consequence of Sun Wukong's repeated injuries. Likewise, neither Gatai nor Xiao Qiao approached too closely, ensuring that Sun Wukong and Yakalob remained unaware of their presence at that moment. Sun Wukong requested Yakalob to take him to Karen Tower. Upon hearing their conversation, Xiao Qiao immediately understood why Gatai was following Sun Wukong. It seemed he was unaware of the tower's location. However, Gatai appeared to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the situation, which sparked a peculiar glimmer of doubt in Xiao Qiao's eyes. Gatai no longer needed to sense Sun Wukong's energy. He could track Yakalob's energy to find Karen Tower. Yakalob had a means of transportation and moved without pause, leaving Gatai trailing behind. Gatai felt helpless in this situation. His energy was not yet robust, and his flight speed was consequently limited. If he exerted himself to fly, his energy would deplete rapidly. Having been left behind by Sun Wukong's cloud and now by Yakalob's vehicle, Gatai found himself in a rather awkward position regarding his aerial skills. Even Xiao Qiao mocked him for it. Fortunately, his ability to sense energy was remarkably powerful, allowing him to discern their location despite the distance. As twilight approached, Gatai could finally see the towering silhouette of Karen Tower, filling his heart with immense joy. "Oh, you see that, Sister Qiao? That is Karen Tower," he exclaimed, pointing towards the magnificent structure that rose like a colossal pillar into the sky. Xiao Qiao lifted her gaze to behold Karen Tower. Deeply rooted within the heart of the forest, its pinnacle obscured from view, the sight of the tower stirred excitement within her. At last, she would meet the immortal. As they drew ever closer to Karen Tower, the aura of its majestic and sacred presence became increasingly palpable. Just as darkness began to fall, they finally arrived at the base of the tower. By this time, Sun Wukong and Yakalob were nowhere to be found. Their pace had far surpassed Gatai's, and they had likely ascended 2/3 of the tower's height by now. Standing at the foot of Karen Tower, Xiao Qiao gazed upward in awe. Not only was the tower immense, but its height was truly unfathomable. It dawned on her that reaching the summit would not be an easy task. She believed that the more challenging the endeavor, the greater her cultivation would become after receiving guidance from the immortal. Inexplicably, she felt that the opportunity to defeat the demon, as described by Gatai, lay within her grasp. "Who are you, and what business do you have here?" Just as Gatai and Xiao Qiao were lost in their thoughts regarding the tower, a voice interrupted them. Bora and Upa, the guardians of the Karen sacred land, regarded Gatai and Xiao Qiao with caution. Bora was a tall and robust figure, exuding an air of authority, with a cute child perched upon his shoulder, his son. Upa. "Don't worry, sir. We are not villains. We wish to challenge Karen Tower, drink the sacred water, and grow stronger to defeat that demon," Gatai explained as he turned to face them. "A demon? Ah, you are like Sun Wukong. Righteous martial artists, are you not?" Upa's youthful voice chimed in, sounding surprisingly feminine. Gatai, upon hearing Upa's voice, found it oddly captivating. It seemed entirely suited to a girl. He could not fathom how a boy like Upa could possess such a delightful voice. Upon Upa's remark, Bora shot him a stern glance, causing Upa to immediately fall silent. Frightened, Gatai understood that Bora was admonishing his son for his naivety as guardians of the Karen sacred land. It was their duty to prevent wicked individuals from desecrating Karen Tower. For many years, apart from Sun Wukong, they had seen no other challengers. Bora was naturally suspicious of Gatai and Xiao Qiao's intentions, prompting him to intervene. Seeing that his son had inadvertently revealed too much, Bora felt a sense of resignation. There was no longer a way to ascertain whether the pair was lying. However, since they mentioned a demon, akin to Sun Wukong's purpose of becoming stronger to vanquish it, Bora deemed them not to be evil individuals. He decided to step back and ceased his interference. Turning to leave, "Please wait a moment," Gatai suddenly called out to Bora and Upa. Bora halted and turned back, his expression tinged with impatience as he regarded Gatai and Xiao Qiao. "I am the guardian here. I have the authority to decide who may challenge Karen Tower. Do not overstep your bounds. If you wish to challenge the tower, do so quickly, before I change my mind." Bora spoke in a rather frosty tone. "I am well aware of that, Mr. Bora," Gatai replied with a smile. "Oh, you know me?" Bora inquired, puzzled. Gatai stepped forward, explaining, "We are friends of Sun Wukong, having met during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong is incredibly strong, and I sought his guidance. From him, I learned of the martial arts sanctuary, Karen Tower, and of you as well. Sun Wukong was injured by that demon, and we too wish to grow stronger to defeat it alongside him. It appears you are not lying, Bora conceded, his suspicion alleviated by Gatai's explanation. Since you are friends of Sun Wukong and are striving for the peace of the world, I apologize for my earlier offense. Bora bowed slightly, expressing his contrition. What did you wish to ask of me when you called out? Gatai nodded and approached Xiao Qiao. Sister Qiao, since you have yet to learn the flying technique and are unfamiliar with Karen Tower, it may be challenging for you to ascend to the top in one go. For safety reasons, would you mind waiting here until you have mastered the flying technique before attempting to climb? All right. Xiao Qiao hesitated momentarily but eventually acquiesced. With that, Gatai turned to Bora and said, Then, Mr. Bora, may I ask you to look after my sister during my ascent? Bora nodded, finally breaking into a smile, no longer wearing his usual stern demeanor. Subsequently, Gatai took to the skies, soaring towards the summit of Karen Tower. Wow, this big brother can fly! UPA exclaimed in admiration, adding yet another idol to his list of heroes. Bora was equally astonished, eye in his eyes. Sun Wukong was already an extraordinary figure, and now with Gatai's ability to fly, he felt they were both challengers beyond his reach. What then could the demon they spoke of possibly be like? An involuntary chill ran down Bora's spine. The sky had not yet fully darkened. He hoped there was still time. Otherwise, if Jackalope reached the summit first, some sacred beans might be wasted. For Gatai, these beans were incredibly precious. Even though Karen Sage still had some stock, losing even one would be a painful loss for him. Jackalope was a benefactor to Sun Wukong, having saved his life multiple times. Without him, there would be no future Sun Wukong. He was also a figure extraordinarily blessed by fortune during this period, and perhaps Sun Wukong's ability to obtain the sacred water was due to his presence. Perhaps this time, he might also get to experience the effects of the sacred water. Gatai mused internally. They paused for a moment. After a while, Gatai sensed that Jackalope's position had not changed. It appeared that Jackalope was taking a short rest. Gatai thought to himself, they are moving again. It seems they are not too far from the tower's peak. In the original story, he ascended to the top in less than a day with Bora's assistance. Gatai continued to sense Jackalope's energy, which provided him with a clear indication of Karen Tower's summit. It seemed he too was nearing the pinnacle. He needed to muster his strength. Gatai contemplated, then dismissed his concerns about energy depletion, channeling all his mental fortitude to propel himself forward in a bid to reach Karen Tower before the others. With that, his speed increased dramatically. At the top of Karen Tower, Karen Sage observed Gatai's sudden acceleration. Astonished by his cultivation, this kid is growing at an astonishing pace, even faster than Sun Wukong. Perhaps they are the best candidates to defeat Piccolo Daimao. Karen Sage murmured, squinting his eyes. They're coming, Karen Sage quietly announced to himself, then turned his gaze outward. Continuing on, Gatai soon caught sight of his figure. At that moment, Gatai felt exceedingly fatigued, as the energy within him had nearly been depleted. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he lifted his gaze towards Karen, the deity. The comical appearance of the plump Karen brought a smile to Gatai's lips, though he restrained himself from laughing aloud. Young man, please partake, Karen said, offering him a magical bean. Gatai eagerly accepted it, examining it with excitement bubbling within him. This was the legendary bean. It marked his very first acquisition of such a treasure. He decided to keep it for now, uncertain if Karen would be amenable to a trade. After all, with the emergence of the formidable Demon King Piccolo during this era, Karen might have begun to recognize the rarity of these beans. Gatai felt a flutter of apprehension in his heart. Noticing that Gatai had yet to consume the magical bean, Karen's expression turned to one of surprise. It appeared this individual possessed some knowledge of the bean's effects. What could his true purpose be? Karen pondered, simultaneously employing his mind-reading abilities to uncover Gatai's thoughts. Sensing the probing gaze, Gatai immediately felt uneasy and swiftly cleared his mind, preventing Karen from delving into his inner secrets. Quite an enigmatic individual. Karen mused, taken aback by Gatai's profound martial prowess. He decided to abandon his attempt to read Gatai's thoughts, having come to regard him as a righteous martial artist, thus deeming further scrutiny unnecessary. Greetings, Karen. Gatai finally broke the silence, offering a cordial salutation. Meow, is it Gatai? What brings you here? Karen inquired. Upon hearing this, Gatai was not taken aback by Karen's recognition. Without hesitation, he produced a versatile adhesive container filled with an assortment of fish, opening it to reveal several tons of various types. Instantly, Karen's attention was captivated, even causing his ever-present staff to clatter to the ground. In an eager rush, Karen lunged forward, but Gatai swiftly interposed himself. blocking Karen's advance. This sudden movement snapped Karen back to reality, and he awkwardly wiped away the drool that had gathered. Karen, I wish to trade some magical beans for these fish, Gatai said with a cheerful grin. Without a moment's pause, Karen promptly retrieved a handful of magical beans, tossing them to Gatai. Upon catching them, Gatai's expression darkened. Silently cursing the clever old man, he shamelessly pocketed the beans while also stowing away the adhesive container filled with fish. Seeing Gatai put away the fish, Karen grew anxious. Hey, Karen, trading so many fish for just a handful of magical beans seems quite unfair for me, Gatai teased, showing no signs of embarrassment for having forcibly taken the beans while reclaiming the fish. Karen's face darkened, and he turned away to retrieve a small jar brimming with magical beans, thousands of them. In fact, with some reluctance, he turned back and extended the entire jar to Gatai. Only then did Gatai feel a sense of satisfaction, handing over the adhesive container filled with fish to Karen, who snatched it eagerly. Fearful Gatai might reclaim it, he was overjoyed, having not tasted fish in ages. Its deliciousness nearly forgotten. Observing Karen in a state of bliss, Gatai kindly cautioned, Karen, Son Goku and Yachirobe are about to arrive. Yachirobe is quite the glutton. His appetite is astonishing, especially after having climbed for so long. You must be careful. Ah, indeed, Karen replied, promptly hiding the adhesive container as if it were a precious treasure. Shortly thereafter, after approximately 20 minutes, Yachirobe finally reached the summit of the tower, carrying Son Goku on his back. Upon arrival, Yachirobe spotted Gatai, and his temper flared. Since you also came to Karen Tower and can fly, why didn't you lend a hand? Yachirobe scolded, frustration evident in his voice, although they were strangers. Yachirobe was inherently kind-hearted and would have helped if their roles were reversed. At that moment, Son Goku turned to look at Gatai. It was only when Gatai surpassed them that Goku realized someone could indeed fly to the top of Karen Tower. In his understanding, only Tenshinhan and Chaozu possessed such abilities. However, since it was neither of them, Gatai's ability to ascend the tower indicated formidable martial prowess and acute insight. Until now, upon seeing Gatai, Goku recognized him as the one who had flown to the peak of Karen Tower. They had become friends during the World Martial Arts Tournament, and friends ought to assist one another, yet Gatai had not done so. You are mistaken. Karen Tower is a sanctum of martial arts. Ascending requires one's own effort. I arrived through my own flying capabilities. Moreover, by carrying Son Goku, you received an excellent opportunity for training. Reaching the summit of Karen Tower is the sole criterion for its status as a martial arts sanctum, which is precisely why it holds such esteem. Gatai calmly explained that he had valid reasons for not trading with Karen in front of Yachirobe, as it would surely embarrass the deity. Enough of your nonsense. Wait, you know Son Goku? Yachirobe suddenly realized, his forehead vein bulging in agitation. You could have brought Son Goku up the tower first, making my ascent much easier and quicker. Didn't I already mention? This is a sanctum of martial arts, and everything is judged by reaching the summit. By carrying Son Goku, you implicitly accepted this method, which facilitates better growth. Gatai replied indifferently. If you doubt me, you may ask Karen. At that moment, Gatai posed the question to Karen, whose words always held weight. Hearing Gatai's reasoning, Son Goku finally felt at ease, as he understood Karen's sanctum more than Yachirobe did. Indeed, Gatai is correct. You've made it up here now, haven't you? Karen chuckled. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hey, Goku, didn't you mention you had delicious food? Where is it? Yachirobe skeptically scanned the surroundings. Karen smiled slightly, then observed Son Goku's condition that he retrieved another jar filled with magical beans, tossing one to Goku and another to Yachirobe. Yachirobe, holding the bean that was supposed to be a delicacy, felt his intelligence insulted. He immediately lunged for the jar of magical beans in Karen's hand. In that instant, Gatai's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly moved to grasp Yachirobe's wrist. What are you doing? You heartless scoundrel? Yachirobe glared at Gatai, straining to break free from his grip. He placed a hand on the sword at his waist, unable to contain his frustration. In a flash, the sword was drawn, and a fierce blade of energy sliced through the air towards Gatai's chest. Aware of Yachirobe's formidable strength, Gatai had already prepared himself and swiftly evaded the attack. Blade energy, although he had avoided it. Gatai was astonished by the discovery that Yachirobe's sword emanated a fierce aura, characteristic of a true swordsman's attack. While Yachirobe could not condense his internal energy into shockwaves, his prowess manifested entirely through his swordsmanship. The strike he had just unleashed, though lacking the force of a detached energy attack, had channeled his essence through his swordplay, naturally gathering it upon the blade. This concentrated force transformed into the unique sword energy that only true swordsmen possessed. Thus, an ordinary sword became extraordinary, its power rivaling, if not surpassing, that of a shockwave generated by energy. At this moment, Yachirobe was already weary and famished, and this strike was not even at his peak strength. Gatai's heart raced as he unearthed yet another application of energy within the Dragon Ball realm. Stop. At that moment, Son Goku, having consumed the magical bean, felt rejuvenated and immediately intervened. Yachirobe, don't be angry. Eat that magical bean, and you'll understand, Son Goku urged. Humph. Yachirobe shot a glare at Gatai once more, still scrutinizing the bean in his hand with skepticism. His eyelids twitched, unable to accept that this humble bean could possess any miraculous qualities. How could the delectable dishes he yearned for possibly be encapsulated in this bean? Goku, look at me. See, I'm perfectly fine now. Son Goku smiled at Yachirobe. Finally, Yachirobe reluctantly consumed the magical bean. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed his stomach and stretched his limbs. This sensation is truly magnificent. It is indeed food fit for a celestial being. I have resolved to remain here. Never again burdened by concerns of sustenance, Yachirobe exclaimed fervently. Subsequently, Sun Wukong sought the guidance of Master Karen, aspiring to grow stronger to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. Master Karen revealed to Sun Wukong the soul means to defeat Piccolo, the ultra-divine water. Determined, Sun Wukong set out to obtain the ultra-divine water, with Gatai joining him. However, Yachirobe, plagued by cowardice and fear of death, declined. Driven by curiosity, Yachirobe ventured to observe the entrance leading to the ultra-divine water, only to discover it was a large vat. Seizing the opportunity, Gatai kicked him into it. Thus, Sun Wukong and Gatai entered the ice maze. Upon entering, Gatai believed they would rely on Yachirobe's luck to reach the location of the ultra-divine water. Yet he soon realized that the mysteries of this place could be easily discerned through mental acuity. Nevertheless, Gatai did little and merely followed Sun Wukong and Yachirobe aimlessly. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong's indomitable martial spirit that allowed him to pass the trial and acquire the ultra-divine water. Observing a flask containing the ultra-divine water on the stone table, Gatai shook it. Noting its ample contents, Sun Wukong, having disregarded life and death, solely focused on becoming stronger to defeat Piccolo, downed the ultra-divine water in one go. Under Yachirobe's worried gaze, soon the dual effects of the ultra-divine water, unlocking his potential and its toxic properties, manifested simultaneously, overwhelming Sun Wukong's willpower and causing him to collapse. The agony persisted, sapping his vitality in an instant. Yet, almost immediately, a surge of life force flooded back into his body. Meanwhile, Gatai sensed a new strength emerging from within Sun Wukong, as the latent potential of his scion heritage was forcibly unleashed. In an instant, Sun Wukong's energy increased by nearly 1/3. His combat power reached approximately 270 points, a seemingly modest increment, yet not to be underestimated. Had Sun Wukong sought to attain this level through sheer effort, it would have required over a year of rigorous training. However, Gatai perceived that the release of Sun Wukong's potential was still too feeble. As a low-class warrior, Sun Wukong's battle power at birth was merely 2. Had it been Vegeta, his battle power would have at least doubled. Sun Wukong's innate talent was comparable to Vegeta's, and his training and battles were not lacking in intensity. Yet, among peers, his combat power growth remained inferior to Vegeta's, a consequence of the limitations inherent in the potential development of a low-class warrior. In time, as Sun Wukong matured, grew taller, and perhaps due to his consumption of the ultra-divine water and his unwavering martial spirit, he eventually unlocked a facet of his scion potential, allowing him to fully benefit from the advantages of his heritage and surpass Vegeta. Thus, Gatai opined that if Sun Wukong continued to cultivate without external aid, he would never surpass Vegeta. I feel stronger now. This sensation is utterly delightful. The effects of the ultra-divine water were swift yet fleeting. Its toxicity would only deplete Sun Wukong's vitality once, not re-emerging. Hence, it was the resilience of Sun Wukong's scion bloodline that enabled him to endure. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Sun Wukong brimmed with confidence, assured of his ability to defeat Piccolo. Wukong, you go ahead. I wish to stay, Gatai stated at that moment. Why? Sun Wukong queried, puzzled. Yachirobe, however, displayed indifference, too preoccupied with the desire to escape this dreadful place to inquire further. Gatai explained, "Sun Wukong, my physique is not as formidable as yours. Thus, I can only sip the ultra-divine water gradually, which would consume a considerable amount of time. That's fine. I can wait for you." Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. "No, Wukong, you cannot wait, and I know you long to defeat Piccolo with your own hands. Do you not? There are many others outside suffering. You must go save them. Kuririn and Master Rashi are no longer with us. You cannot afford to lose anyone else, understand?" Gatai earnestly articulated. Thus, Sun Wukong acquiesced. "Is there anything I can do for you?" As he prepared to depart, an idea struck him. Just let Master Karen wait for me." Gatai smiled reassuringly. Subsequently, Sun Wukong utilized his Rui Bang to leave. At that moment, within the ice maze, Gatai remained alone, pouring another cup of ultra-divine water from the flask. He then bent down and took a gentle sip. Almost instantaneously, Gatai sensed something unusual within his body. It has manifested so swiftly. Gatai immediately sat cross-legged, pushing his mental and physical control to the limits. The ultra-divine water was no ordinary liquid. It indeed possessed the ability to unlock human potential. Yet it was also laced with venomous effects. Thus, Gatai aimed to isolate these two effects, preserving the beneficial while expelling the toxins. The toxicity and the potential-enhancing properties of the ultra-divine water acted simultaneously within every corner of his body. Tightly intertwined. It was utterly impossible to separate them. Consequently, Gatai abandoned this notion and instead focused on allowing his body to absorb the ultra-divine water to the fullest. Intense pain surged from within, as if something within him yearned to break free, causing Gatai to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, Gatai consumed only a modest amount of the ultra-divine water. Being of Earthling descent, he expended nearly half of his vitality to endure. At that moment, Gatai discovered that his potential had indeed been forcibly unlocked, resulting in an approximate 10% increase in his combat power, around 20 points. How is it possible? Such a terrifying growth effect from just a minuscule sip. Gatai was astounded. Sun Wukong only gained less than 100 points of combat power. Could it be that although Earthlings possess lower potential, they are easier to unlock? My potential cannot be compared to Kuririn's. Even a small increment from the ultra-divine water is significant, Gatai pondered, speculating if this were true. Perhaps the ultra-divine water could fully unlock the potential of an Earthling. Gatai's body surged with excitement. If this hypothesis proved accurate, once he fully unlocked his potential and combined it with his training in Ki, his power could soar dramatically, potentially enabling him to defeat Raditz effortlessly. Furthermore, once his potential was fully realized, he could advance to even more profound body refinement techniques. All right, next I must thoroughly investigate whether there are any lingering side effects, Gatai muttered to himself, then concentrated his mental energy to the utmost, directing it within his body. Through this mental focus, Gatai discovered, as anticipated, that some toxins remained. With effort, he found that these toxins could indeed be expelled from his body. Thus, Gatai spent a considerable amount of time cleansing his body of these impurities. As he eliminated the toxins, he also expelled a substantial amount of filth, hastily cleaning himself before commencing the restoration of his physical condition. Gatai's recovery was natural. Only in this way could his potential be better realized. Once his body returned to peak condition, he felt the enhancement of his strength and was thoroughly satisfied. Upon drinking the ultra-divine water again, this time Gatai could afford to consume a larger quantity. He gulped down a third of the flask, and once more, pain surged through his body. Gatai had yet to emerge from the maze, causing Master Karen to grow increasingly anxious. It has already been 2 days. Why is he still not out? Master Karen paced back and forth, glancing intermittently at the vat. During these 2 days, Sun Wukong had indeed defeated the demon King Piccolo, and the dragon had revived those killed by him. Additionally, Xiao had finally mastered his ki, learning the art of flight. However, upon ascending, Xiao was promptly instructed by Master Karen to descend and climb back up using her hands and feet. Naturally kind-hearted, Xiao did not protest. She respected Master Karen's methods in her quest for strength and thus complied. The endeavor proved exhausting, taking her 2 days to finally reach the top, though her newly acquired skill allowed her to rest adequately without falling. Master Karen's treatment of Xiao was purposeful. Upon Gatai's arrival at Karen Tower, Master Karen had previously observed Xiao's desire for strength and thus chose to train her in this manner. Once Xiao reached the summit of Karen Tower, she inquired about Gatai's whereabouts. Master Karen informed her that Gatai was undergoing special training. Yet as she spoke, a sense of unease gripped her heart, fearing for Gatai's safety. Continuing on, Xiao Qiao also accepted the guidance of the immortal Karen. Although Xiao Qiao had yet to grasp the subtlety of sensing qi, she naturally had not attained the profound tranquility akin to the vast sky, nor the swiftness reminiscent of lightning. However, her mastery of the three-body technique served as a solid foundation, granting her an advanced control over power, enabling her to strike with lightning-like speed. This ability, however, was an evolution stemming from the three-body technique. It was fundamentally a skill in exertion rather than an elevation of her realm. Even Gatai had initially experienced this, but it was only after comprehending the essence of qi that he fully understood the states of serene stillness and blinding speed, along with the terrifying enhancements in cultivation that such realms entailed. Xiao Qiao had honed the three-body technique to a remarkable degree, executing her strikes with precision, while seamlessly integrating the 12 forms fist and the 5 elements fist into her repertoire. These two martial arts contained profound principles, exhibiting peculiar and intricate movements. Her entire being seemed to transform into a certain agile creature, both nimble and elusive. Initially, even the immortal Karen nearly found her water cup, snatched by Xiao Qiao. Reluctantly, Karen had to set aside her underestimation, gradually unleashing her full strength to foster Xiao Qiao's adaptive growth, guiding her along the way. Thus, Xiao Qiao's realm was slowly elevated by the immortal Karen. However, Xiao Qiao's mastery over power through the three-body technique far surpassed that of the immortal Karen, especially when combined with the 12 forms fist and the 5 elements fist, which allowed for an endless array of transformations. Despite Xiao Qiao's cultivation remaining stagnant, Karen found it increasingly difficult to counter her, leading to a point where Xiao Qiao's physical strength had grown to exceed that of Karen when it reached the 7th level. Meanwhile, Yakalob, inspired by their training, joined in as well. Unlike Xiao Qiao, Yakalob was already formidable in strength, comparable to the immortal Karen, and quickly adapted. Overcoming challenges in just 2 hours. In the icy labyrinth, Gatai spent 4 days finally consuming all the divine water from his flask, diligently applying it to unlock the potential of his bloodline. Now, Gatai's combat prowess had reached approximately 700 points, a feat he had never anticipated by the time Gatai drank the divine water for the 4th time. He had already sensed a significant diminishment in its efficacy. This was not solely due to his enhanced physique, but also because of his body's growing resistance to the divine water. To prevent any residual toxins from lingering in his system, Gatai devoted most of his time to detoxifying. With his combat power now exceedingly high, he feared he might attract the attention of celestial beings. Thus he decided to suppress his qi for the time being. Calculating the time, he surmised that Sun Wukong should be training in the heavenly realm. A contented smile graced Gatai's face. Subsequently, Gatai expanded his mental energy, easily locating the exit. The myriad applications of mental energy surprised him, as he had not anticipated its utility within this icy maze. Otherwise, he would not have dared to remain here alone. His decision not to carry the divine water out was also carefully considered. Firstly, there was a formidable presence within the maze that might not permit the divine water's removal, and secondly, taking it outside might render it ineffective. Recognizing that there was no longer any reason to linger, Gatai knew Xiao Qiao awaited him, and thus he soared towards the exit. That moment, Xiao Qiao, feeling fatigued from her training, was also in need of water. Just then, the immortal Karen sensed something and hurried to the large vat leading to the icy labyrinth. Peering in, she spotted Gatai waiting at the exit. Upon seeing Gatai alive, Karen sighed in relief and quickly assisted him out. Gatai returned to Karen's tower, taking a deep breath. The sensation of returning to reality was truly delightful. He mused. Suddenly, a graceful figure lunged towards Gatai. Its sister Qiao, Gatai exclaimed upon recognizing her, instinctively shielding himself as he was still somewhat unkempt. Sister Qiao, I apologize for worrying you. How could you take so long? Xiao Qiao sniffed the air, detecting an unpleasant odor, then scrutinized Gatai anew. How foul, she exclaimed, promptly retreating to a distance. Gatai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, forcing out an awkward chuckle before heading off for a shower. Yakalob noticed Gatai but showed little interest, turning his gaze towards the scenery outside Karen's tower. So, Gatai, how do you feel? Karen inquired, her voice tinged with anticipation as Gatai emerged post-bath. At your question. Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up, and she approached, while Yakalob, now curious, shifted his attention back to Gatai. Karen could no longer decipher Gatai. Although his qi appeared subdued, at its original level, such a lack of change felt off. The divine water was supposed to enhance one's combat prowess unequivocally. Yet Gatai exuded an air of unchanged strength. Gatai flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly whites, and replied to Karen, "I feel fantastic. I suspect I now possess the ability to defeat King Piccolo in an instant." He declared confidently, "You're just boasting. Sun Wukong placed second in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and he too consumed divine water, yet he nearly lost his life battling King Piccolo. Besides, didn't you mention your physique pales in comparison to Sun Wukong's?" Yakalob mocked from the sidelines, "Oh, you know how much divine water I've consumed." Gatai responded with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Karen involuntarily shivered, stammering, "Why, you can't mean I drank an entire flask of divine water, while Sun Wukong only had a cup. What do you think?" Gatai gestured affirmatively towards Karen. Clatter. Yakalob's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He had tasted the divine water before, albeit just a drop. Yet the flavor was unforgettable. Even Karen, overwhelmed, dropped her staff onto the ground. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she struggled to fathom how Gatai managed to consume an entire flask of divine water and still remain alive. This doesn't add up. Logically, Gatai's physique should be inferior to Sun Wukong's, perhaps even less resilient than Yakalob's. Karen pondered, utterly bewildered. After a moment, she cast a deep glance at Gatai, realizing she needed to consult the celestial beings. "Sister Qiao, do you miss home?" Gatai inquired softly. Qiao trembled at the question, suddenly aware of how long it had been since she last returned home. She nodded in response. Gatai approached Karen, pulling her aside, and said, "Karen, you must be aware that King Piccolo is not dead, right?" "What? You know this?" Karen's reaction was immediate, her fur bristling. Qiao and Yakalob exchanged curious glances, wondering what Gatai had said to elicit such a strong response from Karen. Gatai looked at Yakalob before continuing, "You should be aware of King Piccolo's origins. Don't ask me how I know. To prevent even greater calamities from befalling Earth in the future. Please safeguard the sins of beings and ensure Yakalob does not squander them. Rest assured, with Sun Wukong around, he is training in the heavenly realm and will certainly defeat King Piccolo again," Karen replied confidently, glancing at Gatai, feeling as though the fate of Earth hinged upon these two individuals. Gatai shook his head, aware that Karen had yet to comprehend. "What I mean is, King Piccolo is not an Earthling. He hails from the cosmos." With that, Gatai departed with Qiao. Karen was left in shock, pondering how Gatai could possess such knowledge, especially regarding King Piccolo's extraterrestrial origins. If that's the case, Karen thought, gazing skyward, her expression tightening as she finally grasped why Gatai had urged her to preserve the sins of beings. "I hope what you mentioned does not come to pass. Otherwise, Earth may face dire tribulations. All right, from today onward, I shall continue cultivating sins of beings. Despite their low yield, perhaps they will one day save Earth," Karen resolved, heeding Gatai's advice. Meanwhile, Yakalob remained oblivious to the fact that his hopes of lingering at Karen's tower enjoying a carefree existence had been dashed. Had he known that all of this stemmed from Gatai's influence, he would have surely shouted about wanting to eliminate Gatai. And Qiao ambled along, relishing the journey. Gatai also guided Qiao to deepen her understanding of Qi. Furthermore, he informed her about the Dragon Balls, the celestial beings, and the fact that King Piccolo was not dead, along with various insights regarding martial arts. Qiao had developed a genuine fondness for martial arts from the depths of her heart. The more he listened to these revelations, the more exhilarated he became, realizing that through diligent practice, humanity could attain unimaginable strength. Thus, he understood that Sun Wukong and his companions were perpetually engaged in their training, making daily progress. He eagerly anticipated the martial arts tournament 3 years hence. With such formidable individuals already in existence, he wondered how much they would grow after another 3 years. 2 months later, the two returned to their village. Naturally, Gatai also brought back every last drop of the century-old stalactite he had discovered. Upon returning, they resided in the village for an extended period, dedicating most of their time to their training. The villagers observed Gatai and Qiao almost inseparable, believing the bond between them to be strong. Whispers circulated among the villagers, suggesting that once Gatai came of age, arrangements should be made for their marriage. Qiao felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing these rumors, yet she wrestled with her feelings. She was undeniably close to Gatai and felt a deep-seated reliance on him. However, she had never contemplated the notion of marrying Gatai in the future. Firstly, Gatai was still young, merely having experienced rapid physical development. Secondly, both of them were primarily focused on martial arts, enjoying their shared training so much that any romantic implications naturally faded into the background. Gatai, on the other hand, remained largely indifferent to the gossip, continuing his training as usual. Consequently, neither of them broached the subject of their feelings. Now, a year had passed since leaving Kalinta, and Gatai and Xiao Qiao had spent a year in the village. During this time, Gatai did not utilize high-gravity training methods to exploit his bloodline potential. He adhered to a gradual approach: 5 times gravity, 6.6 times, 8 times, 8.5 times, and finally 10 times. Each level of gravity required a minimum of 2 months for adaptation before he engaged in intense training within the gravity array and practiced the 3-body technique. He firmly believed that the 10-fold gravity was closely linked to the potential of his Earthling bloodline, and as he trained, this connection became increasingly apparent once he completely mastered the 10-fold gravity training. The limitations imposed by his Earthling bloodline's potential manifested. Currently, Gatai's combat power was approximately 1,230 points, still lacking precise data, significantly surpassing his initial expectation of 1,000 points. At this moment, he undertook the most grueling month of training he had ever experienced under 10-fold gravity. Yet, his combat power had only improved by a few points, leading Gatai to sense an invisible constraint on his physical strength. It seemed he had reached his upper limit, and it was time to engage in profound breath consolidation training. At this juncture, Gatai felt a surge of excitement. If he succeeded in this training, he would no longer need to adapt to gravity training incrementally. Instead, he could directly withstand higher gravitational forces or adopt more advanced body forging techniques. After 4 years of laying a solid foundation, he had finally arrived at a pivotal moment. Breath consolidation, while effortless for Gatai, was steeped in profound complexity. It entailed treating each of his cells as a microcosmic space. When he concentrated intensely, this space would deepen, akin to a black hole, theoretically capable of absorbing limitless energy from the universe. This also involved the principle of compressing his own energy, refining it to become purer and more robust. In contrast to inner restraint, there exists explosive potential. Envisioning the sheer might of energy condensed to its utmost, the effects of its release would be beyond estimation. However, achieving such mastery over power required an impeccable level of control. Moreover, theoretically, breath consolidation could be practiced until reaching a divine realm. To exaggerate slightly, it was an indispensable facet of cultivation on the path to divinity. As time flowed, another year passed. Gatai devoted each day to deeply consolidating his energy, preparing for its eventual eruption. However, he had established a barrier array to prevent his energy from leaking and being sensed by others. Consequently, Gatai's energy experienced rapid growth, becoming increasingly dense and multiplying in total volume. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao trained using the gravity array. Gatai had tested her bloodline potential, discovering it to be slightly superior to Clin's. Thus, she did not require the same lengthy adaptation to training as he did. Remarkably, within a year, she had adapted to the 10-fold gravity training, akin to Clin and his companions in the original narrative. Given Xiao Qiao's superior bloodline potential, Gatai set up a 20-fold gravity array for her. Hoping to unlock her latent capabilities as Gatai had anticipated, Xiao Qiao's limitations in strength became apparent in the 20-fold gravity environment. Upon reaching this level, Gatai imparted some of the top-tier inner power cultivation techniques from his past life to Xiao Qiao. Lacking spiritual energy, she could not easily control her energy release like Gatai. Thus, this method was employed. The initial stage of inner power cultivation involved refining energy by expending one's own strength, with energy equating to inner power. Although she could not truly cultivate inner power in the conventional sense, this approach was highly practical within the context of the Dragon Ball world, assisting her in the 3-body technique, causing Xiao Qiao's energy to grow rapidly. Through relentless training, her awareness of energy release intensified, and her control over it deepened. Conversely, Gatai encouraged her to consolidate her energy, utilizing cultivation techniques from his past life to help her adapt. These techniques directly absorbed energy from the universe, inherently fostering a sense of inner restraint. Consequently, Xiao Qiao mastered this concept in a relatively short time. After 2 years of training, Gatai's combat power had escalated to an astonishing 28,000 points, although Xiao Qiao's bloodline potential surpassed Gatai's. Her lack of spiritual energy prevented her from achieving the same pinnacle effects during training. Fortunately, she had undergone rigorous training under 20-fold gravity, resulting in her combat power reaching approximately 13,000 points. Xiao Qiao's formidable 13,000 points not only reflected her strength, but also demonstrated her profound understanding of energy manipulation through the balance of compression and restraint. Gatai further enriched her comprehension of energy concepts, making her increasingly sensitive to energy perception. closing in on the ability to sense it fully. Throughout these 2 years, Gatai's growth in cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. He had managed to suppress his energy to a minimum of around 10 points. However, he discovered a troubling reality. The prolonged enhancement of his energy had diminished his spiritual energy significantly, an irreversible reduction estimated at no less than 50%. Conversely, his soul had become more resilient. Though its strength remained unchanged, Gatai could sense that his original soul resembled a dimmed red giant, while his spiritual energy was akin to a nebula. The relationship between his soul and spiritual energy mirrored that of a solar system, where the nebula-like spiritual energy provided protection for the soul. Yet, with the halving of his spiritual energy, the nebula's density had thinned considerably. The diminished spiritual energy had been absorbed by the soul, layering itself upon the outermost edge of Gatai's essence. At that moment, a faint glow enveloped the periphery of his soul. Martial will. Gatai recognized that this was the manifestation of martial will, akin to a radiant sun. Impervious to all evil and profoundly sacred, his soul was evolving towards this martial will. Once his spiritual energy was fully assimilated by his soul, the glow surrounding his essence would shine even more brightly. Gatai understood that this rapid growth in his energy was a result of his cultivation in the Dragon Ball world, where the practice of energy was synonymous with martial arts. Fortunately, half of his spiritual energy remained unassimilated. Gatai exhaled deeply, easing his tightly wound emotions. With a combat power of around 28,000, he decided to slow the pace of his training and contemplate methods to enhance his spiritual energy within the Dragon Ball universe. The Turtle Hermit's hypnosis technique quickly came to mind. However, Gatai had no clear direction or assurance that he could translate hypnosis into a technique for enhancing spiritual energy. Were there other methods? Gatai scratched his head, pondering. Babidi was a sorcerer, renowned for cultivating spiritual energy. Yet Babidi was in the cosmos, and his malevolent nature meant he would never teach Gatai for venturing into the cosmos. That posed some difficulty at this stage, relying solely on the dragon. Seeking the dragon? That was a viable option, but one to reserve for last. Gatai considered several methods, none of which seemed ideal for his current predicament. Having been a cultivator in his past life, he was generally reluctant to resort to the Dragon Balls. The demon realm, Gatai mused. Perhaps there were possibilities there, though the demon realm that Sun Wukong entered during his youth likely differed from the one ruled by the demon king Dabura. The magical realm that Sun Wukong entered should be the genuine magical realm of Earth, the shadowy counterpart of the luminous world. The inhabitants, being native to Earth, are likely a species of demons unaccustomed to sunlight. Conversely, the realm where Dabura resides ought to be the dark dimension of the seventh universe, a counterpart to the magical realm of that universe. Dabura's combat prowess has already reached the pinnacle of mortal capabilities. Merely a step away from attaining divinity, once he reaches that state, he will no longer be the sovereign of the magical realm, but rather a deity. As Gatai pondered, he realized that although the two magical realms may appear similar, they're indeed vastly different. Currently, with Sun Wukong training in the celestial realm, it would be unwise for me to intrude. Perhaps I should consult the fortune-telling matron. As he contemplated, Gatai remembered the fortune-telling matron. Indeed, she possesses remarkable abilities, able to traverse the boundaries between the realms of yin and yang, a skill likely linked to spiritual power. Thus, he resolved to seek her out. With determination, Gatai made an effort to retrieve the matron's information from his mind. It struck him as peculiar that the fortune-telling matron is the sister of Master Roshi, considering she is 200 years his senior. What does this imply? If it is true, then Master Roshi's parents must have also enjoyed a remarkably long lifespan. Otherwise, they would not have given birth to him 2 centuries later. Could it be that they too drank the elixir of immortality? The answer remains elusive, yet it is undeniable that the elixir is exceedingly rare. If Master Roshi and the fortune-telling matron are not blood relatives, then everything becomes explicable. Of course, there remains the possibility of the matron's true identity, why she has secluded herself in the desert castle, and how she acquired the ability to communicate between the realms. Given her extraordinary powers, combined with the unique characteristics of the Dragon Ball world, it seems quite plausible that she and Master Roshi are indeed siblings. Most importantly, the fortune-telling matron is a witch, and in Jatai's view, a witch is synonymous with spiritual power. Gatai first endeavored to comprehend Master Roshi's hypnotic techniques, attempting to transform them into a method for cultivating spiritual power. However, after 18 days with no progress, he abandoned the effort. Bidding farewell to Xiao Qiao and the villagers, he set forth into the desert to locate the fortune-telling matron. although Jatai was unaware of her exact whereabouts. Procuring a map in the large city proved to be an easy task. The map revealed 8 desert locations, 3 of which contained oases, sensing the presence of formidable beings in those 3 directions. Jatai decided it would be prudent to consult Master Rashi for precise guidance. In this world, there exist numerous humanoid races that inherently surpass pure-blooded Earthlings, and since Jatai had never encountered the fortune-telling matron, discerning her aura was a challenge. The crux of the matter was that searching individually would be time-consuming, as his current suppressed combat power resulted in a less than swift flying speed, and his spiritual energy had already been partially assimilated, hindering his effectiveness. Jatai could suppress his combat power to around 10 points, yet he maintained it at approximately 280 points while traversing Earth. After a day of travel, Jatai visited Master Rashi, inquiring about the fortune-telling matron's whereabouts. Following nearly 2 more days of journeying, he arrived at the desert where she resided. According to the map, he quickly located the oasis castle where the fortune-telling matron lived. Just as he stood at the castle's entrance, she emerged. Upon seeing her, Jatai surmised that she must have foreseen his visit. The fortune-telling matron regarded Jatai, and before he could speak, she began to circle him with her crystal ball. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, akin to discovering gold, which left Jatai feeling quite uneasy. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He is well suited to be my successor, the fortune-telling matron mused softly. Successor? What does that entail? Jatai, whose cultivation was remarkably advanced, could easily hear her words, yet he felt a curiosity regarding the notion of a successor. Jatai, you are enigmatic. Well, I knew you would come today. The divination offers only a hazy glimpse of your past and an ethereal view of your future. Most notably, you possess formidable soul power, she remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jatai was astonished that she could discern his strong soul power. This realization brought him quiet delight, confirming that his journey had indeed been worthwhile. How about becoming my successor? There are many benefits to being my heir. The fortune-telling matron leaned closer, her aged visage looming near. Resembling a demon poised to devour Jatai. Fortune-telling matron, I came today with a request for you. Perhaps we could discuss the matter of me becoming your successor later? Jatai stepped back slightly, feeling a tad awkward. Upon hearing this, the matron's expression instantly darkened, and she turned her back to Jatai, impatiently stating, I understand. Everyone who comes here has ulterior motives. Speak that I wish to learn methods to enhance my spiritual power. Jatai confessed, his heart racing with uncertainty, unsure if the fortune-telling matron indeed possessed such knowledge. Oh, how direct you are. Truly worthy of being my esteemed successor, she responded, inching closer to Jatai, her frighteningly aged face pressing towards his head, causing him to retreat once more. Then, her tone grew serious. If you become my successor, the methods to increase your spiritual power will naturally be imparted to you. Ah, really? Jatai exclaimed in exuberance. Dio not rejoice too soon. Becoming my successor comes with conditions, the fortune-telling matron interjected. Oh, what are the conditions? Jatai was taken aback. The condition is that you must replace me, dedicating your life to guarding the bridge of life and death on Earth. The fortune-telling matron stated firmly. Jatai furrowed his brow, carefully analyzing her words that he recalled that in the original text, there is the 5 elements mountain on Earth, home to the 8 trigrams furnace, which produces mist capable of communicating with the spirits of the deceased. There is also the Grand Supreme Elder, who governs the eternal flame within the furnace. Thus, the fortune-telling matron may indeed oversee the passage of souls between realms, or possess the ability to facilitate their journey to the mortal realm and their return to the underworld. He realized that the celestial beings protect Earth, presiding over life, while King Yin governs the underworld, overseeing death. The Grand Supreme Elder manages the flame of the 8 trigrams furnace, constructing the bridge of life and death. The fortune-telling matron, capable of communicating between the realms, maintains this bridge. Soon, Jatai constructed a flawless cycle of life and death within his mind. Why does Earth possess such a meticulous life and death cycle, while other planets do not? Jatai wondered. No, other planets likely have similar systems, distributed across the 4 cardinal regions governed by the kings. He quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts. Perhaps the establishment of this life and death cycle on Earth is due to its status as a lower-tier planet, exceedingly remote, where powerful beings seldom appear, making it less susceptible to destruction by formidable forces. Jatai forced himself to accept this plausible reasoning. If that is the case, does it imply that the fortune-telling matron is a deity? Jatai felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such absurd thoughts. Though this possibility seemed quite real, it was hard to believe. Nevertheless, his curiosity compelled him to ask, "Fortune-telling matron, are you a deity?" He. Upon hearing this, the matron's gaze darkened, akin to a demon unmasked, revealing its true, fearsome nature. If you become my successor, I shall reveal that to you. A glimmer of pride adorned her face as she realized that her identity had captured Jatai's attention, serving as leverage to persuade him to become her heir. In truth, she was profoundly astonished. She had not anticipated that Jatai would possess such insight and knowledge of divine beings. Thus, the matron was even more eager for him to accept her offer. In this light, it appeared that the fortune-telling matron indeed held a divine function, a possibility that loomed large. Observing her expression only solidified Jatai's suspicions. However, to assert that the fortune-telling matron was a deity was utterly implausible. The only feasible explanation was that she, as a mortal, possessed certain divine functions, which would account for her extended lifespan. Yet, Jatai was acutely aware that his knowledge far exceeded the matron's expectations. She could not ensnare him in her schemes. He understood that such functions, while appealing and seemingly honorable, imposed significant constraints on one's existence. Should he become the fortune-telling matron's successor, he would forever relinquish the opportunity to comprehend the greater truths of existence. Confined eternally to the oasis castle in the desert of Earth, apologies, but I cannot acquiesce to that. Jatai deliberated for a moment before providing his response. Indeed, at that moment, the fortune-teller's expression was rather grim. However, she was not an ill-natured person. She understood that such matters could not be forced. Thus, she stated, "You may leave. I cannot impart the methods for cultivating spiritual energy to you." With that, she directed the crystal ball to soar back into the depths of the castle. Fortune teller, at this juncture, Jatai felt a surge of urgency and called out hastily. The fortune teller halted but did not turn around, instead speaking with her back to Jatai. "Although you have rejected my offer, and I am quite displeased, I do not wish to misguide your life. I advise you to seek your own path through diligent effort. Perhaps that will be the most suitable for you." With that, she disregarded Jatai and entered the castle. Jatai furrowed his brow, meticulously contemplating the fortune-teller's words. He had entertained the most improbable notion that the fortune-teller might possess knowledge of certain secrets about him, intending to guide him. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. He could not bring himself to believe them. Forget it. There is no point in overthinking that. My visit here could yield only two outcomes. Either I achieve my goal, or I do not. Since I cannot acquire the methods for cultivating spiritual energy, I shall explore other avenues, Jatai murmured. With hope for the fortune-teller now extinguished, he turned his thoughts to the demon realm that Sun Wukong had once visited. As he spoke, Jatai retrieved a map, carefully searching for information regarding the demon realm. After a while, he folded the map away, having failed to locate the remote castle kingdom where Sun Wukong had been. It seemed that the earth was vast, with many places yet undiscovered by humankind. Subsequently, Jatai began to ponder the details surrounding the demon realm. During Sun Wukong's global journey, he had passed through Sister Chao's village before venturing into the demon realm. Thus, it could be inferred that the demon realm lay somewhere in the east. With his growing understanding of the Dragon Ball world, Jatai speculated on the approximate location of the demon realm. Currently, the entrance to the demon realm was sealed. Jatai recalled that Sun Wukong had drawn the sword that sealed the entrance, which had then locked the gate to the demon realm. The exact number of demons residing within that so-called demon realm remained a mystery. If the gate were to be completely destroyed, losing its sealing power, an overwhelming number of demons could emerge, wreaking havoc on the order of humanity on Earth, thereby creating a complicated situation. To enter the demon realm, one would need to find that sword. Jatai contemplated the sequence of events. The key lay with that sword. Never mind. I shall first locate that obscure castle kingdom, then inquire about the whereabouts of the sword and the precise location of the demon realm. If that fails, I will resort to venturing into space or seeking the dragon. The significance of entering the demon realm was substantial, yet Jatai still intended to give it a try, with a clear direction in mind. Jatai immediately set forth, suppressing his battle power to around 280 and striving to enhance his flying speed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao was engaged in her usual practice of sensing energy. Suddenly, she detected a familiar presence. Jatai had returned. Xiao Qiao was filled with joy. Her ability to sense energy did not stem from mastery, but rather from her familiarity with it, having spent considerable time with Jatai, allowing her to recognize his energy signature with precision. However, In mere moments, her joy turned to confusion as she sensed that Gatai's presence brushed past the village without any intention of stopping. That a pang of sadness struck her heart. Yet she understood that Gatai would not leave without reason. He must have pressing matters to attend to, so she refrained from pursuing him. After several days of searching, Gatai still had not found the obscure castle kingdom. After all, he only had a general direction. And there was no guarantee that Sun Wukong had not altered his route during his global journey. Let us keep searching, Gatai sighed, his tone heavy with disappointment. Before long, Gatai arrived above a vast valley. Shrouded in darkness, devoid of any nearby wildlife, exuding an inexplicable sense of gloom, the valley appeared bottomless, and suddenly, Gatai sensed a powerful spiritual fluctuation. As he flew towards the source, he gradually confirmed that the energy emanated from the depths of the valley. What an intense spiritual wave! The deeper he descended, the more potent the wave became. What could it possibly be? Gatai muttered to himself. With a battle power of approximately 28,000, he was confident he could explore any corner of Earth. So he pressed on without hesitation. As he ventured further into the valley's depths, the light diminished, the surroundings grew narrower, and the pressure of the spiritual energy intensified. Soon, Gatai felt his very soul tremble under the weight of the overwhelming spiritual force. Am I reaching my limit? At that moment, Gatai sensed a tremendous pressure threatening to shatter his soul, as if something were desperately trying to infiltrate it. What could possess such formidable power? Gatai paused. Feeling cautious, he did not want to meet an untimely demise without understanding the circumstances. Just as he contemplated retreating, he felt his soul's energy resonate, absorbing some of the spiritual fluctuation, thereby enhancing his spiritual strength and inadvertently giving rise to new spiritual energy. Though the increase was minuscule, he could still perceive the subtle enhancement in his control over his spiritual energy. Elated, Gatai decided to gradually acclimate to and absorb the spiritual wave, fortifying his divinity. After a day and 2 nights, Gatai had delved only a little over 100 meters, but his soul's strength had already improved by 1%, and his spiritual energy had significantly replenished. 40 days later, Gatai had ventured nearly 1,000 meters deeper. At this point, his soul's strength had reached the latter stage of the golden core, and his spiritual energy had grown considerably. He finally reached the valley's bottom, where a faintly glowing object lay about a meter away. Utilizing the light from this luminescent object, Gatai discerned that it appeared to be a semi-transparent crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Soul essence, a term immediately sprang to his mind. How could such a thing exist here? Or rather, how could such an object exist in the Dragon Ball world? Gatai's eyes gleamed with greed. Soul essence was an incredibly rare treasure, capable of being artificially created as well. Of course, this was based on references from the cultivation world of his previous life. Natural soul essence was shrouded in mystery regarding its origins. Absorbing it could rapidly enhance one's soul strength. However, natural soul essences emitted spiritual fluctuations, making them easily discoverable, which is why they had long since become legendary. Soul essences formed through artificial means were typically left behind by powerful predecessors upon their demise. However, those formidable predecessors would only resort to such measures in dire circumstances, rendering these artificially created soul essences much harder to obtain. Cultivators could easily conceal their fluctuations through formations, preventing others from obtaining them. Only under specific conditions would such essences be entrusted to designated successors, such as those left behind by predecessors in their sections. Was this piece of soul essence naturally formed or artificially created? Gatai licked his lips and reached out, but despite the mere meter's distance, he found it impossible to grasp. The closer he approached, the stronger the spiritual pressure he endured, and a moment's carelessness could shatter his soul. Very well, just 1 more meter. I shall endure and adapt, and soon I will seize it. Gatai continued to utilize the soul essence to enhance his divinity. A day later, Gatai finally managed to grasp the soul essence. He could distinctly sense the immense spiritual power contained within it, a lethal weapon. Perfect, I shall absorb it here, he resolved. Placing the soul essence against his forehead, as it made contact, Gatai felt the energy within being automatically absorbed by his soul. The speed of absorption far surpassed that of before, hundreds of times faster, as his soul strength surged rapidly. While the formation of soul essence could be classified as either natural or artificial, the energy contained within bore little difference, being exceptionally pure. 8 months later, Gatai had absorbed the majority of the energy from the soul essence, achieving the initial stage of the void realm, and his expanded spiritual energy became extraordinarily potent. Now capable of enveloping 1/3 of the earth, The residual energies emitted spiritual fluctuations no longer posed a significant impact on the outside world. Even an ordinary person can endure it, and upon first glance, they can readily recognize it as a precious treasure. After absorbing the majority of the energy from the soul essence, I sensed a lingering soul consciousness within. Within this residual awareness, I beheld a vision, a figure with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, adorned with earrings, and possessing a diminutive stature. As I absorbed this soul essence, it felt as if I were face to face with this individual. His attire was distinctive, and I instantly deduced his identity. He was East Kaiashin, known as Shin to I in the vision. A vast and ancient land unfolded before me. The East Kaiashin, facing me, radiated an overwhelming fury, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. That I understood well that Shin represented the forces of righteousness, which implied that I was aligned with the forces of malevolence. This positioning left me feeling somewhat helpless. I quickly recalled the original narrative where East Kaiashin attempted to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Engaging in a dialogue with Biabdi. It was revealed within their exchange that he had personally slain Bibidi's father, Bibidi, who had intended to annihilate Earth as his next target. This strongly suggested that Bibidi was likely killed on Earth by East Kaiashin, thus sealing Majin Buu's egg there. Feeling a sense of futility, I faced the violent pressure of East Kaiashin's presence through this residual soul awareness, which was quite overwhelming, as his combat prowess was terrifying to me at this moment. The final image of this lingering consciousness showed East Kaiashin condensing a massive energy sphere to obliterate himself. It was as if I had undergone a baptism of death, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. From the vision, I learned that this land was the site of the original owner's demise, and I had obtained the soul essence on Earth. Hence, it became evident that Bibidi was indeed killed on Earth. This soul essence was left behind after the death of Bibidi's father, Bibidi. I found this revelation somewhat surprising. Perhaps he foresaw that his son would inevitably come to Earth to resurrect Majin Buu, and thus wished to bequeath his soul essence to him. In doing so, Bibidi would grow significantly stronger, yet it inadvertently facilitated my own growth. I felt a deep sense of contentment. Had I not possessed spiritual energy, I might not have sensed this and would not have achieved what I did today. Consequently, I became increasingly dedicated to discovering methods to enhance my spiritual energy. At this juncture, I paused my absorption of the soul essence's energy. I took a moment to assess my condition. Under the influence of my spiritual energy, I felt distinctly as if I resided within a spatial bubble, perceiving layers of separation around me. My sensitivity to the spatial textures became markedly clearer. However, sensing did not equate to comprehending the Tao inherent within the space. That required personal enlightenment. That I was confident that with such formidable spiritual power, grasping the rudimentary traces of Tao within this space would be quite effortless. Once understood, I could further merge myself with the fabric of space, yielding immense improvements in my martial prowess, akin to transforming one unit of power into tenfold attack strength. Nevertheless, I was not in haste to comprehend, for I feared that my spiritual energy might be assimilated by the soul, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. I had another purpose for my pause. I suddenly recalled a common yet powerful secret technique from my previous life in the cultivation realm, the soul-splitting technique. This technique is vital for creating doppelgangers. Unlike mere puppets, these doppelgangers possess independent thought and action capabilities, allowing them to cultivate and grow stronger on their own. In contrast, puppets merely link their consciousness to assist in battle. The remaining soul essence could be utilized to mend any spiritual damage incurred from employing the soul-splitting technique. Contemplating this, I decided to store the soul essence away. My earthly form possessed a lamentably low bloodline potential, making reckless cultivation before discovering a method to enhance my spiritual energy inadvisable. Should I acquire a doppelganger of robust bloodline potential, it would greatly facilitate my understanding of the profound truths of the universe. The doppelganger could freely follow the cultivation system of this world, allowing mutual comprehension. Additionally, I could utilize the doppelganger to enhance my understanding of Tao through the energy and power cultivation system of this world. As these thoughts coursed through my mind, a smile crept upon my lips. The beings of powerful bloodline potential are the extraterrestrials, particularly those suitable at this stage. In this context, I found myself scheming. Piccolo, a Namekian, possesses an exceptionally formidable life force. Regeneration is a hallmark of his kind. He has repeatedly stated that as long as he does not suffer fatal injuries, he can recover swiftly. In terms of vitality, Namekians surpass Psions due to their regenerative capabilities. In my view, the potential of Namekians is not inferior to that of Psions. If one were to exploit their potential through extreme means, it could feel akin to losing their life force. However, owing to their robust vitality, their potential would regenerate rapidly, theoretically offering an inexhaustible supply. This, however, remains a conjecture on my part, yet unverified, as I was uncertain whether Piccolo's cultivation method was indeed optimal. Conversely, I had amassed considerable knowledge about science. Goku's initial battle power was a mere 2, a strikingly low figure for a low-tier warrior. His ascension, aside from his martial heart and the guidance of masters such as Master Roshi, King Kai, and others, is intrinsically linked to his scion heritage. Thus, the nature of one's bloodline potential is paramount. From a certain perspective, every scion harbors the potential to become a super scion, possessing limitless possibilities. The crux lies in whether one can harness and develop that potential. Raditz, I await your arrival on Earth. A sly smile spread across my face as I set my sights on him as the target for my doppelganger. A considerable amount of time had passed. It was time to return. I felt a tinge of concern for Qiao, uncertain whether she might act unwisely in my absence, which could lead to complications. Upon returning to the village, I reunited with Qiao after nearly 9 months apart. Though I had grown considerably stronger, the villagers remained simple and genuine, their worries for me palpable. Qiao, deeply connected to me, felt the pangs of our prolonged separation. The grand martial arts tournament was soon to commence, yet neither Qiao nor I intended to participate. Previously, Qiao had trained vigorously following the events with the Demon King Piccolo. However, with Piccolo's defeat at the hands of Goku, she felt a sense of loss, as though her motivation to grow stronger had diminished. Thankfully, as her skills progressed, she discovered the profound depths of martial arts, which rekindled her passion. Nevertheless, her growth in combat power had slowed significantly, and to preserve her enthusiasm for martial arts, I had shared much about the universe with her, including the existence of the tyrant Frisia. Albeit without detailing the extent of his strength, I aimed to convey that many malevolent entities were far more powerful than she, as a means of motivation. Qiao was remarkably innocent, since deciding to trust me. She took my words at face value, believing them wholeheartedly, even if they seemed fantastical to others. I had conveyed to her that as one delves deeper into martial arts, the vastness of the discipline becomes apparent. When one feels strong, there are invariably stronger beings within the boundless cosmos. We exist within this universe, which does not revolve around us. Thus it is essential to continuously transcend oneself. My decision to abstain from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was to mitigate the potential threat posed by Cell. While I would not participate, it would not hinder our ability to observe the matches. After all, Qiao had yet to fully master her ability to sense ki, and her martial arts level required further exploration. I instructed her to attend the tournament alone, emphasizing that she must not intervene. Regardless of the circumstances. For myself, I ventured to Korin Tower, intrigued by Yajirobe. There were also other reasons. Yajirobe's presence at Korin Tower was a significant drain on the supply of Senza beans. Even if Korin sought to conserve them, it would be impossible to deny Yajirobe sustenance. After all, one cannot allow him to starve. Furthermore, Yajirobe's appetite was insatiable, and his intentions were less than pure. He would consume beans at will and tamper with them. Unlike Goku, who only ate when truly famished, considering this, it was not merely one Senza bean every 10 days. Since 3 years ago, I had taken a portion of the Senza beans, and quite a few remained. The upcoming martial arts tournament, renowned as the world's foremost event, has been 3 years in the making. During the period of Raditz, when Sun Wufan was merely 4 years old, nearly 5 years have passed. With the arrival of Vegeta and his companions, an additional year has been added to this timeline. Altogether, it amounts to nearly a decade. If Yajirobe were to consume a single magical bean each day, it would be quite extraordinary. However, the production of these beans is limited and cannot withstand excessive consumption, especially considering that Master Karen also requires sustenance. While the notion of Yajirobe consuming a magical bean daily may seem exaggerated, one cannot dismiss the possibility of his unique constitution, which could render him a formidable consumer of these beans, capable of resorting to any means necessary for sustenance. His aura is remarkably potent, slightly surpassing that of Sun Wukong, evoking a sense of familiarity that eludes immediate recognition. Master Karen has sensed a somewhat familiar energy rapidly approaching. He scratches his face with his paw and licks it before stating, "I can assure you that this energy is not malevolent." With that, Master Karen feels a considerable sense of relief. Although his combat prowess is limited, he possesses the ability to sense energy. However, his understanding of this ability is not profound, leaving him unsure of how to instruct others in its use. Hey, old man. Are you talking nonsense? Sun Wukong received guidance from the celestial deities. Is there truly someone stronger than him? Yakalobi expresses skepticism. Master Karen, being addressed as old man, feels a surge of irritation but quickly suppresses it. Casting a glance at Yakalobi, he swiftly averts his gaze, for Yakalobi's disheveled appearance, with an unkempt beard and a perpetually worn outfit akin to that of a beggar, is quite unseemly. Fortunately, Master Karen's benevolent nature and calm demeanor enable him to endure such a sight. It appears he has arrived by flight, Master Karen muses. Suddenly, he recalls the source of this familiar energy. He is here. He remarks, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yakalobi rushes forward, peering outside. Soon, a figure becomes discernible in the distance. It's Gatai. What on earth does he want? Yakalobi wonders aloud. Upon spotting Yakalobi, Gatai smirks, eager to tease him, and accelerates towards him without losing speed. As Gatai approaches, their distance rapidly diminishes until he whizzes past Yakalobi with a whoosh, creating a powerful gust of wind that startles Yakalobi, causing him to tumble to the ground. You scoundrel, that was intentional, he exclaims, quickly regaining his footing and glaring fiercely at Gatai. Gatai, unfazed, chuckles. Yakalobi. It's been a while. Seeing Gatai's friendly demeanor, Yakalobi decides to let go of his grievances, crossing his arms and ignoring him. Greetings, Master Karen. Gatai acknowledges with a nod this moment. Master Karen approaches slowly, surveying Gatai with admiration. Goodness, I never anticipated you would grow this strong. With you and Sun Wukong around, Piccolo can no longer wreak havoc. Gatai, upon hearing this, realizes that Master Karen's knowledge is rather limited. Having never ventured beyond Earth, he remains unaware of the formidable entities that exist within the cosmos. In his understanding, a master like Sun Wukong is beyond comprehension. Master Karen, do you still possess magical beans? Gatai inquires with a smile. Master Karen pauses, his squinted eyes widening slightly, his tone turning somber. Why do you ask? Master Karen has begun to grasp the significance of magical beans and cherishes them dearly. Gatai notices Master Karen's displeasure and then shifts his gaze to Yakalobi, questioning, You haven't consumed all the magical beans, have you? Stop talking nonsense. Do I look like the type? Yakalobi retorts, raising his voice. Ask him yourself. He is miserly to the core. Just look at me. I've lost weight. Bang. Ouch. Before Yakalobi can finish his retort, Master Karen whacks him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is being miserly? And you dare claim you've lost weight? Master Karen shoots him a disapproving glare. You show me no respect. I am a sage. Phew. Gatai begins to understand that there are still magical beans available. Realizing that Master Karen took his earlier words to heart, however, he assumed he would be seeking magical beans today, thus remained silent. At this moment, Gatai retrieves a universal capsule from his pocket, grinning. You've been relying on magical beans for quite some time. So I've brought you some other food. Upon seeing the abundance of food, Yakalobi and Master Karen's eyes widen, and they salivate profusely. It has been ages since they've tasted anything else. While Yakalobi can leave at any time for a meal, Master Karen is not so fortunate. He cannot afford to wander freely and has not enjoyed a good meal in centuries, save for a brief delight from the fish Gatai once brought. In a flash, they devour the food, lying back on the ground, hands resting on their full bellies, satisfied. Gatai discards the universal capsule, and a large round table appears, laden with a feast, chicken, duck, fish, and an array of desserts. Even Gatai cannot help but swallow hard at the sight. Don't you like it? Gatai inquires, noticing their lack of movement. Although they haven't touched the food, their eyes remain fixated on it. Unwilling to look away. Well, we just had magical beans, so we're not hungry, Master Karen replies, somewhat embarrassed. However, we can store the food for later. Yakalobi steps forward and begins to gather the food into the universal capsule. A smile finally gracing his face, perhaps the first time he has shown such joy in Gatai's presence. Yet, before he can secure it, Master Karen snatches the capsule away, stating, It's safer with me. You always hog the food. Whenever you go out for a meal, you never bring me anything back. Yakalobi does not protest, simply grinning foolishly, his rotund figure adding an element of charm. By the way, Gatai, what brings you here? Master Karen, reclining on the ground and relishing the afterglow of a hearty meal, lazily inquires. What for? Gatai smirks mischievously, contemplating his next move. Then, before either of them can react, he seizes Yakalobi and flies off towards the tower. Wow. What are you doing? Let go of me. Yakalobi cries out as Gatai lifts him into the air, the disorienting sensation of floating leaving him in a panic. Gatai, however, remains indifferent, even intentionally releasing Yakalobi high above the ground, only to quickly catch him again. This moment, Master Karen, puzzled, slowly rises, observing the direction in which they depart. What could Gatai possibly want? Yakalobi, easily frightened, turns pale from the playful torment, yet thankfully, he manages to keep his meal down. Clinging tightly to Gatai, too frightened to look, soon, they descend into a forest clearing. Yakalobi, trembling with fear, collapses to the ground after barely a few steps. He kneels, shaking, fists clenched, gasping for breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Though Yakalobi faces away from Gatai, the latter can discern his agitation. Angry, are we? Let us see your swordsmanship then, Gatai muses inwardly. As expected, after a brief moment, Yakalobi regains his composure, standing tall and tranquil, fully prepared for battle. You scoundrel! Yakalobi bellows, swiftly turning to face Gatai, his body slightly bent forward, right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. In an explosive burst, he channels all his strength towards Gatai, akin to a ferocious beast. The fury that fuels his power is formidable but ultimately lacking. Gatai shakes his head in disappointment. Yakalobi's movements are entirely within his control. Even suppressing his combat power does not alter this fact. After all, the realms of mental and martial mastery far exceed Yakalobi's own. Gatai nonchalantly extends a finger, his movement appearing both slow and swift. Just as Yakalobi draws his sword, Gatai's finger presses against his right hand. The force of that single finger is astonishing, halting Yakalobi's entire body and rendering him unable to draw his sword. In an instant, Yakalobi is awakened by Gatai's overwhelming power. Not only is Yakalobi astonished by Gatai's strength, but he also finds himself bewildered by his own actions. Although he had never harbored any fondness for Gatai, he had not reached the point of drawing swords against him. If you cannot even draw your sword, how do you intend to fight me? Gatai taunted Akiluobe, then with astonishing speed, so swift that Akiluobe could not discern any of his movements, flicked his finger. With a resounding thud, Akiluobe was sent crashing backward into a tree. The impact caused the large tree to crack, yet Gatai had not exerted excessive force, sparing Akiluobe from injury. You insufferable wretch! Akiluobe, who had managed to regain his composure, felt his anger reignite upon hearing Gatai's mocking words. On the Carinta, Master Carlin observed the spectacle unfolding before him. Could Gatai be providing Akiluobe with guidance? This was indeed intriguing that he began to watch closely, aware of Akiluobe's considerable potential. With diligent training, he might rival the current Sun Wukong. However, Akiluobe's inherent laziness had led him to stagnate at a level equivalent to Carlin's own. Failing to progress further, Gatai's rapid advancement in cultivation was remarkable. He had never received guidance from a celestial being, so how had he achieved such growth? Master Carlin mused, feeling a flicker of anticipation that he too was curious to see how Gatai would instruct Akiluobe. Believing that even if Akiluobe's cultivation did not improve, it would suffice as long as he could focus on his training. In the forest, Gatai and Akiluobe stood in confrontation, with a swift motion. Akiluobe drew his sword first, its blade gleaming ominously. As the sword was unsheathed, a thought flickered in Akiluobe's mind. His swordsmanship was fundamentally a drawing technique. The most formidable swords were those concealed. Now that the sword was drawn, its brilliance could not be hidden, diminishing the intimidation factor of his technique. Akiluobe did not wish to unsheath his sword, but he was acutely aware of Gatai's superior skills. Should they come to close quarters, he would have no opportunity to draw. Though he felt outmatched, his anger compelled him to vent his frustrations, and his long-standing disdain for Gatai rendered him reckless. Akiluobe charged forward once more, this time opting not to attack immediately, but instead to circle Gatai at high speed. He was searching for an opportunity, a chance to strike decisively. Yet, to his astonishment, no matter how he maneuvered, Gatai's gaze remained fixed on his movements. Akiluobe felt beads of sweat form on his brow. There were no openings, none at all. He realized Gatai had not moved an inch. Was he deliberately leaving his back exposed to me? I will not fall for that. I refuse to attack from behind. With this resolve, Akiluobe quickly circled to Gatai's front, then leapt high into the air. His sword charged with power, ready to unleash a fierce strike. Gatai raised an eyebrow, impressed that Akiluobe had refrained from attacking from behind. No opponent would willingly expose their back to the enemy. This was a fundamental principle of combat unless one was deliberately prepared. Was he perceptive enough to sense my awareness, or was he simply unwilling to relinquish the dignity of his swordsmanship? Gatai pondered. Suddenly, Akilube's sword appeared to vanish into thin air, and a flash of blade light erupted from above, striking like lightning, elusive and ephemeral. Though the blade light had manifested above him, Gatai remained unmoved. The light was merely an illusion. That moment, Gatai noticed Akilube's sword slicing horizontally toward his chest, prompting him to lean back. This move is quite impressive, reminiscent of an afterimage strike. Gatai had not anticipated that Akiluobe would employ such a technique within swordsmanship. You are indeed skilled, yet you still cannot evade. Observing Gatai lean back to evade the horizontal cut, Akiluobe quickly altered his approach, angling his sword downward toward Gatai's abdomen. He knew that if his blade made contact, victory would be his, and he would relish the opportunity to belittle Gatai. Just as Akiluobe believed he had secured his victory, he suddenly found his sword unable to descend. To his astonishment, Gatai's retreat had somehow positioned itself against Akiluobe's elbow, exerting a force that threatened to push him back. This attack had failed, prompting Akiluobe to swiftly withdraw his sword, causing the blade's aura to intensify. The surrounding air became thick with sword energy, creating an atmosphere where time seemed to freeze, and beams of sword light flickered around Gatai as if he were being encircled by a tempest of blades. As the myriad sword lights erupted, the stilled air was disturbed, forming a miniature whirlwind, with the sword energies concealed within, making it nearly impossible to predict from where the next blade would strike. This time, Akiluobe had drawn his sword, and while the display appeared fierce, Gatai could still perceive everything with clarity. Channeling energy into one hand, he braced himself against the onslaught of the blade. With each clash of sword against flesh, gusts of wind accompanied the sword light, slicing into Gatai's arm without inflicting any real harm. You do not understand the sword. You are not a true swordsman. A swordsman wields the sword with purpose, capable of breaking through anything. Even with divine weaponry in hand, it is of no use. Under the pressure of the onslaught, Gatai's tone grew stern as he admonished. With a slight exhalation, Gatai pinched the blade between two fingers, then subtly twisted, skillfully redirecting the force. Akiluobe found the sudden shift of power astonishing. He could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, and his body began to spin uncontrollably. With a gentle press, Gatai brought Akiluobe down to the ground, effortlessly pinning him down. A mere flick of his fingertips sent Akiluobe's sword tumbling aside. Is this your swordsmanship, your way of the sword? Gatai glanced at him mockingly. You cannot even hold on to your sword. It seems you possess a sword in hand, but none in heart. You are unworthy to wield a blade. These words struck deep within Akiluobe, causing his body to tremble. Though inherently lazy and timid, he had always held a profound love for the sword. He consumed heartily, yet never was picky, for eating was merely a human necessity. No matter the circumstances, he had never parted with his sword. Thus, he could not tolerate anyone belittling his swordsmanship, nor could he allow anyone to insult the sanctity of his heart's path with the sword. Oh, so this is the approach you take. It seems Gatai wishes for Akiluobe to reclaim his martial spirit. Master Carlin observed the unfolding scene, his eyes narrowing. Yet, a flicker of concern arose within him. Would this truly prove effective? Akiluobe, on the ground, had dug his fingers into the earth. Silence, he suddenly exclaimed. Gatai smirked, replying nonchalantly. What? Did I speak amiss? Look at yourself now, cowering in fear, lingering atop Corinta, solely focused on satisfying your hunger. Where is your sword's spirit? Where is your dignity in the way of the sword? Shaking his head, Gatai continued. Undeniably, your time at Corinta has led to significant progress in your cultivation. However, you are acutely aware that your swordsmanship, your path of the sword, remains stagnant. Upon hearing Gatai's reproachful words, Master Carlin felt a stirring within. All this time, he had guided others through the lens of martial arts and boxing techniques, where the body and realm were paramount. Everything measured against one's own standard. Yet, the way of the sword was different. It required not only physical enhancement and comprehension of realms, but also a profound understanding of the sword itself. Thus, Master Carlin finally grasped the reason behind Akiluobe's lack of growth. While boxing served as the foundation of martial arts, swordsmanship, though encompassed within, was a unique path, a distinct journey of martial cultivation. Akiluobe had reached a level of physical resilience and understanding comparable to Carlin's. Combined with his own insights into swordsmanship, Carlin was not necessarily his superior. Yet, he had refrained from guiding Akiluobe into the heavenly realm for cultivation, having overlooked this critical aspect of swordsmanship, preventing him from seeing the path of his continued growth. This was the conclusion Master Carlin arrived at, feeling helpless as he realized his own ignorance of the way of the sword. Gatai is so invested. Could it be he possesses a profound understanding of the path of the sword? Master Carlin speculated boldly. Gatai's lengthy discourse aimed to prompt Aki Luobe to confront his current situation. Should he remain obstinate and unyielding, Gatai would be left with no recourse. With that, Gatai turned to leave. Please, wait. Aki Luobe suddenly called out. Gatai halted, turning back to face him. At that moment, Aki Luobe had risen to his feet. His expression transformed from anger to one radiating clarity. He did not glance at the sword embedded in the ground, but instead bowed deeply to Gatai, expressing gratitude. Thank you for helping me rediscover my heart's path with the sword. Having spoken, he approached the sword, knelt beside it, caressing it gently before unfastening the scabbard from his waist and placing both together. After casting a final lingering glance, he reluctantly prepared to depart. Will you not take your sword? Asked Gatai, noticing the hesitation. This sword has accompanied me for a long time. Yet it is only today that I realize I am unworthy to wield it. I intend to traverse the world anew, to relearn the art of the sword, and only when I have reached a day of self-acceptance will I summon the courage to reclaim it, replied Yakalobi. Gatai nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratification. Such awareness was indeed rare. Just as Yakalobi took a few steps away, Gatai inquired, Do you know what a sword truly is? Upon hearing this, Yakalobi shuddered, suddenly pondering, what indeed is a sword? This question had never crossed his mind before. Nor had he ever questioned himself thus. In that moment, memories of their recent battle surfaced, recalling Gatai's words. Abruptly, he turned and raced back towards Gatai. Kneeling before him, he bowed his head and pleaded, Please enlighten me on the way of the sword. A smile graced Gatai's face. This was precisely the response he had hoped for, and he silently marveled at the potential for growth in this young man. He helped Yakalobi to his feet, and, as they walked toward the sword embedded in the ground, he remarked, As a swordsman, how can one so easily cast aside their own weapon? It has been your companion for so long. To abandon it would surely bring it sorrow. Gatai approached, sheathing the sword, and gently placed it back into Yakalobi's hands. It possesses a soul of its own, he added. Yakalobi was profoundly moved. He felt that every word from Gatai carried extraordinary depth, compelling him to grip the sword tighter, as if it had become an integral part of his very existence. That moment, Gatai picked up a branch from the ground and walked towards a large tree. The sword is you, and you are the sword. All things in heaven and earth can embody the sword, he declared, drawing Yakalobi's attention as they arrived at a tree wide enough for two to embrace. Standing a meter away from the tree, Gatai slightly bowed and positioned the branch at his left hip, adopting the stance of drawing his sword. Yakalobi, unsure of Gatai's intentions, watched intently. Gatai summoned his mental energy, which had now reached the initial stage of Dongshu, far stronger than before. With the increased intensity of his mental power, his control and perception of the world around him became effortless. Silence, 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 Gatai murmured. As he entered a state of deep concentration. In that moment, the sounds of the world seemed to fade away, leaving only his presence. Suddenly, Gatai moved. With a gentle motion of drawing the branch, a brilliant silver light traced its path, forming a crescent arc as he halted the branch. In an instant, that crescent of light sliced through the air like lightning. This was Gatai forcibly manipulating the air with his mental energy, intricately weaving the threads of space to create a blade of wind. This wind blade was not merely formed from air, it contained the essence of Tao. With astonishing speed, it cleaved through the tree, and its influence extended to other trees within 100 meters. Gatai admired his creation, astonished by the outcome. Yakalobi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Gatai have achieved such an effect without exerting any internal energy, and with such slow speed and light force? Meanwhile, on Kalinta, the immortal Carlin was equally incredulous, unable to comprehend how such a feat was accomplished. Yet, he was aware of Gatai's extraordinary abilities and wondered if perhaps Gatai had simply deceived Yakalobi with his powers. Did you understand? Gatai asked. Yakalobi took a deep breath and responded in a strained tone. I did not comprehend. Very well, not understanding is still progress, Gatai replied with a faint smile. From now on, you must draw your sword at least 10,000 times each day, without utilizing any sword energy, until you can sever a tree in this manner. His voice took on a commanding tone. Furthermore, until you reach understanding, you are not permitted to return to Kalinta, nor may you consume any celestial beings. You may choose any location, but all other matters must be resolved by your own ingenuity. With that, he ceased to engage Yakalobi, soaring into the air and swiftly vanishing into the forest, furrowing his brow. Yakalobi felt a twinge of doubt, yet resolved to follow Gatai's instructions that he approached a large tree, standing about a meter away, and reattached his sword to his waist. He then assumed the posture of drawing his sword. What you can accomplish, I can as well, he thought, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the point where his eyes met the tree. Draw the sword. With those inner words, Yakalobi swiftly drew his sword. Devoid of any hidden complexities, only speed. Initially, he had anticipated Gatai would unveil a profound method to enhance his swordsmanship. Instead, he felt it was absurd. He wondered how long Yakalobi could persist in this endeavor. Carlin shook his head, yawning as he sauntered off to take a nap. The first draw of the sword was swift. The blade sliced through the air, generating a pressure wave of sword energy. Yakalobi possessed approximately 180 points of combat power. Even without utilizing his internal energy, his physical strength was formidable. The sword energy, formed through speed and force, impacted the tree, embedding itself half an inch into the bark. Cannot use internal energy? Again, Yakalobi murmured upon witnessing the meager effect of his strike, and he drew his sword once more. His technique resembled a horse stance. It was not merely about exerting force with his hands, but rather engaging every muscle in his body to remain tensed. At the moment of drawing the sword, he aimed to release the accumulated physical power. This was why, during his solitary training, and due to his unique lineage, he had been able to enhance his body, displaying considerable combat prowess even when first encountering Sun Wukong. With each successive draw, 10, 100, 1,000, Yakalobi exerted himself tirelessly. And as his stamina waned and fatigue set in, he persevered. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the days of his sword training, rekindling an unwavering dedication and relentless belief in the sword. After completing the arduous task of drawing his sword 10,000 times, an overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over him, and an indescribable fatigue enveloped his entire being. Puff, he naturally collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the tree as he gasped for breath to alleviate his weariness. Gurgle, his stomach growled, signaling that it was time to seek food. Every so often, Carlin observed Yakalobi's progress and was astonished to find that he had persevered for an entire month. To his surprise, he noticed a subtle increase in Yakalobi's physical strength over the course of that month. Although the growth was not drastic, it occurred in a periodic manner, approximately every 10 days, and the trend remained stable. He marveled at how such a simple action could yield such results. Reflecting on the past 3 years under his guidance, he recalled how Yakalobi's cultivation had stagnated, causing him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing that the esteemed Carlin's martial experience paled in comparison to that of a mere youth. Yet, why was it 10,000 draws of the sword each day? Logically, Yakalobi should have been able to endure drawing the sword countless times daily. Carlin pondered. Initially, Yakalobi's solitary training and the potential of his lineage had led to a combat power of 160 points, which remained a mystery. When Gatai witnessed his natural ability to transform energy into sword energy during their battle, he understood that Yakalobi's true cultivation lay in the act of drawing and wielding the sword. Thus, Yakalobi's swordsmanship training was not merely about the sword itself. It inherently possessed a robust body-strengthening effect, compelling him to focus on the practice of drawing the sword. Gatai had set the requirement of 10,000 draws as a testament to his lack of faith in Yakalobi's understanding. He believed Yakalobi's capacity for comprehension was limited, hence the need for a gradual approach, relying on the accumulation of time to cultivate his skills, while also testing his resolve in the way of the sword. Yakalobi could never surpass the power demonstrated by Gatai in the art of drawing the sword. As he unsheathed his sword, he fervently aspired to achieve an effect akin to that of Gatai, undoubtedly exerting every ounce of his strength. Such exertion would inevitably lead to significant physical depletion. After 10,000 repetitions, his bodily power would be nearly exhausted. Over time, this would surely yield results, with the number 10,000 serving as a mental catalyst, allowing his heart and spirit to coalesce around this formidable target. Thus, both body and spirit underwent rigorous training, culminating in remarkable outcomes. Of course, had Akalo been able to recognize that his limits did not reside in the act of drawing his sword 10,000 times, his growth would have accelerated considerably. After a month of diligent practice, Akalo gradually discerned an increase in his cultivation, each draw of the sword imparting an extraordinary sensation, as if his blade were merging with the very essence of the wind. This sensation, though somewhat nebulous, eluded his full comprehension, compelling him to persist in his sword training with unwavering dedication, aiming to sever the tree before him without employing the internal energy within. Concurrently, he found that the sword felt as familiar as his own arm. transcending mere steel to become an extension of his being. Following his training sessions, Akalob would meticulously examine his sword, contemplating its significance in his heart, pondering what it truly represented. The Third World Martial Arts Tournament, in which Sun Wukong participated, had long since concluded. During the climactic final match, Xiao Qiao heeded Katai's advice to refrain from intervening, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, when she beheld Sun Wukong on the brink of peril, her heart twisted with anxiety. Witnessing him gravely injured and utterly powerless against Piccolo, she could scarcely bear to watch, covering her eyes with her hands as tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. After imparting guidance to Akalob, Katai hastily made his way to the tournament venue. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. After Sun Wukong's victory, he swiftly provided him with a magical bean, thereby preserving his life. Similarly, Sun Wukong requested another bean from Katai for Piccolo. To the onlookers, Sun Wukong's actions seemed exceedingly foolish. In their perception, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were the two strongest beings, with Piccolo being the embodiment of evil. Should any underhanded tactics result in Sun Wukong's demise, the Earth would be doomed. However, Katai understood that Sun Wukong's actions were motivated by a desire to secure a worthy adversary for himself. Unaware of the vastness of the universe that lay beyond, thus concluded this tournament, with Sun Wukong marrying, and everyone returning to their training. Katai and Xiao Qiao returned to their village, having discussed the prospect of relocating the villagers to the city, only to find their proposal declined. Only Xiao Qiao's parents decided to move to the city to reside with Katai and Xiao Qiao, ensuring they could witness their daughter's happy and secure growth. Perhaps this was the best outcome, and Katai did not press the issue further. Consequently, Xiao Qiao's parents settled in a town not far from the West capital, enjoying a pastoral lifestyle while also having the opportunity to visit the city. Given the strong bond between Katai and Xiao Qiao, her parents were eager to facilitate their relationship, encouraging them to live independently to deepen their connection, thus insisting they move to the city. Life in the city starkly contrasted with that in the countryside. Financial resources were essential. Therefore, leveraging his formidable physique, Katai immersed himself in the ocean, retrieving numerous rare treasures to sell at a low price due to their dubious origins. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of these items afforded him a considerable sum. Naturally, Katai did not wish to rely solely on salvaging treasures from the sea to sustain his livelihood. Besides acquiring a spacious house suitable for cultivation, he invested a portion of his earnings in a thriving shop, hiring staff to manage it with generous salaries, allowing him to earn little while ensuring he had enough for sustenance. He devoted most of his time to training. Presently, Katai had ceased his martial arts training, redirecting his focus toward the study of spiritual impact techniques. He aimed to refine these methods to avoid the permanent depletion of mental energy, a preparation for his replication plan. Soul attacks, despite the existence of training techniques, remained challenging to master, even for practitioners from previous lives. Aside from the orthodox methods of soul attack and impact, one could only exert mental pressure on opponents without the means to eliminate them. It was only upon discovering soul essences that Katai experienced the sensation of spiritual waves resonating with the soul. Realizing that this method could be employed to strangle the soul, he believed that his current soul and mental strength far exceeded that of Radit's god. Thus, in a scenario where their powers were so disparate, hope remained viable concurrently. He allocated time to explore the feasibility of soul-cutting techniques in this world and to guide Xiao Qiao in comprehending the true essence of the 5-element fist and the 12-shape fist. Elevating her martial arts realm, Xiao Qiao had been concentrating on her mastery of Qi. During this world martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and others experienced exponential growth in their abilities, surpassing Master Roshi and shattering the perceptions of Earthlings. Entering an extraordinary realm, this level was incomprehensible to ordinary Earthlings, as their understanding of Qi had reached a remarkably refined stage. Although Xiao Qiao lacked high-level combat experience, her elevated cultivation allowed her to observe the movements of these formidable fighters with ease. Thus, she seized the opportunity presented by the tournament to gain a comprehensive understanding of high-level combat dynamics. Particularly, the final confrontation between Sun Wukong and Piccolo profoundly inspired her. Moreover, through their decisive match, Xiao Qiao finally acquired the ability to sense Qi. After a year of diligent training, Xiao Qiao's Qi experienced substantial growth, now surpassing 20,000 points in combat power. However, due to her relatively low martial arts realm, her growth rate began to plateau. At this juncture, Katai encouraged her to wholeheartedly grasp the true essence of the 5-element fist and the 12-shape fist. Previously, Xiao Qiao had been practicing the fist techniques based on the information left by Katai. Yet she remained oblivious to the concepts of the five elements, perhaps due to the absence of the term five elements in this world. Thus, she merely integrated the techniques without understanding their underlying principles. It was only after Katai's guidance that she grasped the significance of the five elements. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was practicing the five-element fist, her mind flooded with memories of Katai's words. The five elements encompass metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Metal signifies offense, indomitable and unyielding. Earth is substantial, akin to mountains and the solid ground. Steadfast and unwavering in the face of adversity. Water is ever-flowing, capable of both rigidity and gentleness. This knowledge illuminated the characteristics of the five-element fist. Although Xiao Qiao did not fully comprehend the five elements, Katai's elucidation sparked her understanding. Drawing upon the attributes of the five elements, she began to adjust the techniques of each fist, making them swift, weighty, fierce, firm, and gentle. Gradually, Xiao Qiao mastered the intricacies of the five-element fist. Upon completing a set of five-element fists, Xiao Qiao finally grasped the profundity of this technique. For the first time, she gained a general understanding of the five-element fist, significantly enhancing her offensive and defensive capabilities in combat, akin to unlocking a new path in her martial arts journey. Xiao Qiao firmly believed that with continued practice, even greater rewards awaited her. Taking a moment to relax, she turned to Katai and said, "I understand now. The five-element fist interprets the natural world through principles, manifesting its true essence through the fist. What are the five elements? They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, transformed by the laws of heaven and earth, omnipresent. The ultimate profundity lies in merging the five elements to transcend into the realm of space, allowing oneself to integrate into that space, whereby every movement resonates with the trajectory of Tao, thus unleashing immense power." Katai nodded in agreement, endorsing Xiao Qiao's interpretation, yet refrained from elaborating further. Her understanding was not entirely complete, and he worried that excessive elaboration might confuse her. Perhaps, with time, she would gain further insights. Rising from his seat, Katai placed his arms on Xiao Qiao's shoulders and smiled, saying, "Sister Qiao, I've encountered challenges on my path of cultivation and must venture out for a while in search of breakthroughs." "Oh," Xiao Qiao replied casually, though her tone carried a hint of despondency. "Sister Qiao, won't you ask where I am going?" Katai was somewhat taken aback by her reaction, sensing that Xiao Qiao harbored some unhappiness. Xiao Qiao waved her hand and said, "Katai, you needn't concern yourself with me. Since I embarked on my martial arts journey, I've come to understand its vastness and what it truly means to be a martial artist. If I were to bind you, you would never find happiness." Xiao Qiao's words touched Katai deeply, prompting him to gently grasp her hands and place a soft kiss upon them. "Sister Qiao, thank you. You are truly wonderful." With that, Katai departed. At that moment, Xiao Qiao's cheeks flushed, her heart raced, and her mind echoed, "He kissed me, he kissed me. I must tell my parents. No, how embarrassing." Subsequently, Xiao Qiao became lost in her thoughts. Far from the city, Katai soared through the skies, spotting a colossal winged dragon. Catalyze immediately accelerated and pursued. The pterosaur quickly spotted Catalyze, regarding him as its prey, and swooped down. Fortunately, this pterosaur was incapable of speech. Thus it could only be classified as a beast. Upon seeing the pterosaur's fierce gaze, Catalyze promptly assessed the situation. His purpose for venturing out was to experiment with his soul attack, and after a year of contemplation, he had devised a method for a psychic shockwave, but it required practical application. Catalyze did not consider himself a good person, nor did he see himself as a villain. However, he could not bring himself to kill innocents. In this world, there existed many sentient humanoid races capable of speech, and thus he refrained from harming them. But beasts were a different matter. When they were a mere 10 meters apart, a sinister smile crept across Catalyze's face. "You wish to consume me? You may find yourself disappointed." At that moment, his psychic energy surged forth, robust and undulating, silently infiltrating the pterosaur's mind. Simultaneously, Catalyze sensed the pterosaur's soul, his eyes glinting with coldness as he uttered a single word: "Strangle." Instantly, he felt the pterosaur's soul shatter like a bubble. The sensation was unmistakable. The pterosaur possessed an exceedingly weak soul, easily extinguished without inflicting damage to its brain. A smile graced Catalyze's lips, with the pterosaur deprived of consciousness. Its body plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater upon impact. This was a non-sentient being, devoid of awareness regarding human matters. Catalyze was in a quandary. Was he to randomly select a person on Earth to kill for his experiment? Just as he pondered this dilemma, His attention was drawn to a scene unfolding below. He witnessed several police hovercraft in pursuit of a blue hovercar, with gunfire erupting between the two. However, the blue vehicle sped away erratically. Clearly driven by a desperate fugitive. A burly man stood by the car door, one hand gripping a machine gun, the other wielding a rocket launcher. Yet, their marksmanship was woefully inadequate. The machine gun fired wildly, failing to strike the police car despite the dense barrage. The rocket launcher fared no better, its missile soaring off target upon launch. Nevertheless, the explosive power of the rocket could not be dismissed, as its detonation hindered the police's pursuit. And the gap between the two parties widened swiftly. The law and order in this world appears rather chaotic. Catalyze chuckled to himself. He then pursued further. Maintaining a high-altitude flight, he followed them until they eventually came to a halt. 3 individuals disembarked from the vehicle, a wiry, diminutive man wearing sunglasses, flanked by 2 towering, muscular figures. At this moment, the 2 men addressed the wiry man. "Boss, your planning is impeccable. Not only did you chart an escape route, but you've also armed us with formidable weapons." The other man interjected, "You don't understand. Our safe escape is not solely due to the escape route and weapons at our disposal. There's much more at play here." "Haha," the wiry man cackled. "Indeed, I have been lurking in the city for 3 months, meticulously observing when the bank's defenses are weakest, while keeping an eye on police reinforcements. I orchestrated a diversion with my associates elsewhere to draw the police's attention, enabling our smooth getaway from a large-scale pursuit. Otherwise, we would be facing more than just 2 police vehicles. Perhaps even aircraft would be involved." "Boss, you're brilliant," the 2 muscular men praised, giving him a thumbs up. "What are we doing here?" inquired the man with the rocket launcher. Slap. As soon as he spoke, the wiry man slapped him across the face. "Fool, didn't I tell you? I have another associate. Why are you suddenly eager to run off with the money?" The wiry man adjusted his glasses and continued. No, the man shook his head immediately. "Humph, at least you know your place." The wiry man shot him a disdainful glance, then produced a small orange-yellow orb. Examining it closely, Dragon Ball, from his high vantage point, Catalyze spotted the orb with keen interest. Upon seeing it, the wiry man's henchman also looked intrigued and asked, "Boss, what is this?" "How would I know? I snatched it from someone I killed a few days ago." The individual clung to this crystal ball even in death, which piqued my curiosity, so I decided to keep it. The wiry man replied nonchalantly, "Hey, there's something else the boss doesn't know." At this moment, the henchman with the machine gun piped up, prompting the other man to chuckle. "You seeking death?" the wiry man scolded, causing both henchmen to fall silent. To think I would encounter a Dragon Ball here. I have yet to interact with one. It would be intriguing to seize it and discover why it is said to grant miraculous wishes. Catalyze mused. His curiosity piqued, he quickly descended to the ground. Catalyze's sudden appearance startled the 3 robbers, who were bewildered by how he materialized, and they swiftly aimed their weapons at him. "Who are you? How did you get here?" The wiry man glanced left and right, a look of fright upon his face. His 2 henchmen, seemingly dull-witted, merely pointed their weapons at Catalyze, their ignorance oddly lending them a sense of calmness. Catalyze remained silent, merely observing them, exhibiting no hint of fear despite the weapons trained upon him. The wiry man ceased his frantic scanning, scrutinizing Catalyze instead, noting his youth and well-defined musculature. "You were sent to capture us, weren't you?" he conjectured, emboldened by his men and their weaponry. Catalyze still did not respond. Under the weight of his silence, the wiry man began to feel unnerved by Catalyze's penetrating gaze, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. He found Catalyze's stare quite unsettling. "Boss, is this guy a fool?" the henchman with the machine gun muttered softly. Upon hearing this, the wiry man scoffed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. How could one remain unafraid when faced with heavy weaponry? Surely, he must be a fool. Before long, a sly grin spread across the wiry man's face. "Regardless of whether you're here to capture us, encountering us spells misfortune for you." He gestured towards Catalyze with his fingers, whispering, "Dispose of him." After which, he took 2 steps back, turning away to light a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Having just escaped a bank heist, he relished this moment of relaxation. A few breaths later, sensing an eerie silence, he grew impatient and called out, "Is it done?" Silence, utter silence. No one responded, until a sound of someone collapsing reached his ears. At that moment, the wiry man sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, he spun around, his eyes widening in shock. As he turned, he was met with a face mere inches from his own. Catalyze had leaned in close, startling him. The wiry man looked around, horrified to see his henchmen sprawled on the ground, their faces frozen in terror. blood oozing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Only he and Catalyze remained in the vicinity, and in that moment, the wiry man realized the man before him was exceedingly sinister. "It is now your turn," Catalyze remarked with a smile, advancing slowly toward the terrified, retreating wiry man. "Help, a ghost," the wiry man screamed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he turned and fled in fear. "Do you think you can escape?" Catalyze murmured, watching the figure recede into the distance. With a dismissive glance, he summoned his psychic energy, constructing an air barrier to ensnare the wiry man. Without warning, the man collided with the barrier, blood gushing forth as he reeled, dazed and disoriented. Before he could recover from the pain and fear coursing through him, he felt the cold grip of death upon his shoulder. Catalyze, unwilling to waste any more time, struck him with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Then, his psychic energy invaded the man's mind, swiftly extinguishing his soul. At this juncture, Catalyze noted that the unconscious wiry man only had blood trickling from his nose. His face otherwise unchanged. It seemed his soul had been in a relatively tranquil state. Could it be that the likelihood of success increases only when one is deprived of consciousness? Catalyst was filled with confusion. Previously, he had employed a soul-strangling technique to extinguish the souls of the two underlings of the lecherous man, yet he discovered that their souls were remarkably vibrant and possessed a certain degree of self-resistance. Naturally, this resistance was utterly futile in the face of Catalyst's immense mental prowess. However, as a consequence, the cerebral domains of those two individuals became unstable. The moment their souls were obliterated, their cerebral regions suffered corresponding damage, resulting in blood oozing from their 7 orifices. After incapacitating the lecherous man and subsequently obliterating his soul, Catalyst noted that the state of his soul was somewhat more stable compared to the previous 2. Nonetheless, even in death, his cerebral domain had sustained damage, causing blood to trickle from his nose, albeit to a lesser extent. Catalyst speculated that to fully possess a perfect clone, only a state of natural death would suffice. However, he understood that Raditz could never die a natural death. Even if other beings of formidable lineage experienced natural death, their life force would likely be utterly depleted. It appeared that his soul attack method was not entirely refined, as it easily damaged the target's cerebral domain, thereby preventing the acquisition of a flawless clone. Catalyst felt a twinge of disappointment. He needed to strive harder, for time was not on his side. With a resigned shake of his head, he bent down and retrieved the Dragon Ball from the pocket of the deceased lecherous man before departing. Soaring through the skies, Catalyst examined the Dragon Ball with keen interest. This was a 3-star Dragon Ball. No matter how he rotated it, he could always see 3 detached red stars within. Out of curiosity, Catalyst focused his mental energy, gradually enveloping the Dragon Ball, but felt no discernible anomaly. "Strange," he murmured. "The Dragon Ball requires a year to recover. What is the principle behind this? Does it not need to absorb external energy? Or perhaps it ceases to absorb surplus energy once it has fully restored itself?" He then channeled a surge of mental energy into the interior of the Dragon Ball. In an instant, he sensed a vast spatial realm contained within. In this space, he felt the essence of wind, the ferocity of fire, and the presence of other elemental truths, even encountering various attributes he had never before experienced, leaving him unable to identify them. It was as if the traces of all the laws of the universe were encapsulated within. These traces of Tao seemed trapped, akin to water in a shaken bottle, swirling chaotically. However, the profundity of these truths was superficial, and the information contained within was scant. This revelation filled Catalyst with exhilaration. He felt as though the Dragon Ball contained the fundamental trajectories of the world's laws. If he could directly use it to comprehend the Great Way, the internal space of the Dragon Ball appeared vast. Just moments ago, he had only sensed these truths at the periphery. Catalyst then guided his mental energy a step further. Perhaps delving deeper would reveal more traces of Tao. Suddenly, an extraordinarily peculiar force instantaneously rendered Catalyst's mental energy null. Realizing this shift, his heart raced, and he promptly withdrew all of his mental energy in that fleeting moment. He was drenched in cold sweat, startled by the overwhelming, destructive essence he had encountered. Steadying himself, Catalyst gazed in astonishment at the Dragon Ball in his hand. What manner of entity possessed such terrifying power? Fortunately, the mental energy he had lost was minimal. In that brief instant, Catalyst felt as though he had been annihilated, as if all existence had turned to nothingness. The sensation of destruction was reminiscent of the obliterating energy wielded by Beerus, capable of utterly eradicating a being's existence, including any trace thereof. Of course, this was merely Catalyst's conjecture. He had never witnessed Beerus's destructive energy firsthand. Nevertheless, he surmised that his prior sensation aligned closely with Beerus's capacity for destruction. In light of this, Catalyst abandoned his pursuit of uncovering the mysteries of the Dragon Ball. Its enigma was far too profound, and for the sake of his own life, it was wiser to quell his curiosity. Having acquired a Dragon Ball, perhaps it was time to consider collecting more. Catalyst pondered hesitantly. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize the Dragon Ball to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. As he found himself out of alternatives, although he still had some time to seek other methods, if he failed to yield results, Earth would soon descend into an era of calamity, at which point the Dragon Balls would not be so casually employed. Relying solely on spacecraft to traverse the cosmos, each journey to a life-bearing planet would take years, and even then, success was not guaranteed. The time expenditure was far too great and impractical. Thus, he decided to seek out Bulma and borrow the Dragon Radar. Subsequently, Catalyst altered his course and set off toward Bulma's residence. Catalyst and Xiao Qiao resided in West City, while Xiao Qiao's parents lived in a small town just outside this bustling metropolis. This arrangement was, of course, at Catalyst's suggestion, as it facilitated the search for Bulma. Bulma was an immensely significant figure in the Dragon Ball universe, exceptionally talented. She had created the Dragon Radar to facilitate the collection of Dragon Balls, built a specialized gravity training chamber for Vegeta to ensure he kept pace with Son Goku, and even constructed a time machine. Truly a prodigy beyond compare. One could assert that Bulma was the linchpin of the Dragon Ball narrative. Fostering a good relationship with such an individual would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Several hours later, Catalyst stood at Bulma's doorstep. Her residence was vast, nearly the size of a small town, and it exuded an air of opulence. Catalyst had anticipated this grandeur, but witnessing it firsthand left him in awe. A super-rich household indeed, he mused internally. Suddenly, Catalyst thought of Vegeta, who would eventually be with Bulma, living without the burdens of work or household chores, dedicating his time solely to training, free from any pressures of existence. In contrast to Son Goku, whose life was fraught with challenges, Catalyst couldn't help but feel envious. Approaching the door, he pressed the visitor's bell. And shortly thereafter, a robotic assistant appeared to inquire, "Greetings, sir. How may I assist you?" The robot's voice, though synthetically generated, was crisp and melodious, offering a pleasant auditory experience. Catalyst observed the 1-meter-tall automated assistant, its oval head and glowing red eyes reminiscent of a devil's gaze. With a somewhat plump body, lacking arms, and rectangular legs that floated via magnetic levitation. "Please inform them that Bulma's friend has arrived." That moment, the robot's red eyes scanned Catalyst's form, an array of garbled data flickering before it transmitted the information elsewhere before departing. Before long, the door slid open automatically, revealing another robot identical to the first, albeit positioned to the right. "Please enter, esteemed guest," it gestured graciously. Truly remarkable technology, Catalyst marveled as he stepped inside Bulma's abode. Within, the house was bustling with numerous robotic assistants, some engaged in household chores, others handling various tools and equipment, while others accompanied Catalyst to the living room, offering refreshments along the way. Catalyst had not been seated for long in the living room when Bulma arrived, accompanied by her mother. Upon entering, Bulma's mother chattered incessantly. "Bulma's friend is so youthful and handsome. Is he your boyfriend? What is his name? What does he enjoy doing?" It seemed that the robotic assistant had already relayed news of his arrival. Hearing Mrs. Brief's words, Catalyst gleaned some insights. Bulma, listening to her mother's incessant prattle, grew increasingly impatient, feeling a surge of frustration with no outlet for her emotions. She clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth to suppress her agitation, her entire body trembling. Encountering the real deal is quite a surprise. "You're even more handsome than the images transmitted by the robot," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing Catalyst in person. At that moment, Bulma could no longer contain herself. "All right, Mom, enough with the chatter. I need to discuss matters with my friend, so please tend to your own affairs." "Oh dear, Bulma, why are you losing your temper? You must remember to leave a good impression. After all, you are a lady." Mrs. Brief continued her gentle admonishments. "I know, Mom," Bulma replied, exasperated, her tense demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon. She truly felt powerless against her mother's relentless enthusiasm. No matter how upset she was, her mother always wore a cheerful smile, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's feelings. Yet, Bulma also cherished her mother dearly. Despite her mother's incessant chatter and overzealous affection, she would never become angry, regardless of the circumstances. It was precisely this unwavering concern that made Bulma aware of her mother's deep love. Whenever Bulma felt anger towards her mother, once she calmed down, she would always remember her mother's gentle smile. Mrs. Brief did not lose her temper due to her daughter's disrespect. Instead, she praised Gatai a few times before taking her leave. Subsequently, Gatai conveyed his purpose to Bulma, who felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing it. Nevertheless, she bestowed upon Gatai a Dragon Ball radar, not as a loan but as a gift. This radar was not something she had originally possessed, she had just crafted it. She had already developed a small machine capable of automatically processing and producing Dragon Ball radars. So it took her little time to complete it. Furthermore, she informed Gatai that this was a special favor granted because she had saved Sun Wukong's life with a Senzu bean during the last World Martial Arts Tournament. After receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Gatai did not linger and quickly departed that moment. Bulma, filled with ire, lamented, "These martial artists are truly selfish. They come here only for their own gain and hardly resemble friends." However, she couldn't help but notice that Gatai was quite handsome, even slightly more so than Yamcha. After initially venting her frustrations, Bulma found herself swooning over him. Once Gatai obtained the Dragon Ball radar, he wasted no time in searching for the Dragon Balls. 5 days later, he successfully collected all the Dragon Balls, with the last one being the 4-star ball. It had been a year since Sun Wukong had failed to retrieve this particular Dragon Ball. This was uncharacteristic of him. The 4-star ball held sentimental value, as it was a relic from his grandfather. Could it be that he had no time to search due to Chi-Chi's oversight? Chi-Chi would soon give birth to Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, wouldn't he? Perhaps Sun Wukong would come looking for the 4-star ball as a gift for his newborn child. Gatai mused to himself. He chuckled, thinking that after he used the Dragon Balls, it might take another year to retrieve the 4-star ball. Thus, he decided to do a favor and intercept it later, standing atop a desolate mountain peak. Gatai placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. The Dragon Balls resonated with one another, emitting a mesmerizing orange-yellow glow, creating an enchanting spectacle. Gatai felt a surge of excitement within. This was his first time using the Dragon Balls. He envisioned the eternal dragon emerging, its colossal form overshadowing the earth, reminiscent of the legendary dragon from ancient Chinese lore. His heart raced with anticipation. Then, addressing the glowing Dragon Balls, Gatai called out, "Come forth." Eternal Dragon. As the incantation echoed into the air, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with brilliant light, a thick orange-yellow beam shooting skyward, casting a somber shadow over the night. The beam connected heaven and earth, rapidly fracturing into countless strands of orange-yellow lightning. While the thickest beam twisted and morphed. In mere moments, the orange-yellow light coalesced into a dragon form. As the light gradually dissipated, the shape of the eternal dragon emerged. The dragon was immense, larger than a city, exuding an aura of sanctity and dominance, as if it were surveying the world with an air of authority. Its tail remained connected to the 7 Dragon Balls, its body extending endlessly. Strangely, its size remained constant, not increasing further. Once fully manifested, the dragon leaned closer to Gatai, its eyes gleaming with a mesmerizing red hue, its wide maw agape before him, causing Gatai's heart to skip a beat. As he felt as though he were facing a primordial beast, he thought to himself, if one did not understand the purpose of the eternal dragon, they would surely fear being devoured at first sight. Gatai gazed at the dragon in the sky, swallowing hard, his heart in turmoil. "Speak, and declare your wish. No matter what it is, it shall be granted, but only one wish may be made." The dragon's vast jaws opened slightly as it spoke. At that moment, Gatai snapped back to reality. Instead of making a wish immediately, he tentatively inquired, "Eternal Dragon, do you know my origins?" This question lingered in Gatai's mind. He yearned to understand why he had come to this world, and if there was a hidden truth behind it. In his previous life, he had read many modern web novels where protagonists possessed extraordinary fortunes, with most traversing worlds due to some unique treasures they bore. However, Gatai was well aware that apart from learning cultivation techniques from his master, he possessed nothing of significance and had not roamed the cultivation realm for long before meeting his demise. He truly could not fathom the reason for his transmigration, and he gazed expectantly at the eternal dragon. The dragon paused before responding. "I know your origins. Do you wish to return?" Gatai's heart raced wildly. The dragon was aware that he did not belong to this world. "Then, do you possess the means to send me back? Please tell me, and I shall decide on my wish afterward." Gatai posed this question tentatively. If the dragon could indeed send him back, it would indicate that its powers could transcend the boundaries of this world, giving Gatai a clearer understanding of the dragon's strength. His last sentence was also a precaution. If the dragon could send him back, he wanted to avoid inadvertently granting that wish through mere inquiry. Gatai did not desire to return just yet. He felt there must be a reason for his presence in this world. Perhaps this realm was more suitable for him to comprehend the greater truths of existence. Even if he were to fail, he could always ask the eternal dragon to return him later. Apologies, but that is beyond my capabilities, the dragon stated without hesitation. Though, I see. Gatai now had a clearer understanding of the dragon's powers. After contemplating, he asked again, Eternal Dragon, do you know why I am here? At this moment, Gatai directly voiced the question that had been troubling him. However, after Gatai inquired, the dragon did not respond immediately. Instead, it pondered for a moment before saying, You ask many questions. Quickly state your wish. The more inquiries you make, the quicker my strength depletes. The longer I exist, the more my power diminishes, thereby reducing my ability to grant wishes. Is that so? Gatai had not anticipated such a response from the dragon. He quickly ruminated on the implications of the dragon's words, pondering whether its omniscience relied on divine power to gather information. Gatai sensed that the dragon's attitude towards him was different from that towards others, as if it were intentionally evading certain topics. Yet the dragon's words reminded him of a scene from Dragon Ball Super, where the dragon was summoned and granted two wishes, one to heal the illness of Gohan's daughter, and the other wish was ultimately lost as the dragon could not maintain its form for long. With this recollection, Gatai resolved to accept the situation. As long as he could grow stronger and comprehend the greater truths, it would hold true in any world. Dismissing any other thoughts, Gatai addressed the dragon. Please grant me the ability to teleport across the entirety of the universe. I ask that your wish. I'm afraid I cannot grant it, the dragon replied, its tone now softer and more nuanced. Gatai noticed the dragon's shift in demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing. It seemed that the dragon, too, possessed unique emotions when fulfilling wishes. Why not? He inquired. Because such teleportation involves profound mysteries that cannot be directly imparted to you, the dragon explained. Upon hearing this, Gatai realized the deeper implications of his wish. He had intentionally specified the entirety of the universe, which inherently involved complex spatial laws. If this wish were granted, it would mean Gatai had grasped profound spatial principles. A truly monumental feat. Please reconsider your wish. My time is limited, the dragon urged. Let me learn the most powerful methods of enhancing my mental strength in the universe. Or send me to a place where I can be taught the most effective techniques for increasing my mental prowess. Gatai quickly revised his wish. The dragon, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to respond. However, it did not assist Gatai in realizing his wish. Instead, it said, Gatai, the methods gained through your own efforts may be the most suitable for you. Quickly, change your wish. The dragon's response left Gatai astounded. He began to suspect that his arrival in this world was orchestrated by someone, and judging by the dragon's tone, this wish could indeed be fulfilled. Yet it was reluctant to assist him, echoing the same sentiments expressed by the fortune teller. The only being capable of controlling the dragon must be the dragon god, Salam. Could it be that dragon god Salam had brought him here? Gatai pondered in confusion. However, this remained merely a conjecture. He was not entirely certain, for this world was undeniably extraordinary. Despite possessing a considerable understanding of the world, there remain numerous secrets that Gatai is unaware of. However, the dragon has granted him another wish, implying that to some extent, his desires may be fulfilled. If his conjecture is correct, then the formidable being behind the dragon likely intends for him to undergo further trials, thus rendering a permanent wish unattainable. With a furrowed brow, Gatai mused inwardly. After contemplating various thoughts, he boldly inquired, O dragon, could you endow me with the ability to instantaneously traverse to another planet at will? Gatai took a gamble. His current combat prowess was insufficient to sense the presence of formidable beings beyond Earth. Acquiring the instantaneous movement of the Aradrat aliens would not facilitate a smooth entry into the cosmos. Thus, he refrained from wishing for that capability. Naturally, drastically enhancing his combat strength would be a different matter, yet he feared that his currently overwhelming mental prowess might become assimilated, irrevocably leading him down the path of martial arts. Reluctantly, he posed the dilemma directly to the dragon, hoping it could devise a solution. Ideally, he wished to learn a form of instantaneous movement akin to that of the East Kaioshin. If that proved impossible, he would settle for the Aradrat method. Moreover, Gatai had a premonition that the dragon was acutely aware of his present circumstances, cognizant of his deepest needs and anticipated wishes, excluding, of course, any desire for a permanent solution. He resolved to let the dragon handle the matter, as he must acquire some form of instantaneous movement. Gaddy then fixed his gaze intently upon the dragon, his breath quickening and his chest rising and falling erratically. This was his final plea. If this too were in vain, his hopes of relying on the dragon's wishes would be dashed, rendering his path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. The dragon pondered for a few moments before responding. I understand, yet I still cannot enable you to master it directly. What do you mean? What kind of dragon can't grant wishes? What use are you? Gaddy inwardly protested, his countenance darkening to that moment. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. His emotions teetering on the edge of instability, a tempest of frustration brewing within him, yearning to unleash chaos. However, I can transmit the method into your mind, the dragon continued, seemingly sensing Gaddy's agitation. Gaddy immediately regained his composure and turned his gaze back to the dragon. Upon finishing its statement, the dragon's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, emitting an unusual sound. Subsequently, Gaddy felt a torrent of inexplicable information flooding into his mind. Fortunately, Gaddy's soul was robust enough to withstand the influx, allowing him to digest the knowledge instantaneously and retain it firmly. This consisted of two pieces of information, one detailing the method of the Aradrat alien's instantaneous movement, and the other offering an improvement technique. As long as he could comprehend these concepts thoroughly, he would be able to execute instantaneous movement without the need to sense energy. Well, this is acceptable, Gaddy ultimately conceded, albeit reluctantly. By the way, I forgot to mention that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this form of instantaneous movement will only be effective within the confines of a single star system. With that, the dragon's form transformed into a green light, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, the 7 dragon balls ascended rapidly, erupting with a final, brilliant radiance. Upon hearing the dragon's last words, Gaddy felt a vein of frustration pulse on his forehead. That cursed dragon is toying with me. He gritted his teeth in anger. As the dragon balls began to separate, Gaddy swiftly leaped into the air, his body flashing to the side of the 4-star ball. Just as the 7 dragon balls were about to disperse, he seized the 4-star ball in his grasp. With his current level of cultivation, even utilizing merely his mental strength, he could effortlessly intercept all 7 dragon balls. However, he paid no heed to the others, allowing them to drift away. Through this wish-making experience, he realized that the dragon would not grant him wishes of substantial benefit. So he held no expectations of receiving anything significant. I shall return this dragon ball to Sun Wukong at an opportune moment. He sighed. Gaddy then commenced his contemplation of the instantaneous movement training method he had acquired. Possessing formidable spiritual and mental strength, he thoroughly understood the information regarding instantaneous movement and recognized the most crucial aspect of mastering it. To grasp instantaneous movement, one must first sense the existence of space. The dragon played a trick on me, not realizing that my mental prowess has already enabled me to perceive the intricacies of space. Gaddy thought, a hint of pride creeping into his smile. Subsequently, he simulated the process in his mind, placing the index and middle fingers of his right hand against his forehead. In an instant, his body vanished from sight. Although Gaddy had comprehended the drawbacks of relying on energy sensing for instantaneous movement, he could not master it immediately. Thus, for the time being, he could only execute the Aradrat alien's method in the celestial realm. The god of the heavens, Piccolo, sensed Gaddy's situation the moment the dragon appeared and darkness enveloped the sky. In truth, every time someone used a dragon ball to make a wish, the god attentively observed, assessing whether the wishmaker harbored any malevolent intentions. Upon discovering that it was Gaddy making the wish, curiosity piqued within him regarding the nature of Gaddy's desire. He found Gaddy to be enigmatic, possessing immense strength and a high level of martial prowess, perhaps even surpassing his own. He could not fathom what sort of individual Gaddy truly was. Fortunately, Gaddy had never engaged in wrongdoing, so the god refrained from interfering with his wish. Thus, the god learned of Gaddy's wish, including the questions he posed to the dragon. However, this also led him to notice the dragon's unusual demeanor and the peculiar nature of Gaddy's inquiries, which hinted at hidden meanings, further deepening the air of mystery surrounding him. After Gaddy's departure, Xiao Qiao felt an acute sense of loneliness. To alleviate her boredom, she forced herself to find something to occupy her time. Occasionally, she reminisced about the moments spent with Gaddy, which brought her joy and eased her melancholy. At times, she practiced the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist, delving into their profound principles, which also helped to divert her thoughts significantly. Additionally, during her leisure time, she visited her parents, but after only one visit, she refrained from returning. When her parents saw Xiao Qiao return alone without Gaddy, they naturally bombarded her with questions, suspecting that she and Gaddy had quarreled. which led to her solitary return. They also pressured her to hasten the confirmation of her relationship with Gatti, causing her considerable stress. Unable to withstand it, Xiao Qiao spent merely a day with her parents before returning to the city. When Gatti summoned the dragon to make his wish, Xiao Qiao noticed the sudden change in the sky, which had been clear and bright, now shrouded in darkness. She quickly recalled Gatti mentioning the Dragon Balls. She rushed to the balcony, scrutinizing the celestial phenomena until she was convinced that someone was using the Dragon Balls at that moment. Having witnessed Sun Wukong resurrecting the dragon and making wishes to revive those slain by the Demon King Piccolo, she quickly deduced the situation and dismissed it without concern. Now standing on the balcony, Xiao Qiao silently awaited the return of daylight. Sure enough, before long, the sky returned to normal, observing the scenery outside. Her thoughts wandered, and in her boredom, she sensed Gatti's location. Discovering that he was not too far away, she felt a surge of joy, believing he would return soon. However, suddenly, Gatti's presence vanished inexplicably, leaving Xiao Qiao perplexed. She knew Gatti's abilities surpassed her own, yet even with rapid movement or flight, there should be some range. How could he simply disappear? Just as she pondered this, she sensed a familiar presence behind her. One that had appeared without warning. Although it felt familiar, Xiao Qiao's instincts as a martial artist kicked in, and without hesitation, she executed a swift kick backward in that instant. Her combat power surged above 350. She recalled Gatti mentioning that currently, only Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the god of the heavens possessed combat powers exceeding 300 on Earth. Moreover, Xiao Qiao was not a bloodthirsty individual. She trusted Gatti, believing that 350 combat power would suffice to handle any crisis on Earth. The individual who appeared was indeed Gatti. As he materialized, he barely took a step before Xiao Qiao's attack struck. Gatti effortlessly blocked her kick and swiftly moved beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Sister Qiao, it's me." As Gatti whispered into Xiao Qiao's ear, he tightened his embrace, spinning her around, rendering her momentarily incapacitated and preventing her from reacting in alarm. In the next instant, their positions became rather awkward. Xiao Qiao found herself in a fallen state, held securely by Gatti, their faces drawn perilously close, almost about to kiss. Gatti, Xiao Qiao exclaimed in a flustered panic. As he helped her to her feet. Gatti feigned reproach, saying, "Sister Qiao, how could you strike at me?" "Humph," Xiao Qiao huffed, breaking free from his grasp. "That you're so mean. Who told you to scare me? Making me?" She trailed off, realizing that her reaction against Gatti was indeed misguided. While her actions had a reason, the deed was done, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Observing her, Gatti smiled and playfully tapped her nose. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you, dough. You only know how to tease me." "I'm ignoring you now," Xiao Qiao pouted. Soon, she regained her composure and inquired, "Gatti, earlier I sensed your energy from quite a distance. How did you return so suddenly? Even if you flew, it would take some time. Moreover, I didn't sense your full power." With a proud grin, Gatti replied, "This is a new technique I've mastered, instantaneous movement." "Instantaneous movement? Just learned it?" Xiao Qiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Gatti. Quickly, realization dawned on her. When the sky darkened, I knew someone was making a wish with the Dragon Balls. Then when it cleared up, I was even more certain someone had made a wish. I inadvertently sensed your location, and then you suddenly appeared at home. The time difference was just too short, so it was really you who made the wish." Gatti chuckled. "Sister Qiao, you're quite clever. That wish was indeed mine." Instantaneous movement. That sounds like so much fun. Xiao Qiao leaned in closer, grasping Gatai's arm and shaking it excitedly. Seeing her joy brought a smile to Gatai's face, and he held her close again, saying, "If you find it fun, then let us try it." "You, so annoying," Xiao Qiao remarked, feeling a mix of shyness and familiarity in his embrace, despite it not being their first time. Gatti pressed his index and middle fingers against his forehead, sensing the powerful energies on Earth that he still couldn't distinctly identify whose energies belonged to whom. However, he was familiar with the auras of figures like Piccolo, Goku, and Master Roshi, able to distinguish them clearly. Goku and Piccolo seemed to have grasped the concept of energy containment, as their auras were perceptible only because they were in training. Gatti could also sense the energies of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, albeit unable to tell them apart. Suddenly, he detected a particularly sharp energy, distinct from the others, carrying an essence of invincibility, akin to a razor-sharp sword. Yet, this formidable aura was still relatively weak. Soon, Gatti recalled that such an energy did indeed belong to someone on Earth. Could it be Acherobe? If so, he must be nearing the realm of mind-sword unity, Gatai thought, with a slight smile that moment. He contemplated whom to target for his instantaneous movement. Abruptly, he focused inward. Enhancing his energy perception, he aimed to sense the energies of the Supreme Kai and Bubbles. However, under normal circumstances, their energies were contained, and since Gatai had never interacted with them, locating them proved challenging, necessitating his heightened perception. Fortunately, the unique geography of the other world allowed him to detect two faint auras without much delay. It should be them. He mused. Let us go, Gatai said playfully, giving Xiao Qiao's waist a gentle squeeze. In an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, Gatai and Xiao Qiao found themselves in the other world. Gatai had expertly controlled the distance, ensuring they did not appear right next to the Supreme Kai and Bubbles. Thus, upon their arrival, even if detected, no one would immediately approach them. Where is this? Xiao Qiao asked, feeling the air was thinner and gazing around at the unfamiliar yet beautiful surroundings, imbued with a sacred essence. Resembling a paradise. Sister Qiao, this is the other world, the residence of the Supreme Kai, Gatai explained with a smile. Xiao Qiao gasped, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Oh no, someone's coming. Sister Qiao. We should hurry. Just as Gatai was about to explain, he sensed that their energies had been detected. They had not concealed their energies sufficiently, remaining at over 200. Realizing it was not the right time to meet the Supreme Kai, he swiftly embraced Xiao Qiao again and instantaneously moved away. In the Kame house, Master Rashi was engrossed in a fitness program featuring beautiful women, dressed in a white t-shirt and red shorts. Appearing somewhat trendy. As he exercised along with the program, he muttered some rather distasteful comments, completely unaware that two outsiders stood behind him. Truly a lecherous old man, Gatai thought, shivering involuntarily, while Xiao Qiao covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress her laughter. At that moment, Gatai spotted the remote control nearby, quietly picked it up, and switched the channel on the television. Hey, where did it go? Master Rashi exclaimed, puzzled as he noticed the screen had changed. Losing interest in the show, with the enticing visuals gone, his enthusiasm waned, and he sensed an unusual shift in the room. Suddenly, he turned around to find Gatai and Xiao Qiao regarding him with curious expressions. Ah, it's you too, Master Rashi blushed, awkwardly scratching his bald head. Hey, how did you get here? He finally asked, surprised. Gatai chuckled. Master Rashi, you're so serious. How could you not notice our arrival? Speaking of which, your hobbies are quite interesting. I was just doing aerobic exercise. Good for health. Master Rashi quickly defended himself, then shifted the topic. So, Gatai, what brings you here? You didn't come just to see me, did you? Haha, I specifically brought Sister Qiao to visit you. After all, you are the martial arts god, Master Rashi, and we never properly come to pay our respects, Gatai bantered. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Qiao, who stepped forward to greet Master Rashi respectfully. Xiao Qiao pays her respects to Master Rashi. Oh, no need for that, no need for that, Master Rashi replied, though pride shone through his demeanor. After all, Goku and Krillin were his disciples, and Goku's achievements far surpassed his own. Having saved the world, this recognition only added to his glory. At that moment, Gatai noticed a news report on the television about a robbery in another city, describing the robbers as ruthless and heavily armed, causing significant damage. Suddenly, Gatai felt a stirring within and pulled out a map to search for the location. 3,200 kilometers, he murmured. What's wrong, Gatai? Xiao Qiao asked, puzzled. Gatai smiled slightly. Sister Qiao, wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. He then turned to Master Rashi, saying, Master Rashi, I need to step out for a moment. With that, Gatai activated his instantaneous movement, disappearing from the room. What kind of ability is this? Master Rashi exclaimed, startled, scanning the area and trying to sense the surroundings, finding no other energies present. Since Krillin's death was revealed to Goku, Master Rashi had been puzzled, and after much contemplation, he realized the effects of energy perception. Although he still struggled to grasp it fully, he had begun to form a clear direction for his training. Thus, even at close range, one can sense the formidable aura of the strong. Just moments ago, he was utterly engrossed in the television, failing to notice the presence behind him. It was only when the screen changed that he became aware of someone's existence. The turtle sage stood there, staring blankly at Xiao Qiao, hoping to glean answers from her. With a smile, Xiao Qiao replied, "This is instantaneous movement. What? Such a martial art exists in the world." The turtle sage's heart was in turmoil. He regarded instantaneous movement as a form of martial prowess, renowned as the god of martial arts. The turtle sage possessed not only exceptional cultivation and realm, but also combat techniques that bordered on the divine in the eyes of ordinary people. Consequently, from his perspective, such a technique rendered one nearly invincible in battle. With his heightened sensitivity, Gatai perceived the faint aura of ordinary people and calculated the distance before teleporting. However, he could only teleport to the large city where the incident occurred, unable to pinpoint the exact location of the crime scene. Yet, upon reaching the city, the task became manageable. From high above, he had a wide field of vision, enabling him to harness his perceptive and mental faculties. His mental power was already capable of encompassing much of the earth, allowing him to swiftly locate the crime scene. Once more, he teleported to the scene of the incident, finding a place to conceal himself and meticulously observing the situation. 8 individuals, each a robust man, possessed considerable fighting strength. The higher the cultivation, the better, Gatai mused with a wicked smile. For this will perfect my soul attack. Immediately, Gatai moved at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Incapacitating all 8 men, he then hid nearby, methodically locking onto each assailant before launching his soul attack. However, Gatai was cautious, carefully sensing the stable state of each victim's soul. Ultimately, 7 of the 8 suffered damage to their cerebral domains, bleeding from all 7 orifices and perishing. The last one, while unscathed physically, still succumbed to the destruction of his soul. This was precisely the outcome Gatai desired, as long as the body remained intact. He had successfully grasped a method to refine his soul attacks. Nevertheless, he required more test subjects to ensure absolute certainty. As a result, this robbery case was quelled. But the inexplicable deaths of the perpetrators sparked a sense of the supernatural. Meanwhile, a few civilians hiding at the scene witnessed the bizarre demise of the criminals, speculating that it must be divine retribution. However, the number of ordinary people remaining at the scene was limited, as most had fled for their lives. Thus, the rumor did not spread widely in the short term. Such matters did not concern Gatai in the slightest. In an instant, he returned to the turtle sage's abode. Spending some time with Xiao Qiao before taking her elsewhere, Gatai had discovered an excellent method to balance cultivation with companionship, utilizing his instantaneous movement to travel with Xiao Qiao, all the while carrying a wireless broadcasting device. Whenever a crime occurred, Gatai would teleport to the location, employing his soul attacks to eliminate the culprits, thus refining his techniques before swiftly returning to continue enjoying leisure time with Xiao Qiao. Over time, as such incidents became frequent, rumors began to circulate uncontrollably. Many places spoke of the divine protection over Earth or the presence of a formidable hero tirelessly combating crime. Yet, no criminal survived, rendering Gatai a demonic figure in the eyes of those with malevolent intentions. Consequently, crime rates on Earth significantly declined for a period. Of course, this situation posed a considerable headache for the police, who had no leads and could only scratch their heads in confusion. In contrast, the public rejoiced over the mysterious presence of Gatai. The common folk had simple desires, to live peacefully and joyfully. Unbeknownst to Gatai, he had quietly acquired the dual titles of hero and demon among the people. From then on, Gatai spent his days with Xiao Qiao, engaging in both cultivation and leisurely pursuits. They often visited her parents, and the entire family rejoiced together. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed, and the 4-star Dragon Ball in Gatai's possession had restored itself. Without delay, he sent it to Sun Wukong. Accompanied by Xiao Qiao, though they appeared at a distance from him, Gatai was aware of Sun Wukong's fervent dedication to martial arts. Had he known about Gatai's ability to teleport, he would undoubtedly be envious. However, Sun Wukong was now a family man. With Sun Wufan having been born several months ago, he had to attend to family obligations, which is why Gatai chose to maintain some distance, living on Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong had been exceedingly busy since Sun Wufan's birth, caring for Chi-Chi and their son while also working to provide for the family. His heart longed for martial arts, but had it not been for these responsibilities, he might have ventured off to train elsewhere. Sun Wufan, now several months old and possessing Scion blood, grew faster than ordinary Earth children and was already attempting to walk. "Come here, Wufan," Sun Wukong called, wearing the same style of martial arts uniform gifted by the gods. Though he couldn't train alone during this period, the weight of his training outfit ensured he wouldn't fall behind in his cultivation. He crouched nearby, beckoning Sun Wufan with encouragement. Sun Wufan, drawn to his father, staggered toward him, only to fall after a few steps. He picked himself up and continued his shaky journey towards Sun Wukong. After several tumbles over a distance of 10 meters, he finally landed in his father's embrace, beaming with joy. Sun Wukong, somewhat clumsy, was not adept at caring for children and only knew how to amuse them in his own way. To encourage Sun Wufan, he tossed him into the air and caught him, eliciting joyous laughter from the child. "What are you doing?" Chi exclaimed as she rushed over to snatch Sun Wufan away. "He's still so young. Are you not afraid of dropping him?" she chided. Sun Wukong, oblivious to her complaints, responded based on Sun Wufan's delight. "Don't worry, Chi, I won't hurt him. Just look how happy Wufan is." Although Chi held Sun Wufan, the child still leaned towards Sun Wukong, yearning for his father's embrace. Seeing this, Chi-Chi's expression darkened further. Ignoring Sun Wukong, she took Sun Wufan aside to entertain him herself. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, I can enjoy a brief moment of training, he thought. By the way, it seems the Dragon Balls have restored that I should retrieve the 4-star ball and gift it to Wufan. Otherwise, Chi will surely complain that I'm only focused on training. As he contemplated his training, Sun Wukong suddenly muttered to himself about the Dragon Balls. He then began searching for the Dragon Ball radar Bulma had given him. However, so engrossed was he in martial arts that he had forgotten where he placed it. As he searched, Sun Wukong's attention sharpened. He sensed 2 powerful auras approaching, not being particularly familiar with Gatai and Xiao Qiao. He could not identify them by their energy signatures, yet he flew toward the approaching presences. It wasn't long before Gatai and Xiao Qiao met with Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing them, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief. "Wow," he exclaimed, sensing the strength of both Gatai and Xiao Qiao. "Why are you shouting?" Gatai inquired, puzzled. Sun Wukong, resembling an excited monkey, bounded around Gatai and Xiao Qiao, exclaiming, "No way. I didn't expect both of you to be so strong. Come on, let us spar." With that, Sun Wukong struck a fighting pose. Gatai and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances, speechless, recognizing Sun Wukong's unquenchable thirst for battle. "Here, you want to fight us? Aren't you worried Chi will scold you?" Gatai asked, throwing out 3 questions in rapid succession. Sun Wukong, suddenly doused in cold water, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Oh, right. Hey, how did you know Chi doesn't like me training?" Not dwelling on this question, Sun Wukong continued, "It's your first time here, and I haven't properly entertained you." He then leaned closer to Gatai, whispering, "Please don't tell Chi that I wanted to spar with you as soon as I saw you. Otherwise, she'll scold me again." Gatai and Xiao Qiao shared a knowing smile, finding Sun Wukong, both as a child and an adult, to be utterly endearing. Subsequently, the 2 were invited by Sun Wukong to be his guests. Upon seeing the arrival of visitors, Chi immediately changed her demeanor, transforming into a model of virtue, a stark contrast to what one might have imagined. Within, Gatai marveled at Chi-Chi's cleverness. It was no wonder she had succeeded in shaping Sun Wukong to such a state. "Come here, Wufan. Allow me to introduce you to your uncle Gatai and Aunt Xiao," Sun Wukong said as he carried Sun Wufan towards Gatai and Xiao Qiao. At that moment, Sun Wufan appeared quite shy, stubbornly refusing to approach Gatai and Xiao Qiao, leaving Sun Wukong feeling rather awkward at this juncture. Gatai produced the 4-star Dragon Ball from his pocket, waving it enticingly in front of Sun Wufan. "The 4-star Dragon Ball? How could it be in your possession?" Sun Wukong inquired in astonishment upon seeing it. "Previously, when I collected the Dragon Balls, I learned that the 4-star ball is a relic of your grandfather. So I thought it fitting to bring it to you," Gatai explained. Sun Wukong was elated and expressed his gratitude profusely. Gatai, with a playful smile, prompted, "Wufan, look quickly. What is this?" The 4-star Dragon Ball indeed captured Sun Wufan's attention, alleviating his shyness as his gaze remained fixed upon it, prompting him to leap forward eagerly. Gatai, in turn, lifted Sun Wufan into his arms, and to his surprise, the child did not cry, as both he and Xiao Qiao began to entertain Wufan. Before long, Gatai and Xiao Qiao took their leave, presenting the 4-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong as a gift for Sun Wufan. During this period, Gatai enjoyed a fulfilling time with Xiao Qiao. Her happiness flourished, and their bond deepened rapidly, leading to mutual confessions of affection. However, neither harbored immediate intentions of marriage, and their relationship remained at a standstill. Aside from their training, they focused on cherishing each day together. Xiao Qiao bore no resentment, content to wait for as long as necessary. Thus, Gatai accompanied Xiao Qiao while concurrently delving into the intricacies of soul attack techniques and researching enhancements for instantaneous movement. Finally, after a year of diligent study, Gatai perfected a flawless method of soul attack, effective only against opponents of significantly disparate power levels, and devoid of physical harm to the target, sufficient for Gatai's purposes. Additionally, during the time when Sun Wufan had just turned 4, Gatai also mastered the improved technique for instantaneous movement, enabling him to teleport without the necessity of sensing energy. This form of instantaneous movement was extraordinary. Gatai discovered that the distance was indeed confined within a single star system. During teleportation, one would invariably materialize in the high atmosphere of any chosen planet, thus avoiding potential collisions with mountains, buildings, or other individuals. Moreover, this method could be combined with energy sensing for enhanced effectiveness, allowing effortless teleportation to any desired location within a planet. Consequently, Gatai's sensitivity to spatial awareness heightened significantly. Everything is prepared. All that remains is your arrival, Raditz, Gatai declared, his form suddenly manifesting at a location on Earth as he gazed skyward with a smile. Retracting his gaze, he executed another teleportation, intentionally reappearing beside Xiao Qiao. Wrapping his arms around her from behind, "Sister Qiao, you smell delightful," Gatai teased, inhaling the fragrance from her neck and whispering playfully in her ear. Xiao Qiao, accustomed to Gatai's sudden appearances over the past year, did not panic. She had grown used to his frequent disappearances and swift returns. However, each time he returned, Gatai engaged in peculiar antics, often teasing her, leading to exchanges reminiscent of a playful couple. During this year, Xiao Qiao had become exceedingly familiar with Master Rashi, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, and Yamcha, sharing adventures, conversations, and sparring sessions, always ensuring her combat prowess matched theirs. This practice significantly enhanced Xiao Qiao's practical skills, transforming her into a seasoned warrior with formidable capabilities in life and death battles. In sparring, Xiao Qiao employed the 5 Elements Fist and the 12 Shapes Fist, striving to create pressure during combat to grasp the true essence of these techniques. Initially, Gatai had held high expectations for her comprehension of the 3-body style. But after witnessing her study of the 5 Elements Fist and 12 Shapes Fist, he realized her understanding was not as profound as he had hoped. Throughout numerous sparring matches, she merely broke through the barriers of integrating techniques, grasping various energies within the strikes but remaining far from comprehending their true significance. The 5 Elements Fist and 12 Shapes Fist are internal martial arts, with each level based on human attributes. Merely understanding the energies of the strikes yielded significant benefits to her physique. Although Xiao Qiao's martial arts realm had not seen substantial advancement, her internal training enhanced her constitution, fortifying her spirit, and her combat power skyrocketed to approximately 32,000 points during this period. Upon discovering this, Gatai's heart raced with excitement. His powerful mental energy allowed him to better sense the existence of space. Were he to pursue the 5 Elements Fist and 12 Shapes Fist without restraint, he believed his combat power would surely surpass Xiao Qiao's. Regrettably, he was reluctant to allow his mental energy to be assimilated by the soul, suppressing his inner impulses while envying Xiao Qiao deeply. "Gatai, you've returned so soon," Xiao Qiao inquired, puzzled. She allowed Gatai to embrace her, appearing quite natural, yet with a hint of aloofness. "I have something on your mind, Sister Qiao?" Gatai asked, sensing her unusual demeanor today, feeling a twinge of anxiety, unsure if he had erred in some way. Xiao Qiao turned, burying her head against Gatai's chest, softly uttering, "Gatai, over the past year, you haven't engaged in serious training. You truly need not feel obligated to accompany me. I do not wish to become a hindrance to your pursuit of martial arts." So, Sister Qiao's discontent today stemmed from this matter. Gatai's heart lightened, but he then smiled. "Sister Qiao, you're overthinking it. I have never relaxed in my training." "Really? But previously, your absences would last several days or even months. Yet, over this past year, you return within half a day each time," Xiao Qiao stated, standing upright. Gatai ruffled Xiao Qiao's hair. "Silly girl, this is merely my method of training. I have entered a rather unique phase in my practice, one that does not require the same approach as before. I am preparing for greater growth potential in the future. You're deceiving me. I am now the strongest on Earth, no longer a novice in martial arts. How could such a training method exist? If it did, you ought to teach me so that I might experience it as well, making future training less arduous." Xiao Qiao pouted. Since Xiao Qiao's foray into martial arts, each advancement had come at the cost of immense effort, making her acutely aware of the challenges involved, thus leading her to believe Gatai was merely jesting. Gatai, taken aback by her assertion, found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to clarify the misunderstanding. He did not wish for Xiao Qiao to harbor such thoughts, fearing it would lead her to self-reproach and unhappiness. As he pondered how to explain this to her, he realized he had been focusing on soul-related training during this time. If he were to elucidate, it would have to stem from that aspect. However, soul attacks were esoteric and could not be easily discerned from the surface. Please wait a moment, Sister Chiao, Gatai said, before teleporting away. A minute later, he returned, holding a bag containing water and a large carp. Gatai, why have you returned with a fish? Are you trying to apologize by offering me dinner? Xiao Qiao remarked, displeased at the sight of the fish. Gatai, hearing this, wore an oddly perplexed expression, then leaned closer to Xiao Qiao, earnestly stating, Sister Qiao, look at this fish. It's alive and quite fresh. Gatai's actions led Xiao Qiao to believe he was merely attempting to amuse her, further solidifying her conviction that he was trying to divert the topic to alleviate her concerns. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her inner turmoil deepened. She felt increasingly like a hindrance to Gatai's martial aspirations. Gatai, Xiao Qiao began, her face clouded with sorrow, unable to articulate her feelings. Noticing her distress, Gatai felt a pang in his heart and quickly replied, Sister Qiao, you are genuinely misunderstanding my intentions. I shall demonstrate the results of my training immediately. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's heart was filled with a sense of confusion, leaving her momentarily dazed. Soon after, Gatai remarked, Sister Qiao, I have been practicing my mental cultivation during this time. Do pay attention. Gatai promptly delved into the main topic, for he feared that Xiao Qiao might truly burst into tears, which would certainly distress him as well. He then placed a fish before Xiao Qiao and, summoning his mental energy, infiltrated the fish's brain. Gatai discerned that this commonplace fish was a rather inferior creature, with an exceedingly weak soul. In no time, he erased the fish's consciousness, causing it to lose its ability to move and flip over lifelessly. Sister Qiao, do take a look. Is this fish not dead, entirely different from its previous vitality? Gatai shook his hand to draw her attention. Xiao Qiao observed the fish, though uncertain if it was indeed dead. She had witnessed the appearance of dead fish before, leading her to conclude that the fish had inexplicably perished. She gazed at Gatai with a lingering bewilderment. Gatai understood that it was challenging for Xiao Qiao to ascertain the fish's state, given its lowly existence, which could not sense the presence of qi. Sister Qiao, please give me your hand. Gatai extended one hand, speaking gently. Xiao Qiao remained silent, obediently reaching out with both hands to grasp Jiatai's arm. Look over there. Jiatai pointed towards a small flower on the balcony. Subsequently, Xiao Qiao witnessed the flower being inexplicably compressed into a clump by an unseen force. She could feel as if a portion of the air was being manipulated by some entity, enveloping and compressing the flower as though someone were squeezing it with their hand. Is this what mental cultivation entails? Xiao Qiao asked, perplexed. Indeed, it is, Jiatai replied. Mental energy cannot be discerned by the naked eye. It is a unique existence. Much like the peculiar superpowers of dumplings, it is akin to air, present yet invisible. The fish just now perished because I erased its soul, causing it to lose consciousness. Mental energy coexists with the soul, and thus it does not follow the ordinary path of martial arts cultivation. Naturally, advancing in mental cultivation is even more arduous than physical training, Jiatai elucidated. Although Xiao Qiao was not entirely clear on the nature of mental energy, she was familiar with the term soul. To her, the soul represented the heart, the mind, an intangible essence, thus she found solace in this understanding. I apologize, Jiatai. I misunderstood you, Xiao Qiao murmured softly, her head bowed. Following this incident, Jiatai and Xiao Qiao returned to their former selves, enjoying their days together, until they finally reached the year when Sun Wukong turned 4. Jiatai calculated the time in his mind. This marked the period when Raditz arrived on Earth. 6 months later, during the summer, Jiatai had not sensed any increase in the turtle hermit's qi. It was evident that enhancing one's cultivation was not an overnight endeavor. The stronger one became, the more challenging it was to improve. Moreover, as a human from Earth, the turtle hermit's potential was rather limited, making it difficult to augment his combat power before the advent of the gravity chamber. This information indicated that the turtle hermit's combat power could be definitively determined. Initially, Jiatai intended to wait until Raditz appeared to accurately compare his own combat power. However, he was unaware of Raditz's exact arrival time on Earth, necessitating his constant observation of Raditz's qi status, resulting in yet another prolonged wait. Thus, Jiatai made the final decision to hypothesize about his own qi strength in advance. At this moment, Jiatai and Xiao Qiao strolled hand in hand by a tranquil lake. Given the lack of change in the turtle hermit's qi over this extended period, It stood to reason that his current baseline combat power was 139 points. Consequently, my chi strength should be 26,750 points, slightly lower than the anticipated 28,000 points. Could it be that my lack of training over the years has led to a decline? Jia Tai had once believed his combat power to be around 28,000, and now he finally possessed a clearer standard, yet it was somewhat lower than expected, which puzzled him. Nevertheless, it matters little, as the difference is not substantial. Therefore, Sister Qiao's chi strength should be 34,090 points. Jia Tai stated with satisfaction. Jia Tai, what are you talking about? Xiao Qiao inquired, having overheard his mumblings. Jia Tai turned to her with a smile, explaining, Sister Qiao, in the universe, many powerful beings exist, each with their own disparities. Hence, based on one's cultivation, different levels of strength can be assessed. The figures I just mentioned represent our current peak combat power values. Really? So, compared to us, the turtle hermit, Xiao Qiao exclaimed in astonishment, then hesitated. Realizing that the comparison was too staggering, her combat power was allegedly over 200 times that of the so-called god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. What an extraordinary concept, since beginning her martial arts journey and growing. Xiao Qiao had believed she surpassed the turtle hermit by a significant margin, yet never imagined it would be by such a vast degree. Sister Qiao, there is no need for doubt or surprise. Now that you have learned to sense qi, you can compare and estimate your own strength, Jia Tai encouraged Dada. So this ability to sense qi can be utilized in such a manner. I had thought that the qi one perceives was inherently variable based on the individual. Xiao Qiao replied, taken aback. Upon hearing this, Jia Tai felt a fondness for Xiao Qiao's adorableness. Despite her familiarity with controlling qi, she remained unaware of this aspect. Are you mocking me? Xiao Qiao exclaimed, hands on her hips. Feigning indignation at Jia Tai's reaction. Haha, how could I? Wait, there is a presence somewhat akin to that of Sun Wukong. Could this be the qi possessed by the Science? Suddenly, Jia Tai sensed a powerful qi approaching Earth rapidly from the sky. This qi feels malevolent. Though it does not match our strength, it is vastly superior to that of other beings on Earth. It appears to have a strength of about 1,500 points at that moment. Xiao Qiao also sensed it. Jia Tai smiled faintly. Sister Qiao, how astute you are. You grasp it immediately. Jia Tai felt a surge of satisfaction. His luck was indeed exceptional, as he could now ascertain his own combat power with absolute certainty. Confirming its validity, he then instructed, Sister Qiao, please return first, and remember to suppress your qi with all your might. If you cannot manage that, then enter the isolation array I have set up. Why? Xiao Qiao asked. Perplexed, Jia Tai softened his tone slightly and replied gently, that individual is the target I have awaited for several years. We cannot afford to let him slip away. Several years. Xiao Qiao's heart raced at Jia Tai's words, recognizing their deeper implication, an ability to foresee. Long ago, she had sensed this but chose not to delve deeper. This time, she decided against further inquiry, understanding that Jia Tai would undoubtedly make significant moves. And thus, she quietly complied and returned. I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival every day. What a long wait it has been. Jia Tai felt no anger at this moment. Rather, he was filled with a passionate fervor. Before long, he sensed Raditz' qi had momentarily halted, indicating he had landed. Let us proceed. Jia Tai smiled softly, then teleported to a location several miles away from Raditz, quickly retracting his qi so that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Since Jia Tai's spiritual intensity and mental prowess had greatly enhanced, he could now completely conceal his qi and observe from a distance using both qi perception and mental energy. Raditz emerged from his spacecraft, slowly levitating into the air. He donned battle attire, with a device on his left eye to measure combat power, his long black hair billowing, and his expression cold. Jia Tai's cultivation was formidable, both in terms of divinity and physical prowess, which significantly enhanced his vision. Even at such a distance, he could see Raditz clearly. Upon seeing him, Jia Tai thought Raditz was quite handsome, his cold demeanor exuding a unique charm that would surely attract women. Raditz soon noticed a farmer, who, startled by the deep crater caused by Raditz's spacecraft landing, dropped the cigarette he was holding. The farmer's fear intensified as he witnessed Raditz inexplicably hovering in the air with his own power. He had never encountered such a person before. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his firearm and aimed it at Raditz. Raditz pressed a button on the detector affixed to his face, revealing that the farmer's combat power was a mere 5 points. Instantly, a chilling malice flickered across his sinister visage. The farmer, overwhelmed by Raditz' murderous aura, trembled uncontrollably, and in a panic, he pulled the trigger. The bullet was effortlessly caught by Raditz, who then flicked it back with terrifying force, not only killing the farmer but also piercing through the vehicle behind him. How can such weak beings exist in the universe? Pathetic, Raditz mocked, displaying no discomfort at the senseless killing. Kakarot remained silent, observing calmly. Upon noticing Raditz pressing the detector a few more times, he swiftly took flight, realizing that Raditz had pinpointed Piccolo's location, mistaking his strength for that of Sun Wukong. Piccolo, your fate is about to take a turn. Kakarot murmured softly. Raditz flew at an astonishing speed, soon encountering Piccolo, all of which Kakarot sensed. The two faced off, both exuding an air of superiority, Raditz bolstered by his absolute confidence in being from a lower-class planet. Without warning, Piccolo gathered his energy, his arms swelling as he aimed at Raditz. Before Raditz could react, a ki blast erupted upon him. Humph, a trivial technique, that all you can muster. Raditz sneered as the smoke cleared. Revealing his unharmed form, he then raised his right hand, preparing to teach Piccolo a lesson, or perhaps eliminate him outright. In no time, a ki blast of over 500 points coalesced in his palm. This form of energy displayed the true essence of combat strength, and at such close range, Piccolo found himself immobilized by the sheer pressure, paralyzed by fear at the magnitude of Raditz's power. Something feels amiss. Kakarot sensed Raditz's escalating energy. This is different. Could Raditz actually kill Piccolo? Kakarot pondered, his mind racing. Forget it, I must create a distraction. With that thought, he unleashed a burst of energy amounting to 500 points, only to immediately suppress it once more. Raditz's detector responded to Kakarot's surge, causing him to refrain from attacking Piccolo and instead ascend to the sky, scanning his surroundings. Kakarot quickly retracted his energy, rendering himself undetectable to Raditz's device. Confusion clouded Raditz's mind. Why had this surge of energy materialized only to vanish so abruptly? Just as he pondered, the detector flared to life again, this time indicating a different direction. This way, Raditz mused. What's going on? Is it malfunctioning? No matter. I'll follow the signal. It must be Kakarot. With that, he disregarded Piccolo and departed. Meanwhile, Kakarot felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Could it be that I am not in the familiar Dragon Ball universe, but rather in an alternate parallel world? Kakarot's brow furrowed. Yet, everything that had transpired over the years mirrored the original storyline. Kakarot was perplexed. Even in a parallel universe, Raditz's failure to engage Piccolo should be consistent with the original events. The worst-case scenario would involve all the Dragon Ball warriors, save for Trunks, being eliminated during the Android saga. What had gone awry? Kakarot fell into deep contemplation, certain that had he not interrupted Raditz's attack, Piccolo would have surely been harmed, if not killed. This could jeopardize the prospect of Sun Wukong and Piccolo teaming up. While changes may have occurred, the overall trajectory remained intact. He now had to be vigilant to prevent any unforeseen complications. Otherwise, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Kakarot rubbed his temples, pondering whether his luck had finally run out. After some time, he sensed Raditz had reached the Turtle Hermit's house. Without hesitation, he instantaneously transported himself nearby. This moment, Kakarot needed to be vigilant and conceal himself, as he had 100% certainty of preventing any unpredictable incidents in such close proximity. That moment, Sun Wukong was conversing with Raditz. For the first time, he felt the weight of another's overwhelming aura, eliciting a flicker of fear within him. Raditz revealed his true identity and their familial connection, shocking Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin. Clearly, despite Sun Wukong's training under the Celestial Piccolo, his worldview remained narrow. Kakarot observed from his concealed position, reflecting that in Sun Wukong's eyes, he indeed regarded himself as the strongest on Earth. However, unbeknownst to him, Kakarot and Xiao Qiao had expertly concealed their own energies, remaining undetectable. Sun Wukong possessed a pure heart, never allowing himself to grow complacent in his martial arts practice. This was commendable. Yet, due to his limited perspective, he found himself intimidated by Raditz's formidable presence, which had reached a level beyond his comprehension. Had Sun Wukong understood the vastness of the universe and the myriad powerful beings within it, he would not have trembled at the prospect of those capable of dispatching him with a mere finger. Instead, he would have been inspired to grow stronger, yearning to challenge such formidable foes. Upon learning of his identity as a scion, the mightiest warrior race in the cosmos, he regained his composure. Over the years, his growth had been slow but steady. leading him to believe he was on the verge of becoming the strongest, now that his horizons had broadened. He recognized the existence of even greater powers within the universe and understood that he could continue to evolve. At that moment, Sun Wukong's resolve surged. Yet, he did not feel the adrenaline coursing through him. Raditz' appearance represented an unprecedented threat, as he had many whom he needed to protect. Surviving this ordeal was his immediate priority. To compel Sun Wukong's obedience, Raditz sought to use Goten as leverage. Kakarot's heart tightened at the sight. Could it lead to an unforeseen disaster? His focus sharpened, knowing that if trouble arose, he must intervene. He then witnessed Raditz approach Goten, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he disregarded Sun Wukong entirely. In an instant, Raditz moved like the wind, vanishing without a trace. He delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, utterly defenseless. Raditz possesses commendable martial arts prowess, Kakarot noted as he observed Raditz strike without hesitation, his movements fluid and powerful, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding air. How could this be? At this time, one would expect aliens to focus solely on combat power. Could it be that the Scion's terrifying talent lies in their ability to naturally grasp the deeper aspects of martial arts through battle? Kakarot furrowed his brow in contemplation. If that were the case, how formidable would Vegeta's martial arts skills be? This thought led him to recall how Vegeta, upon witnessing Tien and Yamcha's battles, casually altered his power levels, even destroying his own scouter. After his encounter with Sun Wukong, he quickly mastered the sensing of ki. Kakarot couldn't help but admire Vegeta's genius. Master Roshi and Krillin were astonished, realizing that Sun Wukong, the strongest among them, could not withstand even a single blow. They were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Raditz successfully seized Goten, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere cabbage. Goten, terrified, cried out in distress. Sun Wukong, having been struck down, struggled to recover, unable to rise and fight, helplessly watching as Goten was taken. He was consumed by a profound sense of anger and regret, lamenting why he had failed to adjust his state of mind earlier, which ultimately rendered him powerless against Raditz's strike. Though Raditz claimed he intended to utilize Gohan, he was acutely aware that Gohan was merely a child, incapable of exhibiting any substantial combat prowess. Thus, he further stated, Kakarot, listen closely. If you wish to spare your son's life, you must eliminate a few Earthlings. I will permit you to join us, but do not concern yourself with the quantity. Merely a couple of hundred will suffice. With that, he ascended into the air, warning, do not entertain thoughts of resistance. Your underdeveloped combat power cannot withstand us. It would be wise to heed my advice. After uttering these words, Raditz took flight. Minutes passed after Raditz's departure, and it was only then that Goku fully regained his composure. Subsequently, they began devising a plan to rescue Gohan. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Master Roshi and Krillin verbally expressed their willingness to assist Goku. Despite the looming possibility of death with no chance of resurrection, given that death was inevitable, they were prepared to take the risk. Krillin's expression was particularly poignant as he contemplated dying twice, lamenting that he had yet to marry. The trio finalized their plan for a rescue and prepared to utilize the Dragon Ball radar to initiate their mission. At that moment, Piccolo made his entrance. The sight of Piccolo hovering in midair sent shivers down the spines of the four. In their minds, Piccolo had never been a benevolent figure, and his appearance at such a critical juncture was particularly unsettling. Fortunately, Piccolo expressed his intent to ally with Goku, which provided them with a modicum of reassurance. Well, nothing unexpected has transpired. It seems that matters have returned to their original state, said Gatai, observing the unfolding events with a hint of perplexity. Thus, Gatai's previously taut heart began to ease slightly. If the situation diverged from the original narrative, he would have much to attend to. Meanwhile, Gohan was wailing incessantly, infuriating Raditz, who glared at him with unrestrained contempt. Feeling that Gohan was bringing disgrace upon the Scion race, Raditz's words had no effect on Gohan, who continued to cry. However, recognizing Gohan's potential utility, he begrudgingly confined him within the spaceship, which boasted excellent soundproofing. Finally granting him some peace. As Gohan was imprisoned, a wave of panic surged within him, causing significant turmoil in his emotions. As his feelings fluctuated, the Scion blood coursing through his veins began to boil. Being so young, and under Chi-Chi's strict upbringing, he remained oblivious to the fact that he possessed a combat power exceeding 700. What is this? That little brat has such high combat power. Raditz detected Gohan's energy but found it hard to believe that a swift scan revealed that the detector was malfunctioning. Unable to register a value, it seems this machine is faulty. Under normal circumstances, Radit's detector would automatically scan without manual intervention. Yet it intermittently ceased its function, leading him to conclude that it was indeed a mechanical failure. Next, Gatai sensed the positions of Goku and Piccolo. Realizing they were about to converge, he smiled slightly before instantaneously vanishing from his location. Raditz soon noticed two formidable energy signatures approaching him, yet he dismissed the notion that they belonged to Goku. They must be other passers-by, he remarked nonchalantly. Just as he turned, the detector reacted again, prompting him to swiftly glance upwards. They've come. How is this possible? How did they discover my location? His thoughts raced. This meant the detector was functioning correctly, and that little brat truly possessed a combat power exceeding 700. Which was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Raditz's composure wavered. Goku and Piccolo descended, coldly regarding Raditz, and the atmosphere grew profoundly tense upon witnessing their arrival. Raditz could no longer afford to ponder. He directly inquired, "How did you know I was here?" Goku scoffed, replying, "You may as well give up. I will not divulge that information." Unlike Goku, Piccolo did not indulge in superfluous dialogue with their adversary. He promptly removed his weighted clothing, preparing to confront Raditz with utmost determination. Piccolo relished this state, stretching his neck and flexing his now unencumbered body. Goku, taken aback by Piccolo's actions, followed suit, shedding his own weighted attire, which bolstered their confidence in their collaboration. Their actions triggered a response from Raditz's detector, which indicated a significant increase in their combat power, one reading 416, the other 408. Ha ha ha. Raditz laughed mockingly. "Is this your source of confidence?" "It's utterly ridiculous." He had no intention of engaging in further banter with Goku and Piccolo. He realized that persuading Goku to join him was impossible. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them instead. In an instant, Raditz sprang into action, darting towards them with remarkable speed. In a matter of moments, he appeared behind them, delivering a swift elbow strike that sent both Goku and Piccolo hurtling away. This feeling. Gatai sensed a shift within himself. Although Raditz's combat power was inferior to that of Vegeta and Nappa, and Gatai's own power greatly surpassed Raditz, rendering him capable of dispatching him with ease, he felt that Raditz's approach was distinctly different this time. It seemed imbued with a palpable murderous intent. Raditz turned to face Goku and Piccolo, relishing the incredulous expressions on their faces. This was the effect he desired, to shatter their confidence and instill fear and despair before their demise. Subsequently, Raditz revealed the existence of two other Saiyans, informing them that their combat powers surpassed his own. Upon hearing this, Goku and Piccolo felt their spirits further crushed. Raditz reveled in the satisfaction of witnessing their despair. Among his fellow Saiyans, he had always felt like the weakest link, unable to hold his head high. Yet, on this lowly planet, his strength was absolute, allowing him to reclaim the dignity of being a member of the universe's most powerful warrior race, the Saiyans. Goku and Piccolo found themselves with no options left. Regardless of the enemy's strength, they could not evade the impending confrontation. At this moment, Piccolo displayed greater wisdom than Goku. Recognizing that a direct confrontation would lead to certain defeat, he inquired whether Goku had developed any new techniques. Thus, the two engaged in a hushed dialogue, while Raditz refrained from attacking, already considering Goku and Piccolo as mere corpses. He would endure any tactics they employed, intent on executing them with the utmost cruelty. Soon, they devised a plan. Goku would draw Raditz's attention while granting Piccolo the time to gather energy for a decisive strike. With a resolute determination to face death, Goku charged forward without hesitation, while Piccolo hurriedly prepared his ultimate technique. Knowing that even a second of time was invaluable, Goku moved with incredible speed, launching a flurry of fierce attacks. Yet Raditz effortlessly evaded each one. Let us see how long you can play this game. Raditz thought to himself mockingly. Goku unleashed over 100 strikes within mere moments, many of which Raditz could have countered, but he refrained, choosing instead to further undermine Goku's confidence and highlight the vast gulf between their strengths. Allowing Goku to fully comprehend his own foolishness, Goku and Raditz clashed anew. The concealed Gatai discerned certain peculiarities about Raditz's demeanor. Gatai's elevated prowess granted him acute sensitivity to energy, revealing that Raditz's energy fluctuated between a state of fullness and eruption. This state resembled energy manipulation but was executed with greater finesse. Raditz's energy was uniformly dense throughout his body, enhancing his combat capabilities without necessitating a buildup of power. This method, while effective, bore the drawback of not allowing him to unleash his most potent attacks at full strength. However, it afforded him a profound sense of his own power, enabling him to engage in battle without the need for conscious energy accumulation. Thus, it became clear why Radit's previous strike at Master Roshi's place had been so precise and devoid of unnecessary movements. Catelli murmured to himself. Soon, he considered another possibility. Raditz, being the weakest among the three scions and held in contempt, was likely relegated to the role of cannon fodder during battles. This being the case, he must employ every conceivable means to preserve his life. Such a method might involve balancing the energy within his body to achieve a skill that allows for both survival and combat. Consequently, through incessant control of his energy, Raditz could one day master it to an extraordinary degree, leading to a significant breakthrough in his own cultivation, provided he remained alive. As Catelli contemplated this, he also sighed for Raditz's fate. Knowing that Raditz would never see that day. You are being given an inch, and you take a mile. At that moment, Raditz sensed Goku's attacks accelerating. Displaying relentless determination, Raditz's patience waned, and he retaliated with a punch that sent Goku flying. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. He decided to stall for as long as possible. Goku, enduring the force of being thrown back, executed several flips to dissipate the impact and regained his footing. Leaping high into the air, Kamehameha, in midair, Goku concentrated his power into a single point, unleashing a brilliant burst of energy between his palms. Humph! How is this possible? Raditz detected Goku's rapidly rising power level. Soon approaching 1000. He quickly sensed Piccolo's power level escalating as well. In that moment, Raditz realized that the inhabitants of Earth could freely alter their power levels. If he did not take this seriously, he might very well lose his life. At this juncture, it was too late to disrupt Piccolo's energy-gathering technique, as Goku's Kamehameha had already been unleashed. Raditz attempted to evade, but the Kamehameha, under Goku's control, relentlessly pursued him. A fierce glint flickered in Raditz's eyes. Do not get too cocky. With a loud shout, Raditz extended his arms to block Goku's Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Raditz squarely, but was partially mitigated by his defense. Goku, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Although Raditz had managed to block the attack, he was determined to maintain his dignity. As Goku began to tire, Raditz unleashed a lightning-fast energy blast, sending Goku plummeting from the sky, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz swiftly appeared beside Goku and seized him with a firm grip. Just then, Raditz's scouter began to emit sounds. 1330. Raditz quickly registered the intensity of the energy Piccolo was gathering, which had been concentrated to the very tips of his fingers. A cold sweat broke out on Raditz. He was uncertain he could withstand this attack. Die, you wretch! Piccolo shouted. Special beam cannon, as the words left his mouth. The immense energy gathered at his fingertips unleashed a wave of sound that surged toward Raditz, moving faster than the Kamehameha. Piccolo, witnessing the success of his technique, displayed a radiant smile, convinced that Raditz could not possibly withstand this assault. However, contrary to his expectations, despite its speed and power, Raditz narrowly evaded the attack, which merely grazed his shoulder, easily tearing through his battle armor. The energy blast collided with a nearby hill, exploding with the force of a nuclear detonation, utterly annihilating it. That moment, Piccolo felt an urge to weep. It was such a prime opportunity that he had squandered due to poor aim. Raditz felt a jolt of fear. He had nearly met his demise, and the sensation of having narrowly escaped ignited his rage. He resolved to no longer hold back. He would eliminate both of these adversaries. Raditz then raised his right hand, gathering energy for the first time in this battle. While he could not amplify his power to the extent that Goku and Piccolo could, he was capable of generating a modest increase. His current power level stood at 1500, with a maximum potential of 1700 for his energy blast. While Goku and Piccolo's strengths barely exceeded 400, there was no way they could withstand 1700. We're doomed, Piccolo thought, engulfed by fear. The gap was insurmountable, and escape was no longer an option. At this moment, Piccolo successfully drew Raditz's attention, redirecting all animosity toward himself. Though this was not an outcome Piccolo desired, just as Piccolo faced the specter of death, Goku seized an opportunity to catch his breath. His resolve unyielding that if he failed, everyone would perish. He bore too great a burden. Gritting his teeth against his injuries, he took advantage of Raditz's momentary distraction and grasped his tail, with his tail caught. Raditz immediately lost all strength, collapsing limply. The energy blast he had been gathering dissipated as well, and Piccolo felt as if he had been reborn, while Goku chuckled triumphantly. Meanwhile, Cataly, concealed nearby, felt a twinge of concern. Be gentle, don't damage his tail. The ultimate power of a scion is tied to that tail, of course. This sentiment was known only to Cataly himself. Nonetheless, he understood that Raditz' tail would not be severed. It was merely a discomforting thought as he contemplated using Raditz as a decoy. Cataly then recalled Gohan's furious expression upon witnessing his father being struck down. Soon, he would break free from the spaceship to deliver a decisive blow to Raditz. It seemed he would need to endure yet again, Cataly lamented. Events unfolded as Cataly had anticipated. Raditz pleaded for mercy, and Goku, softened by compassion, released his grip on Raditz's tail, a deliberate act that Cataly recognized. Cataly admired Goku's cunning and strategic acumen. Goku understood that Piccolo's previous technique required considerable time to execute, during which Raditz would surely seek to free himself from Goku's grasp. If left with no other option. In a life-or-death scenario, Raditz might resort to severing his own tail. Goku's strategy had a contingency. He did not wish for Piccolo to falter again, as the consequences of failure would be dire. Once Goku released Raditz's tail, Raditz revealed his malevolent side once more, plunging Goku into peril. However, Gohan appeared just in time, his rage propelling his power to unprecedented heights. Lacking combat experience, he resorted to the simplest method, a headbutt. Cataly, upon witnessing this, instinctively closed his eyes, feeling as though Gohan's impact had struck him directly, a twinge of sympathy welling up within him. Endure it. I must endure. It is not yet time to intervene. The Scion's vitality was remarkably resilient. Such an injury was not fatal, as the extent of damage was minimal. As long as he could eventually claim this body, a single Senzu bean would suffice. Cataly concealed himself, offering silent reassurance. Gohan collided forcefully with Raditz's chest, the impact nearly rivaling Raditz's own strength. Raditz's internal organs sustained damage, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, rendering his speech and movements less coherent. Moreover, in his fury, Gohan unleashed every ounce of power he could muster. His assault, akin to a ki blast, Ki attacks were generally more effective against the human body than physical strikes, making Gohan's headbutt particularly significant, weakening Raditz's combat capabilities and preventing him from maintaining his high-intensity state. Goku had not anticipated this turn of events, but it presented an enormous opportunity. Seizing the moment, he successfully restrained Raditz's movements from behind, holding him tightly. This time, Goku remained unfazed by Raditz's charming words, urging Piccolo to strike again. Goku was fully prepared to risk his life, intent on taking Raditz down with him. Piccolo, though not hesitating, focused his energy once more to execute the special beam cannon as Goku instructed. Yet, deep down, Piccolo was reluctant to eliminate Goku so easily. He was unaware of the subtle shift in his own mindset. However, the thought that Goku could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls provided him with some solace. Raditz, in a precarious state, felt intense pain in his chest, unable to exert any significant force. Yet despite his struggles, it was futile. As Piccolo's ultimate technique neared completion, anger and regret flickered in Raditz's eyes. The data on Raditz's scouter fluctuated wildly. Each increment in Piccolo's gathered energy drew him closer to the brink of death. At last, as Piccolo exerted himself to the utmost, his energy peaked at over 1400. Reaching his limit, Raditz cast a wary glance at the ominous number displayed on the detector, an overwhelming sense of unease gripping his heart, as if it were about to leap into his throat. It was at this moment that Goku caught sight of Piccolo's smile, and through their connection, sensed that Piccolo's energy had reached its zenith, unable to escalate even a fraction further, while his condition was dire. The immense energy he had gathered was like an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Goku understood that Piccolo was poised to strike. Special beam cannon. As Piccolo unleashed his attack, Goku teleported instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, Goku had already gathered a ki blast in his right hand, and as he materialized, he struck with both hands simultaneously. One hand landed forcefully on Goku's neck, nearly rendering him unconscious, sapping his strength and causing his body to begin to falter. Meanwhile, Goku's other hand propelled the ki blast towards Raditz's body. This blast, while lacking intangible harm, was released based on the principles of the Kamehameha, characterized by its tremendous thrusting power. But that was not all. Goku possessed the formidable power of a god. His mastery over ki was nothing short of impeccable, and with ease, his ki blast separated Goku from Raditz, using Goku himself as a source of propulsion. In a moment of dire urgency, Goku's body had yet to collapse when Raditz was sent flying. At that instant, Piccolo's special beam cannon struck true. But it only found Goku's form. Unsurprisingly, Piccolo's attack pierced through Goku, leaving him gasping for breath. This unexpected turn of events caught both Goku and Piccolo off guard. Piccolo had exerted every ounce of his strength and was nearly exhausted. In the celestial realm, the deity Piccolo observed everything unfold, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his entire body trembled, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Goku, why did you do this? The words of the deity quivered with emotion. God, Bobo murmured softly from the side. The deity had long sensed Goku's presence and was taken aback. He felt as though Goku was privy to some vital information. Following Raditz's movements closely, when Piccolo first encountered Raditz on the brink of death, Goku had erupted with his own energy to thwart Raditz's attack, thus sparing Piccolo's life. However, Goku had not unleashed an overwhelming amount of power. The deity, sensing it, had initially dismissed it as an illusion, and even if it were not, the strength was still no match for Raditz. Thus, the deity assumed Goku was merely trying to contribute his bit, afraid of being killed, and hence did not intervene. How could this be? It's over. Everything is over. Panic surged within Piccolo. Regaining his composure, he directed a fierce glare at Goku, whom he had never met before. What have you done, you scoundrel? Goku ignored Piccolo's outburst, turning instead to Goku, who was regaining his strength. Goku controlled his power with precision. Though he struggled, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness and was slowly recovering. Goku, he managed to utter, opening his mouth to speak again. But the severity of his injuries rendered him speechless. Goku's wounds were grave. Without the magical beans, he would soon perish. Goku believed that had he been a mere Earthling, he would not have been able to utter a word. Marveling at the Scion's tenacity, Goku, please don't hate me. There's a reason for my actions, Goku said to him. Upon hearing this, Goku bore no resentment. His innocence shone through as he accepted the irrevocable nature of the situation. Thus, a bitter smile graced Goku's face, though it was marred by the pain of his injuries. Heh, indeed, I too wish to know what you have done. You rascal. At that moment, Raditz's voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's body stiffened, trembling as he turned towards the source of the voice. He beheld Raditz's face, one bearing the countenance of death itself. Hey, Raditz, you haven't forgotten my existence, have you? Goku remarked nonchalantly. Piccolo found Goku's demeanor unsettlingly casual, as though he were not confronting a formidable foe. You Earthling, dare to ally with the Scion? Piccolo bellowed, baring his fangs in anger, wishing he could devour Goku. Save your energy, Piccolo. You lack the capacity to fight now. You'd best consider how to survive, Goku mocked. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Piccolo retorted. Nearby, Raditz had calmed somewhat. However, his combat power had diminished significantly. Barely reaching 500 points. He remained guarded, refraining from attacking, as he did not know Goku but recognized that Goku had saved his life. Despite this, he felt no gratitude towards Goku. Curious instead about Goku's sudden appearance and intentions. Earlier, he had gauged Goku's combat power and, though possibly inaccurate, it stood at a mere 5 points. No matter how he enhanced his own strength, he was in no position to compare. I have 3 things to accomplish, Goku declared, feeling that prolonged inaction was pointless, urging the Dragon Ball warriors to hasten their training. Gazing at Raditz, Goku's eyes concentrated intensely. Raditz felt an unsettling sensation in his chest at Goku's penetrating gaze. It was an instinctual apprehension. Raditz had contemplated a surprise attack but now felt a twinge of fear, concerned about the unfolding situation. He refrained from striking, merely wishing to lower their guard. However, under Goku's watchful gaze, it seemed as though all his movements were under scrutiny, prompting Raditz to abandon his plan. Simultaneously, his skepticism regarding Goku's 5-point combat power deepened. The inhabitants of this planet were indeed extraordinary, and Raditz found himself contemplating leaving Earth. Goku addressed Raditz. The first matter is to inform you that there exists something on Earth that can grant wishes, allowing the deceased to be revived. Thus Goku will come back to life. You scoundrel, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Piccolo exploded, nearly losing his mind at Goku's revelation. Raditz's brow furrowed, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, yet he refrained from questioning further. Goku exuded an unusual aura, and it seemed wise to avoid provoking him. Nonetheless, he was puzzled as to why Goku would assist someone as malevolent as himself. Goku extended his right hand, palm facing Piccolo, signaling him to remain silent. As for the second matter, Goku's lips curled into a knowing smile as he regarded Raditz. The second matter is that I intend to kill you. Both Piccolo and Raditz were taken aback, incredulous at Goku's audacity. Piccolo believed Goku must have lost his mind, convinced that Goku could never hope to match Raditz. The sheer audacity of Goku's words left Piccolo feeling breathless with indignation. Raditz, too, was struck dumb by the unexpected turn of events, having presumed Goku to be a villain with ulterior motives seeking something from him. Upon hearing Goku's intent to kill him, Raditz recognized that any malicious intent on Goku's part was moot. He understood that he could not afford to spare them, and if Goku could indeed kill him, escape was impossible. Now, words held no value. The only outcomes were either killing Goku or being killed himself. With no hesitation, Raditz charged at Goku. Although his power had waned significantly, he remained considerably stronger than Piccolo. Piccolo, having remained stationary from the outset, was focused on regaining his strength, recovering as much as he could. Initially, Goku's arrival had muddled matters, drawing Piccolo's ire, yet Goku was still an Earthling and had taken a stand against Raditz. Despite his doubts about Goku, he was still a potential asset. Moreover, with Raditz's strength diminished, if he could find an opportunity to gather enough energy, he could still inflict substantial damage on Raditz. Even if he were to perish in the process, Earth still had Tien and the others. In Piccolo's sense of energy, he detected a familiar presence drawing closer. Surmising it must be Goku's allies, he resolved to buy some time. If he could not kill Raditz, he could at least inflict further injury. Once the others arrived, it would be unlikely that Raditz would possess the strength to continue. Under such circumstances, there was hope yet. Piccolo was prepared to risk everything, although the Dragon Balls would cease to exist upon his death. Earth would be saved. Damn it, I am Piccolo, the Demon King. Why must I protect Earth? Piccolo thought bitterly, grappling with the inexplicable urge to sacrifice his own life for the planet. As Piccolo wrestled with his inner turmoil, Raditz had already closed the distance, his fist hurtling towards Goku's head with ferocious intent. Yet, Gattai did not take any defensive measures, which infuriated Piccolo. However, Piccolo then witnessed a startling scene. Raditz's fist was firmly caught by Gattai. Moreover, Piccolo sensed that Gattai's energy was remarkably strong at that moment. Although it was not as potent as Raditz in his prime, it surpassed Raditz's current strength by a considerable margin. How could this be possible? Piccolo's eyes widened, seemingly on the verge of popping out. Raditz, too, was incredulous, but the detector on his face had already registered a response, revealing a staggering strength of 800. Raditz stammered, "Gattai, how could this be?" Gattai smiled faintly, applying pressure that made Raditz's fist crackle painfully, prompting Raditz to scream in agony, his body instinctively buckling as if to kneel. Raditz swung his other fist in retaliation, but the excruciating pain diminished his power significantly. Without granting Raditz much time, Gattai deftly deflected the punch and struck him down with a heavy chop, rendering him unconscious. Then, with a surge of mental energy, he invaded Raditz's mind. Gattai's psychic probing revealed that Raditz's martial will was exceedingly weak, severely limiting his self-defense capabilities. Despite possessing formidable combat strength, he lacked a resilient martial heart, failing to grasp the essence of martial arts. His willpower was even inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At that moment, Gattai's heart surged with excitement. Raditz's condition significantly increased his chances of success, turning the tide of destiny in his favor. Gattai's gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, his mental energy surged forth with overwhelming pressure. After extensive simulations and experiments, Gattai effortlessly shattered Raditz's soul consciousness without inflicting harm upon his cerebral domain. Success. Gattai exhaled deeply, his chest heaving. He crouched down, removed the detector from Raditz's face, switched it off, and tossed it aside. He then approached Sun Wukong, who was still clinging to life, his eyes fixed intently on Gattai and Raditz. Upon seeing this, Gattai was taken aback. Sun Wukong's willpower was astonishing, holding on to life despite his dire state. "Wukong, did you see that? Raditz is dead. I did not deceive you. You will soon revive as well," Gattai spoke softly, tinged with a hint of regret. At that moment, Sun Wukong's wish was fulfilled. He had initially desired to converse with Gohan before his demise. However, Gattai's arrival had left his spirit in a state of extreme tension. Now that Raditz was dead, his spirit relaxed instantaneously, and he could no longer hold on, closing his eyes and succumbing to the void. With Raditz deceased, Gattai did not make an immediate departure. He still had a third matter to address. Since Raditz had just died, his body would not be affected in the short term, allowing Gattai to remain calm. Gattai glanced at Piccolo, surprised to find that Piccolo's gaze did not waver in the wake of Raditz's death. Instead, it was filled with shock. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me?" Gattai teased. Upon uttering these words, Gattai realized that Piccolo truly did not know who he was. After all, Gattai had only participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament once, and during the subsequent tournament, he merely made a brief appearance to deliver Senzu beans to Sun Wukong. Piccolo was now torn. He had always regarded Sun Wukong as his rival, but he had never expected to encounter such a powerful individual on Earth apart from Wukong. He had just heard Raditz' words. Gatai's strength was indeed 800. Previously, when Raditz conversed with him and Sun Wukong, he had claimed their strength was only over 400.at that moment. Piccolo compared these figures and realized that the so-called 400 was drastically inferior to Raditz's energy, which was 15,000. Now, with Gatai's maximum energy at 800, Piccolo understood the significance of this number. I am Gatai. Do not forget my name. Perhaps we shall fight side by side in the future, Gatai jested. Seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Piccolo paused, then inquired, "What do you mean by that? You are aware of that detector, are you not?" Gatai gestured to the device he had discarded. Piccolo remained silent. His mind clouded with doubts as he glanced at the detector and then back at Gatai. "I have already turned it off. It possesses a listening function. The statement I made about being able to revive Sun Wukong has likely piqued the interest of the other two Scions." Gatai remarked nonchalantly. "What, you? How do you know he has two companions?" Piccolo stammered. Sensing something was amiss, he began to find Gatai increasingly enigmatic. Gatai had not been present earlier. Yet he was aware of the detector's listening capabilities and the existence of two more powerful Scions. Raditz had mentioned the existence of two stronger companions, and since Gatai was right, it must have been true. However, Piccolo could not fathom why Gatai would reveal such crucial information about Sun Wukong's revival. An act that seemed utterly irrational, tantamount to betraying the Earth. Contemplating this, Piccolo clenched his remaining right hand into a fist, yearning to strike Gatai. Yet, unlike Sun Wukong, he was not reckless. He quickly realized that Raditz had died on Earth. And even if Gatai refrained from informing Raditz of Sun Wukong's revival, the other two Scions would likely come to Earth seeking vengeance. Thus, Gatai had slain Raditz while simultaneously alerting him that the other two Scions would arrive, was he not? In fact, doing a good deed. Had he misjudged Gatai? "Hey, are you certain Raditz is dead? How did you kill him?" Upon hearing Gatai's claim, Piccolo found it peculiar that there were no visible wounds and that Gatai had not struck again. Guess. Gatai chuckled. "I have completed the 3 tasks I set out to do. The rest is up to you. I must take my leave now." With that, Gatai disregarded Piccolo and even Gohan, scooping up Raditz's corpse before leaping into the crater created by Raditz's spacecraft. Then, Gatai, clutching Raditz's body in one hand, utilized instant transmission to depart as Gatai vanished. Piccolo did not hinder him. He was in a poor state and needed to recuperate. When Gatai's energy abruptly disappeared, Piccolo sensed the shift and hurried to the edge of the crater. Peering into the depths, he vanished. "How could this be?" Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. "There is no energy present. It simply disappeared." Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai Piccolo sighed in relief at how events had unfolded. He had already formulated a plan regarding the arrival of the other Scions. With a wave of his staff, a beam of light appeared, and in the next moment, Sun Wukong's body materialized before him. Gatai's energy was 800, twice as powerful as Sun Wukong's, and Raditz was at 1500. The other two Scions were likely even stronger. Should he consider summoning Gatai as well? The Supreme Kai Piccolo pondered, caught in indecision. "Bobo, what do you think of Gatai?" The Supreme Kai, feeling powerless, sought counsel from Bobo. Despite being responsible for protecting Earth, his abilities were too feeble, and he had to rely on Sun Wukong and others. Thus, even for decision-making, he turned to Bobo for advice. Bobo hesitated, taken aback by the question. He was astonished that the Supreme Kai had never sought his opinion before, but now he sensed the Supreme Kai's mental state and was unsure how to respond. "Speak freely. Your words may hold truth," the Supreme Kai said weakly. Bobo nodded, stating, "Gatai is neither a purely righteous martial artist nor a wholly evil individual." With that, he fell silent. "Indeed, your thoughts mirror my own that if Earth requires warriors at this juncture, then let us include him," the Supreme Kai ultimately resolved, deciding to have Gatai train alongside Sun Wukong under the Kaioshin. The Supreme Kai Piccolo communicated telepathically, reaching out to Kaioshin. Kaioshin had been observing the events on Earth and was now reflecting on Gatai's previous words. Finally grasping why Gatai had claimed that Piccolo the Great Demon King was not an Earthling. Of course, Kaioshin had not truly heeded that statement at the time. He had merely moderated the use of senzu beans a little. After the confrontation between Piccolo the Great Demon King and Sun Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Piccolo the Great Demon King had not been slain, he realized the necessity of further regulating the use of senzu beans. In this present age, the appearance of extraterrestrial beings has finally led Master Karen to comprehend the profound significance of the sacred beans for Earth. Suddenly, he receives a telepathic communication from the Celestial Guardian, prompting him to inquire, "Celestial Guardian, what is your command? Swiftly inform Tenshinhan, Kirin, and Yamucha, and bring them to the heavenly realm. I wish to personally instruct them in preparation for the 2 scions that will arrive in a year's time," declared the Celestial Guardian Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Master Karen responded, "May I inquire, Celestial Guardian, must I journey there in person? Is not Din with you? Perhaps he could relay the message." The Celestial Guardian furrowed his brow, replying, "However, Master Karen, Din is not with me. He has been training alone for quite some time and has not returned. I see. Very well then. I shall send Fortune Teller Baba on an errand, as it is also essential for her to convey that Goku must not be resurrected within the year." The Celestial Guardian Piccolo lamented. Thereafter, the Celestial Guardian began to communicate telepathically with Din. Upon returning home, Din tended to Radit's somewhat damaged spacecraft before hastily entering a room he had previously prepared, which contained a sealing array. At that moment, Din noticed that the sealing array he had established was being disturbed, emitting a continuous alarm and rippling like waves upon water. Disturbed, Din's mood soured, unaware that the Celestial Guardian Piccolo was already drenched in sweat. This sealing array, constructed with ordinary foundational stones, was a far cry from a true sealing array. That a genuine sealing array could not only isolate a spatial region and conceal one's presence, but also possess formidable capabilities to block mental energies. The effectiveness of the current sealing array had diminished significantly, providing only soundproofing and failing to obscure one's form. Externally, it resembled a transparent soundproof device. Nevertheless, it still had some efficacy in obstructing mental energies, albeit due to the Celestial Guardian Piccolo's relatively weak spiritual power, which could not penetrate it. Who is this Din, that he possesses such formidable arrays? My mental sensing is encountering such significant resistance. The Celestial Guardian Piccolo was astonished, pondering who could be causing this disruption. Din's expression darkened as he reluctantly exited the array, fully aware that the only individual on Earth with such capabilities was the Celestial Guardian himself. "What is it, Din? You have returned so soon. Did you not say this would take a considerable amount of time?" Little Chow queried upon seeing Din. Din smiled faintly. "The Celestial Guardian summoned me." "The Celestial Guardian? Where?" Little Chow exclaimed, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace. Din gestured toward the heavens, indicating the Celestial Guardian's unique ability to communicate over great distances. "The Celestial Guardian wishes for you to accompany Goku to a place for a year of training." In anticipation of the Scion invasion that is to come, he conveyed straightforwardly, "The Kaioshin?" Din murmured softly. "Ah. You are aware." The astonished voice of the Celestial Guardian Piccolo resonated in Din's mind. Startled, Din realized that even his whisper had been overheard, and he felt a sense of disbelief. However, Din was quite occupied. While he certainly desired to visit the Kaioshin, it was not feasible at that moment. "Apologies, Celestial Guardian, but I am currently preoccupied. Please allow Goku to go instead. Furthermore, without my permission, do not disturb me," Din stated bluntly. With that, Din re-entered the array, while Little Chow, adhering to Din's instructions, stood guard to prevent any interruptions. The Celestial Guardian Piccolo found himself bewildered, not anticipating that his direct message would be met with such blatant refusal. His expression soured, feeling quite awkward. It is worth noting that he had permitted Tenshinhan and the others to train in the heavenly realm through intermediaries. Though this was an extraordinary time, access to the heavenly realm was not granted to just anyone. Perhaps this is simply fate, the Celestial Guardian Piccolo mused, preparing to escort Goku to the underworld. Din meticulously examined Radit's spiritual state and confirmed that his soul had indeed vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Let us commence," he stated, licking his lips, focusing his mental and spiritual energies on his own essence. Din's body felt as though it had become an empty shell. This was the prelude to the soul-severing technique, designed to spare the body from the unparalleled agony associated with such a process, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. After all, the suffering arising from the soul was unimaginable, a torment the flesh could scarcely withstand. As Din attuned to the state of his soul, he felt as if he were enveloped in an endless, profound silence, devoid of sound, sunlight, or air, save for a colossal red giant star that gradually began to stir. "This soul is mine. I can command it at will," Din continually reminded himself. Soul severing, he intoned, and with his intent, his soul began to transform. The immense red giant star, akin to a blazing sun, began to stretch apart from its center. Boom! Suddenly, the point of division erupted with a ferocious roar, reminiscent of the tumultuous waters of a river forced asunder, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The dividing line bore the immense power of the universe. Unstoppable in its force. As his soul stretched, waves of pain surged through him. Although he had shielded his physical senses, the profound agony rooted in the essence of his being could not be entirely suppressed. This torment felt as if it were seared into his very bones, an indelible mark that would endure even through countless reincarnations. Din's physical form involuntarily reacted, convulsing violently. Yet he remained grateful for the dulled sensations of his corporeal body. He must endure. The consequences of failure were unthinkable. Gradually, the severed portions completely separated, and the two fragments of the soul began to reform under the laws of nature, transforming into two distinct red giant stars. Having reached this stage, the pain associated with the soul diminished significantly, reduced to a mere sense of weakness brought on by its contraction. Next, the separation of the soul from the body was to commence. In the next moment, the air above Din's head shimmered as if scorched by intense heat, becoming somewhat indistinct. A cloud of deep crimson, roughly the size of a fist, emerged from above Din's head. At that moment, as the soul was placed into the external realm, an inexplicable force bore down upon it. What is happening? The soul is disintegrating. Din sensed that, having detached from his body, his soul felt as if it had lost its protective layer, subjected to a mysterious force that threatened its very existence. Fortunately, this pressure was not akin to that of the surrounding air. Otherwise, such vulnerability in the external realm could easily lead to annihilation. His soul felt like sugar dissolving in water, rapidly breaking down. Without hesitation, Din directed his soul toward Radit's lifeless form, which lay nearby, despite the short distance. It felt as though he were traversing the arduous long march of the Red Army. As the soul fragmented at an alarming rate, thankfully, Din employed the soul-severing technique with the strength of an early stage of the void, or else his essence would likely have completely disintegrated. As he approached the center of Radit's forehead, he felt an irresistible pull, as if summoned by an unseen force. Excellent, Din thought, unperturbed by this phenomenon, recognizing it as a natural occurrence. A body must possess a soul. With Radit's body devoid of its spirit, it would instinctively attract a soul. As long as this condition persisted, it signified that if the soul entered the vacant vessel before complete disintegration, the duplication technique would be successful. Once the soul successfully merged with Radit's body, it diminished by half. Yet, even in its reduced state, it remained vastly more potent than that of an ordinary individual. The essence of an average person's soul resembled a wisp of vapor. While Din's soul, possessing such formidable strength, was not only incredibly refined but also bore a unique form. Thus, it could effortlessly support a corporeal body. At that moment, Din sensed the presence of two distinct consciousnesses simultaneously. It is done, he rejoiced internally. Subsequently, Din withdrew from the soul-severing state, allowing his spirit to return to his body. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though every sinew in his being were twisted together. Zzz. With a pained cry, Din's eyes rolled back, foam escaping from his mouth as he lost his voice. His body trembled violently, as if afflicted by a seizure. Fortunately, Din had arranged the array within an isolated chamber. Had Little Chow witnessed this, it would have been a grave situation. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Gatai's body gradually began to recuperate. Swiftly, he retrieved a magical bean and placed it into his mouth. The bean, imbued with potent life force, rapidly alleviated his physical discomfort. However, this restoration failed to mend the wounds of his soul, leaving Gatai acutely aware of its lingering frailty. At that moment, the soul of his doppelganger was also in a precarious state. It retained only a mere quarter of its original essence, and the soul was in the process of dissipating. Consequently, the soul was unstable, and aside from perceiving another consciousness, Gatai found himself utterly powerless to command the actions of his doppelganger. The main body of Gatai had recently lost control, striving to regain it but finding himself unable. With the doppelganger's soul in disarray, it could not rectify the situation autonomously, resulting in a missed opportunity for recovery. The doppelganger's soul had deteriorated to the late golden core stage, with the excess spiritual energy having long since dissipated into the ether. Fortunately, the rate of deterioration had significantly diminished, and it was estimated that the soul would stabilize at the mid-golden core level. The doppelganger's soul exhibited signs of deterioration because Raditz, a native of this world, lacked the cultivation necessary to sustain Gatai's high-intensity soul, leading to its degradation under the subtle laws of the Dragon Ball universe. In contrast, Gatai's main body had been reborn with a high-intensity soul and was protected by a corporeal vessel native to this realm, thus avoiding deterioration. Hence, once the soul departed from the physical form, it would swiftly begin to disintegrate. Thankfully, Gatai's soul possessed considerable strength, allowing it to endure without complete collapse. Gatai's endeavor to assimilate his mental energy into his martial path was founded on this principle. If he were to master the methods of augmenting mental energy in this world, future growth would no longer pose a risk of assimilation. Nonetheless, Gatai would no longer permit his soul to deteriorate unchecked. Otherwise, all would be in vain. At that juncture, he extracted the remnants of his soul essence and pressed it against his forehead. His main body tirelessly restored the damaged soul and mental energy while forcefully channeling his mental power to envelop the soul of his doppelganger. As the main body healed, the doppelganger soul was nourished by the shared mental energy, gradually stabilizing. Rather than absorbing the mental energy to augment itself, the doppelganger instinctively enveloped it, forming a protective nebula around its soul. After a considerable time, the doppelganger's soul fully stabilized at the late golden core stage, and its mental energy reached the appropriate level for that stage. Following this state, Gatai ceased the influx of mental energy, and the doppelganger regained control of the body. Gatai's main body continued to absorb the soul essence, while the doppelganger sat up without disturbing him, meticulously exploring the body with its mental energy. The soul and body are mismatched, the doppelganger remarked, furrowing its brow in surprise. The doppelganger's mental energy detected that although the original soul had dissipated, the body still bore the spiritual imprint of its former owner. It appeared that achieving perfect mastery over this doppelganger would require additional time. The doppelganger sighed in resignation before employing its mental energy to fully envelop the body, allowing it to acclimate and familiarize itself with the new mental energy, thereby gradually erasing the original imprint. Gatai and the doppelganger remained within the formation, emerging only after 4 months had passed, at which point the doppelganger had successfully eradicated Radit's lingering spiritual imprint and gained perfect control over the body. During this period, both Gatai and the doppelganger relied solely on magical beans for sustenance. However, after 4 months, Gatai's main body still had not fully absorbed the remaining soul essence and continued to do so. Nevertheless, during this phase of soul weakness, the rate of absorption had accelerated significantly. It was estimated that within another month, complete absorption would be achieved. The doppelganger, unlike the main body, could pursue the martial path without reservations. A plan Gatai had originally intended. What the main body knows, I will also learn. It should not take long to master, the doppelganger thought, stretching its limbs. Meanwhile, Gatai remained at ease in his seclusion, while Xiao Qiao outside felt increasingly restless. Lacking magical beans for sustenance, she had to guard Gatai while also foraging for food. Leaving would risk encountering uninvited guests, a possibility she could not disregard. As Gatai had informed her that this seclusion was of utmost importance and could not afford any mistakes, throughout their time together, Gatai had always cared for her, and Xiao Qiao longed to assist him in return. Even if just once, this opportunity had been awaited by her for a long time, prompting her to exert herself diligently. After 5 months of Gatai's closed-door training, Xiao Qiao endured the solitude, though an absolute powerhouse on Earth. She remained mortal and had visibly waned during this brief period. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao's phone rang. She retrieved the device and was astonished to see her parents' number displayed. Her phone held only 3 numbers, her parents' and Gatai's. Cautiously surveying her surroundings for any suspicious activity, she finally answered the call, her vigilance unwavering. "Xiao Qiao, where are you?" Her mother's familiar voice inquired. "Mom, I'm at home. What's the matter?" Xiao Qiao replied. "Why haven't we seen you? Your dad and I came to visit, bringing your favorite roasted chestnuts. Where are you?" Her mother pressed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao was taken aback, realizing her parents had come to the city. The house had spare keys entrusted to them, as per Gatai's wishes. Until now, her parents had never visited, and Xiao Qiao had nearly forgotten about it. Unsure of how to explain that Gatai was in seclusion and should not be disturbed, she found herself in a dilemma. "Oh, I just saw Gatai. Hurry over, or your favorite roasted chestnuts will be gone," her mother urged over the phone. "Gatai," Xiao Qiao exclaimed, turning to see the door to Gatai's seclusion tightly shut. Teleportation. She quickly recalled Gatai's remarkable ability. Her brow furrowed and her expression darkened. This scoundrel, while she waited outside, had simply... Xiao Qiao stomped her foot in frustration before vanishing from her spot. reappearing in the bathroom to compose herself. Not wishing for her parents to see her in a disheveled state, in no time, Xiao Qiao arrived at her usual residence. There, she indeed found Gatai engaged in lively conversation with her parents. Out of respect, she refrained from acting out, walking over to greet them while intentionally blocking her parents' view, stealthily stepping on Gatai's right foot with considerable force, twisting it twice for good measure. Gatai grimaced in pain. Caught off guard by Xiao Qiao's unexpected move, inhaling sharply. "What's wrong, Gatai?" Though Gatai's reaction escaped her parents' notice, the sound drew their attention, and "Nothing's wrong," Gatai stammered, his face contorted in discomfort as he struggled to suppress a cry. At that moment, Xiao Qiao turned towards Gatai, stuck out her tongue playfully, and sat beside him. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, she stealthily pinched the flesh on Gatai's back, eliciting an immediate reaction from him. However, he dared not reveal his discomfort. Instead, wiping his face to mask the pain, when Xiao Qiao's parents departed, she erupted in frustration, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Gatai. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Gatai, and he swept Xiao Qiao into his arms. Whispering softly in her ear, "Sister Qiao, you've worked hard during this time and seem worn out. I apologize." The warm breath against her ear tickled pleasantly, and being embraced by Gatai did not repel her. Soon, all her pent-up grievances evaporated, and she reciprocated his embrace. "Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel," she playfully chastised, shaking her tiny fist at him. "Sister Qiao, let us travel to the outside world," Gatai suggested. With that, Gatai teleported Xiao Qiao away from Earth, and they materialized on a desolate planet. This planet is devoid of any form of life, leaving one to ponder whether it has always been a lifeless orb or if its inhabitants have long since perished. The entire surface is shrouded in an expanse of desert. The atmosphere here is severely lacking in oxygen. Upon their arrival, both individuals immediately sensed the difficulty in breathing. "What bad luck," Gutai cursed inwardly before instantaneously teleporting away once more. On their second arrival, Gutai and Xiao Qiao found themselves on a planet cloaked in darkness, where no light existed. Fortunately, the air was breathable, allowing them a moment to recuperate. Suddenly, something approached at a remarkable speed. As they materialized, Gutai detected a sinister presence, elusive and difficult to gauge, rendering him unable to discern the creature's movements accurately. In the vastness beyond Earth, myriad unknowns awaited, and Gutai remained vigilant, employing his mental prowess. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the creature rushing towards them bore a resemblance to a four-legged lizard, its massive form comparable to that of a small house. Strangely, it hovered as it moved, creating little disturbance. Swish! The creature drew nearer, slicing through the air with increasing audibility. It was coming. With its speed suggesting a combat power exceeding 3,000, the creature emanated a dark, cryptic aura, which Gutai found challenging to assess accurately. Thus, he estimated its strength based on its velocity. Although 3,000 points of combat power seemed trivial to Gutai, it was formidable enough to devastate many lesser planets across the universe. As he keenly sensed the creature's proximity, it suddenly unleashed an astonishing 5,000 points of combat power. Gutai, seizing the opportunity, closed the distance with remarkable speed and delivered a powerful punch to its head. Grr! The creature emitted a pained cry as Gutai's blow sent it crashing to the ground, its head sinking into the earth. After a few convulsions, it lay still. "Xiao Qiao, can you sense these creatures?" Gutai inquired. Xiao Qiao nodded, replying, "Yes, I can detect their location, but I cannot discern their movements." That's a relief. Gutai sighed. The creature's aura bore resemblance to a black hole, subtle and profound. An idea sparked in Gutai's mind. He would have Xiao Qiao hone her sensory abilities on this planet. "Sister Qiao, would you care for a thrilling game?" Gutai asked with a smile. Throughout their encounter, Xiao Qiao had not released her hold on Gutai, for she was unable to see him, rendering her vision utterly ineffective. "Sister Qiao, don't you feel stifled not being able to showcase your skills here on Earth?" Gutai chuckled. "Oh, that's right. You mentioned this isn't Earth." Xiao Qiao suddenly realized, astonishment evident in her voice. With a gentle motion in the darkness, Gutai placed his hand on Xiao Qiao's face, pinching her cheek playfully. "Indeed, we are no longer on Earth. We are on another planet in the universe. How exhilarating and stimulating does that sound?" "Ouch, you pinched me." Xiao Qiao pouted, playfully swatting his hand away. However, Gutai's words ignited a desire within her to engage in a fierce battle. To her surprise, she had not anticipated that Gutai's teleportation could take them away from Earth. "Sister Qiao, are you brave enough for an exhilarating showdown?" Gutai prodded slightly. "Humph, Xiao Qiao retorted defiantly, what is there to fear? With that, she began to focus intently on sensing the creatures on this planet. Then, she ascended into the sky, unleashing her full power as she darted towards a detected creature. Dai was not too far away, with a combat power of just over 2,000 surrounded by a white aura. Xiao Qiao soared through the air, generating a series of sonic booms. As she reached the creature's vicinity, she concentrated energy into a massive energy sphere. Sister Qiao, you must tone it down, otherwise, this planet will suffer destruction from your attack. Gutai urged urgently. Though her energy was not as potent as Frijo's, her combat power exceeding 30,000 certainly made her a formidable presence in the universe, capable of inflicting significant damage. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Qiao recognized the wisdom in Gutai's words and adjusted her energy, ensuring the sphere matched the creature's combat power. Yet, the energy sphere still radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding area. In that moment, Xiao Qiao caught a clearer glimpse of the creature. It was plump and slick, resembling an eel, with 4 stubby legs and a head akin to that of a turtle. Oddly, its body seemed to inflate and deflate like a balloon, allowing it to hover just above the ground, a factor contributing to its remarkable speed. As soon as the creature sensed the light, it shrieked in dismay, twisting its body and burrowing into the ground like a worm. The universe is indeed filled with wonders, thought Gutai, astonished by such a peculiar creature. Although it had burrowed underground, Xiao Qiao was undeterred. She hurled the energy sphere after it. The creature had not dug too deeply. Its tail still exposed. As the energy sphere approached, the intense light scorched its tail before crashing into the ground with a resounding impact. Boom! It detonated like a nuclear bomb, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The creature, however, had vanished without a trace, not even a bone remaining. So, it is true. This creature fears light. When exposed to a certain intensity of brilliance, it is naturally incinerated. Gutai, possessing superior mental acuity, discerned this clearly. Sister Qiao, we cannot use energy spheres. They fear light and will simply turn to ash upon exposure. He called out to her. Oh, is that so? Xiao Qiao replied, puzzled. There is another one over there. Without hesitation, she sensed another creature nearby. Understanding Gutai's intention to help her refine her skills, Xiao Qiao repressed her power as she prepared to strike. This time, she forewent the energy sphere, relying solely on her vague senses. Xiao Qiao's fist connected with the creature's back, but it felt as though she had struck soft mud. Her fist sank deep without inflicting any damage. Sister Qiao, aim for its head, Gutai advised from the sidelines. To his surprise, Gutai realized that most of this creature's body was uniquely resilient, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. He had been fortunate to have struck the first creature's head directly, resulting in its demise. Where's its head? Xiao Qiao asked, momentarily confused. Upon hearing this, Gutai understood that she struggled to accurately sense the creature's form. Just then, he felt a sudden change in the creature's body, forming a sharp spike. Watch out, Gutai shouted. Although Xiao Qiao could not fully sense the creature's form and movements, her martial prowess endowed her with heightened reflexes. The creature was significantly weaker than her, allowing her to perceive an imminent threat. Instinctively, she leaped away, narrowly evading the attack that sliced through her hair. Her brow furrowed. She had nearly met her demise, prompting her to sharpen her focus. Whereas its head, Xiao Qiao temporarily abandoned her offensive. Striving to sense the creature's form while dodging its attacks and desperately searching for its head, with Gutai's guidance, she understood that targeting anywhere but the head would be futile. So she remained patient. Xiao Qiao maximized her sensory abilities, her body tense and poised. Suddenly, the creature elongated its forelimbs, transforming them into slender appendages akin to tentacles that it could indeed attack in such a manner. After sensing the presence of the creature, Gutai found himself increasingly intrigued by this being. Let us call you the dark metamorphic beast, he mused to himself. The 2 tentacles began to writhe with an erratic grace, striking out in a chaotic rhythm. These tentacles were exceptionally long, their tips poised to strike. Xiao Qiao could only perceive the disturbances they caused in the air as she deftly dodged. However, the tentacles were too lengthy, allowing for a serpentine approach to attack, effectively trapping Xiao Qiao within a confined space. Suddenly, the tentacles constricted, becoming densely packed as they closed in. Something isn't right, Xiao Qiao noted, sensing a lack of significant force behind the impending assault. Yet, she felt acutely aware that her movements were being dictated by the dark metamorphic beast. As the tentacles shrank to a smaller size, she distinctly felt the ominous shifts around her. Instinctively, she leaped into the air, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, In an instant, the tentacles recoiled like a release spring, their grip tightening around her midair form, ensnaring her completely. "Jiao Jia, that creature intends to devour you," Gaddis shouted in alarm. "How infuriating! This repulsive being has ensnared me." Xiao Qiao recalled her previous encounters with the dark metamorphic beast, soft, shapeless, and utterly loathsome in appearance. Now, bound and helpless, her inherent fastidiousness surged forth, rendering her utterly unable to accept her predicament. Irritated, a powerful aura emanated from her, instantly incinerating the tentacles that bound her, allowing her to break free. The dark metamorphic beast, frightened by her radiant energy, which it most feared, chose to retreat without further conflict. Sensing the creature's retreating bulk, Xiao Qiao recognized that it was fleeing. "That creature possesses quite a bit of intelligence," she remarked with disappointment, refraining from pursuit. Her intention was to grasp the essence of martial arts and elevate her abilities. Thus, simply exterminating such beings would serve no purpose. I must exercise greater caution. This creature is terrified of light, much like a rat fleeing from a bright illumination that I cannot afford to lose my temper. She reflected. "Fear not, Jiao Jia. These creatures cannot harm you. We have ample time. We can take our time," Gatai reassured her, appearing at her side. Xiao Qiao understood that Gatai was both encouraging and comforting her. Then, a pivotal question dawned upon her, prompting her to inquire. "Gatai, you seem to have a clearer perception than I do. How do you achieve this?" She had noticed Gatai's repeated guidance during their battle and was compelled to ask. Gatai explained that his heightened perception stemmed from two factors: his formidable mental strength, which granted him remarkable insight, and a deep connection to spatial awareness, allowing him to perceive the very fabric of existence. "Ah, this is the art of the divine. It is something you must grasp on your own, as no one can assist you in this. Once you comprehend the true essence of the five elements fist, you will achieve this and even surpass my current abilities," Gatai replied with a smile. Xiao Qiao was momentarily taken aback. The concept of the divine felt enigmatic to her, while she sensed an understanding of what Gatai referred to. Grasping it seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, she discerned another implication in his words. "Gatai, have you not comprehended the true essence of the five elements fist?" Gatai did not shy away from the truth, responding candidly. "Indeed, Jiao Jia. Then how do you know that my mastery of the five elements fist would grant me complete perception?" she queried, perplexed. Well, Gatai hesitated momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "Jiao Jia, you have already mastered various forces of the five elements fist, capable of expressing diverse nuances of power. This is merely the superficial understanding of the five elements fist. But have you ever pondered why it bears the name five elements? The five elements? What do you mean?" Xiao Qiao inquired, bewildered. "The five elements exist within the realm of Tao, an intangible essence that can be understood through specific pathways. The most rudimentary manifestation of the Tao of the five elements is represented by the characteristics of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is something you have already grasped," Gatai elucidated. Xiao Qiao listened intently, refraining from interjecting or behaving mischievously. The human body also embodies the five elements. For instance, if one were to fall ill, a doctor might diagnose an excess of heart fire, indicating that the heart corresponds to fire. Similarly, the liver corresponds to wood, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. In this light, the Tao of the five elements ascends to a higher plane. Yet, this also transforms into an intangible Tao that is elusive and hard to grasp. Gradually, Xiao Qiao found herself entranced, unconsciously adopting the posture for the five elements fist. It seemed as though she had forgotten herself, wholly unaware of her actions. Her movements were entirely inspired by Gatai's words, the Tao of the five elements having penetrated her very being. Initially, Xiao Qiao's execution of the five elements fist expressed the various forces represented by metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, at times fierce, at others fluid as water, and at moments unceasing. Upon completing a set of the five elements fist, Xiao Qiao did not falter. She began anew, launching into another round of the technique. This time, as she followed the movements of the fist, her aura surged in resonance with the martial art. Gatai could sense that her unintentional surge of energy encompassed the forces of the five elements. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Qiao had seamlessly integrated the five elements with her energy, resembling the legendary strength found within internal martial arts. Indeed, such progress. It appears Jiao Jie has attained a remarkable mastery of the five elements fist. Through prolonged practice, the five elements fist has begun to harmonize with her body's elemental forces, autonomously integrating into her very being, Gatai mused. Even without today's guidance, it would take no more than 2 months for Xiao Qiao to reach this level. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Gatai. He was acutely aware of Xiao Qiao's proficiency with the five elements fist, even if she herself remained oblivious to its implications. Today was merely an attempt to ascertain whether Xiao Qiao could grasp the essence ahead of time. And she had not disappointed him. Once she comprehended this step, she would be able to perceive the five elements in relation to the spatial realm, Gatai thought with a smile. However, he had not anticipated that Xiao Qiao would continue to practice. By the time she had completed 5 or 6 rounds of the five elements fist, the energy surrounding her began to exhibit a change in hue. Remarkable, it appears she can still grow. Gatai exclaimed. Taken aback, as he observed the transformation in the colors of Xiao Qiao's aura, he was struck with astonishment. These colors represented the essence of the five elements fist, the hues of the five elements themselves. Gatai had long pondered the concept of energy blast in the realm of Dragon Ball, where many formidable foes wielded energy attacks of various colors, undoubtedly imbued with the attributes of the five elements. However, the characters in Dragon Ball lacked an understanding of the Tao of the five elements. Now, witnessing Xiao Qiao's practice and the resulting changes, Gatai realized that the concept of the five elements and its Tao was entirely feasible within this world. This suggested that many cultivation methods from his past life could be realized here, the difference being that in his former life, there were techniques that directly cultivated the energy of the five elements. While in this world, one must comprehend the inherent Tao to transmute their own energy. Of course, Gatai had always been confident that the Tao of the five elements would hold significance in this world. This conviction fueled his determination to guide Xiao Qiao towards comprehending the tri-body style and subsequently the five elements fist alongside the 12 forms fist. It was also due to the notoriety of Master Rashi's universal thunderclap, a technique whose fame was widespread. In his previous life, Dragon Ball had achieved immense popularity, and in an age rife with information, countless individuals engaged in discussions about the techniques and characteristics of its characters online. In Dragon Ball Super, Master Rashi utilized the universal thunderclap to convert energy into high-voltage electricity to attack opponents, defeating numerous foes, which sparked considerable debate and speculation across the internet, with such controversies emerging. Many Dragon Ball enthusiasts began to explore and analyze the series, leading to imaginative theories that connected it to the five elements. Simultaneously, Gatai harbored a personal desire to experiment with Xiao Qiao as a subject. However, he did not perceive this ambition as malicious. Rather, he felt justified in his actions, for success was achieved. Such occurrences would have been impossible on Earth in his past life, even upon grasping the Tao of the five elements. It would merely manifest as a means to enhance the body, yielding minimal effects on the internal energy. Yet in this world, the manifestation of laws was extraordinarily potent, amplifying such phenomena exponentially. Xiao Qiao's dimensionality soared, enhancing her physical potential dramatically. Gatai could distinctly sense the powers of the universe surging towards Xiao Qiao's form, significantly augmenting her constitution. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's body exhibited an astonishingly high absorption rate for the energies of heaven and earth, which converged upon her form. Her internal qi surged rapidly, increasing her combat power by several hundred points in a mere moment. Subsequently, Xiao Qiao's mastery of the five elemental paths stabilized, and the colors representing the attributes of her five-element fist did not deepen, remaining rather superficial. However, in an unexpected turn, she retracted her five-element fist and transitioned into the wood-form fist. Xiao Qiao relentlessly practiced the wood-form fist, her qi manifesting as a vibrant green, enveloping her fists. Each strike resonated with the tremors of the air, and the force emanating from her fists possessed a tearing quality, shredding the atmosphere around her. The green qi gradually expanded, eventually enveloping her entire being. The wood element corresponds to the wind, characterized by its verdant hue. Seeing this, Gatai was momentarily taken aback, then began to attune himself to the spatial textures of this planet. It became apparent that the absence of light necessitated that all movements and sounds relied on the transmission through the air, rendering the wind a tribute exceptionally prominent here. Gatai recognized the reason behind this phenomenon and silently marveled at Xiao Qiao's fortuitous circumstances. He chose not to awaken her, but instead ascended into the air, gathering his own qi within, while raising his hands in a protective stance. Vigilantly, he stood guard over Xiao Qiao, ready to unleash a qi blast at the slightest disturbance as a means of comprehensive protection. After a considerable duration, Xiao Qiao finally ceased her movements. Surrounding her was a multitude of fissures in the ground, all caused by the wind-infused energy of her wood-formed fist. These dense cracks resembled a vast spider's web, intricately intertwined. With a deep exhale, Xiao Qiao suddenly radiated an inexplicable force that swept away the surrounding dust with remarkable efficiency. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing she did was gaze upwards at Gatai hovering above her. "Ah, you've noticed me." Gatai smiled, sensing Xiao Qiao's gaze despite the absence of light. It was a divine sensation, highly attuned. Gradually, Gatai descended, landing steadily before Xiao Qiao, who followed his descent with her eyes. "Indeed, Sister Qiao can sense my presence," Gatai thought with a subtle smile. "How do you feel, Sister Qiao?" "Gatai, it feels incredibly profound that I cannot quite articulate this sensation. It is as though my mind has become remarkably clear, allowing me to effortlessly perceive the world around me. As if I am in command of all existence," Xiao Qiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Sister Qiao, this is the effect of comprehending the Tao. Mastery of the 5 elemental paths not only significantly enhances the strength of the body, but also refines the divine essence." Gatai elaborated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao grasped the concept, linking arms with Gatai. "So this is the Tao. This is the cultivation at the level of the divine. It seems my martial journey has merely just begun." This breakthrough illuminated many truths for Xiao Qiao, as if she had opened a gateway to a vast void, behind which lay even more alluring prospects. "It is splendid that you possess such aspirations, Sister Qiao," Gatai remarked. Xiao Qiao pouted. "You flatter me excessively. It sounds somewhat disheartening." Gatai refrained from retorting and urged, "Sister Qiao, quickly assess the strength of your current qi." His expression turned serious as he awaited her response. Xiao Qiao entered a meditative state. Sensing her qi with utmost focus, the look of disbelief swept across her face as she realized that her qi had surged by over 8,000 points. "I am utterly astonished. In such a short time, my qi has increased to levels comparable to months of cultivating my bodily potential." However, she also understood that this sudden enlightenment would not result in significant future growth unless she mastered the other elemental paths. This was merely the surface. Her dimensional understanding had elevated, and with dedicated practice in the future, her cultivation would soar even higher. Xiao Qiao recalled Gatai's mention of the importance of bloodline potential, which would ultimately constrain her potential peak. Thus, she was confident that it would not be long before her cultivation surpassed the monumental threshold of 100,000. "Gatai, it appears I have now far surpassed you. It seems I shall be the one to protect you on this cosmic journey," Xiao Qiao declared proudly. "Very well, I eagerly anticipate that," Gatai replied with a smile, and together they teleported away from the planet. Barak Star, situated in the cosmos, was considered a low-tier planet still entrenched in the era of cold weapons. The inhabitants of this planet possessed limited bloodline potential, with the strongest among them boasting merely over 200 points of combat power. Nonetheless, their combat prowess was relatively balanced. Nearly all inhabitants practiced martial arts, with every adult, barring children, exhibiting combat power exceeding 30, which was a significant improvement compared to Earthlings. On this planet, martial prowess was highly revered, and even labor was regarded as a form of cultivation. The inhabitants harbored their unique martial philosophies, though they were rather rudimentary compared to those on Earth. Each individual aspired to grow stronger and become the celebrated hero of their people. Should they be provided with superior training conditions, such as gravity training or a more refined martial philosophy, it was believed that soon, the inhabitants would attain combat capabilities in the thousands. At that point, this planet would no longer be classified as low tier. There were 8 individuals on this planet who bore the title of heroes, all of comparable strength. The term hero referred to those who could venture into the forbidden forest, surviving amidst countless powerful beasts and delving into its depths to reach a sacred location where one could obtain the martial legacy of the palace. All 8 heroes had entered the forbidden forest and received the martial inheritance, earning them the adoration of the populace. However, this was all in the past. Over a year ago, an individual shattered their heroic dreams, an outsider named Audrey, a cosmic marauder who sought low-tier planets to plunder their precious resources and resell them for a substantial profit. Audrey boasted 4,000 points of combat power, categorizing him as an undeniable powerhouse among the inhabitants of this planet. He had clashed with a faction of Frisia subordinates in the cosmos, sustaining damage to his spaceship and fleeing to this planet. His vessel was severely damaged, necessitating a substantial amount of high-strength metal for repairs. Audrey discovered that the sacred site coveted by the inhabitants contained high-strength metals suitable for mending his ship. However, he inadvertently occupied what was merely the remnants of an ancient spaceship. The so-called martial inheritance of the sacred site was nothing more than the effects of a perpetual electromagnetic gravity field. This gravitational magnetic field had a considerable range, with the center exhibiting tenfold gravity that gradually diminished outward. The heroes had arrived, influenced by the gravitational field, and through continuous training, they adapted to the gravity of a specific area, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Unfortunately, the center of the gravitational field lay concealed within the mountain-encased spaceship, having adapted to the outer gravitational field. They mistakenly believed they had failed to meet the qualifications to enter the true sacred interior. Prompting their retreat, Audrey's actions incited immense anger among the planet's inhabitants, for the sacred site was their sole belief. They rose in rebellion. However, the disparity in strength was too great. With a mere gesture, Audrey obliterated a mountain, delivering a staggering blow to their morale. The 8 heroes united to confront him, only to be defeated in a single move. The defeat of even the mightiest 8 heroes was a significant blow to the inhabitant spirits. Yet, their resolve to resist remained unshaken, with all individuals prepared to fight to the bitter end. Ultimately, Audrey threatened to destroy the sacred site, which temporarily quelled the inhabitants' rebellious fervor. Consequently, he successfully coerced them into mining more high-strength metals for him. Ah, aliens have arrived. Run for your lives. As Gatai and Xiao Qiao came into view of the planet's native inhabitants, someone immediately shouted. Amidst the cries, Gatai noticed a multitude of individuals fleeing from them. Casting wary glances in their direction, Gatai quickly surveyed the crowd. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, but were notably taller, with slightly reddish skin and peculiar hair resembling a bird's nest. Ah, I see. Our appearance differs somewhat, which is why they recognize us as outsiders, Gatai remarked. Still, there is no need for such fear. One of us is beautiful and the other handsome. They should be clamoring for our attention. Xiao Qiao jested from the side. Gatai found the situation perplexing. As he approached the crowd, they scattered like they had encountered a devil. Trying to escape, Gatai offered a faint smile. In an instant, a flicker of malevolence flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly vanished from sight. Within the blink of an eye, he reappeared, clutching a person and returning to his original position. In his grasp was a lean young man, who, despite his slender frame, towered over Gatai by half a head. Gatai hoisted him by the collar of his garment, lifting him off the ground to assert his dominance, deliberately floating above the floor so that the young man's feet dangled helplessly. Let me go, you scoundrel, the young man protested, thrashing about. The more he struggled, the more his body swayed, the sensation of being suspended in midair instilling a profound fear within him. Such disobedience, Gatai remarked, furrowing his brow. Channeling his mental energy, he manipulated the air pressure to pin the young man in place, rendering him immobile. The youth, bewildered by Gatai's extraordinary control, realized that the alien before him possessed a power beyond his comprehension. A realization that filled him with dread. Understanding the peril of continued resistance, he suppressed his vitriolic retorts and quieted down. What's scaring you? We mean you no harm, Xiao Qiao interjected, glaring at the young man. He stammered, terror gripping him, yet unable to articulate a coherent response. Stop with the you. It seems you are merely a coward, Xiao Qiao mocked. The young man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words. No, I must not bring shame upon my elders, nor upon the people of my planet. He internally resolved, steeling himself. No, I am not a coward. Just kill me. Make it quick. Gatai was taken aback by the sudden change in the young man's demeanor and inquired, What is your name? Humph. The young man ignored him, closing his eyes as if awaiting Gatai's strike. Oh, not willing to share? Gatai chuckled lightly, sensing the rapid heartbeat of his captive, a clear indicator of his anxiety and reluctance to meet his end. This individual was not as resolute as he pretended to be. Our appearance may indeed differ from yours, but is it truly so terrifying? Gatai continued. The young man finally reacted, recalling the significant differences between Gatai and the previous aliens he had encountered. Are you truly not aligned with that fellow? He questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Gatai shook his head. Before you inquire further, don't you think you ought to introduce yourself first? After a moment's contemplation, the young man wrestled with his thoughts, weighing fortune against misfortune. Ultimately, he exhaled deeply, relinquishing his guard, and relaxed his body, achieving a serene state devoid of fear. I am Deba, he finally admitted. Over a year ago, a powerful individual arrived here, capable of effortlessly demolishing a mountain. Upon his arrival, he coerced us into mining high-intensity metals and seized our sacred martial arts grounds, threatening us thought we lived in constant dread, fearing the loss of our cherished martial arts heritage, which compelled us to comply with his demands. Gatai quickly sensed a formidable presence with a combat power of 800, starkly contrasting with the typical 300 of this planet's inhabitants. However, he discerned that this energy was not inherently malevolent. Interesting, it seems that individual did not inflict harm upon you. Gatai remarked with a smile. How do you know that? Deba responded, momentarily taken aback. Are you with him? His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Gatai. How foolish. You just revealed it yourself. That individual threatened you with your sacred martial arts grounds to compel your compliance. Xiao Xiao interjected. Gatai, sensing the unfolding situation, lightly tapped Deba on the head. We are not aligned with that individual. You need not worry about that. He then seized Deba once more, demanding, tell me how that individual arrived here. Xiao Xiao perceived an underlying intent in Gatai's words, but remained perplexed about his true intentions. Deba, feeling a renewed sense of trepidation, stammered, that person arrived. In a massive metallic shell, not a spaceship. Gatai's eyes gleamed with excitement. And he released Deba, wrapping his arm around Xiao Xiao's waist before vanishing in an instant. How could this be? They vanished. Deba was left in shock, collapsing to the ground. Gatai and Xiao Xiao reappeared not far from an alien with purple skin, pointed ears, and 2 yellow eyebrows. This being resembled a Namekian, albeit with distinct differences in skin and brow. Upon sighting Audrey, Gatai swiftly assessed the situation, but he found himself intrigued by this individual, who, despite engaging in the plundering of planetary resources, had not harmed anyone, a perplexing contradiction that even he struggled to reconcile. Audrey lounged in a luxurious chair, savoring red wine and enjoying music, seemingly at ease. That moment, Audrey noticed the sudden appearance of Gatai and Xiao Xiao. Startled, he exclaimed, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" As he spoke, he began gathering his energy, preparing for a potential attack. Gatai and Xiao Xiao sensed Audrey's escalating energy levels, but both discerned, through their perceptive abilities, that his power would not exceed 5,000. That while Xiao Xiao dismissed such a level of combat prowess, Gatai was intrigued by Audrey's ability to conceal his energy, suggesting a high level of martial prowess. Audrey, is it? Gatai inquired with a smile. Audrey, sensing Gatai's demeanor, instinctively recognized that their combat capabilities were far more formidable than they appeared. Having traversed the cosmos for years, he had encountered many beings, but few could alter their power at will. Nonetheless, he trusted his instincts, having relied on them for survival thus far. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? Audrey inquired, surprising Gatai with his politeness. He had anticipated that someone capable of enslaving an entire planet would possess a much more sinister disposition. Gatai, pleased by Audrey's decorum, decided against hostility. I am Gatai, and this is my sister. We are cosmic travelers seeking to borrow your spaceship for a brief journey. May I ask for your permission? That. Audrey hesitated. His spaceship was his lifeline, his sole asset, and the sudden request from strangers unsettled him. However, he also recognized the difficulty of assessing Gatai and Xiao Xiao's true strength. A misstep could cost him dearly. Gatai, understanding the significance of a spaceship to someone who traversed the cosmos, sensed Audrey's predicament and reassured him. Rest assured, we will not forcibly seize your vessel. We merely wish to borrow it for a specific destination. Gatai, you can teleport, can't you? Why do we need this man's spaceship? Xiao Xiao whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Gatai felt a pang of awkwardness. He was reluctant to share that his teleportation lacked the capability to pinpoint cosmic coordinates. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Xiao Xiao. Oh, I see. That is acceptable. However, the spacecraft is currently severely damaged, rendering it unable to traverse the cosmos safely. It will require some time for repairs, although Audrey agreed. His demeanor betrayed a lack of trust in the intentions of Gatai and Xiao Xiao. Gatai had long been aware of Audrey's enslavement of the planet's inhabitants to extract high-intensity metals for his own purposes. And it was this knowledge that illuminated Audrey's need for those metals to mend the spacecraft. He inquired about the necessary actions and the duration required for the repairs. Subsequently, Audrey produced a piece of pitch-black metallic ore from behind him and placed it before them. The ore revealed a fist-sized, smooth, glossy black metal that exhibited arcs of light crossing its surface every few seconds, a truly wondrous sight. Gatai, intrigued, probed with his mental energy and discovered that this ore imparted a chilling sensation to his psyche. I currently require around 10 tons of such ore, as it contains a high-intensity metal whose concentration varies significantly. Thus, a minimum of 10 tons is essential to ensure an adequate supply. After Audrey revealed the metallic ore, Gatai uncovered a staggering secret. He noticed that Audrey's extraction of the ore had caused a spatial disturbance. Upon arriving in this place, he had detected the presence of this high-intensity metal, which he discovered was a remnant of an ancient spacecraft from a bygone era. However, the level of this ancient vessel was not particularly high, and consequently, the remnants of such metal were limited. Audrey expressed a sense of regret and explained, "To expedite the process, I have resorted to enslaving the inhabitants of this planet to serve my needs." Gatai raised an eyebrow and promptly interrupted Audrey, asking, "From where did you acquire this, or?" Audrey was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Gatai's query. A Braille alien. Each member of his race possessed a certain degree of spatial superpower, and he had just utilized his unique ability to extract the ore from a small space of his own creation. Generally, upon leaving one's home planet, the technological advancements of that planet would reach impressive heights, and one would naturally acquire knowledge of various cosmic phenomena. Given the vastness of the universe, there exist numerous races, most of which possess their own distinct innate abilities. Thus, if one witnessed another race employing a power beyond their comprehension, it was inevitably a manifestation of that race's unique talents. Furthermore, even if the technology of one's home planet was lacking, the universe was vast, and many formidable beings existed. For some, interstellar travel was a simple endeavor. Thus, exposure to numerous extraterrestrial beings would broaden one's horizons. That Gatai's inquiry led Audrey to suspect that he was unaware of the existence of special abilities among most races, leading him to question Gatai's claim of being a cosmic traveler as a potential falsehood. Audrey harbored doubts and contemplated whether to eliminate these two troublesome individuals. After much consideration, he decided that caution was the better part of valor. After all, his life was of utmost importance. Moreover, he had yet to accomplish a particular task for which he had been striving. Without his life, all his efforts would be in vain. Eventually, Audrey candidly divulged the origin of his unique ability. Upon hearing this, Gatai felt a surge of exhilaration. He had long desired to witness the special abilities of various races in the universe, as they represented a shortcut to enlightenment. Wow, I never expected there to be individuals in the universe with such abilities. This would certainly make transporting items much more convenient. Xiao Qiao's face was a mask of envy. Gatai exchanged a knowing smile with Audrey, and with that smile, Audrey finally grasped Gatai's intent. "However, if you wish to learn, it may prove rather challenging," Audrey stated, pursing his lips. "Haha, how can you be so certain that we cannot learn?" Gatai responded with a chuckle. Audrey's expression turned troubled. This ability was a natural gift he had possessed since birth, and thus, he was unsure how to explain it to them. "It would likely be quite difficult for you to learn," he admitted. Gatai rubbed his chin with his thumb and fingers, recognizing the dilemma. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to make an attempt. "Let's try this. Think carefully about your ability and see if you can break it down into several steps. Then, demonstrate it again while articulating your sensations as you proceed." "But how can I articulate it? This is simply a straightforward innate ability for me. I accomplish it in an instant and cannot articulate it," Audrey replied, bewildered by Gatai's request. "Why can't you grasp this? Look, when we eat, we need food. We use our hands to grasp it, then open our mouths, place it inside, chew, and swallow. Eating is something anyone can do, yet when you think about it, it can indeed be broken down into steps." Gatai explained that Gatai's reasoning left Audrey dumbfounded. He had never considered such a peculiar perspective. Wasn't eating just eating? Yet, there was some logic to Gatai's assertion. "I suppose I'll give it a try," Audrey said, making an effort to deconstruct his ability in accordance with Gatai's example of eating. It was his first attempt at this, and he found it quite odd, his expression reflecting his discomfort. Then, Audrey began his trial. In his first attempt, before he could even react, he had completed all the motions. Gatai and Xiao Qiao observed Audrey's bewildered demeanor and recognized that he had not adapted. It was akin to Zhu Beiji consuming a ginseng fruit in one gulp, without even savoring the flavor. The two stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Once more, Audrey declared, this time assuming a proper stance. His face flushed. It appeared he was attempting to control the speed at which he activated his ability. This time, Audrey was prepared, and as he employed his superpower, he immediately sensed something different, spatial texture. Audrey spoke without performing any actions. merely standing there to utter this phrase. Was this the prelude to his spatial ability? Gatai pondered upon hearing Audrey's declaration. Then, after a 2-second pause, Audrey spoke again. Lock onto a designated area. As he uttered these words, his right hand spread open, extending behind him to the T that moment. It seemed as though his hand was not merely reaching behind. It felt as though something lay behind him, akin to a person inserting a key into a lock to open a door. As Audrey proceeded with his actions, Gatai keenly sensed the nuances. 5 fingers delve into the central region. Textures shatter, space converges, merging into an alternate realm. Upon concluding his statement, there was a shift in the space behind Audrey, and a piece of ore materialized in his hand. Holding the ore, Audrey turned to Gatai and Xiao Qiao, softly inquiring, "Have you learned?" Xiao Qiao remained perplexed for a moment, but her confusion quickly morphed into anger. She had not felt anything throughout, merely listening to Audrey's cryptic utterances. "Are you mocking me?" Xiao Qiao fumed, her internal energy surging dramatically, surpassing 10,000 in an instant. Such potent energy, Audrey broke into a sweat. His suspicions were confirmed. These two were indeed formidable. However, sensing Xiao Qiao's energy continuing to escalate, an overwhelming fear enveloped him. Was he destined to perish here today? Audrey was unwilling to accept this fate. He had merely demonstrated his unique ability and had done no more than that. "Qiao, what are you doing?" Gatai interjected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately quelled her energy and replied with a grin. "I was just teasing him. I sensed a mysterious spatial fluctuation, yet I was utterly unable to comprehend it." Audrey wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply while patting his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. "That is because your level is insufficient, which is why you do not understand. However, it is commendable that you could perceive the differences," Gatai remarked with a smile. Insufficient level. Audrey felt as though he had been struck on the forehead, his worldview completely upended. Xiao Qiao's energy had instilled in him a profound fear, yet if such intensity was deemed unremarkable, how formidable must Gatai be? Audrey began to comprehend the concept of internal energy restraint and gained insight into sensing energy. Thus, he developed a relatively profound understanding of martial arts. Although a high level did not necessarily equate to high combat power, it was certain that those with a high level would not be lacking in strength. Such claims are easy to make. "Have you truly learned?" Xiao Qiao crossed her arms defiantly. "Haha," Gatai chuckled lightly. "Of course, I have learned." "Really?" Xiao Qiao exclaimed in delight. "What? Have you learned it so quickly?" Audrey responded, incredulous. Cattle glanced at the two, and then the trio fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. Subsequently, Cattle began his attempt. Just moments ago, he had sensed with remarkable clarity that the miniature space he had conjured was not overly complex and would not involve significant martial arts intricacies. It relied solely on his mastery of spatial textures. With a robust soul strength and formidable mental prowess, Cattle felt a surge of confidence. Then, under the watchful gaze of his companions, he extended one hand, fingers splayed, reaching forth into the void. As he stretched his hand forward along a linear trajectory, it appeared as though his palm caused the very fabric of space to tremble within a foot's radius around it.